Chapter 77. The Bitter Sea Spiritual Liquid. Ever since the dogs spoiled the spiritual field, Chen Shangluo has not had time to manage it until now. Coupled with the irrigation from the water of the Bitter Sea, the growth rate has accelerated, and it has begun to take shape. Some low-level spiritual plants have already grown to half a person's height. It looks like an unkempt wasteland. Shangluo Shiji, you this. Chen Shangluo waved his hand nonchalantly and proceeded to brew tea. Oh, you mean this place? Out of boredom, I opened up a piece of spiritual field. Didn't I bring back some seeds from the secret realm yesterday? I went ahead and planted them. Chen Shangluo spoke casually, but Xin Yorong felt a chill run down her spine. Oh dear, what a waste, what a waste. How can spiritual plants be grown like this? They must be regularly managed and categorized. Otherwise, as she spoke, she seemed to realize something, suddenly standing up and grabbing Chen Shangluo by the collar. What did you just say? These seeds were taken from the secret realm? Chen Shangluo moved her hand aside and poured 2 more cups of tea. Sure, Shu, don't be so agitated. Have a cup of tea first. Xin Yorong realized she had lost her composure, especially in front of 2 younger generations, and felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, are you sure you aren't deceiving me? They are indeed seeds from the ruins. Chen Shangluo shook his head. Not exactly. Xin Yorong breathed a sigh of relief. She would rather Chen Shangluo had deceived her than to accept that the spiritual herbs sprouted within a day. That would be too hard to bear. Some of them are already formed spiritual herbs. I merely transplanted them. Upon hearing this, Xin Yorong swallowed hard, her impulse to slap Chen Shangluo rising. These spiritual herbs are extremely precious. If what he said is true, the word transplant is far from simple. Just merely, do you want to take a look at the words you're saying? Xin Yorong fell silent for a long while, recalling what Chen Shangluo had said outside the secret realm, her heart unsettled. Shangluo Shiji, is what you mentioned related to this? Chen Shangluo smiled without answering, instead offering tea once again to the 2 of them. No rush, no rush. Both of you have a sip of tea first. The water source consumed on Qingyan Peak all comes from the Bitter Sea, and the tea brewed is exceptionally sweet and refreshing. Chen Shangluo enjoyed tea in his previous life and was naturally willing to share it. Xin Yorong frowned. She had no mind for tea at the moment. Come on, Shangluo. If you keep withholding information, I might have to assert my authority as your Shu. We can drink tea at any time. There's no hurry. Chen Shangluo pouted. One was a person from Jianyun, and the other was Yorong Shu. Why were they both so impatient? His master was much better, unhurried, and never pressed him to do anything. Were these 3 truly from the same lineage? Yorong Shu, don't worry. After you finish this cup of tea, everything will become clear. Xin Yorong was skeptical, but she lifted the teacup and took a small sip, and then her eyes widened as she emptied the cup in one go. This sensation, it's as if the spiritual energy explodes in my mouth, flowing down my throat into my limbs. Spiritual liquid. This kid actually used spiritual liquid to brew tea. Lo, what kind of prodigal disciple have you taken on? She glanced at the full teapot, her cheeks twitching involuntarily. This pot of spiritual liquid is enough to irrigate the spiritual field for 3 days after dilution. High-level spiritual plants on Xianxia Peak are occasionally irrigated with spiritual liquid, but such opportunities are limited throughout the year. After all, spiritual liquid is too precious. Whenever there is a quota, one must plead with Jianyun for a long time. Lioli's reaction was even more pronounced. After 1 cup of tea, her face flushed, and her spiritual energy became uncontrollable. Master, Xin Yorong naturally understood her meaning and merely nodded slightly. After bowing to Chen Shangluo, Lioli moved aside, seeking a cleaner spot to sit cross-legged and absorb this surge of spiritual energy. Yorong Shu, might this water be of use to you on Xianxia Peak? Xin Yorong steadied her mind, calming down as she pondered for a moment. Her gaze fell upon the water flowing into the spiritual field from the pond, and her thoughts began to spark. The water for irrigating the spiritual field can make seeds sprout within just a day. The brewed spiritual tea, could they be of the same kind? The pond. Xin Yorong stood up in shock. You brat, tell me the truth. Is this entire pond filled with this spiritual liquid? Chen Shangluo nodded, tacitly affirming it. Aye. Shangluo Shiji, could you spare me some of this spiritual liquid? 10 buckets. No. Even 1 bucket would suffice. Chen Shangluo shook his head, causing Xin Yorong's heart to sink to the bottom. He recalled in his last life, after Luo ascended, if it weren't for his Shu and Shurb was secretly supporting him, he would have likely been ousted from Qixing's sect long ago. Moreover, Xianxia Peak had provided him considerable assistance regarding spiritual plants. In this life, the number of spiritual plants needed for alchemy is immense, and it would be just right to do Xianxia a favor. No, your own Xianxia here, you can take as much spiritual liquid as you wish. As long as Xianxia needs it, you can come and take it anytime. What? Shen Yurong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, wonderful. This is truly splendid. Luo taking you as a disciple is a blessing for our lineage. Just a moment ago, she was complaining about him being a prodigal, and now her attitude had completely turned 180 degrees. Shen Yurong picked up the transmission jade slip. Disciples of Xian Peak, heed my command. Bring all the stored spiritual liquid bottles from the peak to Qingyun Peak. Set off immediately. Do not delay. Chen Shangluo felt speechless. Was she afraid he would renege on his words? Sure, Shu, you go ahead. I'll take a rest in my room. He simply preferred to avoid the scene. Shen Yurong excitedly rubbed her hands, her smile broader than a mother-in-law meeting her son-in-law. Heh. Hurry up. Rest a bit. Don't tire yourself out. Next time I'll bring some nourishing spiritual herbs for you to replenish. You're young. This is the time for growth. Chen Shangluo's face darkened as he quickly fled the scene. Meanwhile, the Yun Miao four brothers, patrolling the peaks, gazed at the sky and witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. Countless graceful figures flitted between Qingyun Peak and Xian Peak, led by Yorong Shirshu, whose smile seemed to stretch to her ears. What kind of allure does Qingyun Peak possess? Everyone who enters seems bewitched. Yorong Shirshu is like this, and so is our master. The four of them displayed expressions of utter ignorance. At this moment, Long Ma stood atop Qingyun Peak, his gaze coldly fixed on Qingyun Peak. After a night of absorbing demonic energy, his demeanor had completely transformed. His brow was filled with a lecherous aura. Roar. Chen Shangluo, you still don't know, do you? In just one night, I have advanced 2 small realms relying on demonic energy. At this rate, in 3 days, I will have no rivals below the Yuaning stage. Prepare yourself. I shall claim your life in front of the world. Let the world know who the true child of destiny is. Chapter 78. Proclamation to the world. Long Mo retracted the wand of 10,000 souls, concentrating demonic energy at his brow. These 3 disciples may be somewhat inept, yet their fortune is undeniably substantial. In my previous life, I did not encounter such an opportunity. It is time to return and elevate the prowess of these 3 disciples. Upon returning to Qingyun Peak, his expression darkened. The 3 disciples were shockingly gathered in one chamber. How audacious of Gumu Bai! I have not laid a hand on them. So when did it become your turn? He kicked open the door, and the sight within startled him. The 3 sat cross-legged, frothing at the mouth. With Gumu Bai notably injured, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Fortunately, they were merely healing. However, how did he come to be injured on Qingyun Peak? Gradually, Long Mo's gaze fell upon the withered stalk of a spirit herb in Gumu Bai's hand. A 6th-grade spirit herb, the soul-consuming grass. Realization dawned upon him, and he surmised the situation, erupting in fury. Fool. Utterly foolish. Have you swallowed the secret tome of spirit herb identification? Consuming the soul-consuming grass alone inflicts damage upon the soul, necessitating the incorporation of other herbs to concoct a potion. Such a waste of a 6th-grade spirit herb. Under normal circumstances, Long Mo would have contemplated slaying these 3 imbeciles. Yet, recalling last night's predicament, he could only suppress his rage. Noanga. Their fortune still holds value for me. Wand of 10,000 souls appear. With a gesture, the wand manifested in his hand. This artifact, which confines spiritual entities, offers a tremendous boon to the soul. Streams of black soul energy were extracted and directed into the souls of the 3, gradually showing signs of revival. Collect. When he sensed they were nearly restored, he once more retracted the wand, for this item is a taboo of the righteous path. The fewer who know of it, the better. Master. The 3 awakened simultaneously, their eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Long Mo, they recognized his intervention. Lu Tianqi and the others glared at Gumu Bai, who shrank back, aware he had caused trouble, and could only await Long Mo's wrath in silence. After leaving Qingyun Peak, Gumu Bai had entered the room alone, intending to hoard the soul-consuming grass for himself. Little did he know that the canine teeth of De Huang bore the toxin of the celestial dog syndrome, causing uncontrollable behavior during an episode, leading to howls akin to a wild beast. Hearing the barking from the adjacent room, the others rushed in, only to witness Gumu Bai clutching the 6th-grade spirit herb. Under duress, Gumubai had no choice but to produce it, and they divided it among themselves. The air hung heavy for several seconds as Long Mo's heart sank profoundly. You three fools, once the grand competition concludes, after I siphon your peak fortune, do as you please. I truly cannot endure any longer. This time, surprisingly, he did not punish the trio. Instead, he waved his hand, conjuring an abundance of elixirs and weapons. With 3 days remaining, you three must exert yourselves. If you do not secure a place among the top 3 in the competition, I shall hold you accountable. Oof. Long Mo let out a cold snort, departing the room without a backward glance, utterly ashamed to face his 3 disciples any longer. The trio remained rooted in place for a considerable time, bewildered. What has come over Long Mo? It seems he has discerned our talents, and has thus sought to procure such abundant resources. Lu Qianxi glanced at the array of pills, a frown creasing his brow. Why have I never encountered these pills before? Are we certain there are no issues? Having struggled to find the pulse-opening pill, they had dedicated time to studying the alchemical compendium, yet these pills left no impression in their minds. Gumubai, however, paid no heed to such concerns. He stuck out his tongue, tilted his head, and his eyes sparkled with excitement, evidently a remnant of his previous infatuation. Hey, TCH, I see you all are simply timid. Do we not also find no relevant records on the pulse-opening pill? Did we not take over a century in the last life? Lu Qianxi and the others, witnessing his antics, took a couple of steps back in disdain. Ignoring their reactions, he seized the pill and swallowed it whole. Immediately feeling a surge of spiritual energy, his expression one of sheer delight. It must be noted that, as the demonic pills are directly refined from the bodies of cultivators, their absorption speed surpasses that of ordinary pills significantly. However, the refining process is exceedingly brutal and looked down upon by righteous practitioners. Nonetheless, many indulge in secret use and become easily addicted. After observing for a while, Lu Qianxi confirmed that no issues had arisen and that the spiritual energy provided was indeed much higher than that of normal pills, even rivaling the pulse-opening pill. She divided the pills into 3 portions, each taking 1. Returning to her chamber, Lu Qianxi sat cross-legged and consumed a demonic pill. Upon entering her abdomen, the pill required no refinement, presenting no sense of sluggishness. How extraordinarily smooth. The pulse-opening pill usually necessitates time for refinement, but this pill instantaneously melded into her foundation. She consumed 2 more with identical results. Only as the pills near depletion did she begin to feel a state of saturation. At this rate, within 3 days, I might even reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. This cultivation speed is nothing short of monstrous. These pills seem tailored specifically for her. She closed her eyes, preparing to absorb these pills tonight, planning to request more from Long Mo on the morrow. Foundation establishment, 1st layer. Foundation establishment, 2nd layer. Foundation establishment, 5th layer. As the spiritual energy flowed into her foundation, a dark mist began to envelop Lu Qianxi, and a vivid scarlet mark appeared between her brows, slowly fading into her features. At that moment, Long Mo, who was cultivating the art of fortune manipulation, suddenly felt a stirring, his eyes snapping wide open. The line of fortune belonging to Lu Qianxi had suddenly swelled several times over. Ha! Heaven aids me. Truly, heaven aids me. It seems Lu Qianxi is beginning to awaken. Even the celestial demon, saint deep within the forbidden grounds, felt the tremors of bloodlines. At long last, I have awakened my bloodline power. My efforts have not been in vain. Early the next morning, Yin Miao reported to Master Jianyan. Master, the disciples from each peak are now in a state of readiness. It is time to announce our intentions to the world. Jianyan nodded, producing the sect leader's golden seal and waving it with a flourish. The seal soared into the sky, inflating as it caught the wind, while phantoms appeared across the Tianyuan continent. In 3 days, the grand competition of the 7 Stars sect will commence, and we invite all major factions to witness this event. Following the competition will be our grand recruitment ceremony, open to all who possess a desire to cultivate. Although the 7 Star sect is situated on the northwestern frontier, bordering a forbidden area, the prior ascension of Luo and the imminent attainment of imperial status by Jianyun compel even the most powerful to pay their respects. Even the 2 great dynasties of Zhongzhou, the Tianxing and Tianyin dynasties, began to send envoys to the northwest. Within the Tianxing dynasty, a valiant man sat upon the throne, while the ministers bowed their heads, unable to meet the sovereign's formidable gaze. "Is there still no news of Princess Xianxia?" A eunuch with a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack replied, "Your Majesty. The princess has a free spirit and is likely avoiding you on purpose. However, with her temperament, she will undoubtedly make her way to the Seven Stars sect. So you need not worry." Chapter 79, The Struggle of Dynasties. Hearing this, Yen Wu sighed. Alas, Fei truly lacks understanding. While Chen Shangluo may be a waste, he nonetheless possesses a master who has ascended. With her talents, she is destined for the celestial realm in a few centuries. Having such connections would certainly ease her future path. The celestial realm is even more ruthless than the mortal world, and I fear for my daughter's suffering. Thus, he resolved to use the grand competition of the Seven Star sect to orchestrate a union between her and Chen Shangluo. Little did he know, this girl was exceedingly proud. Upon learning of Chen Shangluo's lack of ambition, she looked down upon him with disdain. Before departing, she brazenly declared her intention to put Chen Shangluo in his place. Very well, she has chosen her own path. Let her proceed. As the supreme authority of the Tianqing dynasty, thoughts of his daughter stirred a medley of emotions within him. The ministers below held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. In contrast, within the Tianqing dynasty, discussions centered around Qinyan Peak, yet the mood was markedly more relaxed. In a study, a woman adorned with a phoenix crown exuded a cool elegance as she sat at a table. This was Qi Changwei, the empress of the Tianqing dynasty. Standing opposite her was a younger woman, bearing a striking resemblance, yet notably youthful. Clad in gleaming silver armor with a flowing crimson cape, she radiated vigor. "Qing'an, have you made your decision?" Qi Qinghan clasped her hands respectfully, stating, "Mother Empress, as long as it paves the way for our dynasty, my personal desires are inconsequential. However, why must we choose Chen Shangluo of Qinyan Peak?" Qi Changwei's expression revealed her helplessness. She understood Qinghan's disdain for Chen Shangluo. Yet this daughter's maturity tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to explain. Since the ancient war, the realms of immortals, demons, spirits, and humans have been distinctly divided. After the ascension of our human ancestors, few have transmitted messages back from the lower realm. And it is known that the celestial realm is 1,000 times more merciless than the human realm. The fate of our esteemed descendants remains a mystery, their existence unknown. Lo, a figure shrouded in mystery, is said to have ascended to the higher realm merely a century after joining the Seven Stars sect, rarely descending from the azure cloud peak, with the sole exception being the moment she took Chen Shangluo as her disciple. Some whisper that Lo is the reincarnation of a powerful being from the celestial realm. Presently, only the human realm remains unconsolidated, and Lo has come to this world with that very purpose in mind. Even if the hope is faint, it is a quest worth pursuing. Qi Qinghan ceased to elaborate. "Yes, Mother Empress, your child understands. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope for the Tianqing Empire to unify the human realm, it is indeed worthwhile. Not only the two great empires, but the demon and spirit clans also refuse to remain idle. Yet, both factions are unable to walk in the sunlight, relegated to covertly placing their spies. Zhugu Lia, disciple, is here, in the depths of the underground palace." The soul-devouring demon lord sat firmly. Chu Qiuyao bowed his head in reverence. "The death laws that envelop you serve as an excellent disguise for the demonic energy within. I command you to infiltrate the Seven Stars sect and become an undercover agent for our demonic faction, biding your time to ascertain the precise location of the demon saint. When the demon saint breaks free from confinement, it shall be the dawn of our resurgence, and your contributions will be duly recognized." "Yes, master. I shall not fail in my mission." Without hesitation, Chu Qiuyao acquiesced. His current state mirrored that of Long Mo before acquiring the demon saint's spatial ring. Much like Liu Tianqi and the others, he possessed the supreme techniques and experience from his previous life, yet the outcomes fell short of his past achievements. Initially, the demon pills showed promise, but after establishing his foundation, he sensed they were inferior to the pulse-clearing pills. It was akin to the distinction between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. One directly nurtures the root of the ailment, while the other merely addresses the symptoms. Although demon pills were commendable, he lacked the pure bloodline of the demon clan, and after a period of absorption, their efficacy diminished considerably. After the soul-devouring demon lord imparted a few brief instructions, Chu Qiuyao departed the underground palace. "Phew, at last I am free." The demon lord, always painting grand visions, Believed he would remember my merits? Once I re-enter Chen Shangluo's tutelage and cultivate in seclusion for a century, even the demon lord shall pale in comparison. I refuse to believe that, in my previous life, I was merely a humble fisherman-esque child, and yet Chen Shangluo accepted me. Now that I have reached the foundation establishment stage, surely he would be eager for my return to his fold? At that juncture, I shall seize his fortune and methods, and perhaps I shall become the next to ascend to imperial power. Little did he know that after his departure, the soul-devouring demon lord exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, this calamity had been sent away. Upon first seeing Chu Qiuyao, he had assumed him to be a natural demon body, perfect for use as a furnace. Who would have thought that Chu Qiuyao was not a demon body at all, but rather a forsaken soul endowed with the laws of death? His cultivation is profound enough to withstand the challenges, yet the others in the underground palace are not so fortunate. In the brief span of a month, the demon clan within the palace has dwindled from 10,000 to a mere 8,000, with 2,000 meeting mysterious ends. Both men are basking in their self-satisfaction, while Chu Qiuyao remains blissfully unaware of the imminent peril that awaits him. The Huang Quanju can suppress the deathly laws within him, but only if his cultivation grows swiftly enough to counteract the encroaching decay of those laws. Otherwise, one day, the deathly laws will erupt, consuming his life force entirely. As time passes slowly, yet another delightful day slips away. Chen Shangluo remains oblivious that all major factions are converging towards him. He reclines languorously in a deck chair by the sea of bitterness, contemplating how to provoke Long Mo into taking action against him during the grand competition. Both of them have already accepted disciples, thus disqualifying themselves from participating in the contest. Whoosh! A figure abruptly materializes beside him. Hey, old man, you drank until midnight yesterday, and you're back so early today. Aren't you afraid of frequent urination and an insatiable urge? Ever since the sect master arrived at Kaiyun Peak and sampled the tea brewed with water from the Sea of Bitterness, he has stubbornly remained at Qingyun Peak. As for the reason behind his journey to Kaiyun Peak, that remains a mystery. Nonsense. I, the old man, am quite robust. Hurry up and brew some tea for me. If I don't drink for an hour, I'll feel utterly uncomfortable. Chen Shangluo cast him a sidelong glance, adding a pill into the teapot. As the pill dissolved, it formed an intricate yin-yang symbol in the water, only to vanish in an instant. Jianyun, the elder, took a sip, his expression transforming into one of pure enjoyment. Ah, this is truly delightful. Your tea is far superior to that of Sister Yurong. Chen Shangluo inwardly scoffed. Of course, it is far superior, while crafting the fishing rod. He had also concocted a batch of clearing heart pills, which Jianyun was consuming during his struggle against his inner demons, hence the immense sense of relief. By the way, the old man doesn't drink your tea for free. You asked me about the meteorite iron from beyond the heavens, but there is still no news. However, I managed to procure the great ascension monster core for you. As he spoke, Jianyun's face involuntarily flushed. Old man, why is your face so red? Chapter 80, The Ever-Young Little Girl. Oh well, Jianyun stammered for a long while, the truth being that the monster core had been uncovered from a storage ring given to him by an elder. It originally belonged to Chen Shangluo. Using his belongings to do him a favor felt somewhat disconcerting. Never mind. Chen Shangluo yawned, unwilling to dwell on the matter. Finish your tea and head back early. I barely slept last night because of you dragging me around. You go rest. I'll find my way back myself. Chen Shangluo shrugged nonchalantly, tossing the fishing rod aside and heading straight back to his room. Once he departed, Jianyun concealed his playful demeanor, sitting cross-legged with an unusually grave expression. As ascension approaches, the inner demons remain unvanquished. That young lad truly possesses remarkable skills. If this continues in a few years, I shall be able to ascend peacefully. His disposition is quite admirable, though he lacks dedication to cultivation. If only he could elevate his prowess and assume the position of sect leader, I would feel at ease to depart. The more he pondered, the more irked he became, leading him to let out a sigh. Alas, such a profound comprehension of the sword path squandered. With these thoughts occupying his mind, he gradually entered a meditative state, his eyelids twitching as he sought to dispel his inner turmoil. In the northeastern region of the Tianyuan continent, within Holua City, Miss, we have been out for several days. It is time to head northwest. Jiao nodded, feeling a tinge of reluctance to leave this place. The northeastern territory is adjacent to the dense Changbai forest, abundant with spiritual herbs and demonic beasts. However, Given the current strength of the treasure pavilion, we can only procure these goods for now. Moreover, with the 7 Stars sect competition approaching, courtesy of young Master Chen, we must pay a visit. Then, Uncle Fu, please make arrangements for the Phoenix carriage. We shall depart tomorrow, ensuring we do not miss the opportunity to attend the 7 Stars sect. Yes, miss. Due to Chen Shangluo's extensive marketing efforts, the wares of the treasure pavilion had been completely snatched up. Zhiyao, having heard of the northeastern region's rich resources, came to replenish their stock. Just as the 7 Stars sect announced its gathering, they were now busy preparing to return. Perhaps acquiring supplies is merely a stopgap measure. Forming a hunting team to venture into the Changbai forest is a more sustainable plan. No wonder Chen Shangluo deems Zhiyao a business prodigy. She truly deserves her success. Within the dense forest, myriad demonic beasts roamed, yet among them was an unusual little girl, darting about day and night, solely to satiate her hunger. Help! Save me! Everyone has moments of miscalculation. This time, she had set her sights on a wolf demon, only to be discovered by the very beast she targeted. As it closed in on her, she feared becoming its next meal. At that moment, a woman descended from the heavens, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. With a flick of her sleeve, a torrent of sword energy erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, all the wolf demons lay in disarray. Thank you, divine being, for your rescue. The little girl, gravely injured and weary from her long journey, ultimately collapsed to the ground. What is a young girl doing in this remote wilderness? The woman lifted her and made her way toward a cave. It was not until nightfall that the little girl gradually regained consciousness. Master, it is all my fault. If only I had gone to Main Peak sooner to inform Uncle Yunyao and the others, you would not have died. The little girl awoke from her dreams, her eyes wide open as she scanned her surroundings. Right, it was the fairy sister who saved me. In truth, her reckless endeavor was to steal enough food to reach the 7 Stars sect. In this lifetime, I must warn my master that Long Mo intends to harm him when he ascends to the throne. Little did she know what transpired atop Qingyun Peak. Due to the absence of the esteemed elders from Kaiyun Peak, the disciple who had long accompanied him was tasked with delivering the message anew. However, midway through the journey, she was intercepted by disciples of Qingyun Peak. After a strenuous escape, just as she reached the mountainside of Qingyun Peak, she was violently swept away by an explosive gust. Plummeting into the abyss below, upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that she had been reborn, with over a century remaining before her master ascends to the throne. Early preparations could avert impending tragedy. Once the fairy sister returns, I shall bid her farewell and depart from this place. Perhaps I will seek out senior brother Wu Pin in the city, who, prior to joining Qingyun sect, was reputed to be the most prominent gambling house owner in Hualuo City. Regardless of his rebirth, I am privy to numerous secrets from his past life. Contemplating these thoughts, a smile involuntarily crept across her face. How nostalgic it is to reminisce about the days spent at Qingyun Peak, as she was entirely incapable of cultivating. Chen Shangluo chose to keep her by his side, occasionally pouring tea and exchanging words, while her fellow disciples treated her with a degree of courtesy. Out of boredom, she began to explore her surroundings and suddenly spotted the long robe discarded by the fairy sister, hanging on a rope. Envy stirred within her as she approached to admire it, her hand reaching out to touch it, only to retract in fear of soiling the fabric. How I longed to wear such beautiful attire. Since childhood, she had been abandoned, or rather, one could say she had never truly grown up. By conventional reckoning, she was well over 50 years old. Ever since she could remember, she had always appeared to be the size of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Initially taken in by kind-hearted villagers, as time passed, their discomfort grew. The village elders had been sent away in several waves, while she remained unchanged. Gradually, she was regarded as a monster and expelled from the village, only to be fortuitously rescued by Chen Shangluo over a decade later, who brought her back to the 7 Stars sect. Due to her outwardly youthful appearance, Chen Shangluo named her Man Xiaoyao. It must be said that Chen Shangluo possessed considerable authority in the matter of naming. Man Xiaoyao resumed her seat on the stone stool, idly swinging her legs, waiting throughout the night. By dawn, the fairy sister had yet to return. Alas, the day for the 7 Stars sect to recruit disciples is fast approaching. Time is of the essence, and I should leave a note for the fairy sister. We shall surely meet again if fate allows. She picked up a stone and inscribed a few lines on the ground. Thank you, fairy sister, but Man Xiaoyao is in haste to reach the 7 Stars sect. Should we meet again in the future, I shall repay your life-saving grace. After finishing her message, she tossed the stone aside, dusted off her hands, and exited the cave. Just as she departed, the aforementioned fairy sister returned, carrying a demon beast. Oh, as she left, she inadvertently caught sight of the words on the ground. Her eyes widening in shock, a multitude of fragmented memories collided within her mind, and after a considerable pause, they gradually settled. 7-star sect? Could this place be connected to the memories I seem to have lost? Perhaps a stroll outside would aid in retrieving those forgotten recollections. She casually discarded the beast aside, for with her strength, she had no need for sustenance. Subsequently, she removed the robe hanging from the rope and carefully wrapped it in cloth. Under the soft glow of the morning sun, the 7 stars adorning the robe appeared particularly dazzling. Had Man Xiaoyao been curious enough to take a closer look, she would have recognized it as the emblem of the 7-star sect. Chapter 81. The Rise of the Underdog. The Huaiwei Gambling House. This must be the establishment that Brother Wu Pin often spoke of. With determination, Man Xiaoyao stepped forward, but was immediately halted by 2 individuals at the entrance. What do we have here? A wild child? This is a place for adults? What business do you have here? A wild child? Humph. You 2 combined are no match for me. Let me in. I'm looking for Brother Wu Pin. Wu Pin. The 2 guards exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Are you certain you seek Lord Wu Pin? With hands on her hips and a pout, Man Xiaoyao retorted, Do you think I enjoy playing games with you? Upon hearing the esteemed name of Wu Pin, the guards' expressions shifted noticeably, and they began to mutter quietly. Hey, is she speaking the truth? If we let her in to cause trouble, Lord Wu would surely have our skins. Indeed, if she truly seeks Lord Wu, and we delay her, we cannot bear the consequences. Rumor had it that luck had recently favored Lord Wu, who, in a matter of days, had ascended from a mere runner at the gambling house to its proprietor. Hush, let us not discuss this further. I've heard that Lord Wu has received divine guidance and is now a foundational cultivator. Even the city lord has sought him out several times. Enough, enough. I shall inquire within. One of the guards turned to Man Xiaoyao, asking, Little girl, what is your name? I shall report your presence. Go, go, go. Just tell him Man Xiaoyao is looking for him. He'll know. Then, please wait a moment, replied the guard. Seeing the change in the guard's demeanor, Man Xiaoyao thought to herself, It seems Brother Wu Pin did not deceive me. He truly is the owner of this grand gambling house. I just overheard that he has reached the foundational stage. It appears he too has been reborn. This makes things simpler upon hearing my name. He may even accompany me to the 7-star sect. The thought of assisting him in pilfering his master's enlightenment tea makes me eager to return to Qinyan Peak. He. The guard entered the gambling house, navigating through the crowded and smoke-filled corridors, and proceeded directly to a small room at the back. Knocking cautiously, he heard the seductive sounds emanating from within. Which scoundrel is ruining my affairs? The guard swallowed hard. Lord Wu. It is I. There is someone outside claiming to be Man Xiaoyao, saying she has come to find you. What? Only a commotion could be heard from within, and Wu Pin barely had time to fasten his trousers. What a predicament! Could it be that my master has come to trouble me? Quickly prepare a swift steed. Little did I expect that after a few days of good fortune, trouble would knock at my door. Hey, how many people are there? Lord Wu. Just one small girl, dirty all over. Wu Pin was taken aback, his frantic movements to dress slowing. Just one person? Indeed. Phew. Wu Pin let out a sigh of relief. That makes sense. At this hour, my master hasn't yet taken in the little girl as a disciple. With this thought, he rolled his eyes and bellowed in anger. What are you all for? If you can't handle a mere child, go and chase her away. Telling her there's no one by the name of Wu Pin here. Yes. Seeing Wu Pin's fury, the guards hurriedly dashed outside. All the frustration he had just endured was now vented upon the little girl, their demeanor shifting drastically. Scram! Don't block the way here. What a stroke of bad luck, making me face scolding. There's no one you seek inside. The little girl's intellect was not as juvenile as her appearance, which resembled that of a 6 or 7-year-old. The actions of the guard suggested that Wu Pin was indeed inside. Wu Pin, I know you are in there. Have you truly forgotten how Master left you half dead at Qinyan Peak? At a distance, Jiao, who was rummaging through goods, suddenly froze in her actions. Uncle Fu, did you just hear the word Qinyan Peak? Uncle Fu shook his head. The market is quite noisy. You must have misheard. That is true. The 7-star sect has already made its name known, so it's likely that people are discussing the 7 peaks. Perhaps I am overthinking it. The little girl continued her fervent outburst. If it weren't for Master, you would have perished long ago. You ungrateful scoundrel. As she thought this, Wu Pin furrowed his brow, peering through the gaps in the window screen at her. He recalled his past life, where he worked in a gambling den, witnessing others becoming wealthy overnight, and thus staked all he had in a desperate gamble. Not only did he lose everything, but he also borrowed high-interest loans from the owner. Unable to repay, he was beaten to near death and thrown outside the city. Thus, in this life, the first thing he did upon rebirth was to utilize the skills from his past to enhance his cultivation, eliminate the owner, and seize control of the gambling den. The city lord's manor, seeing him break through to the foundation establishment stage, chose to turn a blind eye and even entertain the notion of currying favor. What nonsense! I'm no longer that mere waiter. To publicly expose my weaknesses is to court death. Now that I possess wealth and power, why endure suffering at Qinyan Peak? He beckoned to a burly man beside him, saying, "Go, give her a beating, then toss her outside the city. Also, inform her that it would be wise not to linger, or the consequences will be far jar. Has everyone from Qinyan Peak been reborn?" A terrifying thought emerged. What if Chen Shangluo has also been reborn? If that is indeed the case, Chen Shangluo will surely seek vengeance for his past grievances. I cannot remain here. It is imperative to devise a plan to gather these reborn individuals. Only then can I ensure my own safety. With this in mind, he wasted no time and swiftly noted down dozens of addresses on paper. These individuals were all close brothers and sisters from Qinyan Peak, and he intended to visit each one to rally them together. With so many prodigies united, Chen Shangluo, if you seek retribution, you should think twice. Cough, cough, cough. After an indeterminate amount of time, the discarded man Xiaoyao, left in the woods outside the city, finally regained her composure. That damned Wu Pin. Not only did he refuse to help, but he also resorted to such cruelty. If it weren't for my innate healing abilities, I might have lost my life here. Just as she was cursing, distant voices reached her ears. "Miss, your Phoenix sedan is in the woods ahead. All right, let us go there now." Chapter 82. First encounter with past brothers and sisters. Oh, it seems there are people ahead. From afar, Jiao spotted man, Xiaoyao, leaning against a tree. She furrowed her brow and approached. How could anyone be so ruthless to a child? She gestured to Fu Bo, who instantly understood and retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring, feeding it to the child. Upon swallowing the pill, man Xiaoyao's wounds healed at an astonishing speed. Though she possessed no cultivation, her healing ability was remarkable. However, Jiao's surprise was fleeting, as the Tianyuan continent is home to countless physiques, and such anomalies are not uncommon. Seeing her breathing stabilize, Jiao decided not to linger and turned to leave. "Thank you both for your assistance. I am Man Xiaoyao from Qinyan Peak. I shall repay your kindness when the opportunity arises." She struggled to stand, bowing in gratitude to their departing figures. Without Ji Yao's healing pill, her injuries would eventually mend, but the process would take considerable time, further delaying her journey to the northwest. Time was running short. Qinyan Peak? Man Xiaoyao? Upon hearing the name Qinyan Peak, Jiao could not help but turn back. "You say you are a disciple of Qinyan Peak?" Uncertain of Ji Yao's intense reaction, man Xiaoyao instinctively took 2 steps back. Igriagis. Ji Yao's brows knitted together as she pondered for a long moment. "I recall that young Master Chen mentioned he only took one disciple, Tian Shou, and later accepted Hu Yaoyao in Danzhou City. Why have you never been mentioned?" "Huh? Young Master Chen? You know my master?" Man Xiaoyao's heart leaped with joy, though her expression soon turned troubled. "Indeed, if we were to infer from the timeline of my previous life, my master has yet to encounter me." With a playful glint in her eye, she feigned embarrassment. "Hee. In my eagerness to take the revered Qinyan Peak as my mentor, I've become somewhat infatuated, forgetting entirely that I have yet to participate in the disciple selection. I beg your pardon, beautiful sister." Ji Yao, observing her awkward demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. Then she considered that since the girl was drawn to young Master Chen, perhaps this was fate. Coupled with the other's extraordinary ability to heal, she might possess a unique constitution. Now that the 7-Star sect is recruiting disciples, it would be a good deed to assist her. Man Xiaoyao? Ji Yao felt the name somewhat cumbersome, akin to the peculiar charm of Hu Yaoyao's name. Overall, it was rather plain. "We are also heading to the 7-Star sect. Would you care to accompany me on my journey?" Man Xiaoyao's heart leaped with joy. It truly felt like a serendipitous encounter. "I am grateful for your kindness, beautiful sister." Ji Yao led Man Xiaoyao onto the Phoenix carriage. inquiring about her background along the way, but Mon Xiaoyao deflected each question. After all, not knowing the other's identity, she could not reveal her own secret of rebirth. Fortunately, the carriage sped swiftly, and this trial did not last long. A few hours later, they arrived at the City of Joy. Little Yao, we must part ways here. You may proceed to the Seven Stars sect. They will have personnel specifically assigned to receive the candidates for selection. Thank you, Sister Ji Yao. Mon Xiaoyao replied with a smile, bouncing off toward the Seven Stars sect. Her knowledge of the sect surpassed that of Ji Yao. Watching Mon Xiaoyao's lively figure retreat, Ji Yao couldn't help but smile. This girl is truly delightful, exuding a sense of warmth. However, who among us does not harbor a secret? She shook her head and made her way to the treasure pavilion, needing to prepare gifts for her visit to the Seven Stars sect the next day. At the Seven Stars sect, after a period of tranquility, today was bustling with activity. The disciples responsible for receiving various factions were busy, while at the mountain gate, throngs of people gathered as disciples from each peak began to head to the main peak to collect their entry tokens. The order of the grand competition would be determined by the tokens drawn. If you wish to register for the selection of new disciples, come here to sign up. A servant disciple shouted. Mon Xiaoyao automatically disregarded this call and walked directly up the steps. She was far too familiar with Qingyun Peak to require guidance. That child, in the territory of the Seven Stars sect, how dare you intrude? Come down at once. A servant disciple, noticing Mon Xiaoyao's attire, clearly marked her as an outsider, stepped forward to stop her. Mon Xiaoyao intended to explain, but was at a loss for words. At that moment, she suddenly spotted Lu Tianqi and his group lingering at the mountain gate. They had just crossed paths with Tian Shou, and Gu Mubai was mocking them. Oh, what manner of ensemble is this Qingyun Peak? Two masked individuals accompanied by a frail scholar? Truly, it is but an act of pretense. I dare say, it would be more fitting for you to perform in a grand theater than to participate in the competition. The other disciples from various peaks began to mock as well. Hu Yaoyao could not fathom why Qingyun Peak harbored such intense hostility towards them. Just as she was about to engage in discourse, Tian Shou, with a stern expression, tugged at Hu Yaoyao's sleeve. Do not let them provoke you. Tomorrow's competition will provide ample opportunity to address them. With that, he led the two away towards the main peak. Lu Tianqi and his companions, emboldened by the Dragon Ink elixir, had all reached the 6th level of Foundation establishment, with Lu Tianqi himself achieving the 8th. You think you can deal with us? Do not indulge in such daydreams. At that moment, the voice of Man Xiaoyao rang out. Sister Tianqi, Sister Bingxin, Brother Mubai? The three turned in unison. The miscellaneous disciple, well aware of Qingyun Peak's formidable reputation, instinctively relaxed his grip upon recognizing that Man Xiaoyao could name all three. Sisters, brothers, it is I, Man Xiaoyao. The trio was taken aback. Man Xiaoyao? She has also been reborn? Gu Mubai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hadn't he long M.O. stated that any information regarding former disciples of Qingyun Peak would be generously rewarded with elixirs? Just when he was pondering how to procure such elixirs, it seemed fortune had presented itself on a silver platter. He was about to approach and entice Man Xiaoyao to Qingyun Peak when he was halted by Yi Bingxin. Foolish. Long M.O. seeks talents like us. What is Man Xiaoyao? After following Chen Shangluo for over a century, she is yet to break through in body refinement. Do you intend to bring her to Qingyun Peak to compete for resources? Gu Mubai halted, a look of disdain evident on his face. Indeed, bringing such a burden to Qingyun Peak would surely incite Long M.O.'s wrath. Another miscellaneous disciple approached the trio. Sisters, brothers, what shall we do with this person? Lu Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. Handle her as you see fit. We do not recognize her. She is but a waste, destined to be nothing more than a miscellaneous disciple like you. The miscellaneous disciple was left speechless. Truly, Qingyun Peak was arrogant beyond measure. He returned to Man Xiaoyao, his frustration seeking an outlet. What a misfortunate child. I had thought you truly knew them. Do you wish to register? If you do, arrangements for accommodation will be made. If not, you must leave the mountain. Continue to linger, and I shall have no choice but to inform the law enforcement hall. Chapter 83. One must use a stick to beat a dog. Man Xiaoyao, feeling helpless, followed the miscellaneous disciple to the guest rooms at the mountain's base. Little girl, do not act impulsively. The disciples up there are not like us miscellaneous ones. Offending them could be a matter of life and death. Man Xiaoyao initially intended to articulate her thoughts, but, recalling her near expulsion, could only nod in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. Once the errand disciple departed, she began to mutter to herself, Why? Why do senior sister Xianxia and the others feign ignorance of my presence? Yet, their gazes unmistakably reveal their recognition of me. She sighed, Never mind. Tomorrow, I shall meet the master, and surely he will be delighted to see me. Just then, a series of sneezes escaped her lips. Meanwhile, Chen Shangluo remained by the edge of the bitter sea, oblivious to the fact that many below were drawn to him. Behind him lay a collection of items caught from the depths of the sea, along with a heap of broken fishing rods. It was a source of great frustration. He could only speculate about the mechanism governing the bitter sea. He harbored a strong suspicion that it was a trap. Aside from the initial golden law sphere, all subsequent catches have been either gray or blue. The rewards fluctuated drastically, yielding some truly worthless trinkets akin to the dross used by mortals, alongside an assortment of fish and aquatic creatures. While Chen Shangluo found these offerings distasteful, his companion, Da Huang, reveled in the bounty, devouring each fish it caught with a look of sheer satisfaction. Ha ha, this is akin to paradise. Chen Shangluo pondered the oddity of these fish and shrimp, which seemingly bore the bloodlines of the azure dragon and black tortoise, yet appeared subdued by the bitter sea, manifesting only in their ordinary forms. At this rate, he mused, within a year, he could reclaim his former glory. However, witnessing Da Huang's exuberance only served to heighten his irritation, leading him to slump onto a lounge chair, drifting into slumber. Ding! Congratulations, the host has broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core. The following morning, a figure appeared at Qingyan Peak, undeterred by the rain and wind. Oh dear, today is the grand competition. Yet this lad seems utterly unconcerned, fishing while dozing off. The newcomer was none other than the Jianyun master, who approached the tea table, poured himself a cup, and drank it in one gulp. This Qingyan Peak is indeed serene. Not a single disciple has risen, unlike my old man, who must daily manage sect affairs. It's high time to impose some responsibilities on this lad. Chen Shangluo, stirred by the noise, gradually awakened. He had grown accustomed to the master's visits. A fisherman's focus remains solely on his catch, and he cast his rod back into the bitter sea. Young Shangluo, do you still have a leisure to fish? It's time to rouse the disciples for the grand competition. Chen Shangluo yawned. Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuchs. There is still half an hour left. That is sufficient, he added. Participating in the competition mattered little to him. Aside from the sword intent monument awarded to the first place, the rest held little significance. However, his elder had inexplicably insisted on his participation, leaving him with no choice but to consent. Remember, you must attend. After speaking, he hurriedly departed, for numerous matters awaited him. Once he left, the remaining few from the heavens' revenge gradually emerged. Master, the time has come. We should proceed to the main peak, Chen Shangluo declared, rising and casually grasping a broken fishing rod, feeling its texture in his hands. To deal with a dog, one must wield a stick. It is time for them to face the consequences. His gaze turned toward the direction of Qingyan Peak. Ow, ow. Da Huang lay motionless on the ground, emitting whimpering sounds. The mention of hitting a dog nearly terrified him to his core. Fortunately, Chen Shangluo was not targeting him. Let's go. Hu Yaoyao waved her hand, and Da Huang followed closely behind her as the 4 individuals and 1 dog made their way to the main peak. The martial arts arena had already been divided into sections. Upon the high platform, there were 8 seats designated for the sect leader and the lords of the 7 peaks. On either side, various dignitaries from powerful factions had gathered to witness the event. In the center lay the grand competition stage, beneath which mortals aspiring to become disciples of the 7 Stars sect awaited the disciple recruitment ceremony. Man Xiaoyao and Chu Qiluo were among them. The elder of the stream cloud glanced around and said, Since the lords of each peak have arrived, please take your seats. As for Qingyan Peak, Qiheng has communicated with me and is en route. So for now, let Long and Mo take a seat. Understood, sect leader. The elder of the stream cloud nodded at Yun Miao. The 4 of them from Yun Miao called out, The lord of the exiting cloud peak, by Xinli. Please take your seat. After bowing respectfully to the elder of the stream cloud, Bai Xinli transformed into a streak of light, descending gracefully, taking his place upon the high platform. Lord of the Bai Yun Peak and Lord of the Chun Xian Peak, please take your seats. Sect leader. I shall take my leave. The Lord of the Color Cloud Peak and the Lord of the Shinyu Peak, please take your seats. The acting Lord of Qingyan Peak, Long Mo, please take your seat. Long Mo smiled charmingly. relishing the adoration of the disciples from various peaks as he soared toward the high platform. All had gathered, except for Qian Peak. Lord of the Qian Peak, Chen Shangluo, please take your seat. Yin Miao called out, but received no response. Lord of the Qian Peak, Chen Shangluo, please take your seat. It was only after several repetitions that a languid voice replied, Here, here, I'm here. There's no need to rush, Brother Yin Miao. Yin Miao's expression darkened. The sect leader had arranged this segment to create an air of grandeur. Chen Shangluo's appearance injected a touch of absurdity into the otherwise solemn scene. What is going on with this Lord of Qian Peak? Can't he fly or wield a sword? Must he climb up here himself? Shu, are you seeking death? Lower your voice. The former Lord of Qian Peak had just ascended, and with him being the only remaining heir, the position naturally fell to Chen Shangluo. However, I have heard that Lord Chen is unlearned and inept. With his master having ascended, he hasn't even achieved qi refinement. Good heavens! The emergence of such a peak within the seven-star sect is truly a misfortune for the sect. I would rather not be assigned to Qingyan Peak, even if it means becoming a mere servant disciple. Unlike these mortals, upon hearing the name Chen Shangluo, nearly half of the leaders from the prominent factions turned their gazes towards him, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. As Chen Shangluo settled into his seat and glanced below, a subtle smile graced his lips. Ah, splendid. It appears they have all gathered quite well. This spares me the trouble of searching high and low. Among this assembly, there are numerous familiar faces that Chen Shangluo could never forget throughout his lifetime. With his broken illusion divine eye, he surveyed the crowd, discovering that the goodwill among them was overwhelmingly negative, all below 50, truly reminiscent of Cao Cao's unending gaze upon Louis XVI. It seems they have all been reborn, indeed. Chapter 84, A Buy Round. Shui Mountain Sect, Guo Tianxin. Blood Knife Sect, Fanny Tian. Excellent, splendid. Chen Shangluo scrutinized each individual, noticing that they all gripped the armrests tightly. Subsequently, their attention shifted from Chen Shangluo to Long Mo. The latter remained composed, nodding in acknowledgement, yet Chen Shangluo caught the subtle exchange. Oh, have these individuals conspired together? Chen Shangluo resolved to observe their intentions for the time being, folding his arms across his chest and closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. The grand competition commences now. As Yin Miao's voice resonated, the disciples from various peaks eagerly prepared themselves, having diligently trained for a month with the hope of shining on this very day. Yin Yuan withdrew 2 orbs from the barrier and presented them to Yin Miao. I invite Lin Xia from Kaiyan Peak and He Tianlu from Yunqing Peak to take the stage. Throughout the history of the 7 Stars Sex competitions, such a method of drawing lots has been employed, allowing some fortunate souls to face relatively easy opponents, smoothly advancing to the finals. Conversely, others might encounter the strongest contenders right from the start, facing elimination in the first round. Such is the nature of fortune, which cultivators highly regard as a form of strength. However, at times, when the number of registered disciples is odd, one individual finds themselves without an opponent. What then? The clever elder sect leader devised a solution. To introduce an element of surprise, he included 3 blank orbs, testing which fortunate soul would draw them. As the names were called, the 2 disciples ascended the platform. From their expressions, it was evident that Lin Xia found herself in a predicament similar to before. Her strength was formidable, yet she was faced with He Tianlu, the foremost disciple of Yunqing Peak, rendering the contest futile. I forfeit, Lin Xia declared. Shen Yurong remained unfazed, merely lifting her teacup to take a sip. Jian Yun's countenance twitched. Sister Yurong, you make it quite difficult for me. With so many spectators below, at least allow your disciple to spar a little. Shen Yurong shot him a glance of disdain. You old fool. You know well that our Kaiyun Peak primarily cultivates spirit herbs. We have no expectations of your meager rewards. Moreover, as a disciple of the Caiyan Peak, it is quite embarrassing for us, delicate as we are, to suffer injuries and become marred. Spare me your trifles. Should you continue with your prattle, I shall take my disciples back to Caiyan Peak. The elder of Jianyun shrank his neck, reluctantly lifting his teacup to mask his own awkwardness. Chen Shangluo kept his eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is hard to believe these 2 claim there is nothing amiss, especially after the ascension of their master. Their unruliness has only escalated. Let Lin Bufan of Qingyan Peak take the stage. Chen Shangluo finally opened his eyes. Initially, he had no intention of allowing Lin Bufan to participate, as he was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement and showed little interest in offensive techniques. Most disciples competing in the grand contest were at least at the foundation establishment stage, and stepping onto the stage would only invite ridicule. Ha. A little hardship might do you good. After all, you chose to wander off. Lin Bufan was equally unfortunate, having followed Tianxiu and Hu Yaoyao yesterday. He had spent the entire day engrossed in the Chaos Codex, oblivious to his surroundings. Even when the miscellaneous disciples asked for his signature, he unwittingly penned his name. Huh? Me? Lin Bufan stowed the Chaos Codex into his storage ring, looking at Chen Shangluo in bewilderment. To this day, he remained unaware that the name he signed yesterday was for the grand contest. Long Ma, unable to restrain himself, began to mock. Shangluo, where did you find such a disciple? Truly a fool indeed. Unlike my disciples from Qiyun Peak, each blessed with fortune. Chen Shangluo waved his hand dismissively before his nose. Who on earth just passed gas? Truly foul-smelling. You are so uncouth. As a peak master, how can you speak so vulgarly? Oh, Chen Shangluo retorted. You are aware that I am the peak master? You are merely a substitute peak master, already scheming to overstep your bounds. Your elder, Qi Heng, is still alive. You dare to defy me. You ought to address me as Master Chen. Long Ma, taken aback by Chen Shangluo's eloquence, found himself at a loss for words. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. I shall let him have this for now. When the various peaks engage in martial arts later, I will challenge him then. After all, it is only natural for one to falter in combat. It is well known that the sect leader cherishes his reputation and seeks petty gains. This martial display among the peaks was orchestrated by him to showcase the strength of the Qixing sect's various peaks. Essentially a performance among the peak masters to lay a foundation for future disciple recruitment. Long Ma's gaze swept over Chen Shangluo's 3 disciples, his eyes brimming with disdain and provocation, each word dripping from his lips. Master Chen, do ensure your disciples tread carefully. My own disciples are quite foolish and lack finesse. If they happen to clash, I beg your pardon in advance. Chen Shangluo feigned a polite bow, saying, very well, I shall instruct my disciples to be gentle. Breaking an arm or a leg is to be expected, but whether their lives are preserved will depend on their own fortune. Long Ma's forehead twitched with anger, unsure whether his opponent truly did not comprehend or was merely pretending not to understand. In his heart, he mused, let you bask in your triumph for now. Lu Qianxi has already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, while the other 2 remain at the 6th. In my previous life, they had not attained such heights at this juncture. In this life, I shall see how you navigate this predicament. Long Mo pondered, but Chen Shangluo remained oblivious to his thoughts. At least these 3 disciples were preferable to the ungrateful wretches of my past life, especially Hu Yaoyao, who always regarded him as both a teacher and a father, displaying remarkable obedience. He squinted at Lin Bufan, whose clear eyes resembled those of a university student. Alas, how could I have forgotten him? It truly gives me a headache. Seeing the palpable tension between the 2, Master Jianyun promptly shifted the conversation. Yin Miao, do continue. Having spoken only halfway, he inquired, who taught you that? Yin Miao pouted, shaking an empty ball. Master, this. For several consecutive years, no one was idle. Yet now it occurs at the most inopportune moment. The son of destiny materialized once again at this moment. Master Jianyun slapped his forehead. What is this nonsense? The first match forfeited, and the second match is idle. It leaves me feeling as exposed as if I were running naked before everyone. Quite the embarrassment. Indeed, the spectators below were equally bewildered, having sat for quite some time without witnessing a single duel. Alas, announce the forfeit and proceed to the next round swiftly. Yes, master. Chapter 85. The battle at Qiyun Peak establishes fame. Once the forfeit was declared, Lin Bufan casually returned to his position behind Chen Shangluo, retrieving the chaos scroll from his spatial ring. Oh dear, what kind of fortuitous luck is that bookworm enjoying? It's evident he hasn't even reached foundation establishment. Yet he advances to the next round. I dare wager he won't enjoy such luck next time. I truly wish to see him get beaten. Yin Miao's voice resounded once more. Please, disciples of Biyun Peak, Wang Guixin and Lu Tianxi of Qiyun Peak, take the stage. At last, the sect leader felt a sense of relief. Both were late-stage foundation establishment practitioners, so there would be no risk of surrender. Wang Guixin ascended the stage, cupping his hands toward Lu Tianxi. Upon seeing her striking beauty, a lewd expression crossed his face. Junior sister Tianxi, I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Perhaps you should concede? It would be unfortunate if I were to accidentally injure you. Ha ha. Lu Qianqi frowned, her countenance icy. Enough with the nonsense. Let us begin. At Yun Miao's command, both parties drew their swords. Upon witnessing his opponent's demeanor, Lu Qianqi felt a wave of revulsion, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. Myriade manifestation soit technique. Her sword pierced forward, emitting a sound that shattered the air as the sword energy transformed into a divine beast, charging toward Wang Guixin. Bien soit technique. Wang Guixin countered with his sword, initially dismissive until an undeniable force surged from Lu Tianqi's blade, causing a look of panic to spread across his face. PFF. Wang Guixin knelt on one knee, his sword propping him up, his palms numb from the impact. With just one strike, the victor was clear. The audience collectively swallowed hard. Wang Guixin had clearly stated his pinnacle of foundation establishment, yet he had not managed to execute even a single move against Lu Qianqi. How can you be so powerful? Lu Qianqi, disinterested in responding, felt a fleeting darkness in her gaze as she lunged forward once more with her sword aimed at Wang Guixin. I concede. Wang Guixin, unable to withstand the onslaught, hastily admitted defeat, having discerned from Lu Tianqi's eyes that she had no intention of showing mercy. The momentum of her sword remained unyielding, and to Wang Guixin's astonishment, even after conceding, his opponent acted as if she had not heard him, rolling backward in a desperate attempt to create distance. Stop! The master of Biyun Peak, Xianxia, barked, sending a wave of sword energy towards the arena. Buzz! The long sword in Lu Tianqi's hand trembled, unable to advance an inch further. Her expression remained cold as she formed a flower of sword light, elegantly resting the sword behind her, not even sparing a glance at her opponent as she leaped down from the platform. Victory to Lu Tianqi of Qiyun Peak. Wow, so impressive. The disciples of Qiyun Peak are extraordinarily strong, a pinnacle of foundation establishment, and not a single move executed against him. I must find a way to enter Qiyun Peak. That sword technique is surely at least of heavenly grade. Chen Xian's countenance darkened. With Wang Guixin's cultivation, he should have secured a top position, if not the first. To be eliminated in the first round was unforeseen. Moreover, it took Chen Xian's intervention to preserve his standing, rendering him the subject of ridicule. Long Mo, your disciple from Qiyun Peak is truly ruthless. Even after conceding, she shows no signs of stopping. Long Mo's brow furrowed as he casually clasped his hands in greeting. Uncle Chen, it is Lu Qianqi's first time on the arena. It is understandable that she might not have heard Wang Guixin's concession. I ask you not to hold this against the younger generation. His words, seemingly respectful, were unmistakably a subtle reminder for Chen Xian not to wield his seniority as a weapon. Very well, when Qi Heng returns to the sect, I shall demand an explanation. Long Mo shrugged indifferently, glancing at Chen Shangluo, who remained unperturbed, eyes closed. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. In truth, it was not Chen Shangluo putting on an act, but he had realized something, with his strength surpassing the Golden Core stage. Whether due to the system or the long-term nurturing of the waters of the Bitter Sea, his Prakritic vision had evolved. Even with his eyes shut, he could sense every movement within the arena. The myriad forms, sword technique? It seems Long Mo did not provide much. All show and no substance. As a creator of the sword technique, he was acutely aware. Compared to the celestial cutting technique, he had completely stripped away all the extraneous flourishes, focusing solely on speed, precision, and ferocity. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible. Only speed is unbreakable. This truth had long been articulated by a formidable master in slippers. On the cloud-shrouded mountain, one observed a tense standoff atop the high platform, hastily instructing Yun Miao to announce the next match. Let the disciple Gu Mu Bai from Qiyun Peak and the disciple Chu He from Yun Peak take the stage. Gu Mu Bai, wielding a concealed dagger with stealthy combat skills, swiftly defeated Chu He with his unpredictable movements. Victory to Gu Mu Bai of Qiyun Peak. Now, let Yi Bing Xian of Qiyun Peak and Lu Li of Kaiyun Peak step forward. It remains uncertain whether it is merely good fortune favoring Qiyun Peak or ill fortune befalling the others, as consecutive matches culminate in victories for Qiyun Peak's disciples. Each concluded with a single strike. The murmurs from the audience regarding Qiyun Peak reach a crescendo. It is rumored that Long Mo is merely a disciple of the Peak Master, while the competitors are all third-generation disciples. One cannot help but wonder about the profound heritage of Qiyun Peak. This cannot stand. I must communicate with my family, even if it means exhausting our resources. We must secure a backdoor entry into Qi Yun Peak. Their prowess is astounding. The techniques employed by the three are undoubtedly of celestial grade. To acquire even one would be worth the sacrifice of all I possess. Amidst these discussions, one individual in the crowd gazed intently at the stage, eyes brimming with confusion and disbelief. The myriad forms of the sword technique, the shadow stab, the ice heart sword control technique, are these not the very skills imparted by my master in past life? It is comprehensible that my senior brothers and sisters have reincarnated, their techniques etched into their very bones. However, why they all gravitated towards Qi Yun Peak? What transpired after I departed from Qi Yun Peak? Man Xiao Yao furrowed her brow. She had once believed that her master's throne was coveted by others, leading to unforeseen events and a siege by various powers, culminating in that explosion. For that, she had long berated herself, lamenting her failure to deliver the message to the main peak. Clearly, the situation is far more complex than she had imagined. Upon hearing the chatter, a smile could no longer be contained on Long Mo's lips. Through the method of fortune transfer, he distinctly felt the surge of luck intensifying. He foresaw that after this grand competition, fortune would experience a remarkable escalation. Shidi, your luck is truly exceptional. You have yet to encounter any of my disciples. Let us hope they can endure until the second round, and are not eliminated before facing you. Chen Shangluo shot him a glance, flipping over in disinterest, unwilling to engage in further banter. Following this, Tian Chou and Hu Yao Yao also seemed fortunate, as their opponents were both from Qi Yun Peak, and quickly conceded upon facing any challenge. The first round concluded, and the second round commenced. With Yun Miao's declaration, the competition swiftly progressed to the next phase. The first round featured vast disparities in strength, with most merely going through the motions. However, the second round presented a different scenario. The participants had been filtered for strength, with most having achieved at least the third stage of foundation establishment. Of course, this does not include Hu Yao Yao and Lin Bu Fan, one at the pinnacle of Qi refinement and the other in the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Many eyes are fixated upon the two of them. Thank heavens, they must encounter these two, entering the finals, even without securing a place. One can still amass a considerable amount of spirit stones and sec points. Yun Miao spoke no further, drawing 2 spheres from the barrier once more. Please, Lin Bufan of Qi Yun Peak. As he spoke half-heartedly, Yun Miao's expression became noticeably unnatural. Chapter 86. Ultimately, it was relinquished. Yun Miao swallowed hard, scrutinizing the spheres with great care. Lin Bufan once again received a bye. With a sense of helplessness, Lin Bufan retrieved the chaos spectrum once more. A profound silence enveloped the audience. Even the countenance of the Jiangyun elder twitched. What sheer luck! It must be pure luck. Da Huang. He feigned calmness, yet began to communicate with Yun Miao telepathically. Yun Miao, we cannot afford another bye in the next round. Understood, master. Following this, Qi Yun Peak and Qi Yun Peak did not cross paths again. The trio from Qi Yun Peak sang their way through, dispatching opponents with a single strike. While Long Mo reveled in unparalleled fame at that moment, he relished the adulation immensely. In contrast, Qi Yun Peak had merely survived from beginning to end, facing only the lowest-ranked opponents, giving the impression of extraordinary fortune. Until the end, it seemed to culminate in a fated battle, as a dramatic scene unfolded on the arena. Only Qi Yun Peak and Qi Yun Peak remained to advance to the finals. Well, everyone may disperse. There's little worth watching in the remainder. The three from Qi Yun Peak, the masked child evidently at the early stage of foundation establishment, the woman at most at peak Qi refining, and a bookworm. If one claimed Qi Yun Peak could lose a match, I would stand on my head to demonstrate otherwise. Your words hold merit. We shall await the final round. The competition among the trio of Qi Yun Peak for the top 3 will surely be exceptional. No one favored Qi Yun Peak, not even the Jiangyun elder, who sighed deeply. It must be said, the luck of Qi Yun Peak is formidable. Given more time, they might truly surpass Qi Yun Peak. However, at present, merely reaching this stage is commendable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to the peak of a 9th stage of Golden Core. Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Shangluo finally exhibited a flicker of reaction, narrowing his eyes towards Hu Yao Yao. At this moment, she stood with her hands behind her back, gripping a demon core of the Great Ascension stage, the power of the core flowing into her body. under the guise of the God Slayer's visage. Even the Jianyun elder could not perceive it. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Celestial Fox clan is indeed extraordinary. They break through to Foundation establishment with such ease. Long Mo turned to Chen Shangluo. Chen Peak Master, there is no escaping now, is there? Do you think it is your fortune to play? No, it is my fortune. It is destined that I shall trample your Qing Yun Peak beneath my feet. Long Mo deliberately provoked Chen Shangluo, hoping to incite him to lose his composure and accept his challenge in the upcoming inter-peak martial competition. Unbeknownst to others, the long staff wielded by Chen Shangluo was already in motion, rendering further words unnecessary. Yun Miao continued to draw forth 2 round spheres. Please, Qi Yunfeng Lu Tianqi and Qing Yunfeng Tianxiu, take the stage. Lu Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze towards Tianxiu, whose eyes behind the mask were as tranquil as an ancient well, deep and unfathomable like a black hole. Tianfeng, I know it is you. If you acknowledge it, out of consideration for our past, I may grant you mercy. Tianxiu scoffed coldly. Past consideration? Initially wronged, I could overlook it. I could also disregard my parents' favoritism. However, when faced with a choice of life and death, your words branding me as a burden erased any semblance of that so-called consideration. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. The Tianfeng you speak of is a stranger to me. Lu Tianqi gritted his teeth. Her feelings for this brother were not tender, but the sword he wielded in the secret realm had become an unshakable knot in her heart. All she sought was an answer. Enough. Since you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall sever this knot with my own hands. Wuxiang Sword Technique. The Wuxiang sword technique emphasized an array of transformations. Tianxiu, accustomed to striking at stones, found himself momentarily flustered when confronted with such an intricate and cunning angle. Evenly Séverine Technique. Lu Tianqi's face bore a mocking smile. As I surmised, this is the only sword you know. This sword had been rehearsed in her mind countless times. All for this day. With that, her long sword suddenly shifted, evading the sword chi of the heavenly severing technique with an exceedingly cunning maneuver, yet maintaining its formidable momentum as it lunged towards Tianxiu. Caught off guard, Tianxiu retreated repeatedly. Slash! Lu Tianqi's sword grazed Tianxiu's arm, tearing open his sleeve, leaving a scar that ran from his wrist to his forearm. Drip! Blood trickled from the wound onto the ground. Lu Tianqi's gaze fixated on the scar on Tianxiu's arm, which vividly etched itself in her memory. Ha! I knew it. You are Tianfeng. When Chen Shangluo took you away right under my nose, who else could it be? That scar is from when I accidentally burned you all those years ago. Who would have thought a useless, sickly child could grow to this extent? However, your progress is still too slow. You should not have allowed me to surpass you. Now, I offer you a chance. Shall we forge the unfeeling Dao body for your sister? A flicker of dark energy flashed in Lu Tianqi's eyes, her expression resolute. Among the treasures bestowed by Long Mo, she had discovered a secret tome detailing this unfeeling Dao body. With her family slaughtered, she only needed to eliminate Tianfeng and then Long Mo to achieve this supreme demon race Dao body. As long as she could ascend to the pinnacle of this world, what did familial bonds matter? What did the bonds of teacher and disciple signify? She was determined to contend with heaven and challenge the Dao. She yearned for the day when she could, like Chen Shangluo of her previous life, stand atop the continent and ascend to the throne. No wonder my master urged me not to hold back. You are beyond salvation. Tianxiu pressed his fingers together, gliding over the scar, tearing the skin in his wake, rendering the wound even more grotesque. Lu Tianfeng is dead. Only Tianxiu remains in this world. He felt a profound clarity. My master was right. The technique of severing the heavens must be pursued with relentless resolve. Regardless of how the opponent transforms, it matters not. Strength shall prevail. He slowly closed his eyes, his aura not rising but rather retreating within. Does that masked boy intend to surrender? At the very least, admit defeat. There is no need to stand still and become an easy target. Is it that losing has left you bewildered? It seems I cannot reach Qingyan Peak. My state of mind is too frail to endure such a setback. Jian Yun and Shun Yurong were fixated on the arena, instinctively rising to prevent Lu Tianqi from delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Chen Shangluo remained leisurely, not even opening her eyes, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. Ding! Tianxiu comprehended the third level of sword intent. Congratulations, host, you have attained the 4th level of sword intent. Xianxia, dear child, have you finally let go? Chapter 87. He intends to kill me? Do you believe I was truly tormented by illness back then? No, you are mistaken. To ensure you gained your father's attention and to avoid stealing your title of genius, I suppressed my sword intent. Now, experience my suffering. Understand where your genius reputation originates. 13. 13 soared into the air, standing before Xianxia, exuding an overwhelming aura. Slash. The technique of severing the heavens. Boom. Xianxia's sword intent erupted completely, as though he sought to expel the grievances of these past years. Lu Qianxi's countenance darkened like water, sensing the threat of death. He intends to kill me? My obedient brother now seeks my demise. Why? She frantically wielded her longsword, surrounded by various divine beasts and extraordinary phenomena. Yet before the technique of severing the heavens, all appeared as mere illusions. Just as her life hung by a thread, the demonic bloodline within her surged with radiant energy. Deep within the forbidden grounds, the demonic sovereign of the heavenly palace let out a muffled groan, his expression twisted in extreme agony. Useless. All of you are useless. To expose the demonic bloodline so soon. Are you courting death? He frantically shook the chains, binding him, desperately suppressing the bloodline's eruption. Clank, clank. The violent motion drew the attention of the two elders. Seal the magic talisman, go. Demonic sovereign. Do you intend to create chaos during the grand competition of the 7-star sect? Gradually, the demonic sovereign began to quiet down. A fleeting glimmer of crimson light flickered in Lu Tianqi's eyes as a translucent barrier enveloped her, suppressing the demonic bloodline coursing through her veins. With a resounding crash, she could no longer contain herself, spitting forth a mouthful of blood before collapsing onto the arena, unconscious. Silence. An overwhelming stillness descended upon the gathered crowd, their perceptions utterly overturned. Just moments ago, victory seemed within reach, and in the blink of an eye, she was struck down by a single sword. The triple sword intent. This was indeed the triple sword intent. The elder of the stream cloud sect trembled with excitement, his lips quivering. How brief was this time? Just over a month. From mere glimpse at the threshold to achieving the triple sword intent. He could hardly contain his frustration, feeling as if he might slap himself. Having lived for a millennium, he had to toil for 1,000 years to attain the 4-sword intent, and now, perhaps in just a few decades, he would be surpassed by a mere child, a genius, a prodigy. Young man, please let me have this disciple. Do not make me kneel and plead. Chen Shangluo shot him a glance filled with disdain. Old man, perhaps you should first consider the implications of your own words. If Xianxia were to follow you, should I refer to him as senior brother or junior brother? No matter. The elder of stream cloud awkwardly scratched his head. He resolved, regardless of whether Xianxia claimed the championship, to relocate the sword intent steel to Qingyan Peak. Perhaps, in a millennium, an unparalleled sword intent might emerge to vanquish the demonic sanctum. Below the stage, the sound of swallowed breaths echoed, as the attendants of the Tianqing dynasty and the Tianyin dynasty were the first to react. Quick! Relay this to His Majesty. Such a talent must be courted at all costs. Amid the crowd, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Chen Shangluo. Yin Feier pouted. Father's insight is indeed keen. Although Chen Shangluo is lacking in skill, his disciple is remarkably impressive. This cannot stand. I must inform father. If I can secure that child's allegiance, I shall be spared an unwelcome union with Chen Shangluo. Qi Qinghan, seasoned by countless battles, perceived the matter quite differently. An exceptional soldier would never find themselves subservient to an inept general. This can only indicate that the general possesses extraordinary qualities. Chen Shangluo, I'm truly curious about what charm you possess. Long Mo's eyes blazed with fury, his chest heaving with rage. The thread of fortune that belonged to Lu Tianqi flickered uncertainly, nearly severed from her grasp. The triple sword intent surged within her, wreaking havoc. Just as Xianxia had stated, she too would experience the agony of the sword intent's rending. Useless. Purely useless. Unable to defeat even child. You too. Why are you still standing there? Bring that waist back to me. What a disgrace. Yi Bingxin and Gumu Bai, still in a daze, contemplated whether they could have responded calmly to that last strike. Upon hearing Long Mo's furious roar, they furrowed their brows in unison and swiftly flew to Lu Tianqi's side. lifting her back. You too. If such a situation of underestimation occurs again, you might as well perish in the arena. The two gritted their teeth. Yet they found themselves reliant on Long Mo's elixir, thus suppressing their anger with great reluctance. Yes, master. Please, Hu Yaoyao from Qingyun Peak and Yi Bingxin from Qiyun Peak. Take the stage. So far, it has become evident that there has been no conflict among the same peaks, as if fate had already scripted this outcome. Hu Yaoyao stowed away the great ascension demon pill, preparing to leave the stage. She had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage and was still unable to fly. Yaoyao, having just broken through to foundation establishment, do you not need to consolidate your progress? I will have the sect leader arrange the next match. The master of Jianyun glared at Chen Shangluo, ready to reprimand him, questioning if the 7-star sect was his to command, delaying as he pleased. However, upon contemplation, he realized that every member of Qingyun Peak, including the previous master, Luo, was formidable and not to be trifled with. Perhaps only that dog could serve as a target for his frustrations. With this realization, he immediately transformed into the benevolent, kindly, neighborly elder. He. Indeed, since it's just the two of you peaks, there's no harm, no harm. The speaker was oblivious, while the listener took heed. Long Mo laughed heartily. Ha! Yi Bingxin has already reached the 6th level of foundation establishment, while your disciple has only just broken through. Don't even think about winning in one round. Even if you were to wait a year, I doubt victory would be within your grasp. Enough of your noise. If you keep barking, you might as well join a Huang at the same table. You. Woof woof woof. Hu Yaoyao shook her head. It's nothing. Just the 6th level of foundation establishment. It won't harm me. With that, she stepped down the stairs, approaching the arena. Below, the disciples whispered among themselves. A foundation establishment novice against a 6th level practitioner. Was the master of Qingyun Peak sending his disciple to her doom? Having won one match, was there no thought of knowing when to stop? Little did they know, beneath the mask lay the bloodline of the celestial fox. Even without relying on the visage of the Godslayer, it would be challenging for an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner to harm her, solely due to her celestial fox physique. Chapter 88, Trouble, We've fallen into their trap. Why does the junior sister of Qingyun Peak present herself in a mask? Is it that her appearance is unremarkable, rendering her too embarrassed to be seen? As Yi Bingxin took the stage, she did not rush to attack but instead resorted to verbal jabs, attempting to provoke Hu Yaoyao. As she intended, the disciples below began to murmur. It was said that Hu Yaoyao always wore a mask and had never removed it. Was it true, as Sister Bingxin claimed, that the disciples of Qingyun Peak were too unsightly to be looked at? Who could argue otherwise? If one had even a modicum of attractiveness, who would wear a mask daily? Could it be that this mask is a magical artifact? Ha! Tianqiu fixated on Yi Bingxin, feeling an inexplicable aversion within. Such treachery, utilizing cunning tactics to confront an opponent of lesser cultivation, is truly despicable. If this were to happen to another, their mind might very well become unraveled. Yet, against Hu Yaoyao, such tricks are utterly futile. As a member of the Celestial Fox clan, she possesses not only striking beauty, but could also be deemed a source of calamity for nations. Otherwise, at the auction, no one would have bid astronomical prices for her. Unlike Tianqiu, who seeks to sever ties with the past, she genuinely wishes to avoid the turmoil that her appearance might attract. A true pain point lies in what one lacks. Once possessed, why would one concern themselves with it? My looks are beyond the judgment of a hideous creature like you. You dare to seek death. Clearly, Yi Bingxin could no longer restrain herself. Bingxin technique. The longsword in Yi Bingxin's hand radiated a chilling aura as it lunged toward Hu Yaoyao, freezing the air in its wake. Flame Spirit Fan. A fiery red feather fan was grasped tightly by Hu Yaoyao, enveloping the entire arena in a wave of scorching heat. Such a formidable artifact. Could it be a heavenly grade weapon? No, heavenly grade weapons do not produce special effects without activation. Could it be a quasi-emperor treasure? What profound heritage does Qingyun Peak possess? With Tianqiu's 13 swords, each at least heavenly grade, and now this quasi-emperor feather fan. If the last scholar can produce a weapon beyond heavenly grade, I would gladly kneel before Qingyun Peak to plead with Master Chen to accept me as a disciple. Countless spectators began to speculate. Bang! The arena echoed with the sound of metal clashing, as the weapons of both combatants were put to the test. Buzz! Yi Bingxin's longsword emitted a fierce humming, while Hu Yaoyao's feather fan remained unscathed, not losing a single feather. It must be a quasi-emperor treasure. How infuriating. How much more does Chen Shangluo keep hidden? In my previous life, he never provided us with quasi-emperor weapons. Indeed, from the very beginning, he never trusted us. He deserves to die. He truly deserves it. Yi Bingxin was consumed by resentment, yet she never contemplated why. To this day, Long Mo could only supply them with heavenly-grade weapons. Even after acquiring the Demon Saint's spatial ring, aside from the Soul Banner, no quasi-emperor treasures were found. This demonstrates their extreme rarity. Let them all perish. Yi Bingxin wielded her sword, unleashing a wave of frigid toxin that spread forth. This was the life-saving technique passed down to her by Chen Shangluo in her past life. Not only was it fiercely offensive, but it also allowed her to channel the cold toxin within her, transforming it into a weapon of her own. Poison? Or perhaps cold poison. If it were any other toxin, Hu Yaoyao might have to reveal her celestial fox transformation to resist. But for someone with the essence of strange fire, what could this cold toxin possibly do? With her left hand poised, a glimmer of strange fire essence emerged. Though exceedingly faint, it melted the cold toxin upon contact. The wind surged, igniting the flames. With a gentle flick of the flame spirit fan, an ethereal fire enveloped the surroundings, instantly dissipating the chilling poison that Yi Bingxin had painstakingly unleashed. Extraordinary fire. The master of the stream cloud trembled as he seized Chen Shangluo's collar. Why didn't you mention your extraordinary fire, you rascal? Startled, Chen Shangluo opened his eyes wide, displaying a look of helplessness. Hey, old man, that's a bit much. You never asked me. I can't just go around telling everyone I have extraordinary fire, can I? Oh dear, if Hu Yaoyao becomes an alchemist, our 7-star sect will surely flourish. Even if I ascend one day and can no longer protect it, the sect will stand as the foremost in the realm. Suddenly, he recalled something and swallowed his words. This lad has concocted a 5th-grade cleansing elixir. Could it be that Hu Yaoyao is not the only one with extraordinary fire? Indeed, the old man has become quite astute, having guessed much already. This further solidified his resolve to pass on his position to Chen Shangluo. Ha ha! Splendid, splendid. The master of the stream cloud's eyes sparkled as he patted Chen Shangluo's chest, smoothing out the wrinkles in his collar. Young man, come visit me tonight. I have matters to discuss with you. Chen Shangluo's expression tightened. I won't go. The master of the stream cloud fell silent, realizing that with such a resolute attitude, he would have to wait for another opportunity. Chen Shangluo glanced at the old man, secretly thinking, knowing about extraordinary fire, your intentions are hardly benign. If you knew that this was an immensely powerful essence of extraordinary fire, it would be even more concerning. Meanwhile, on the arena, bolstered by the flame spirit fan and extraordinary fire, Hu Yaoyao faced Yi Bingxin, who held the advantage in cultivation and experience. After several exchanges, neither could gain the upper hand, and Yi Bingxin grew increasingly impatient. She swung her sword, her gaze fixed on Hu Yaoyao, searching for a flaw. At that moment, Hu Yaoyao finally appeared exhausted. Her hand, which held the extraordinary fire, trembled, revealing a gap in her defense. What a golden opportunity! Controlling extraordinary fire surely demands immense energy, and exposing a flaw is inevitable. This victory shall be mine. She aimed her sword directly at Hu Yaoyao's right hand, but her true target lay to the lower left. Defeat was inevitable. Hu Yaoyao was simply too inexperienced in combat. Many peak masters had noticed Yi Bingxin's feint and shook their heads, unconvinced of Hu Yaoyao's chances. Only Chen Shangluo seemed unperturbed. Just as Yi Bingxin's sword was mere inches from Hu Yaoyao, through her mask, she caught a glimpse of a smile at the corner of Hu Yaoyao's lips. Not good. I've been deceived. Chapter 89. A disciple's awakening requires validation. Chen Shangluo remained confidently engrossed in the battle, fully aware that Yaoyao still had a trump card to play. Indeed, with a swift motion, Hu Yaoyao clenched her left hand, and the essence of extraordinary fire instantly vanished. No, it did not dissipate. Rather, it spread forth, forming a transparent barrier that enveloped the two individuals within, the domain of Yanling. Boom! The searing heat, a temperature sufficient to melt steel. In but an instant, Yi Bingxin felt the intense warmth. As she approached the tip of Hu Yaoyao's sword, it was gradually scorched to a crimson hue. Clang! Unable to endure any longer, Yi Bingxin released her grip. She gazed incredulously at her palm, a savory aroma of roasted meat wafting to her nostrils. The years of cold poison seemed to show signs of improvement under that pervasive heat. Hu Yaoyao's expression hardened, preparing to press her advantage. the flame spirit fan swirling in her hand. A rain of fire. Yi Bingxin, quick to seize the moment, realized her weapon was on the verge of melting. How could she possibly fight? What a futile endeavor. I concede. Yet Hu Yaoyao appeared oblivious, not only failing to halt her assault, but accelerating the dance of the flame spirit fan. From the dialogue between her master and Long Mo, it was evident that the two sides were locked in a life-and-death struggle. Every opponent eliminated was a victory. Dare you? Long Mo reacted swiftly, striking out with a palm, causing spiritual energy to surge onto the arena, creating a shockwave that forced both combatants back several paces. Chen Shangluo, your disciple disregards the rules, resorting to lethal force in the grand competition. Huh? Chen Shangluo let out a cold laugh, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, let alone that Yao Yao is merely at the first stage of foundation establishment. Did you not say that in arena combat, accidents are commonplace? You are quibbling. Long Mo's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched tightly. When it comes to verbal sparring, he could not hold a candle to Chen Shangluo. All of this transpired in an instant. Those present were still immersed in shock, and the command to conclude the match had yet to be issued. Perhaps others merely noted that Hu Yaoyao, at the first stage of foundation establishment, nearly countered a sixth-stage opponent. However, there were many discerning individuals present. A domain. Is that truly a domain? Such an extraordinary comprehension. Even the already ascended Jianyun's pupils momentarily lost focus. This transcended his understanding. A domain, which could only be comprehended at the great ascension stage, had been glimpsed by a mere junior of foundation establishment. This was a domain even more challenging than sword intent. Jianyun himself only grasped the sword domain during his great ascension phase, when his sword intent reached the 4th level and his cultivation advanced to the mid-great ascension period, laying the groundwork for the sword domain. Even so, he was an absolute genius in the Tianyuan continent. What is the significance of Hu Yaoyao's breakthrough? It means that before her ascension, she possesses countless opportunities to refine her domain. If she can comprehend a domain of the 3rd level or beyond before her ascension, even upon reaching the celestial realm, she will be a prodigy of staggering talent. Since the ancient times, how many have even touched the threshold of quasi-emperor? May the heavens bless our Qixing sect. May the heavens bless our Qixing sect. The old man's complexion flushed. The last time he experienced such a phenomenon was when he obtained the 5th grade washing marrow pill and the 7th grade foundation establishment pill at Qingyan Peak. Seizing the moment while he was still lucid, he conveyed a message to Yun Miao and the other 3. From now on, you need not concern yourselves with the patrols of the main peak. Effective immediately, you 4 are responsible for the security of Qingyan Peak. Should you discover anyone coveting Qingyan Peak, inform me at once. Yes, master. He longed to transport the protective array for the sect to Qingyan Peak to prevent any external prying. Yi Bingxin stood frozen in place, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at Chen Shangluo. All of this, it should have been mine. Chen Shangluo, you despicable wretch. Why did you not reveal your possessions to us in the previous life? Had we known, we would never have betrayed you. Indeed, though both were second disciples, one belonged to a past life while the other belonged to the present, their dispositions having long since determined 2 divergent futures, far away in the central continent. The 2 sovereigns had just received news of Tian Chao's comprehension of sword intent when another message arrived. Your Majesty, Chen Shangluo's second disciple, Hu Yaoyao, has begun to glimpse the threshold of the domain. What action should we take next? Please advise. The 2 sovereigns received the communication almost simultaneously, the contents identical. Bang! Yen Wu slammed his hand on the table, and with a resounding crash, both the message and the table were reduced to dust. He couldn't help but curse. What is this? What is my purpose in this matter? Prepare the palanquin. I will personally visit the 7 Stars sect. That old man Jiang Yun truly possesses cunning schemes. Such a disciple has been hidden away, and the dynasty has received not a whisper of news. Furthermore, send a message to that rebellious daughter Yen Feier. If I do not see her upon my arrival at the 7 Stars sect, she shall never return to the dynasty again. The eunuch serving beside Yen Wu couldn't help but swallow hard. Yen Feier was his only daughter, the cherished darling of the entire Tianxing dynasty. Why was his majesty so enraged as to label her a rebellious daughter? As for Qi Changwei, upon receiving the message from Qi Qinghan, her reaction was no less intense than that of Yen Wu. Ha ha ha! Prepare my palanquin. We shall set off for the 7 Stars sect at once. Qinghan, oh Qinghan, you truly are my good daughter. This time, that old coot, Yanwu, has finally fallen behind me. Old man Jiang Yun remains blissfully unaware that his vanity and need for prestige will bring him a plethora of troubles due to his demise. The grand competition of the Seven Stars sect must continue. Observing the astonished expressions of those powerful factions, he felt a bit elated. The ordinary disciples watching from outside now wished to join the Seven Stars sect, eager to kneel beneath the gates of Qingyun Peak. Even those who had just heard the news were flocking toward the mountain. Of course, in their ignorance, they had no concept of what a domain was. They only knew that 2 disciples from Qingyun Peak had triumphed over the strong, a rarity in the Tianyuan continent. Little Yao, due to her perpetual appearance as a young girl, petite in stature and lacking any substantial prowess, found herself gradually pushed away by the throngs of onlookers. Desperate and with tears welling in her eyes, she could no longer see her master. The final match. The disciples Lin Bufan from Qingyun Peak and Gu Mubai from Qingyun Peak are called to the arena. Ultimately, Lin Bufan could not evade his fate in this last confrontation. Perhaps it would be better to cancel this match altogether. Master Jianyun urged Lin Bufan. Though Hu Yao Yao, at the first level of Foundation Establishment, managed to defeat Yi Bingxin, who was at the 6th level, it could be justified under various circumstances. However, for a Qi refining stage practitioner to contend against one at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, Master Jianyun was at a loss for how this could possibly transpire. Even with an imperial-grade treasure to arm him to the teeth, it would only serve to delay his inevitable defeat. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Bufan's stubbornness flared at this moment. He bowed respectfully to Master Jianyun. Thank you for your concern, Master. If I have gained any insights, this is the perfect opportunity to put them to the test. Master Jianyun's mind spiraled in frustration. What insights can you possibly gain? What could a Qi refining stage practitioner hope to prove? How to die faster, perhaps? But, faced with such a multitude, he could not force the cancellation of the match. Long Mo narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce determination, and whispered to Gu Mubai, "Go. Since he seeks death, make sure to strike with lethal intent. If he dies, your master will bear the consequences." Yes, Master. Chapter 90. The Power of Runes. Chen Shangluo rubbed his temples, genuinely worried for Lin Bufan. In the 2 or 3 days since he ascended the mountain, apart from eating, he had never stepped out of his study. The system indicated his cultivation was steadily increasing, but in less than 3 days, how much could he truly strengthen? Bookworm. Hurry down. Stop dawdling. Gu Mubai had long taken his place on the stage, awaiting Lin Bufan. The latter carefully lifted his long robe, cautiously descending the steps one at a time. Please, no rushing. We are gentlemen who uphold decorum. How can we be so impetuous? Lin Bufan's descent was somewhat laborious, stepping upon the irregular staircase. In a cultivation sect, these steps are merely ornamental symbols of status. Generally, disciples would traverse them swiftly, rendering them effectively insignificant. Yet, 2 exceptions emerged. One was Chen Shangluo, who maintained the habits of an ordinary person, sleeping, eating, and walking, relishing this comfortable life. The other was Lin Bufan. Devoid of any signs of cultivation, his unsteady gait elicited laughter from those below. Hey, why not forego this last match? At this rate, he will be out of breath before he even reaches the platform. Indeed, everyone had witnessed the depth of Qingyun Peak's foundation. Even if he surrendered, none would mock him. Hearing these remarks, Lin Bufan felt a surge of scholarly pride. He clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. As he ascended the final few steps, he attempted to leap forward, emulating the mannerisms of his senior brothers and sisters. After all, he was in the late stage of Qi refinement. Surely he could manage it. Indeed, the essence of life lies in a certain pride. Belief is the mightiest weapon. At the very least, it can numb the self. Just like now. Although Lin Bufan had taken quite a tumble, he nonetheless relied on his conviction to rise, seemingly unperturbed. Ha ha ha. Is this scholar attempting to elicit laughter from me? I can't take it anymore. Thankfully, the steps were not too high. Otherwise, he would have become the first casualty of the grand competition. Chen Shangluo and the others, filled with embarrassment, shielded their eyes, while even De Huang turned away, lifting a leg as if pretending to relieve himself. Alas, it is indeed my failure as a master to not provide him with more care. Yet, one cannot entirely fault him. I had thought Lin Bufan had just awakened the sacred body of literary heart and needed time to digest it. Who would have imagined he would sign up for the grand competition? Instead, Lin Bufan dusted off his robe, as if the one who had fallen was not he, and then limped up to the arena, As long as one is not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. The books of my master's study seem to convey such wisdom. Ha ha ha. Lin Bufan, in your current state, even if you were given 10 moves, you would still be unable to defeat me. It would be better for you to surrender sooner. Gu Mubai laughed maniacally, shamelessly mocking Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan displayed a look of astonishment and clasped his hands together. Huh? Really? I am immensely grateful, senior brother Mubai. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Mubai nearly choked on his own words. What the hell? I am ridiculing you. Can you not see that? This is utterly ridiculous. How did I end up facing such a thick-skinned opponent? But what could be done now? The boastful words he had uttered cannot simply be retracted in front of so many watching eyes. Senior brother Gu is formidable. Who would fear a mere chi refinement stage? Indeed, our chi in peak has never feared anyone. The previous 2 matches had an element of luck, but this time I must reclaim my dignity. Gu Mubai's complexion paled. He could already feel the icy gaze of Long Mo upon him. They are all fools. No amount of demonic pills can mend their foolishness. Lin Bufan, meanwhile, paid no mind to Gu Mubai's thoughts, holding the chaos chart in his left hand and the celestial star pen in his right, boldly sketching something on the arena floor. Do not move. We agreed on 10 moves, so just wait a moment. He occasionally glanced up to see if Gu Mubai would attempt a sneak attack. Chen Shangluo's eyes lit up, possessing the sacred body of literary heart himself. He had already surmised Lin Bufan's intentions. I suspect Long Mo's expression will soon be more grotesque than if he had consumed excrement. The individual atop the clouded ravine seemed somewhat perplexed. What on earth is this lad up to? Do not tell me he is attempting to inscribe a formation. Has Chen Shangluo not imparted that such intricate designs cannot be completed in a mere moment and require a substantial amount of spiritual stones for energy? Naturally, there are no regulations in the competition prohibiting the use of formations, yet the time taken for even the simplest of formations is measured in days. Who will be foolish enough to employ one in a duel? As for talismans, the likelihood of that is even slimmer. The materials for their creation are exceedingly costly, making on-site drawing an impossibility. Prior to entering the secret realm, Long Mo had provided Lu Xianxia and the others with 3 golden core talismans, and from his pained expression, it was evident that they were hard-won treasures. Gu Mubo was growing increasingly impatient. Hey, are you ever going to finish? Are you out of your mind? Lin Bufan let out a sigh of relief. All done. He glanced up at Gu Mubo and remarked, I observe your eloquence is lacking. For your only utterance is madness. Might it be that your spiritual cultivation is deficient, rendering your speech barren? I have some knowledge of pathology. May I take a few steps to ascertain if your condition is dire? At this, Chen Shangluo could not contain himself and spat tea everywhere. How reminiscent of the lines from a crooked cellar. If you're not ill, then take a few steps. Gu Mubo's forehead throbbed with veins. Shadow stab. Yet, as he lifted his right foot, his body felt as if struck by lightning. A golden light burst forth beneath him, as though he were mired in a quagmire. Gravitiruna. Right. Now lift the left foot. Yes. Left foot, right foot, right foot. Lin Bufan chanted the mantra to assist, and Gu Mubo, desperate to escape the mire, complied with his instructions. His pace resembled that of a tortoise, perhaps out of shame or perhaps from exertion. Gu Mubo's complexion gradually turned a shade akin to that of a liver. I told you, your face is turning purple. It is a symptom of illness. Gu Mubo, exasperated, exclaimed, damn it, I will kill you. How dare you, a mere chi refining stage cultivator, act so arrogantly? Lin Bufan shook his head and sighed. Your character is so base that it is not worthy of discourse. I possess a remedy that may cure you. With that, he took 2 steps back, his gaze sharpened, and his demeanor transformed entirely. Holding the celestial star pen, he resembled a judge of fate. With swift strokes, the pen danced like a dragon. Profound runes materializing in the air. 1, 2, 3. Lin Bufan lost count of how many identical runes he inscribed, stopping only when his strength was exhausted. Chapter 91. Martial Arts Exhibition Among the Peaks. Lin Bufan dedicated 3 days to comprehend a single rune, which attests to its profound nature. Initially, a gravity rune, regardless of how it is layered, could not inflict harm. However, he fortuitously encountered the concept of anti-gravity in Chen Shangluo's texts. Thus, an idea sparked within him. If he were to inscribe the gravity rune in reverse, might it possess an offensive capability? This insight marked his moment of enlightenment. Anti-gravity rune. Go! With his thunderous shout, the rune advanced towards Gumu Bei. Seemingly slow, yet in an instant transformed his pupils into a golden hue. Witnessing the imposing force akin to a colossal beast in its merging phase crashing towards him, Gumu Bei was momentarily taken aback. I concede. Bang! Before the word of surrender could escape his lips, a tremendous force collided with his chest. His foundation shattered, his body shot out of the arena like a cannonball. Oh, what a ruthless tactic. You have actually destroyed my foundation. Puffed. Gumu Bei's eyes turned vacant, collapsing to the ground, with his foundation lost. Unless he consumed a foundation-building elixir of 7th rank or higher, the prospect of advancing to Golden Core was forever beyond his reach. From considering himself the child of fortune to now facing the despair of unattainable Golden Core, life, indeed, is a series of rises and falls. Contemplating this, Gumu Bei's blood surged, and darkness enveloped his vision as he fell. Lin Bufan, drained of spirit, felt his legs weaken, bracing himself with one hand. His complexion turned ghastly pale. Qingshan Peak's Lin Bufan triumphs. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. What kind of technique is this? A late-stage qi refinement defeating a mid-stage foundation establishment. What have I just witnessed? Is this still a human? No, no. I must join Qingshan Peak. No. I would even accept Lin Bufan as my master. Oh, are you ashamed? Having established your foundation, yet still yearning to be mentored in qi refinement. TCH. What do you understand? Longmo's body trembled. The thread of fortune belonging to Gumu Bei had completely severed, with no hope of advancing to Golden Core. That meager thread of fortune dissipated into the ether. Useless, useless. What a waste of my elixirs. Long Mo, the elder brother, Gumu Bei has a disciple from Qian Peak. A cautious inquiry was made. My Qian Peak harbors no such waste. From this day forth, Gumu Bei is forbidden from entering Qian Peak. He is only worthy of being a menial disciple. Elder son, the overseer of menials, greeted Longmo's family with disdain. To take Gumu Bei under his wing would be akin to openly defying Qingshan Peak. Elder son instructed the disciples beside him. Go. First, confine Gumu Bei in the woodshed. We shall discuss the remaining matters later. Yes. Long Mo, seething with rage, cast a predatory glare at Chen Shangluo and Lin Bufan. Your disciples of Qingshan Peak are indeed arrogant. Gumu Bei had clearly surrendered. Why must you still deliver a fatal blow? Chen Shangluo retorted. I did not hear him declare surrender. Does one mere word of surrender prove his capitulation? If I say, I will do you grasp the meaning behind that? He deliberately emphasized the phrase, the last two words barely forming on his lips. Longmo's countenance shifted between blue and purple. In the realm of debate and disputes, few could prevail against Chen Shangluo. Sensing the tension between the two parties, the elder sect leader began to interject with levity. That Long Moa. It is no wonder that Lin Bufan appears utterly exhausted. He lacks the strength to even withdraw his moves. Indeed, you are the sect leader, and your words hold absolute truth. In the eyes of the immortal of the Cloud Valley, 1,000 Gumu Bei do not compare to a single Lin Bufan. Chen Shangluo ceased to engage with Long Mo and began rummaging through his storage ring, eventually retrieving a medicinal pill. Bufan, consume this pill. It will aid in restoring your spiritual energy. Do not exert yourself so recklessly next time. Lin Bufan smiled, his heart swelling with joy at witnessing his master's look of satisfaction. During the previous two matches, although he had been observing the chaos spectrum, his attention had also been on the arena. He discerned that every time Lu Tianxi and Yi Bingxin were defeated, his master's expression bore not joy, but rather a sense of regret. It was a pity that they had only sustained minor injuries. While he did not comprehend why his usually gentle master harbored such animosity toward Qian Peak, he understood the sentiment of dying for one who truly knows you. As a downcast scholar, struggling even to secure a meal, it was his master who guided him onto the path of cultivation, promising him invaluable treasures. Such kindness could not be repaid without putting forth his utmost effort. He accepted the medicinal pill and hastily consumed it, closing his eyes to commence the restoration of his spiritual energy. The immortal of the Cloud Valley gazed intently at the pill, swallowing hard. A 6th grade concentration pill? What a waste, what an utter waste. Others utilize concentration pills to refine their essence into reality during the tribulation of merging. This brat dares to use it for restoring spiritual energy. Truly, I have never witnessed such audacity. Chen Shangluo remained unfazed. After all, he did not concoct it himself. And who could fathom why there were so many of these items in the Bitter Sea? In his eyes, aside from those artifacts of imperial level or above, everything else was simply categorized as refuse. The immortal of the Cloud Valley managed to calm his racing heart and cleared his throat. Shangluo, regarding the final ranking battle, Chen Shangluo waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for further competition. We can simply rank based on the order of entry. After all, aside from the sword Intense Steel, the rest holds little value. The immortal of the Cloud Valley's face darkened. Yet what could he say? He found himself utterly unable to refute. The additional heavenly grade martial arts rewards bestowed to the later participants were still claimed by Qingyun Peak. The audience began to stir. They had eagerly awaited the grand finale, only to find that it was not to be. Silence, silence. The immortal of the Cloud Valley frowned, his demeanor imposing without any hint of anger. He was not so lenient in front of others. If you feel unsatisfied, there remains a performance battle among the peaks, where the peak masters will compete. You may choose to enter whichever peak suits your talents after assessing the strength of the peak masters. Oh, this year, they have added such a segment? How splendid. Particularly regarding the master of Qingyun Peak, one wonders what his true capabilities are. I have heard rumors from the foot of the mountain that he lacks any scholarly merit. Surely not. How could a master devoid of knowledge possibly nurture 3 such remarkable disciples? Listening to the discussions around him, the man from the cloud stream felt a sense of pride, believing that the addition of this new segment was nothing short of a brilliant idea. However, when he turned to face the various peak leaders, he found them engaged in trivial activities such as picking their nails and scratching their ears, all turning their heads away. Aside from Long Mo, who glared fiercely at Chen Shangluo, not a single person stepped forward. What does this signify? Just as the martial demonstration among the peaks fell into an awkward silence. Unbeknownst to all, the performance of the disciples from Qingyun Peak stirred up a considerable uproar in the bitterly cold land of the extreme south. Chapter 92. The mighty clang 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 clang. In the extreme south, a place rarely trodden by human feet, the intense heat from the unusual flames below, combined with the frigid temperatures of the ground, rendered it entirely inhospitable for human habitation. Yet, here lived a group known as the Mighty Clan. They had survived for generations through the art of forging, utilizing the unique flames to aid in the crafting of materials while the extreme cold facilitated the tempering process. Thus, the extraordinary conditions forged a glorious history of weapon creation. In ancient times, their status was on par with that of alchemists. However, following the ancient war and the loss of their ancestral runic engraving techniques, this lineage gradually declined, rendering them incapable of forging weapons surpassing the celestial level. For thousands of years, they had been suppressed by the Alchemist Guild, enduring extreme frustration. Chief, urgent news. Clang, clang, clang. The man referred to as the chief furrowed his brow as he plunged the freshly forged great sword into the quenching water. While meticulously examining the quenching process, he spoke in a deep voice. Xiaoyu, could you refrain from being so restless? The art of forging demands a tranquil mind. Fluctuations in one's state of mind can lead to failure. Oh, the girl named Xiaoyu halted her steps. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, her physique was muscular, and her hair was styled in twin ponytails. If anyone were to witness her bashful demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. Yet in the Mighty Clan, this was considered quite graceful, and many young men from the clan often gazed at her with longing. Chief, the unusual flames and the runes have appeared simultaneously. What? With a clang, the long sword embryo in the chief's hand slipped and fell directly into the quenching tank. He paid no heed to it and rushed to Xiaoyu, grasping her sturdy arm and shaking it vigorously, causing her adorable ponytails to sway back and forth. What? Say that again. Xiaoyu pouted, internally grumbling about the supposed calmness and tranquility that had been promised. Now seeing him so agitated, she pulled out a mirror and handed it to the chief. Here, you can see for yourself. The image has been transmitted back from the Mystic Light Mirror. The Mystic Light Mirror, consisting of a pair of mother and child mirrors, was one of the 2 supreme treasures passed down from ancient times within the Mighty Clan. Due to a lack of combat capability, they were able to preserve their existence. Their singular ability allowed for the transmission of images, the clarity of which was akin to being present in the moment. The clan leader waved his hand, sweeping across the mirror, and instantly, an image materialized. The scene depicted was none other than the grand competition of the 7-star sect. The repeated confrontations between Hu Yaoyao and Lin Bufan unfolded before him. The more the clan leader observed, the more alarmed he became, ultimately wiping the sweat from his brow. No, this is not merely an unusual flame. This is the essence of the extraordinary fire that my clan has long sought, airily inscribing runes. This is undoubtedly the technique of our ancestors. Heaven has not forsaken the Lishur clan. Quickly, summon the celestial voyager. I must journey to the 7-star sect. The clan leader shed his leather armor, donning attire that appeared more conventional, and hurriedly made his way to the treasure vault. Within this space, weapons were piled high on either side, but at the center hung a painting depicting a man in a white robe, his back turned to the onlookers, holding a colossal cauldron. Beneath the painting sat an incense burner, the unburned remnants of which attested to the daily offerings made to the figure depicted. On the table holding the incense burner, there was nothing else but a radiant bead. This was one of the treasured relics left by the Lishur clan, the celestial voyager. This vessel could traverse the entire Tianyuan continent at remarkable speed, taking no more than a day, albeit at the cost of exorbitant crystal stones. Since the ancient war, this was the first time it had been activated. Alas, had the Voyager not been damaged, it would have reached the 7-star sect in mere hours. However, how easy is it to find celestial iron? With a sigh, the clan leader grasped the bead and rushed outside. The Voyager, now a battle-damaged version, required celestial iron to restore it fully. Even so, it could reach the 7-star sect within a day and night. Stepping into the frigid expanse, he cast the bead into the air, which, upon encountering the wind, transformed into the shape of a ship. To minimize the consumption of spirit stones, its size had been reduced to the smallest possible form. Xiaoyu, inform the elders and explain the situation. I may be away for some time. With that, he proceeded toward the Voyager. However, as he turned back to look at Xiaoyu, a sudden inspiration struck him. Forget it. Xiaoyu, you shall accompany me. Xiaoyu, incredulous, pointed to her own nose. She had never ventured beyond the icy plains, and now the clan leader intended to take her along. The clan leader nodded, secretly contemplating. It is said that ordinary humans are fond of beauty. As the most exquisite maiden of the Lishur clan, I cannot believe they would resist such a lure. If I cannot persuade them to come, then a marriage alliance shall suffice. If all else fails, our clan shall announce its submission. At the very least, with Xiaoyu as the matriarch, my clan shall not be wronged. With the clan leader's affirmation, Xiaoyu, with her striking height of 1.80 meters, joyfully ran toward the celestial voyager. The muscles in the legs writhed with fervor, showcasing the beauty of strength in all its glory. The twin ponytails danced playfully, exuding an irresistible charm, wholly satisfying the youthful fantasies of a perfect visage paired with an alluring physique. Atop the 7-star sect's peak, a cool breeze swept through, sending a slight chill among the gathered crowd. The elder of the stream cloud felt a sense of discomfort upon his face, prompting him to inquire of Shen Yurong. Yurong, how about you take the lead? He suggested. As my dear junior sister, your support for your elder brother's endeavors is essential. Shen Yurong shot him a disapproving glance. Oh, you foolish man, always preoccupied with these frivolous matters. Let me be clear, do not expect anything from me. I can only manage hot water these days. The elder of the stream cloud's face fell as he surveyed the surroundings, preparing to assert his authority as the sect leader when Long Mo unexpectedly rose to his feet. Sect leader, though I am but the acting peak master of Qiyun Peak, I am willing to fight on behalf of my master and uphold the reputation of Qiyun Peak. Ha ha ha. Excellent. For the first time, the elder of the stream cloud found Long Mo somewhat appealing. However, choosing an opponent proved to be a dilemma. The other peak masters were seasoned cultivators at the combined stage, which would be rather unfair and lacking in entertainment. As for Chen Shangluo, he had demonstrated his prowess within the Forbidden Grounds only once, showcasing a commendable dual sword intent. Yet he spent his days idly and had not engaged in any training recently, making significant advancement in his cultivation unlikely. Just as the elder was about to dismiss this decision, Chen Shangluo surprisingly stood up, brandishing a dark, gnarled stick. Old man, I know what you're thinking, and suit me just fine. Chapter 93, Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul. As the two ascended the arena, Long Mo feigned humility, clasping his hands. Master Chen, I kindly ask you to go easy on me. His words were laced with flattery, yet a malicious smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. As he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to eliminate Chen Shangluo. Enough with the pretense. I know you've been reborn. Chen Shangluo retorted. Aren't you particularly eager to take my life and become the next to ascend to the throne of supremacy? Dream on. In my past life, I had you beneath my heel, and in this life, you stand no chance of rising again. As he caressed the dark staff, a look of disdain crossed Chen Shangluo's face. He sensed that Long Mo had indeed reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, progressing significantly faster than in their previous life. But what of it? With the experience from his past, rapid growth in strength was inevitable, provided one was not a complete fool. Stubborn, are we? I hope you can still muster a smile after this. Long Mo pressed his fingers together at his forehead, summoning a resplendent crimson long sword into existence. In the realm of showmanship, Long Mo held the upper hand. This sword, originally a demonic artifact from the Magic Saint's ring, had absorbed the demonic energy from the 10,000 Souls banner and now bore no distinction from a magical weapon. Quasi imperial weapon. The elder of the stream cloud furrowed his brow. Weapons of celestial level and above within the Seven-Star sect were few and far between. The sudden emergence of a quasi-imperial weapon astonished him. Perhaps he was overthinking it. It must have been a fortuitous discovery from the mountain below. Chen Shangluo's gaze sharpened as he discerned a wisp of black energy flowing from Long Mo's wrist into the ring upon his hand. Could it be that Long Mo possesses a hidden advantage? An enchanted ring? Before he could ponder further, Long Mo's sword approached with an eerie swiftness. Chen Shangluo nonchalantly raised his black staff to parry the descending blade. Bang! The two weapons clashed, and remarkably, the inky staff did not falter. What? Jian Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He could sense a distinct aura emanating from Long Mo's weapon, undoubtedly a quasi-emperor-grade artifact. Yet, Chen Shangluo's iron staff appeared utterly mundane, devoid of any weaponry's might. He scrutinized the black staff, growing increasingly familiar with its appearance. Starfire sand. It was indeed starfire sand. You rascal. I knew something was amiss with your fishing rod. It's crafted entirely from starfire sand. Such a waste indeed. Since Chen Shangluo's rebirth, these four words had almost become Jian Yun's catchphrase. While ordinary magical tools could incorporate a few grains of starfire sand, the starfire sand Chen Shangluo had given to the sect was treated like treasure, attended to day and night by the sect leader. Now, he had fashioned a fishing rod using starfire sand as the primary material. You young scoundrel, refining such a quantity of starfire sand, are you not afraid of exhausting yourself? Wait, refining starfire sand? A terrifying thought abruptly struck Jian Yun's mind. Sword intent, exotic flames, domains, alchemy, runes, weapon crafting. By heavens! Initially, he believed that Qin Yun Peak had fortuitously acquired 3 exceptionally talented disciples. Now, his perspective had been entirely upended. It was not merely Qin Yun Peak that had stumbled upon good fortune. It was these 3 young men who were blessed with extraordinary luck. It was Chen Shangluo. He had mastered these skills himself before passing them on to his disciples. Jian Yun's pupils dilated in astonishment. How on earth did he achieve this? Could it be that he began practicing these arts since infancy and has concealed his prowess until now? He exhaled deeply. Fortunately, this lad's cultivation is still low. Otherwise, he would truly be a monster. He preferred to believe that Chen Shangluo was still that little waste who relied on sword intent to defeat those at the initial stage of Golden Core with his foundation establishment cultivation. Otherwise, too many things would be beyond comprehension. Sister Luo, you are indeed astute. At that time, Master defied all odds to accept you as a disciple before ascending. And you, before your ascension, took in Chen Shangluo. Was it mere coincidence, or did you glimpse the heavenly secrets during your ascension? Their original master, the 7 Stars True Man, proclaimed Shun Yorong as his closed-door disciple after achieving the imperial rank. Later, on a whim, he unexpectedly took in Luo. Initially, Luo was indifferent to cultivation, and the 7 Stars True Man did not press her, leading to jealousy from Shun Yorong, who believed their master was partial. Everything transpired after the ascension of the 7 Stars True Man. It was as if Luo had attained enlightenment, soaring in cultivation and surpassing all others within a mere century, ultimately achieving the imperial throne before his elder brother. How reminiscent of history! Luo, known for his obstinacy, had steadfastly refused to take on disciples, yet at the critical moment, he accepted Chen Shangluo. Indeed, less than a month after Luo's ascension, Chen Shangluo began to emerge prominently. The immortal master of Jingguan gazed at the heavens, filled with an overwhelming yearning for the celestial realm. Alas, what secrets might I glimpse when I ascend? He too desired a disciple like Chen Shangluo. With a disciple like Chen Shangluo, how could the Seven Stars sect not flourish? Contemplating these thoughts, he cast a fierce glare at Yun Miao and the others. Yun Miao, Yin Yuan, Yun Chang, and Yun Shang. They were equally bewildered. Recently, their master had been observing them with such intensity that it sent shivers down their spines. Master. The immortal master of Jingguan waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for further words. I am not interested in hearing them. Yin Miao's mind was a tangled mess. What have I even said? I haven't spoken a word. He shrank back, trying to avoid appearing within the gaze of the immortal master. In truth, he had intended to point out that the two junior brothers had already begun to exert themselves. Perhaps they should pause the competition, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. The immortal master of Jingguan finally became aware of the situation in the arena, and it was somewhat unexpected. Had Shangluo broken through? He had anticipated that Chen Shangluo would be swiftly defeated, yet after dozens of exchanges, Chen Shangluo's defense was impenetrable, while Long Mo appeared flushed and flustered. Chen Shangluo, what sort of sinister art are you employing? Long Mo glared at Chen Shangluo, his eyes brimming with malice, as if he wished to devour him whole. The latter shrugged nonchalantly. Sinister art? Could you perhaps use a fresher term? Ever since my previous life, when one cannot prevail, they blame it on others employing sinister arts. He caressed his black staff. However, in this lifetime, it seems you have made little progress. If that is the case, I shall begin to strike back. Long Mo's cheeks twitched, his expression contorted in frustration. He could not fathom why the art of luck, which had clearly come into his possession, had once been wielded by Chen Shangluo's disciple in his past life. Yet he was still unable to gain the upper hand against him. Damn it, Chen Shangluo, you are forcing my hand. Do you think you alone can master that art of luck? I assure you, in this lifetime, I shall surely surpass you. With a roar in his heart, Long Mo's momentum surged. The strands of luck belonging to Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin gradually infiltrated Long Mo's body. Indeed, Long Mo intended to drain the lake and fish in the shallow waters, utilizing the luck of the two, combined with the soul power of the 10,000 Souls banner, to break through to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 94. The Thunder Tribulation Dilemma. What is happening? Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin simultaneously sensed an unusual phenomenon, as if something within their bodies was being stripped away, particularly for Lu Tianqi, who had just consumed a healing elixir and was gradually awakening. His condition began to deteriorate once more, yet the cause eluded him. Chen Shangluo, positioned nearby, observed with clarity. A dark, ethereal mist concealed beneath golden threads infiltrated Long Mo's body. The threads of causality? No, it seems somewhat different. Chen Shangluo could not decipher the nature of the golden threads. Yet he instinctively understood that Long Mo must not be allowed to continue. The opponent had already surpassed him by a minor realm. Should he break through, it would become exceedingly difficult to slay him. Long Mo's momentum surged at an alarming rate, leaving Chen Shangluo with little time. Fourth level sword intent, heaven-slaying technique. Chen Shangluo disregarded the necessity of concealing his trump card, wielding his black staff to unleash his most formidable strike. Boom! The arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Crack, crack! The solid stone material emitted sounds of fracture. The peak masters on the platform rose to their feet, none thinking to rescue Long Mo. Their gazes fixated intently upon Chen Shangluo's sword energy. Fourth level sword intent. The faces of the peak masters were filled with disbelief, particularly the master of the overlapping clouds peak, who trembled with astonishment. He too had been reborn from that explosion. Shen Yurong looked towards her senior brother Jianyan, her eyes seemingly inquiring whether he had bestowed some hidden boon upon his nephew. The sect leader's expression darkened. He was equally bewildered. He too desired an answer. He had only just reached the pinnacle of fourth level sword intent. Who could fathom how this had come to be? As the dust settled, the arena had already sunk significantly due to the impact. Long Mo knelt on one knee, his chest roiling, and the situation appeared dire. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter, leading the onlookers to believe he had lost his sanity over the defeat. Chen Shangluo, I must commend you. However, Long Mo abruptly rose, shedding his previous despondency, his aura escalating with each passing moment. But I truly owe you my gratitude. Although Chen Shangluo's strike had inflicted harm upon him, it had also provided Long Mo with an excellent cover. To avoid detection of the demonic energy, he had been unable to absorb it recklessly. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as Chen Shangluo's sword intent was unleashed, he fully released the soul power of the Wandering Soul's banner. All eyes were drawn to the sword intent, with only Chen Shangluo faintly perceiving an extraordinarily potent black energy emerging from the dust. Ha 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 ha! Chen Shangluo, you have missed your singular opportunity to slay me. As his laughter crescendoed, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and arcs of lightning, imbued with the weight of the cosmos, gradually formed. Thunder rumbled. The electrifying sensation sent shivers down the spines of all present, sweeping across the entire martial arena. Beneath the high platform, the crowd instinctively retreated a few steps, creating a vacuum in the center of the arena. Dark clouds of tribulation loomed ominously. The adept from the Jianyun sect discerned that someone was about to face a tribulation. The ominous Yuan-ing tribulation clouds enveloped both Long Mo and Chen Shangluo, leaving the onlookers momentarily perplexed as to who was actually undergoing the trial. Observing their demeanor, Long Mo laughed arrogantly, while Chen Shangluo remained silent, his expression as dark as the depths of water. After a brief moment of confusion, the identity of the challenger became evident. What madness! Is Long Mo courting death? It is merely a martial competition. Why stake one's life on it? If he seeks death, he should not drag Chen Shangluo into it. Chen Shangluo gazed upward, his brow twisted in a knot of concern. The tribulation lightning had already locked onto both of them. Even if they attempted to flee, it would only expand the range of the ominous clouds. Shen Yurong, feeling anxious, implored the Jianyun adept. Senior brother, we must find a way to separate them. They are both prodigies of our 7-star sect. The Jianyun adept remained silent for a long time, pondering solutions, yet ultimately shook his head. There was no alternative. They would have to endure the tribulation together. This was not akin to refining artifacts or concocting pills, where outsiders could intervene against the tribulation summoned by inanimate objects. This was a tribulation imbued with the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, and their proximity had fully locked them in. The intensity of the tribulation now equated to the combined strength of both individuals. Any further interference would only exacerbate the situation. This is precisely why practitioners in the immortal realm seek secluded places to undergo tribulation. If anyone intervenes or approaches, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao would automatically consider them participants in the trial. Should enemies disregard their lives, they could take revenge, making it exceedingly difficult for one to withstand their own tribulation, let alone face a doubled intensity. In his desperation to eliminate Chen Shangluo, Long Mo had become unhinged, even nurturing extreme thoughts within. As long as I can slay you this time, I shall summon the banner of 10,000 souls and escape the 7-star sect to join the demonic sect. Chen Shangluo is merely at the late stage of the golden core. Once the tribulation lightning has slain him, it will not dissipate immediately, providing me the perfect opportunity to flee, using the banner of 10,000 souls to shield against the tribulation. As for whether the 7-star sect would pursue him, that was a question that required no consideration. They would have to be seeking their own demise to do so. If those in the ascendant stage dared to approach, the tribulation would automatically escalate to that level. Contemplating these thoughts, a wave of suppressed frustration within him was released, and a sinister smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. Chen Shangluo, do you not regret it? Regret agreeing to this contest? I cannot fathom from where you draw such confidence to accept. Ha ha ha! As he observed Chen Shangluo, who remained silent with his head bowed, a sense of unspoken exhilaration surged within him. How pitiful! In my previous life, a mere hint of discord within your master-disciple relationship led to your utter ruin. In this life, it appears the narrative is poised to repeat itself. What else can you do but remain mute? I refuse to believe you can be reborn once more. If you are, I shall slay you anew. At this very moment, he yearned for the thunder to strike quickly, obliterating this fated enemy from both lives. Ha ha! Chen Shangluo's shoulders trembled as a deep, unsettling laughter escaped his lips. Upon hearing the other's laughter, Long Mo felt a chill run down his spine, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Ha ha ha! Confidence? Allow me to show you what true confidence entails. Chen Shangluo's hand formed a cradle, revealing a mask akin to the one possessed by Xianxia and the others. This was no ordinary mask. It bore the formidable name, the countenance of the God Slayer. Chapter 95, The Embodiment of the Heavenly Path. Chen Shangluo slowly donned a mask upon his face. Playing tricks. Long Mo scoffed. Do you truly think you can imitate mortals? Putting on a mask and invoking the heavens to halt the thunder tribulation? Ha ha ha. Chen Shangluo remained silent. The countenance of the God-Slayer, an artifact from ancient times, was capable of withstanding the assaults of the heavenly path at its zenith. Though damaged, it could still endure the tribulations of the nascent soul stage. He had now utilized the Tianshu wooding to integrate the materials he had acquired, and with the addition of heavenly fallen iron, this treasure would regain its former glory. Crack! The thunderclouds quivered, seemingly flustered, and unexpectedly unleashed the first bolt of lightning ahead of schedule. The thunderbolt split into two, aiming toward the two individuals. Chen Shangluo strolled leisurely, making no effort to evade. Bang! As the lightning struck, Long Mo found himself gasping for breath, only regaining his strength after consuming 2 pills. Oof. With such an abundance of demonic pills, I was well prepared for this thunder tribulation. And you, Chen Shangluo, shall await your demise by lightning. Indeed, after enduring the strike, Chen Shangluo stood motionless, appearing as though he had been stunned by the thunder in the eyes of others. Chen Shangluo remained rooted in place, his white robe reduced to charred ashes, yet a flicker of joy ignited within him. Could the thunder tribulation possess such an effect? In 2 lifetimes, he had never faced a thunder tribulation during his ascension. The sole instance in his previous life occurred when he ascended to the throne, and the heavenly path took advantage of his weakened state to deliver punishment. However, during that time, he had lost all cultivation and had not experienced the sensations he felt now. This thunder tribulation surprisingly possessed the ability to cleanse the flesh and eliminate impurities. If he could endure the lightning strikes that he could withstand daily, he could achieve a divine physique without relying on cultivation. Little did he know at this moment, his thoughts aligned with those of certain ancient powers. Individuals possessing the talent for cultivation were always a rare few, while the majority remained unable to cultivate. Thus, some individuals devised a scheme targeting divine punishment in the corporeal form, treating the heavenly principles as mere instruments. Such an act of defiance against the celestial order inevitably invites its retribution. Chen Shangluo, with the tip of his tongue grazing his lips, gazed skyward. The heavenly principles? To speak candidly, you are my greatest adversary. Were it not for your relentless interference, I would not find myself devoid of any means to resist. One day, I shall extract you from the fabric of cosmic law, utilizing you as a tool to refine my corporeal existence. Crackle, crackle. The thundercloud seemed to sense Chen Shangluo's unabashed hostility, unleashing several bolts of divine lightning in rapid succession. This proved to be a predicament for Long Mo. What the hell? Was it not agreed that there would be a brief respite during the tribulation for adjustment? He hastily grabbed a handful of magic pills, unsure of their quantity, and desperately stuffed them into his mouth. Fortunately, the absorption rate of the magic pills was remarkably swift, preventing the tribulation from injuring his essence. He lifted his gaze towards Chen Shangluo, who offered no resistance, as if nailed to the spot. His garments were in tatters, a hairline crack appeared on his mask, and wisps of black smoke emanated from his 7 orifices. No resistance, is it? Well, that makes sense. I have magic pills for recovery. But what do you Chen Shangluo possess? The thunderclouds rolled once more, an unceasing surge of the laws of thunder converging. Strange indeed. The elder of the stream murmured incessantly. Xianxia inquired, what do you mean, brother? Since ancient times, the maximum number of lightning tribulations for the nascent soul has been 9. Between each, there is a brief interlude of 3 breaths for recovery. Thus, with sufficient preparation, unexpected occurrences are generally avoided. Having just unleashed 5 bolts consecutively, coupled with the previous one, there should only remain 3. Yet, observe how the thunderclouds above seem to swell rather than diminish. They appear to show no signs of abating. Xianxia furrowed her brow. For in her understanding, the number of tribulations depended on the talent of the tribulation bearer. The greater the talent, the more formidable the tribulations. Could it be that one among them possesses a talent so extraordinary that the tribulations exceed 9? The elder of the stream pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. Impossible. The heavenly principles are devoid of compassion, indifferent to worldly affairs, and consistently govern the realm through law. How could they act beyond their established tenets? Your reasoning is sound, brother. The heavenly principles serve as the overseers of this continent, and the laws are the means of governance. Who? I ask, would create rules only to break them themselves? However, they seem to overlook a crucial point. Who proclaim that the heavenly principles are indifferent to worldly matters? Who has ever witnessed the heavenly principles? If they are indeed heartless, why did they impose divine punishment upon Chen Shangluo at the moment of his ascension to sovereignty? Why advocate for the dispatch of those capable of transcending the laws to the immortal realm? Is it truly solely for the tranquility of this Tianyuan continent? The thunderclouds flickered again, and Long Mo felt a jolt of alarm. This time, the oppressive force of the thunder was even more formidable than before. Upon witnessing Chen Shangluo lying motionless like a corpse, he resolutely grasped the elixir and settled into a meditative posture. If he could endure this day, no one would stand in his way henceforth. Indeed, mere moments later, the tempestuous thunder descended once more. Crack, crack, crack. A multitude of thunderbolts struck in succession. Even with Long Mo's body attuned to its utmost peak, he could scarcely withstand such relentless torment. With a cough, blood spewed forth, yet remarkably, he felt his vitality surge. He wearily gazed at the heavens, where the thunderclouds appeared to be consumed, struggling to coalesce the power of the laws, yet failing to keep pace with their dispersal. Finally, he had endured. At that moment, the mask on Chen Shangluo's face shattered, crumbling to the ground like peeling wall plaster. Bang! His body fell rigidly to the earth. Master! Master! The trio of Xianxia could no longer remain still, leaping forth to assess their master's condition, only to be halted by the immortal of Xianxia. Do not act recklessly. He still has breath. At this moment, he is at his most vulnerable. Should you approach, it would disturb the fluctuations of his vital energy, only exacerbating his plight. In short, a mere touch could shatter Chen Shangluo now. Such formidable thunder tribulations rival the tribulations of the divine transformation. Yet Long Mo stands directly opposite him. Fortunately, the adversary's situation is equally dire. Blood oozes from his 7 orifices, and his golden core lies utterly shattered, drifting within the sea of spirits. Has Chen Shangluo perished? He yearned to rise and ascertain, but his bones lay fractured. Alas, even if he survives, he is akin to the dead. All I need to do is condense the shattered golden core into a nascent soul, successfully stepping into the nascent soul stage. And what need have I for fear of a mere late-stage golden core? I shall have ample opportunities to slay him. He gradually focused his mind, directing his thoughts toward capturing the fragments of the golden core. As the pieces accumulated, a nascent soul resembling Long Mo began to take shape, slowly coalescing into form. Just as Chen Shangluo's fate hung in the balance, a figure gradually emerged upon the distant horizon of the Tianyuan continent. His countenance bore neither sorrow nor joy, his form shifting continuously. At times, he appeared as a robust giant, at others, a frail scholar, and then morphing into a delicate maiden. Lacking a fixed identity, traversing the world, ever-changing, this was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. He murmured softly, yet his words resonated throughout the firmament. Such a familiar aura, capable of inciting a stir in my laws. These insignificant creatures from ancient times truly give the heavenly Tao no peace. Even after driving them from the Tianyuan continent, they still dare to cling to those artifacts, allowing this new swarm of pests to continue their defiance against the heavenly Tao. They are but mere externalities. He cast a disdainful glance towards the direction of the Seven Stars sect, his expression rife with contempt, before his figure began to dissipate, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 96. The Destruction of the Nascent Soul. Only one final step remains. Having experienced a previous life, merely condensing the nascent soul shall not pose a challenge for me. A sinister expression crept across Long Mo's face as the fragments of the golden core converged, leaving only the final step to solidify the nascent soul. For ordinary cultivators, the process of condensing the nascent soul typically requires a full day. For him, however, half an incense stick suffices. At that moment, Chen Shangluo's body began to twist in an uncanny manner. The charred skin gradually sloughed off. Ah, how delightful! It felt akin to indulging in a refreshing bath, leaving him utterly rejuvenated. What? The pupils of everyone present widened in shock. In such a state, he could still stand. Could it be a moment of revival? Long Mo, alerted by the commotion, opened his eyes. What on earth is happening? Chen Shangluo twisted his neck. Aside from the tattered white robe, he bore little semblance to one who had just endured a lightning tribulation. His skin was now fair and translucent, and even the contours of his muscles appeared more defined than ever. Is he the one who successfully transcended the tribulation? Or am I the one who has succeeded? Long Mo couldn't help but roar in his heart. Yet, at this moment, he had nowhere to vent his fury. The final step of condensing the nascent soul was fraught with peril. Any disturbance could lead to utter failure. The collapse of a nascent soul could be fatal. In this instant, he desperately wished for someone to step forward and assist him in fending off Chen Shangluo. However, Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin were already harboring doubts. What should we do now? Should we rescue Long Mo? Yi Bingxin shook her head. Just moments ago, a certain force was drawn from our bodies, immediately followed by Long Mo's breakthrough to the nascent soul. Do you not feel any suspicion? Lu Tianqi remained silent, opting to observe coldly alongside Yi Bingxin. Whether or not Chen Shangluo had deprived them of their fortune in a previous life was uncertain, but the sensation they had just experienced was all too vivid. Chen Shangluo caressed the black staff, eschewing unnecessary words. He bit his finger and inscribed intricate runes upon the staff, in terms of offensive runes. His knowledge vastly surpassed that of Lin Bufan. This maneuver left the elder of the stream cloud utterly astounded. As he had surmised, whatever his disciple could accomplish, Chen Shangluo, as the master, could undoubtedly replicate. Long Mo glared venomously at Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin, with a flicker of intent. He realized he had no other choice but to gamble that Qi Heng had already arrived at the Seven-Star Sect, outside the mountain gate. The master of Qiyun Peak rushed urgently toward the main peak. Suddenly, he noticed the destruction of Long Mo's life token. This is bad. What peril has Long Mo encountered? Could it be that his identity has been exposed? Qi Heng could no longer afford to adhere to the rules of the mountain gate. He soared into the air, swiftly making his way to the main peak. With his cultivation at the integration stage, he arrived at the main peak in an instant. Everything on the arena lay before his eyes. You reckless brat! How dare you resort to lethal force on the arena? Even before his arrival, his voice echoed. Chen Shangluo was taken aback. Damn it! First, the young one, and now the elder arrives. He ceased to inscribe the runes, swinging the black staff, upon which ethereal blue flames adhered. What the elder's arrival? I shall sever his path to immortality. Not even Jesus could intervene. I declare, the fourth level of sword intent. The runes on the black staff shimmered, enhanced by the essence of the otherworldly flames. It was akin to being fully buffed. Seeing that aid was not forthcoming, Qi Heng had no choice but to tumble off his flying sword, traversing the void. The sword was unleashed. Once the flying sword no longer bore Qi Heng, its speed surged dramatically, reaching Long Mo's side in an instant, poised to intercept the sword Qi. Buzz! The sword Qi clashed with the long sword, emitting a resonant hum, momentarily halting the sword Qi's advance. In that fleeting moment of suspension, Long Mo seized the opportunity. As his nascent soul ascended from the sea of consciousness within his brow, the formation of a nascent soul was successful. Ha ha ha! Chen Shangluo, your time is up. You have squandered your chance. It is well known that a nascent soul cultivator, as long as the nascent soul endures, can recover from any physical injury. It is merely a matter of time. Long Mo possessed a plethora of demon pills, and even if his corporeal form were to be utterly annihilated today, he could restore himself to his former state within a month. Qi Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could revel in his relief, Chen Shangluo laughed instead. Ha ha ha! I never said I would take your life. I stated, I shall sever your path to immortality. From the moment Qi Heng appeared, he understood that taking Long Mo's life today would be exceedingly difficult. A cultivator of the integration stage was not something he could confront at will. Severing the path to immortality? Chen Shangluo, do not boast. Today, I shall witness how you intend to obstruct my path to ascendance, with the nascent soul in existence. Unless one possessed specific means to target the soul, even the fourth level of sword intent could not harm the nascent soul. The runes manifested. The black staff revealed dark red runes. Upon the celestial vessel, the patriarch of the Strength Clan was intently fixated on the Xianguang Law mirror. Witnessing the battle of Chen Shangluo, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets, trembling as he exclaimed, Soul runes. These are soul runes, capable of incorporating the ability to damage the soul within their attacks. The long-lost soul runes, after countless ages, have finally resurfaced. Xiaoyu mumbled. What has gotten into the patriarch today? He was acting as if he had lost his wits. The patriarch, of course, paid no heed to her complaints, his eyes gleaming with fervor, causing Xiao Yu's scalp to prickle. He seemed to be envisioning how, once Xiao Yu became the matriarch, he would restore the Strength clan to its pinnacle. On the arena, with Chen Shangluo's thunderous shout, the black staff trembled, and the dark red runes exploded. A miniature sword Qi manifested, effortlessly piercing through Qi Heng's long sword, cleaving toward Long Mo's nascent soul. No, no! Both Long Mo and Qi Heng cried out in frenzied despair. The nascent soul attempted to flee, but the sword Qi clung to it like a parasite. Sizzle. As two formless entities made contact, a chilling sound reminiscent of a sword piercing flesh echoed through the air. Before the nascent soul could react, a horrific fissure tore from its left shoulder to its right leg. The nascent soul was cleaved in two. At that moment, Qi Heng had already ascended to the arena, disregarding any retribution against Chen Shangluo, and summoned his magical artifact to ensnare Long Mo's nascent soul within it. The treasure gourd? Even the esteemed Master Jianyun was astonished to discover that Qi Heng possessed such a remarkable treasure. This gourd, born of the eternal vine, bears fruit once every 10,000 years. Its contents can store any item, remaining unchanged upon retrieval. In other words, whatever is placed within the gourd emerges in precisely the same condition as when it was stored. It is particularly suited for preserving spiritual herbs and elixirs. Chen Shangluo, is this how you conduct affairs at Qingyun Peak? During a martial arts competition, you resort to lethal force against a fellow disciple. Chen Shangluo gazed hungrily at the gourd in Qi Heng's grasp, nearly drooling at the thought. He pondered how delightful it would be to store delectable food within, ensuring it remained piping hot at all times. Noticing Chen Shangluo's intense focus, Qi Heng instinctively retracted his hand, placing the gourd into his spatial ring. Ahem. It was your disciple Long Mo from Qingyun Peak who initiated the challenge. It was Long Mo who foolishly sought to strike me down with heavenly lightning. You old man, have the audacity to blame me. It's fortunate I Haven T sought compensation from your Qingyun Peak for the damages. He grimaced as he stowed away the remnants of his mask. That gourd of yours seems quite appealing. I could reluctantly accept it as compensation. Qi Heng's cheeks twitched as Master Jianyun and Xin Yurong arrived at the arena. Qi Heng, what Shangluo has stated is entirely accurate. All present can attest to this. Instead of wasting time, you should contemplate how to restore Long Mo's divine soul. You all, Qi Heng, in a fit of anger, waved his sleeve and turned to support the soulless Long Mo. It was evident that Master Jianyun intended to protect Chen Shangluo, leaving Qingyun Peak momentarily powerless to act. As for restoring the divine soul, what nonsense! With the nascent soul severed, preserving even half was a remarkable feat. Any talk of restoration was futile. A fractured nascent soul means that even if half remains intact, Long Mo would forever be trapped at the first level of nascent soul, devoid of any chance for advancement. Watching Qingyun Peak depart, Chen Shangluo touched his cheek, knowing that Tian Chou and the others understood his master had once again devised a nefarious scheme. The destruction of a nascent soul? This was precisely what I desired. Moreover, that gourd, I shall have it. Chapter 97, The Everlasting Body. After the destruction of Long Mo's nascent soul, an eerie silence enveloped the martial arena. The sect leaders reborn from the explosion were now perched on the edge of their seats. Had it not been for the gathering of Long Mo, they would have long since departed. Master Jianyun understood that there was no longer any purpose in continuing the martial arts exhibition. Thus, he announced the commencement of enrollment for new disciples. Quickly, I wish to join Qingyun Peak. Master, are we about to assess our talents? I'm utterly eager. Once the outer restrictions were lifted, a throng of disciples rushed in, most of whom are flocking to Qingyun Peak. Chen Shangluo rubbed his temples. Sometimes, drawing too much attention is not advantageous. Peering through his broken illusionary eye, he noted that the affinity of these individuals was generally below 10. It appears they believe Qingyun Peak is replete with treasures, rather than being captivated by my personal charisma. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his previous life and preferred to cultivate a select group of exceptional disciples. Furthermore, he was currently more intrigued by the prospect of eliminating Long Mo and the treasure gourd in Qi Heng's possession. Therefore, he clasped his hands respectfully towards the sect leader. Master, the recent confrontation with Long Mo was quite exhausting. I wish to return to Qingyun Peak for now. I leave the ensuing matters in your capable hands. After all, with so many onlookers, Chen Shangluo was generous enough to grant him face. The elder of the stream cloud also found his attitude quite satisfactory and pondered for a moment. Very well, you may return to rest. As for these disciples, what is your plan? Some from the other peaks appeared discontented. Wasn't the elder's intention clear? You from Qingyun Peak may select first, and I will allocate the remaining to the other peaks. Chen Shangluo waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. I can hardly manage these 3 disciples. The elder was left speechless. Others might not know, but he had been lingering around Qingyun Peak for the past half-month. Besides fishing, tending to spirit plants, and sipping tea, what else had Chen Shangluo been busy with? However, considering his various tactics, he found solace in understanding. Ordinary disciples were simply beneath Chen Shangluo's notice. Very well, then. You may return for now. As for the sword intent steel, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. The attentiveness of the elder left several peak masters astonished. The usually frugal sect leader was exhibiting such leniency towards Qingyun Peak. In the past, he had treated the sword intent steel like a precious treasure, revealing it only during the annual competition. Now he was willingly offering it to Qingyun Peak. Master, this cannot be. If our disciples wish to comprehend the sword intent steel in the future, will they not have to journey to Qingyun Peak? Chen Xian rose, confident in his relationship with the elder, believing he would not take offense. They had witnessed the laziness of Qingyun Peak firsthand. If their disciples entered Qingyun Peak, who would think of returning? Little did they know, the elder was resolute this time. He turned, pointing at the peak masters. You old fools! When I needed your support to maintain appearances, you all feigned ignorance. Had it not been for you, would Chen Shangluo have sustained such grievous injuries? Moreover, when one of your disciples comprehends the 4th level of sword intent, I shall personally deliver the sword intent steel to you. The faces of the peak masters flushed crimson, and they shrank back in embarrassment. To speak of the essence of the sword, they are indeed convinced. Yet, to mention injury seems rather far-fetched. Behold Chen Shangluo, his complexion a delicate pink, even more radiant than Shen Yurong, hardly resembling one who has been wounded. Just as Chen Shangluo prepared to depart, a familiar yet youthful voice called out to him. Master! Master! A petite figure squeezed through the crowd and rushed to stand before Chen Shangluo. With a thud, the little one knelt down, tears streaming down her face. What? Master, I finally found you. I thought I would never see you again. Chen Shangluo halted, his brow furrowing. Man Xiaoyao? He recalled that in his previous life, he had sent her to notify the leaders of the main peak. Yet Yin Miao and others had not arrived. He had feared that this little disciple, who had accompanied him day and night, had also become a tool of Long Mo. However, it seemed there were deeper mysteries at play. Break the delusion, divine eye. Activate. Name, Man Xiaoyao. Special constitution, eternal evergreen body. Cursed by the heavenly path. Impervious to all karmic ties, thus remaining unchanged through the ages. Possessing infinite lifespan, yet unable to cultivate. However, endowed with extraordinary mimicry and physical strength. Other attributes await development. Once the host confirms the master-disciple bond, the curse of the heavenly path cannot be acquired. Only the infinite lifespan and physical strength can be attained. Affinity 100. A 100 affinity. This corroborated Chen Shangluo's suspicions. Surely some unforeseen circumstances had transpired on the road. Impervious to karmic ties? Mimicry abilities? Awaiting development? By heaven's system, when did you begin to speak in riddles? What bloodline could be cursed by the heavenly path? Since Man Xiaoyao is unaffected by karma, yet can return to her original constitution, does this imply that the system exists above the heavenly path? Physical strength and mimicry abilities. After all the years that Xiaoyao followed me in my past life, I never discovered this. Yet, the system was destined to offer no answers to his inquiries. Forget it. For now, I shall take Man Xiaoyao back and clarify the situation. Thus, he assisted her to her feet. Xiaoyao, come with me back to Qingyun Peak. We shall discuss matters later. Man Xiaoyao stood up, wiped her tears, and nodded vigorously. She feared she would be sent to Qingyun Peak like her senior brothers and sisters. Goodness, whose child is this? So fortunate as to be favored by the Peak Master Chen? Truly blessed. No, wait. Master Chen, don't leave. I can cry too. The crowd soon realized. And in their eagerness to be accepted as Chen Shangluo's disciples, tears flowed freely, mimicking Man Xiaoyao, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand mourning. Master, Master, don't go. The expression of Jian Yun Shangren darkened, as what should have been a joyous recruitment of disciples had devolved into a large-scale weeping affair. Amidst the throng, Chu Chuo resolved to emulate Man Xiaoyao and seek recognition from Chen Shangluo. Yet, his gaze fell upon the magic orb in his hand, its crimson point, symbolizing the bloodline of the demon sage, flickering incessantly. Thus, he halted his steps. No, the soul-devouring demon lord had issued a decree. He must devise a means to approach the bloodline of the demon sage. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace's demon sage was undoubtedly a formidable existence, with him as a formidable ally. How could one like Chen Shangluo possibly compare? Between the demon sage and Chen Shangluo, his choice remained steadfastly with the former. Gradually, his figure dissolved into the crowd, heading towards Qian Peak. Chapter 98, Eavesdropping. Upon returning to Qian Peak, Man Xiaoyao recounted the events that had transpired to Chen Shangluo in their entirety. Thus the matter stood. Master, you must exercise caution regarding Long Mo. Oh, by the way, it no longer matters, for Long Mo has been rendered powerless by you. Man Xiaoyao laughed sincerely. Alas, Xiaoyao, you have truly endured much hardship. That fairy sister, should we have the chance in the future, we must express our gratitude to her. The eternal youth body indeed possesses boundless longevity, yet does not guarantee immunity from death. Furthermore, you must remain wary of your fellow disciples. They were the ones who secretly conspired with Long Mo, causing me to miss the opportunity to ascend to the throne of the emperor. What? Such a matter exists? Master, you invested immeasurable effort for them. Truly a pack of ingrates. Man Xiaoyao, unable to cultivate, had always remained by Chen Shangluo's side, observing his every move. While ostensibly refraining from interfering in the cultivation of his senior brothers and sisters, should any issue arise, Master would invariably state the need to descend the mountain. Upon his return to the peak, all problems would be swiftly resolved. During the incident when the eldest senior sister fell into demonic obsession, Master exerted all his strength, taking more than 10 days to suppress the demonic energy. As for the second senior sister, due to the cold poison embedded in her foundational path, she needed to shatter her foundation to break through to the golden core stage, which required arduous search for spiritual herbs to concoct a remedy against the poison. A pack of ingrates. Alas, if only I could cultivate, I would assist you in dealing with them. Chen Shangluo affectionately ruffled Man Xiaoyao's hair, his demeanor as indulgent as in a past life. Enough of them. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the eternal youth body. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 ordinary lottery draw and 1 special lottery draw. He glanced outside at the sky, astonished at how swiftly time had passed. Nightfall was imminent. Tonight, you shall rest in my room. Perhaps by tomorrow, a solution to your cultivation issue will present itself. Since selecting Mode 2, there had been some differences compared to Mode 1 of his previous life. In Mode 1, any item drawn was random, sometimes entirely misaligned with the disciple's attributes. However, the second mode is distinct. Each initial lottery conducted by the system is tailored to the constitution of the disciples it has gathered. Perhaps this lottery can indeed remedy Xiaoyao's physical afflictions. I reside here. Then master you. Chen Shangluo's lips curled into a sinister smile. Long Mo remains unvanquished, leaving him in a state of unrest. Even back during the grand competition, he had discerned the peculiar glances cast upon Long Mo by the leaders of other factions. It was evident that Long Mo had gathered those who had been reborn. Tonight, there would surely be movement. Long Mo, if you remain obediently at Qian Peak, under the protection of the elder Qi Hong, I truly have no means to deal with you in the short term. However, should you dare to step beyond Qian Peak, this day next year shall mark your day of sacrifice. Thus, he resolved to first visit Qian Peak to observe Long Mo's actions. Xiaoyao, master must step out for a while. I may not return tonight. I want your senior brothers and sisters to assist you in finding accommodation tomorrow. Chen Shangluo suddenly sensed several presences outside the door, deliberately emphasizing the words senior brothers and sisters with great weight. He then approached the entrance. Creak. The wooden door slowly opened. Hey, junior brother Lin. The weather is splendid today. Not a cloud in the sky. Perfect for airing out my bedding. Lin Bufon glanced at the dimming sky, his face a mask of exasperation. Are you blind? The sun is nearly set. With your Yinling domain, not only can you not air your bedding, but you could ignite the house with your dreams at night. Who would believe your bedding could even get wet? Yeah, you go air out your bedding. The books in the study could use some sun as well. Tian Qiu exclaimed. What am I to do when you fabricate such absurd excuses? Master, Da Huang has pilfered the spiritual herbs again. I shall go give it a beating. Da Huang, with bleary eyes, faintly heard the threat and instantly sprang up, prepared to flee, feeling utterly aggrieved. How could a dignified demon king like himself be subjected to such affronts? Nevertheless, for the sake of the delightful offerings at Xianxia Peak, it resolved to endure. Suffering through hardship is the way of the dog. Chen Shangluo found their clumsy excuses quite amusing. In ancient times, some formidable beings were said to possess the legend of the 9-turn rebirth. Moreover, in the currently chosen mode 2, the disciples are incapable of betrayal. This secret, once known to them, served as a reminder to be wary of other reborn beings due to their existence. Enough, return to me. Did you all hear the conversation just now? The three who had just stepped out hesitated and then retreated. Thud. Xianxia was the first to kneel. Master, your enemies are our enemies. Those ungrateful wretches. I shall certainly aid you in avenging them. Following suit, Hu Yaoyao and Lin Bufan also knelt, echoing their companion's sentiment. The visage of gritted teeth, a striking expression of empathy. Heaven knows the grievances my master endured in the past life, having nurtured over 1,000 disciples, only to be met with betrayal from all sides. Such actions deserve the wrath of both man and deity. Indeed, the wrath of both man and deity. The great hound was oblivious to the unfolding events, aware only that everyone else had knelt down, and thus it raised its forelegs, symbolically submitting. Woof, woof, woof. By all means, as long as I'm not struck. Kneeling is but a trivial matter. Chen Shang nodded affirmatively, exceedingly pleased with the demeanor of his 3 disciples. It seems that individual cultivation is the way to go. The chaos of 1,000 disciples in the previous life was simply too much. It is not the scarcity that troubles one, but the inequity. Inevitably, there will be negligence, and it is only natural for discord to arise. Alas, alas. Rise, all of you. Remember to construct a dwelling for your junior sister tomorrow. The 3 were elated in their hearts, sensing that their master bore them no ill will. They rushed forward to the little junior sister, enthusiastically inquiring, Little junior sister, what style do you fancy? I shall design something for you tomorrow. Little junior sister, do you have any preferences regarding furniture? Little junior sister, Meng Xiaoyao, had never before felt such genuine concern in her past life. The senior brothers and sisters only flattered her when coveting the treasures of their master's study. Oh, I'm not picky at all. In no time, their conversation veered off course. Little junior sister, in the previous life, did master have any scandals? Do tell us all the juicy details. No way, no way. The princess of a dynasty? Quickly share the details. I shall fetch a lamp. Let's converse by candlelight. Hearing their chatter, Chen Shang nearly stumbled as he stepped over the threshold, hastily retreating from the scene, making his way to Xianxia Peak. Chapter 99. The Sutra of Eternal Bondage. Upon Xianxia Peak, Qi Heng returned with the lifeless form of Long Mo, casting him upon the floor of the chamber. Observing the dullness in his eyes, Qi Heng sighed deeply. Alas, Mo, first, you must find a way to preserve half of your soul. I shall devise a solution for the remaining matters. The absence of the primordial infant is not without remedy. He recalled ancient times when a demon slayer, upon achieving the primordial infant state, was ambushed and had his most vital head severed. The world believed he was doomed to never ascend, yet he stubbornly forged a new path of cultivation. He solidified his consciousness within the primordial infant state, employing various means to enhance it, proving his worth through slaying. It was precisely because his consciousness remained permanently in the primordial infant state that he possessed the strength to ascend. Thus, he became the sole individual capable of evading the laws of heaven, traversing freely between the realms of man, beast, demon, and immortal. That ancient demonic scripture was known as the Sutra of Eternal Bondage. However, after the great battle of antiquity, the demon sect fractured, and this scripture has since vanished from sight. However, Emoer, you are the child of destiny. It is only a matter of time before you emerge from this predicament. Regardless of Qi Heng's earnest entreaties, Long Mo remained utterly unmoved. Such a faint glimmer of hope was something even Qi Heng himself struggled to believe. Alas! Qi Heng let out a long sigh and placed the precious gourd beside him. Emoer, take a moment to calm yourself. When you come to understand, releasing your primordial spirit and merging even half of it is certainly better than having none at all. With that, he departed the room and made his way to the study, determined to scour through a plethora of secret texts in search of clues about the eternal calamity scripture. After several hours of searching, he finally unearthed a dark tome from the corner. The demon saint? Could the eternal calamity scripture be related to the heavenly palace's demon saint? Meanwhile, deep within the forbidden grounds, the demon saint's expression was more wretched than one who had consumed excrement. Veins bulged on his forehead, yet to avoid arousing suspicion. He kept his head lowered, striving to suppress his emotions. What a complete disappointment. After expending so many resources, you remain utterly useless. Merely severing your primordial spirit nearly extinguished the fire of your heart. Were it not for my last bit of demonic essence, you would already be dead. In those days, couldn't you have checked what else was in the storage ring before acting? Originally, the demonic essence meant for teleporting the storage ring had retained a trace within the soul banner, intended to remind Long Mo to shatter the altar of the forbidden ground at a critical moment. Little did he expect this fool to have resigned himself to death, leaving him no choice but to use it prematurely to reignite the fire of the heart. In the room, Long Mo finally exhibited a hint of vitality, murmuring incessantly, "It's over, it's over. All is lost. The throne of the Emperor is beyond reach. The throne of the Emperor is beyond reach." With a clatter, he rose and overturned everything in the room. He could only resort to mundane methods to alleviate the weight upon his heart. "Chen Shangluo, you have ruined me. You have stripped me of love." He slammed his palm on the table, the lack of cultivation causing his hand to throb painfully. Yet, it was this very pain that jolted his mind into clarity. Yes. The demonic arts. There are still the demonic arts. The vast majority of demonic techniques resemble the folly of hastening growth, undermining one's foundation. Yet they undoubtedly enhance cultivation far more swiftly than orthodox methods. Long Mo had always looked down upon that heap of demonic arts, and had even been too lazy to peruse them. But now, the situation was different. What foundation did he still possess? With his primordial spirit so severely damaged, it mattered little whether he hastened growth. Any means to bolster himself would suffice. Even if I am fated to be estranged from the Emperor's throne, so be it. You, Chen Shangluo, shall not have it either. Resolutely, he decided that even if it meant descending into the abyss, he would take a piece of flesh from Chen Shangluo. With a crash, he dumped the entire contents of the techniques from the storage ring onto the floor, revealing dozens of tomes of demonic arts. One must admit, the demon clan is utterly devoid of scholarly pursuits. These martial arts lack even a proper title or an introductory description. Little do they know, the Heavenly Palace's demon sage hardly has the luxury of time. These demonic sect techniques do not concern themselves with innate talent or physical constitution. As long as one is ruthless enough, anyone can cultivate them. There is no need for the verbose prefaces typical of righteous sect techniques, followed by a tedious conclusion. Once compiled, he simply stuffed them into a spatial ring. Many techniques remained unnamed, such as the Eternally Bound Infant's Sutra, a title far beyond his own capabilities, imposed by later generations. To practice this art, one must first abandon the 3 inches and 6 tails. It seems the demon sage still values his reputation. Observe the phrasing. However, to prevent future generations from misunderstanding, he deliberately annotated the side. A rudimentary figure, with its legs crossed, sported a striking red Z at the crossing, instantly conveying the essence. Long Mo clenched his jaw, his left hand unconsciously sliding downward. If he could kill Chen Shangluo, why would he care for this trifling matter? After much hesitation, his left hand trembled incessantly, unable to take that final step. Ultimately, the two long-connected lovers ceased their struggle to kill one another. Yet, he could not bring himself to act. How infuriating! How could I have hesitated? Nevertheless, he turned his gaze to other techniques, intending to search further before making a decision. Not long after, an expression of excitement emerged on Long Mo's face. This is the one, the Ding Ing Grand technique. It solidifies one's consciousness into the nascent soul stage, continuously strengthening the divine soul until it can contend with the heavenly Tao. However, mastering this technique would bring countless tribulations for all eternity. He finally witnessed the demonic sect's lack of creativity. Even the better techniques were simply named some great method. Much like the previously encountered fortune transference grand technique, now this Ding Ing Grand technique. At this moment, his focus lay solely on the formidable power post-binding the infant, indifferent to the eternal tribulations. He hastily summoned the 10,000 souls banner, for this technique must rely on the soul power within. Then, he released the nascent soul from the precious gourd, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged to refine the nascent soul using the Ding Ing Grand technique. Chen Shangluo donned a new mask, concealing his identity under the cloak of night, making it difficult for anyone to recognize him. Oh, a familiar face? Upon reaching the entrance of Qiyun Peak, he chanced upon Chu Qiulo. This former third disciple was currently kneeling before Long Mo's courtyard, accompanied by two disciples of Qiyun Peak, who were advising him kindly. Brother, could you refrain from attracting misfortune at this moment? Long Mo's nascent soul has been rendered useless. Why must you seek to apprentice now? If we let you in, we shall surely bear the brunt of his wrath. Come back next year. Chu Qiulo gritted his teeth, pondering. The Seven Stars sect typically kept its gates closed, forbidding ordinary individuals from entering freely. If he could not stay at Qiyun Peak today and was cast down the mountain, he would have to wait another year. Let us not dwell on whether the soul-devouring demon lord will hold any grievances. It is evident that the esteemed demon saint's favor is beyond our reach. My dear companions, please attend to your matters. I shall remain here, kneeling in anticipation of the Peak Master's audience. I earnestly wish to join the Qiyun Peak. Chapter 100, Transformation. The two, recognizing their inability to dissuade him, could only sigh in resignation. While others may be unfamiliar with Qiyun Peak, they certainly are not oblivious. Long Mo and Qi Heng are hardly benevolent figures, neglecting their disciples, resorting to scolding and punishment. Were it not for Master Chen's discerning eye, many would have sought refuge elsewhere. Following the day's battle, the reputation of Qiyun Peak soared, especially as the disciples of Qiyun Peak spoke highly of it, revealing that Qiyun Peak never coerced its disciples into undertaking tasks, and that its resources were unparalleled. Even the water they drink is infused with spiritual essence, derived from the nurturing of spiritual plants at Qiyun Peak. Such treatment would suffice to elevate even a dog to the great ascension stage, given enough time. Yet, here stands this obstinate bull, impervious to persuasion, determined to enter Qiyun Peak. Truly, it is difficult to offer counsel to a fool. After their departure, Chen Shangluo leapt into Long Mo's courtyard. Though expansive, the size of the courtyard made Long Mo's room easily discernible, particularly due to the distinct drag marks on the stone path, indicating that Qi Heng had quite literally dragged Long Mo back like a dog. Just imagining it conjures vivid imagery. After confirming that no one was loitering nearby, Chen Shangluo approached the room, peering through the crack in the door. At this moment, Long Mo was enveloped in demonic energy, with the treasured gourd and the banner of 10,000 souls positioned before him. Has his state of mind stabilized so swiftly? This surprised Chen Shangluo. Ordinarily, after such a blow, Long Mo would be in a state of despair. Wait a moment. Long Mo radiated a dark aura. Although his nascent soul remained partially intact, it had clearly opened its eyes and now bore a grotesque visage, truly unsettling. A demonic infant? No wonder Long Mo could recover his state of mind so quickly. It seems he intended to cultivate demonic arts. Is the old man, Qi Heng, not concerned at all? If this were reported to Elder Jin Yun, it would surely suffice to condemn Long Mo to death 1,000 times over. Suddenly, Chen Shangluo's gaze shifted from the demonic infant. He had seen the treasured gourd before, yet the banner beside it. This. Long Mo possesses such a treasure. Chen Shangluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was not merely a desire to turn to demonic cultivation. Rather, the banner of 10,000 souls was precisely what he desperately needed. This must be some form of confinement magical artifact. The souls within the banner are entwined with power. Countless ghastly faces emerging, likely harboring innumerable malevolent spirits. Goodness, the levels of those malevolent spirits are not trivial, and the power of their karmic ties is dreadfully formidable. To think this flagpole could withstand such immense karmic power, it is indeed remarkable. In his eyes, there was no astonishment at the soul power, only an insatiable yearning for that pole. Indeed, it seems that the starfire dust has nearly been exhausted these past few days. Precisely. Chen Shangluo intends to utilize it as a fishing rod. How could a seasoned angler be without quality fishing gear? One cannot help but wonder if, during the crafting of the soul banner, the demon sage ever contemplated that one day an individual would desire not the banner itself, but rather that very rod. Chen Shangluo was resolute. He must acquire this item. Just as he was devising a method to stealthily enter the room, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Who is it that disrupts my endeavors? Muttering to himself, he swiftly concealed himself behind the rockery. Qi Heng, concealing his presence with a mask. Qi Heng was naturally oblivious to Chen Shangluo's presence, especially as he appeared rather anxious. Upon reaching the door, Qi Hung gently pushed, only to discover it securely locked, causing his heart to race. He feared that Long Mo might be in distress. Montakia, Montakia, after tentatively calling out a couple of times. Just as he prepared to force his way in, a deep voice emanated from within. Master, I am fine. Hearing Long Mo's response, Qi Hung felt a surge of joy. Truly, he is a remarkable disciple, swiftly emerging from the shadows of despair. Mo, do not worry. I've already obtained some clues. There are ways to counter the deficiencies of the soul. He wished to say more, but glanced around and decided to hold his tongue. Long Mo resided next to Liu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin, individuals in whom Qi Hung held little trust. Mo, come to my side shortly. There are matters I must discuss with you, not only regarding the eternal calamity of the locked infant, but also concerning Long Mo's lineage, which needs clarification. Otherwise, he would inevitably harbor reservations toward the demon clan. Unbeknownst to him, Long Mo had already ventured far down that path. Long Mo furrowed his brow. Yet to avert the revelation of his cultivation in demonic arts, he needed to expeditiously send Qi Hung on his way. Master, please return for now. I shall join you once I stabilize my soul. Excellent. Qi Hung rejoiced and promptly departed. Long Mo withdrew half of his nascent soul into his consciousness while the other half continued to hover above the soul banner, a pained expression manifesting on his face. Though he now barely qualified as a nascent soul, he was still inferior to even a typical first-level nascent soul. Chen Shangluo, await my vengeance. This lifetime belongs to me, Long Mo. Upon realizing the formidable nature of the binding infant technique, he felt invigorated. This method not only allows me to continue cultivating with the remaining half of my nascent soul, but also enables me to refine the soul banner using the other half, achieving a harmonious union of man and banner, thus forging an external incarnation. The soul banner, a frequently utilized artifact of the demon sage, is sealed with malevolent souls, each once a formidable entity, their strength quite terrifying. Yet due to Long Mo's physical limitations, he could exert merely a fraction of their power. The circumstances have changed, with the fusion of the other half of the primordial infant, even in its nascent stage. It can already exhibit the prowess of a transformative deity. It is no wonder that he is now filled with such audacity. The sect leaders waiting below the mountain must harbor doubts about my abilities. It is time for them to witness my true capabilities. The Holy Land of Light, a sanctuary jointly guarded by two great dynasties, is on the verge of opening, and I shall require their protection. This holy land, eons ago, served as the entrance to an ancient battlefield. For the demon, human, and beast races is an indispensable passage for both entry and exit. Consequently, it is littered with the remnants of countless emperors alongside hidden treasures. However, the spatial power within has significantly waned, and to prevent its swift collapse, the two dynasties have established a rule. It shall open once every century, allowing anyone to enter in search of opportunities to ascend to emperorhood. Long Mo has already sent messages to the sect leaders, the content of which is rather straightforward. Chen Shangluo has been reborn, and if he is not extinguished, he will inevitably seek retribution for past grievances once he has grown stronger. These fearsome individuals, who value their lives above all, could not remain idle upon hearing this news. They hastily convened to plot the downfall of Chen Shangluo. This aligns perfectly with Long Mo's intentions. Within the Holy Land of Light, countless powerful beings will undoubtedly enter, including several elders from the Seven Stars sect. To eliminate a fellow disciple under their watchful eyes presents a formidable challenge. Thus, I must rely on these sect leaders. Chapter 101. The Leader? Lost in thought, Long Mo found himself amused by his own brilliance, a smile gracing his face after a long absence. Ha ha ha! With a mere gesture, he pressed down, and the formidable primordial infant sank into the soul banner. After enduring the torment of 100 spirits, a figure identical to Long Mo emerged from the banner. However, this individual bore a stoic expression, radiating an aura of malevolence. Long Mo swallowed hard, acutely aware of the other's formidable strength. 100 Chen Shangluos would not stand a chance against him. This avatar possesses but one vulnerability. It must rely on the soul banner to maintain its form. Yet, how substantial is that weakness? Not only is the power of the transformation formidable, but as long as the soul banner exists, This avatar can rematerialize even after being vanquished. Excellent, excellent. Take the soul banner and descend the mountain to join those old-timers. You must project an assertive demeanor. Yes, the avatar of Long Mo, expressionless, grasped the soul banner and exited. With a gentle leap, he soared down the mountain. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Shangluo felt a flicker of confusion. It appeared he was descending, not heading towards Qi Heng's quarters. Nevertheless, there was no time for further contemplation. The soul banner in the other's possession was undeniably authentic. The thought of finally being able to unearth treasures from the depths of suffering spurred him onward, and he followed without hesitation. In the woods at the mountain's base, a group of sect leaders who had long since departed returned as if awaiting someone's arrival. Tian Boji, you are the closest to the 7-star sect among the Bloodblade sect. How credible do you find Long Mo's transmission? After pondering for a moment, Tian Boji replied, I cannot say for certain. However, you all witnessed Chen Shangluo's performance in the grand competition, even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. We cannot afford to let it happen. We are not wagering on the veracity of the information, but rather on our very lives. Upon hearing his theory, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, they could not afford to gamble. Tian Zhongman, do you not find it somewhat peculiar that the sword in his disciple's hand is identical to the one that surfaced from the treasure pavilion in the City of Joy? Remarked a keen-eyed disciple from the Bloodblade sect. Tian Boji's body stiffened, as if recalling something significant. The incident at the treasure pavilion had been the talk of the town, and he had considered seizing the opportunity. Thus he had repeatedly scrutinized the content of the recording stone. It was undoubtedly the 13. Everything began to make sense. Chen Shangluo must have relied on the knowledge from his past life to retrieve that sword in advance and gifted it to his disciple. A chill suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping everyone. Just then, a shadow fell from the sky, startling the crowd. Not good. Someone is coming. They all drew their weapons, preparing to resist. He. Is your courage so feeble? Long Mo turned around, wielding the wandering soul flag like a deity of death. Everyone exhaled in relief. The mere thought that Chen Shangluo had also been reborn, coupled with the oppressive aura of the former emperor, had left them on edge. Tian Boji sighed in relief. Long Mo, it is you. You truly frightened us. Now tell us, why have you summoned us? Long Mo's gaze narrowed, clearly displeased with Tian Boji's address. Yet, it was understandable. In his previous life, Long Mo had concealed his cultivation until Chen Shangluo ascended to the throne, at which point he revealed himself to be a quasi-emperor. The disparity in their auras was immense, so the crowd felt no fear towards Long Mo. I wish to collaborate with you to jointly eliminate Chen Shangluo in the Holy Land of Light. Tian Boji's mind whirled as memories of certain events in the Holy Land of Light from his past life resurfaced. Collaborate? What form would this collaboration take? I have heard that Chen Shangluo reaped significant rewards in the Holy Land of Light, even extracting the godhead from a fallen emperor. If this is to be a collaboration, naturally, there must be a leader among us. Such treasures ought to be distributed by the leader. Tian Boji had his own plans. Most among them were newly transformed into the divine transformation stage, while he had attained the 3rd level of divine transformation. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Eliminating Chen Shangluo is feasible, but he intended to claim the lion's share of the treasures. Hidden behind a tree, Chen Shangluo found their conversation amusing. In his previous life, he acquired numerous treasures, yet most were utilized by his disciples. Consequently, their strength surged dramatically, and naturally, the cultivation returned by the system increased as well. To outsiders, it appeared that Chen Shangluo had gained immense benefits within the Holy Land of Light. Some even claimed that he had unearthed the divine essence of an emperor. This divine essence could facilitate a swift ascent to the celestial realm, albeit at the cost of being forever bound by its limitations. Should one harness the divine essence of the threefold emperor, they would remain confined to that realm indefinitely. Chen Shangluo indeed possessed several divine essences, yet he had bestowed them all upon his disciples. He would never be foolish enough to jeopardize his own foundation. He still harbored aspirations of continuing to accept disciples and enhance his own strength after entering the celestial realm. As for those disciples, many lacked exceptional talent, and without the aid of divine essence, they would likely never attain even the void transformation in their lifetimes. However, he found no need to justify himself. Let others think as they please. Tian Boji, brimming with self-satisfaction, gazed at Long Mo, awaiting his response, utterly oblivious to the impending doom inscribed upon his forehead. Long Mo casually raised the banner of souls. With a crack and a gurgle, Tianboji felt a sudden chill at his neck, and in an instant, his head was severed from his body. His face remained frozen in shock, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Instant kill? The third stage of soul transformation was dispatched in a heartbeat. As Tianboji regained his wits, his soul leapt from his brow, soaring into the sky. His expression contorted with rage. Long Mo, how dare you annihilate my corporeal form? Cooperation? Are you not afraid we might slay you first? A smirk played at Long Mo's lips. I have a splendid destination in mind. Master Tian, please. Tianboji's soul felt an irresistible pull, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that entered the banner of souls. No, no, release me. Long Mo, I was wrong. After a piercing scream, silence reigned within the banner of souls. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, trembling uncontrollably, unable to fathom the extent of Long Mo's power. With a swift kick, Long Mo sent Tianboji's head flying. Did you not aspire to be a leader? Regrettably, you are no longer in a position to lead. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the crowd. You, who among you wishes to take up the mantle of leadership? Chapter 102, Acquiring the Banner of Souls. The assembly fell into an eerie silence. Who dared utter another word? The mightiest of the third stage of soul transformation had been effortlessly defeated in a single strike. What could the others at the initial stage of soul transformation possibly do? An elder from the Bloodblade sect attempted to issue a threat, but was quelled by a mere glance from Long Mo. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chen Shangluo could not suppress his astonishment. Is this truly Long Mo? In the preceding moment, one was beaten down like a lifeless dog, yet by nightfall, could effortlessly vanquish those at the third tier of the transformation realm. The presence of this dark banner is indeed astonishing. However, possessing the visage of a godslayer, Chen Shangluo still retained the fortitude to withstand this strike, albeit acquiring the 10,000 souls banner would prove to be a formidable challenge. As the atmosphere descended into a profound silence, someone finally emerged, their face adorned with servility. Lord Long Mo, from this day forth, we shall follow your lead without question. Whatever you decree, we shall comply. Others inwardly scorned, having never witnessed such unabashed shamelessness. Oh, Yu Jia, the leader of the Billion sect. I have heard of your cordial relations with the Tianboji faction. Do you not harbor any grievances? Long Mo's voice was frigid, cold enough for Yu Jia to comprehend that uttering a single misstep would lead to his demise on the spot. Alas, Yu Jia had long anticipated that given the ties between their Billion sect and Tianboji, failing to publicly declare his stance would undoubtedly spell doom. Is it not manifest now? Lord Long Mo, you jest. He kicked aside Tianboji's head, a look of disdain crossing his features. This individual has long leveraged his superior strength to oppress our Billion sect into servitude. We have harbored discontent towards him for quite some time. The others nodded in agreement, each one pretending to be more sincere than the last. Long Mo let out a cold snort, rendering the Bloodblade sect members utterly shattered, all kneeling in submission. Lord Long Mo, that scoundrel Tianboji has perpetrated numerous misdeeds. We cannot bear to associate with him any longer. We are grateful to you, Lord Long Mo, for ridding us of this bane. The Grand Elder of the Bloodblade sect prostrated on the ground, demonstrating utmost reverence. The other sects squinted, their cheeks twitching. The Bloodblade sect, top to bottom, truly possessed no shred of integrity. A painful sight indeed. Long Mo was fully aware of their intentions. Yet the quest for treasures in the Holy Land of Light necessitated assistance, so he could not annihilate them entirely. Very well, rise. As long as you are diligent in your duties, I shall no longer hold the Bloodblade sect accountable. He commanded. You ought to know what steps to take next. Yes, indeed. The Grand Elder of the Bloodblade sect wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his back drenched. He picked up Tianboji's head and proclaimed, the Master of Qingyun Peak has fallen into the path of darkness and has slain our Bloodblade sect leader. Henceforth, we shall elect a new leader. Vowing to eliminate Chen Shangluo, this fiend, within the Holy Land of Light. Concealed behind a tree, Chen Shangluo narrowed his eyes. By heavens, I have yet to settle accounts with you, and you are already hastening to pour excrement upon my head. You old fossils, mark my words. I will one day seek retribution upon each of you. Chen Shangluo felt immense frustration. Yet he understood that facing numerous adversaries in the transformation realm rendered his fists insufficient against their multitude. Long Mo, satisfied with their demeanor, waved his hand and declared, "Enough. You may all return to your sects for now and prepare promptly. I shall contact you in due course." Yes, yes. The individuals exhaled a sigh of relief, initially feigning composure as they each bid farewell to Long Mo with a clasp of their hands. Once they had distanced themselves by several meters, they scattered like frightened birds and beasts. The flying talisman wobbled precariously before stabilizing, and they ascended towards the heavens, terrified of being slain by the now demonic Long Mo if they lagged behind. The terror was palpable. It was not merely the formidable strength that instilled fear, but the unpredictability that accompanied such power. Once the crowd had departed, Long Mo, grasping the wand of 10,000 souls, prepared to return to Qian Peak. As his body ascended into the air, he sensed a solemn and majestic aura behind him, an essence akin to the power of faith, which was most lethal to demonic cultivators. What? Long Mo and Chen Shangluo exclaimed in unison. Long Mo was astonished by the formidable golden light behind him, which nearly obliterated the demonic energy within him in an instant. In contrast, Chen Shangluo recognized that Long Mo's aura was shrouded in demonic energy, surmising that the latter had momentarily enhanced his strength through some demonic cultivation technique. He intended to test with a magical artifact, but was taken aback when Long Mo plummeted from the air, the destructive force evidently exceeding his expectations. With a resounding crash, Long Mo, clutching the wand of 10,000 souls, fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, Long Mo writhed frantically, his form gradually fading away. Chen Shangluo inhaled sharply, astonished by the immense lethality of this ancient Buddhist artifact. The binding golden light ensnaring Long Mo was, in fact, the ancient Buddhist relic named Demon-Breaking Relic, which Chen Shangluo had fished from the Sea of Suffering, composed of the relics of 18 eminent monks. As 3 of the relics dimmed, Long Mo ceased his struggles. Chen Shangluo approached cautiously, confirming that Long Mo's aura had significantly weakened. The ease of this process bewildered him. Was this truly the fate of the Son of Fortune in this realm? He found it hard to believe that Long Mo could simply perish like this. If his luck had waned, he would not have reached the threshold of quasi-emperor in his previous life. Could it be the influence of that exceptional disciple from his past, diminishing his fortune? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, particularly considering the likes of Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin. Even with the myriad opportunities he had garnered at the Holy Land of Light for them, their cultivation speed had been disappointingly slow. With this in mind, he prodded Long Mo with the tip of his foot. The latter's face was vacant, his body convulsing like a malfunctioning automaton. Chen Shangluo, indifferent to his fate, retrieved the wand of 10,000 souls, his hands caressing the staff. Ah, what splendid material for crafting a fishing rod. It was indeed a waste for Long Mo to wield it merely for show. What a waste. How reminiscent of the sect leader's habitual exclamations. He abruptly tore away the banner cloth, gripping the staff, unaware that behind him, Long Mo underwent a transformation, morphing into a demonic mark that vanished upon Chen Shangluo's back. The latter merely felt a slight itch at his back and instinctively turned his head, only to find no trace of Long Mo on the ground, save for a broken magic relic. Gone? Transmuted? Chen Shangluo searched the ground thoroughly, but he found neither Long Mo's spatial ring nor his treasure gourd. Never mind. Let us return to Qian Peak. He was filled with joy, holding the banner pole, as long as the fishing rod remained intact. The treasures in the Sea of Suffering should be easier to catch. The true Long Mo, at this moment, remained oblivious to the dissipation of his avatar. As he was in Qi Heng's room, Qi Heng had erected a barrier, turning his back to Long Mo, his chest rising and falling steadily. His serious demeanor clearly indicated that he had something significant to convey. Chapter 103. Your mother is of the demon clan. The room fell into silence. And just as Long Mo grew impatient, his companion finally spoke. Who? Mo-er, there is something I must clarify with you. Long Mo clasped his hands. Please enlighten me, master. Qi Heng struggled for a while, before managing to squeeze out a few words. Your mother is of the demon clan. Long Mo's expression darkened. What the hell? You old coot, did you summon me just to hurl insults? Your mother is the one of the demon clan. Your entire family belongs to the demon clan. After a moment of internal cursing, Long Mo began to ponder. Boom! A thunderclap echoed in Long Mo's mind. Wait, with such a grand display, Master could not possibly have come merely to curse. He scrutinized Qi Heng's expression, which revealed a blend of helplessness and a hint of disappointment, even tinged with a resolute determination. This is it. Has Master discovered my practice of demonic arts? Old coot, I merely dabbled in it. You mustn't take it too far. I am far from being a demon. No way. If the sect master finds out, I might as well be dead 1,000 times over. He considered fleeing, but the surroundings were enveloped in Qi Heng's barrier. It seemed he was determined to take his life. Realizing escape was futile, Long Mo chose to play the emotional card. Thud! He suddenly collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face, deserving of an Oscar for his performance. Master! Before he could finish, Qi Heng interrupted him. No need for further words. Long Mo was taken aback by his resolute stance. Damn it, had he known, he would have kept his avatar by his side. He had always thought that Chen Shangluo was the greatest threat, only to realize the gravest danger was right beside him. If only his avatar had been present. Leveraging the soul banner, he might have at least been able to escape with his life. He closed his eyes, despairingly awaiting Qi Heng's judgment. As seconds ticked by, the heavy blow he had envisioned never came. Long Mo squinted one eye, seeing Qi Heng rummaging behind him, finally producing a brocade box and a dark, ancient tome. Montakia. In truth, you are not an orphan. You possess parents. What? Qi Heng, if you intend to kill, do so without the theatrics of a villain. Typically, upon uncovering the truths of the past, one should prepare for the inevitable conclusion. Qi Heng disregarded Long Mo's thoughts, continuing to speak, his gaze directed at the ceiling as if lost in reminiscence. Your mother was a figure of unparalleled grace. Alas, she was of the demon lineage. During my sojourn on the mortal realm, I had the fortune of meeting your mother, and since then, she has haunted my dreams. Long Mo. His mind was a tangled mess. It turned out that Master S' reference to his mother being of the demon lineage was entirely literal, a misunderstanding on his part. While he felt a sense of relief, an ominous premonition loomed, as if a monumental revelation awaited him. As anticipated, Qi Heng continued. Subsequently, as righteous cultivators besieged the demon sect, I learned that your mother was none other than the leader of the demon sect, the esteemed Mo Ing. At that time, the righteous forces launched a full-scale assault, driving the demon sect into a corner, and your mother sustained severe injuries. By sheer chance, I alone discovered her in cave. At this thought, Qi Heng couldn't help but chuckle, but sensing the gravity of the moment, he stifled his amusement. Ahem, at that time, your mother had been afflicted by numerous poisons from the Silverbell sect. You are aware that although the Silverbell sect is righteous, their studies revolve around the art of pleasure. I cannot resist. However, let me clarify, your mother consented. Long Mo swallowed hard. This was a narrative that even novels would shy away from. Thus you. Qi Heng nodded. Indeed, I did not disclose your mother's escape to the sect. Instead, I concealed her in a secluded place. However, your mother, having lost her magical prowess, passed away shortly after your birth. And I am your biological father. Long Mo was momentarily stunned, and Qi Heng allowed him the space to process this revelation. However, why had I never heard of this in my previous life? Is the old man deceiving me? Thus, he inquired, why are you telling me this? Alas, Qi Heng sighed. I understand that such a heritage is difficult for you to accept, and the conflict between righteousness and darkness places you in a precarious position. If possible, I intended to keep this hidden from you for a lifetime, sparing you from the burdens of your demonic lineage. Yet, with your nascent soul destroyed in this competition, I cannot bear to see you live in despair. I must reveal the truth. Only the techniques of the Demon Lord and your mother's essence can save you. He produced a jade vial from a brocade box, along with a tome of demonic secrets, and handed them to Long Mo. The vial contained a drop of your mother's sacred demonic blood, while the tome provided an introduction to the Eternal Calamity Sutra of the Demon Saint. The blood of the Demon Saint allows one to effectively conceal their demonic aura. When I first encountered your mother, I failed to recognize her identity as a member of the demon clan, all due to the influence of this blood. As for the eternal binding of the Infant Sutra, my master has yet to locate it over the years. However, this is more than sufficient for you to solidify your demonic infant. As your father, Qi Heng has often been absent from Qiyun Peak in preparation for this day. He has tirelessly sought methods to conceal Long Mo's half-demon identity, and now all of them can be put to use. If the formation of the infant fails, then we shall create a solid and formidable demonic infant instead. As for how to keep it hidden, he has long since devised plans to ensure complete secrecy. Long Mo perused the demonic tome, his heart brimming with excitement. The method of establishing the infant merely instructs him on how to bind the infant, with the avatar being just one of many possibilities. This tome resembles the latter half of the Eternal Binding Sutra, analyzing countless techniques for manipulating the primordial infant. It is capable of refining to the great ascension, even allowing the primordial infant to manifest in myriad forms. Each avatar possesses its own independent consciousness, which can be summoned back to the original body when needed. Remarkable. Noticing Long Mo's diminishing resistance, Qi Hung proclaimed, "Enough. Montakia, this matter should not be delayed. You should return and prepare to reconstitute your primordial infant." "Yes. Thank you, Master." Qi Hung withdrew the barrier. With the barrier gone, Long Mo felt a tearing sensation in his soul. Was the other half of his primordial infant destroyed? He sensed his avatar's annihilation, leaving his body in an unusual state of weakness. The avatar is gone? Well, my myriad soul's banner. Qi Hung furrowed his brow, realizing Long Mo's condition was far worse than he expected. Montakia, quickly consume the blood. There is no other option. You must solidify the infant here. Chapter 104. Reconstitution of the Primordial Infant. Long Mo sat cross-legged, the blood slowly descending upon his forehead. The moment it made contact, the remaining fragment of his primordial infant trembled violently, and the missing half began to grow slowly. The primordial infant was being reconstituted. Long Mo's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that merely a drop of blood could possess such terrifying power. Ha ha ha! Once the primordial infant is eternally bound, I will be able to cultivate normally. No, I may even emerge stronger than before. Yet this overwhelming demonic aura is bound to alert the sect master. At that point, he will undoubtedly intervene to suppress it. Qi Hung seemed to perceive his thoughts and barked, "Mor, steady your mind. I have foreseen all of this. Just exert yourself to the fullest. With me here, even the sect master will not uncover anything." He then activated the barrier, enveloping Long Mo within. Various spiritual artifacts emerged alongside some unknown elixirs, which he crushed and scattered into the air. The immense demonic energy was confined to a small area, appearing to others as merely a peculiar technique, thus sparing it from any associations with demonic arts. Long Mo breathed a sigh of relief, beginning to focus his mind, awaiting the formation of the primordial infant. As time passed, the sky began to lighten, and Long Mo's final arm of his primordial infant slowly grew. Once again, dark clouds of tribulation gathered in the sky, even more formidable than the thunderous tribulation during the initial formation of his infant. Qi Hung murmured to himself, Mo possesses extraordinary talent, and his formation of the infant has already drawn the heaven's scrutiny. Moreover, to undergo a second formation is an act of defiance against destiny. Nevertheless, this was all anticipated. Subsequently, Qi Hung produced the Peak Master's token, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into it. The protective formation of the peak surged to life. Thunderous roars echoed. Above Qi Yun Peak, the formation rose from the ground, instantly capturing the attention of the main peak. Disciples of Qi Yun Peak, heed my command. Long Mo is reconstituting his primordial infant. Remain within your courtyards and do not venture outside. Those who defy this order shall face execution. The crowd emerged from their rooms, gazing at the ominous clouds above through the formation, filled with awe. Brother Long Mo is actually reforming his infant. Such a domineering feat. Finally, Qi Yun Peak can hold its head high. Lu Qianxi and Yi Bingxin also stepped out, watching the tribulation clouds. Yi Bingxin did not sense anything unusual, but Lu Qianxi felt a resonance within her bloodline. She had been restless the previous day, repeatedly haunted by the chilling gaze of Tian Shou, and her bloodline had been stirred to some extent. A hint of allure now graced her brow. Even if Long Mo were reborn, achieving such a feat would be inconceivable. What could have forged his fortune in this life? The two felt a simultaneous surge of doubt, recalling the sensation of something being extracted during yesterday's grand competition. Their expressions shifting dramatically. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and fury. Could it be the art of fortune extraction? Jian Yun, the ascendant, soared into the air, gazing toward Qi Yun Peak, harboring a sense of confusion. What was Qi Hung up to? The protective formation should not be activated unless someone forcefully breached the mountain gate. He then looked at the tribulation clouds above, deep in thought, deciding to investigate Qi Yun Peak further. Before he could enter, he spotted Qi Heng guarding the formation. "Qi Heng, what are you up to?" Qi Heng, seeing Jian Yun, felt a lingering dissatisfaction due to the latter's previous favoritism towards Qi Yun Peak, and thus, his tone lacked the usual respect. "Sect Master, Long Mo is in the process of reforming his primordial infant. I ask for your understanding. Reforming the primordial infant? What an absurd notion. How could that be possible? For thousands of years, I have never heard of such a method. You must not mislead the disciples." Qi Heng's expression darkened, but to avoid revealing any abnormalities to Jian Yun, he could only endure. "Sect Master, Chen Shangluo, at the 9th level of Golden Core, defeated a primordial infant. Yet you choose to question Mo instead? How long has Chen Shangluo been at Qixing sect? Our lineage has guarded Qi Yun Peak for hundreds of years. Even my master, Qi Yun, is currently ensconced in the shadowy depths of the spiritual vein, safeguarding that accursed, forbidden zone. Do you truly wish to cast doubt upon Qi Yun Peak? You." The Jian Yun elder was rendered speechless by this retort. It must be said, Qi Heng invoked the name of the second elder, firmly fastening this accusation in place, leaving Jian Yun unable to forcefully intrude to ascertain the situation. After all, his ascension to the quasi-emperor realm, and the potential for future transcendence, is indebted to the sacrifices of these elders. The Grand Elder and the Elder of the First Peak overtly suppress the altar, while more covertly, beneath the altar lies the dragon vein of the Seven Stars sect. Once the Peak Masters ascend to elder status, they're tasked with guarding the dragon vein, channeling its power to the altar. Missing even a single link in this chain would render them incapable of subduing the demon saint. Such secrets are known only to the Peak Masters, with the exception of Chen Shangluo. Consequently, these elders have severed their path to becoming emperors, thus granting Jian Yun a glimmer of hope for ascension. Contemplating this, Jian Yun ultimately abandoned the notion of entry, extending a strand of spiritual consciousness into Qi Yun Peak. At this moment, the demonic energy surrounding Long Mo had completely receded, appearing unremarkable. Qi Heng, since Long Mo is in the process of recondensing his nascent form, it is indeed a fortunate affair for our Seven Stars sect. Should there be anything our main peak can assist with, please do not hesitate to mention it. A weight lifted from Qi Heng's heart. Once he surpassed Jian Yun's scrutiny, subsequent matters would become manageable. There is no need to trouble the esteemed sect leader. Jian Yun, seeing his obstinate demeanor, could only depart in frustration. Once he left, the demonic energy surrounding Long Mo surged once more, and the heavenly tribulation began to coalesce. Chen Shangluo sat by the sea of suffering, merely glancing up at the sky, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Alas! How can such splendid weather shift so abruptly? No wonder the fishing is so unfruitful." It is widely recognized that fishing is greatly influenced by atmospheric pressure. He glanced helplessly at the houses behind him, where his disciples remained silent, and reluctantly set aside his fishing rod. He had planned to return last night to draw prizes for the little one, but upon arriving at Qi Yun Peak, the lights in the disciples' rooms had already been extinguished. There was no urgency in the matter. Honestly, I wonder why the clothes left out to dry haven't been taken in. Without me as their master, what would they do? He approached the clothesline and gathered all the garments. The others' clothes are quite orderly, but who Yao Yao's? Well, that's another story. After collecting the clothes, Chen Shangluo returned to the sea of suffering. Since his return last night, he had discarded the fishing rod made from cinnabar, opting instead for the banner pole of the 10,000 souls banner. I must say, the effect is remarkable. Yet, I still haven't hooked a single golden law sphere. This certainly brought joy to De Huang. Various bloodlines of fish scattered around, and spiritual entities lay strewn across the ground. De Huang was gorging himself to the brink of bursting, still stubbornly stuffing more into his belly. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. At this rate, I shall soon restore myself to the Mahayana stage. As for the fabric of the Wan Hun banner, it was set aside by Chen Shangluo, who occasionally wiped his hands, while the prayer beads rested upon the fabric, shimmering with golden light. Chapter 105, Interrogation. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The phenomenon at Qi Yun Peak persisted for over an hour, and the tribulation finally descended. However, thanks to Qi Heng's prior arrangements, no unexpected events occurred. Coupled with the demonic blood within Long Mo, the intensity of this tribulation posed no threat to him. Gradually, The ominous clouds began to disperse, and Long Mo slowly opened his eyes. Qi Heng stood before him, watching with concern. Mo, how do you feel now? Long Mo rose, clasping his hands in respect. After calling him master for so many years, suddenly referring to him as father felt somewhat disconcerting. Master, I feel splendid now, with the aid of the heavenly thunder. My cultivation has firmly stabilized at the second level of the nascent soul. Qi Heng smiled wryly, realizing that expecting Long Mo to call him father too soon was impractical. Thus he felt at ease. Good. Truly, heaven favors Qi Yun Peak. However, you must exercise utmost caution in the future. Do not casually reveal your demonic cultivation techniques. Remember, do not engage in lewd acts, or your demonic aura will undoubtedly be exposed. Yes, master. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, the shift in their relationship leaving both feeling somewhat awkward. Master, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Qi Heng nodded. After Long Mo exited the room, he clenched his fists tightly. The destruction of his doppelganger was inconsequential, but the whereabouts of the Wan Hun banner remained unknown. Yesterday, at the Seven Stars sect, aside from the smaller sects, only the 7 peaks remained. I shall see who has taken my Wan Hun banner. The destruction of a doppelganger leaves behind a soul imprint, which will permanently attach to the one who annihilated it, while distance may obscure the connection. As long as one is within a kilometer range, Long Mo will be instantly aware. Alas, I shall return first and reconnect the fates of Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin. Previously, during the grand competition, in pursuit of breaking into the nascent soul stage, he had retracted the fates of the 3. Gumu Bai now held no utilitarian value. Thus he discarded him among the outer disciples. Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin undoubtedly remained the best options before other disciples arrived. As Long Mo approached the courtyard, the already numbed legs of Chu Chua spotted him instantly. Lord Long Mo. Long Mo turned around, recognizing that this individual was none other than Chu Chua, the 3rd disciple of Chen Shangluo in his past life. What a fortuitous turn of events. Just as I was troubled about finding new disciples, here comes one knocking at my door. Such is the nature of fate. The scene before him further solidified Long Mo's conviction in the potency of the laws of fate. Chu Chua felt increasingly uncomfortable under Long Mo's peculiar gaze, and her voice unintentionally rose a notch. Please, Lord Long Mo, accept me as your disciple. However, before she could finish her plea, Long Mo coldly interjected, come inside. Chu Chua was momentarily at a loss for words. After a night of rehearsing her lines, she found them utterly wasted. Long Mo accepted her with apparent ease and arranged for her accommodations before retreating to his own chamber. Sitting cross-legged, golden threads of energy began to weave once more. What? It's happening again. Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. The faint sense of detachment they had previously felt became alarmingly vivid. They both stepped out of their rooms, their expressions grave. Did you feel that too? Yi Bingxin nodded. I sensed Long Mo's return, and shortly thereafter, this anomaly re-emerged. It must be connected to him. Lu Tianqi glared at Long Mo's door, his anger unabashed. I intend to confront him and ascertain whether he has, like Chen Shangluo, adopted that sinister method of stripping away fate. Just as Lu Tianqi was about to advance, Yi Bingxin obstructed him. No, the commotion outside is rampant. Long Mo has successfully reconstructed his Yuaning. We are not his match. Not a match. Shall we then allow him to brazenly siphon our fortunes? Lu Tianqi retorted. I have stated that we possess memories of our past lives and an abundance of demon cores. Why then does our strength grow so sluggishly? If this persists, we won't even be able to vie for the imperial throne, let alone reach the heights of our previous existence. Do not impede me. Long Mo does not possess such audacity. He insisted. If it is indeed true, I shall report this to the Peak Master and the sect leader. I refuse to believe they would permit someone to cultivate such wicked arts. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingxin relented, lowering her hand as she accompanied Lu Tianqi. The Qixing sect, being the foremost sect in the northwest, would undoubtedly not tolerate such conduct. The Peak Master and sect leader were their assurance. Suddenly, the door burst open with a resounding kick, revealing Long Mo, his face etched with displeasure, dark energy swirling ominously between his brows. Clang! Lu Tianqi drew his sword, pointing it directly at Long Mo. I ask you, Have you drained our fortunes? Seeing Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin, Long Mo's demeanor unexpectedly grew calm. With a casual wave of his hand, the door swung shut once again. The two felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing an ominous shift in the air. He. My dear disciples, how delightful it is for you to visit me today. It has been quite some time since I have savored such familial joys. The influence of the demonic sacred blood had altered their essences, and Long Mo's gaze shimmered with a seductive malevolence. Lu Tianqi gritted her teeth, overcoming the fear that surged within her, her grip on the hilt of her sword tightening as she steeled herself. Bah, I have long been aware of your malicious intentions. Do not divert the topic. Have you indeed absorbed our fortune? Long Mo's gaze sharpened, a cold snort escaping his nostrils. Humph. The long sword in Lu Tianqi's hand inadvertently clattered to the ground. She attempted to bend down and retrieve it, yet her body had already become rigid, entirely beyond her control. Intruding into my chamber, is this what Chen Shangluo has taught you about respecting your elders? Since you exhibit such rudeness, you shall pay a price. He. Long Mo raised his hand, seizing Lu Tianqi by the collar and casting her onto the bed. Yi Bingxin, why do you remain dazed? Hurry and inform the Peak Master. Let everyone know that Long Mo practices the dark arts. Yi Bingxin snapped back to reality, rushing towards the door, but felt an immense force pulling her back. The door was so close, yet she could not advance another step. Chapter 106. The Truth Behind the Destruction of the Lu Family. Deep within the Forbidden Grounds, the demon god suddenly erupted in rage. What the hell? Merging my own bloodline with my own bloodline. What kind of absurdity is this? Long Mo, I curse you. He sensed Long Mo's intention towards Lu Tianqi, fury surging within him to an unimaginable degree. Even he, a demon, felt utterly humiliated. This defies human morals. No, it defies demonic morals. Clank, clank. The iron chains rattled violently. The runes on the altar emitted a blinding light, and beneath the seven-star sect, the hidden dragon vein began to reveal itself. This is bad. Why is the demon saint in such a rage? For 2 millennia, the demon saint has not displayed such erratic behavior. An elder on the platform retrieved a communication talisman, poised to inform the sect master. Gradually, however, the demon saint ceased his struggles, a look of relief crossing his face as he murmured, "At least Qi Heng's boy has some sense." Just as Long Mo was on the verge of succeeding, a voice rang out from outside the door. Montakia. Stop. He pushed the door open with a palm, his face tinged with anger. Master. Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin seemed to have found their final lifeline, kneeling before Qi Heng. Their clothing was disheveled, truly a sight that could be described as barely covering their bodies. Sect Master. Long Mo practices the arts of the demon clan. And not only has he siphoned our fortune, but he also seeks to commit unspeakable acts against his disciples. Long Mo's complexion turned slightly panicked, for his master had previously warned him against engaging in lewd acts, yet he had cast those words aside in his lustful fervor. Lu Tianqi looked at Long Mo, particularly relishing in his flustered state, thinking to herself, aha, now you are truly finished. As the seven-star sect stands for righteousness, it has zero tolerance for demonic cultivators. With sect master Qi Heng to take charge, what does it matter if you have ascended to the nascent soul stage? You are still but a hand's breadth from annihilation. Siphoning fortune? Mo, could you possibly elucidate? Long Mo cast a venomous glance at Lu Tianqi. Since everything has been exposed, there is no need for pretense. Master, not long ago, I chanced upon a technique in the Lu family treasury, known as the art of fortune transference, which allows one to absorb a disciple's fortune for personal use. However, the prerequisite is that the disciple must willingly submit to the master. In the eyes of the demon clan, this so-called willingness means that by any means necessary, as long as the other party consents, it suffices. There exists no notion of sincerity as espoused by so-called righteous individuals. Take the 3 disciples present, regardless of their motives. They have all willingly chosen to join Long Mo's fold, especially Chu Chua, who had knelt outside for an entire night. Qi Heng, stroking his beard, fell into contemplation. He had been acquainted with Mo-ing for quite some time and had never heard of this art of fortune transference. The Lu family treasury? Lu Tianqi's pupils dilated, staring at Long Mo as if confronted by a specter. How foolish of me. Apart from us, there were those cloaked figures, and it was only Long Mo. Chen Shangluo, could not possibly be the perpetrator behind the Liu family's demise. Moreover, in my past life, I never reveal my origins. Chen Shangluo and Long Mo were at odds and would not divulge such information without reason. Why did Long Mo save me then? Only now does it dawn on me that Long Mo appeared utterly unperturbed, while it was Chen Shangluo who seemed fearful of being discovered. It was him. It was him. The true culprit behind the Liu family's annihilation was Long Mo. How foolish I have been. How utterly wretched. All along, I have mistaken a thief for my father. I even nourished him with my own fortune. Tears streamed down my face, a tumult of regret, anger, and fear. I crawled towards Qi Heng, clutching his calf. Master Qi, you must uphold justice for me. Long Mo, he is a genuine demon cultivator. Not only has he siphoned our fortunes, but he also exterminated my entire Liu family. Such deeds evoke the wrath of both gods and men. Slap. To my astonishment, Qi Heng did not show her any sympathy. Instead, he struck her with a resounding slap. Silence. Liu Tianqi cradled her stinging cheek, utterly bewildered. Master Qi, did you not come to seek justice from Long Mo? Why strike me? I am the victim here. Qi Heng, disinterested in her plight, shook his leg, the recoil forcing her to release her grip. It was akin to the moment she pleaded with Chen Shangluo for salvation, the scene vividly reconstituting itself. Qi Heng approached Long Mo, adjusting his clothing. Montakia, though your art of fortune is indeed formidable, you must exercise utmost caution in selecting disciples. He gestured towards Liu Tianqi. Individuals like her, indiscreet and loose-tongued, should be dealt with swiftly. Should the fact that you practice demonic arts be revealed, not only will you suffer the consequences, but the entire Qi Yin Peak, and even the seven-star sect, will be dragged into the turmoil. With a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, Long Mo's gaze fixated on Liu Tianqi, who trembled in fear, feeling a chill run down his spine. He then clasped his hands together in reverence towards Qi Heng, exclaiming, "Yes, master. I understand what must be done." Both Liu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin felt their bodies weaken, an overwhelming dread of death enveloping them. Qi Heng's words were unmistakably clear. It was a matter of silencing them by any means necessary. Everything they had achieved thus far had been hard-earned, and the possibility of further advancement was about to dissolve into mere illusion. "You too," Long Mo bellowed, causing the pair to stare blankly at him. "If I were to grant you a chance at life, would you accept?" Their bodies visibly stiffened at the prospect of survival. Even if such an opportunity were to arise, it was likely that Long Mo would wield it as he pleased. At that moment, both were filled with regret, wishing they had made different choices. Life. What a foreign concept it had become. In their previous existence on Qi Yin Peak, they had relied on Chen Shangluo's protection, scarcely even having the chance to descend the mountain, let alone face a life-and-death decision. After the battle at the Radiant's sacred ground, the divine rank bestowed upon them would take centuries to refine. Why conspire with Long Mo to bring about Chen Shangluo's demise? In this new life, things had not improved. They were in fact a chaotic mess. Regretful as they were, they had no alternative choices left to them. You say, Liu Tianqi reluctantly uttered. Long Mo, unimpressed, casually remarked, "It's quite simple. Open your minds and allow me to plant a demonic seed within your consciousness. Should even a hint of rebellion arise, you will perish instantly. Your fate, life or death, is entirely in your hands. The demonic seed can control life and death, yet cannot be forcibly implanted." The two bit their silver teeth, their words barely escaping through clenched jaws. "Fine, we shall permit you to plant the demonic seed, but you must never engage in such vile acts against us." Long Mo shrugged. "Do I appear to be negotiating with you?" Chapter 107. A failed scheme. Liu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin simultaneously exited Long Mo's chamber, completely devoid of spirit. Their once grand aspirations had dissipated along with their fortune. Yi Bingxin chose not to return to her own room, instead trailing behind Liu Tianqi. As Liu Tianqi sat on the bed, lost in thought, she remained unaware of the added presence in the room. With a creak, Yi Bingxin locked the door before stepping forward to face Liu Tianqi. "Tianqi, we still have a chance." Liu Tianqi lifted her head momentarily before letting it drop once more. "A chance? Huh. We brought this upon ourselves. Where could a chance arise from? Stop dreaming. We have planted the demonic seed, and should any treachery arise, we will find no burial place. Living under Long Mo's control is akin to being a domesticated beast, allowing him to extract our fortune at will. Death? We lack the courage for that." Yi Bingxin grasped Liu Tianqi's shoulder, a gesture of intimacy that had never graced their 2 lifetimes. Yet now, as fellow wanderers in misfortune, they could only rely on one another for warmth. Cheer up. Have you forgotten about the sacred land of light? Within it lies not only divinity, but also that dagger that Chen Shangluo brought back in our previous life. Remember? Dagger. Lu Tianqi's expression grew serious. Are you referring to the one sealed in Chen Shangluo's study? It is said to be an ancient holy weapon capable of severing yin and yang, purging the impurities of the soul. Ye bingin nodit, pirejisidi. Do you recall that half-human, half-demon junior sister? Monta Kinghu. Yes, that's her. Yibingxin continued. Chen Shangluo used that very dagger to excise her demonic soul, allowing her to transcend into her nascent soul without being tainted by demonic energy. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi's fists clenched tightly. Are you suggesting that if we locate that dagger, we can eradicate the demonic seed from our consciousness and even sever the connection to our fate? Yibingxin nodded, hope reigniting in Lu Tianqi's eyes. Truly, there's no path without a way. After the calamity dissipated, the master of the Cloudy Gorge had no desire to concern himself with matters of Qian Peak. He received transmissions from 3 powerful factions: Yan Wu of the Tianqing dynasty, Qi Changwei of the Tianyin dynasty, and a long reclusive strength clan. These 3 forces, historically indifferent to the affairs of the Northwest, had surprisingly proposed a marriage alliance today. When did my Qixing sect produce such a figure? Could it be that scoundrel Shangluo? Your reach is quite extensive. I had hoped he would comprehend the supreme sword intent and vanquish the demon saint's corporeal form. You aim to meddle, indeed. You have played a clever hand. The Tianqing dynasty and the Tianyin dynasty need no elaboration, as the 2 mightiest forces in the central continent. Their foundations vastly surpass that of the Qixing sect. The sheer volume of resources is secondary. What is more terrifying are the rumors of several quasi-emperor-level existences behind them, suppressing their cultivation to bolster the martial might of their dynasties, lying dormant beneath the earth. Regardless, one must extend hospitality. Yin Miao, Yin Chang, Yin Shang, Yin Yuan. Present yourselves. Disciple at your service. You 4, go inform the peak masters to convene at the main peak to welcome the 3 great powers. His Majesty Yan Wu of the Tianqing dynasty, Empress Qi Changwei of the Tianyin dynasty, and the clan leader of the Strength Clan will soon arrive. Our Qixing sect must not lose decorum. The 4 were taken aback, but quickly recovered. Yes, master. Oh, by the way, I shall visit Chen Shangluo personally. The 4 dispersed, and Yun Miao arrived at Qiyun Peak, where Qi Honglong and Mo were already on their way out to greet him. The disciples of the 4 main peaks seldom enter Qiyun Peak except for inspections. Their presence surely bore the sect leader's directive. Yin Miao, dear nephew, what brings you to Qiyun Peak? Is there a matter of urgency? Yin Miao nodded lightly, her expression serene. The master has decreed that the leaders of each peak shall proceed to the main peak to welcome the sovereigns of the Tianqing dynasty and the Tianyin dynasty, as well as the chieftain of the Lusher clan. You must depart immediately, without error. Yin Miao intentionally paused for a moment, and Qi Honglong made a slight gesture of acknowledgement before dismissing her to the side. Internally, Yin Miao scoffed at her master's shrewdness. Qiyun Peak, with its lofty pride, has always looked down upon the 4 major disciples of the main peak. How could they possibly compare to the opportunities harvested from Shidi on Qiyun Peak? Just observe Qiyun Peak if it were not for the master's command. They would likely not even spare a glance. Such a lucrative task should be undertaken by oneself. Let the burdensome and thankless duties fall to the disciples. It truly pains the heart. Next time, I must seize the moment when the master is distracted, or perhaps feign ignorance and head straight to Qiyun Peak. Shidi there's not only warm-hearted, but also occasionally presents gifts. The disparities between people are indeed vast. Although displeased, Yin Miao departed directly. Knowing her junior brothers and sisters lacked his speed, he still had to hurry to another location. As for Jianyun Shangren, just as he had surmised, he was sitting beside Chen Shangluo, watching him fish, sipping tea, and thoroughly enjoying himself. Shangluo, why don't you go? Chen Shangluo replied, not going. He picked up the cloth of the Wanhun banner to wipe his hands, while Jianyun Shangren was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the pattern on that rag was oddly familiar. Yet he could not recall. TSK, it seems my state of mind is still lacking. Everything here with Chen Shangluo appears as a treasure. What a sin, what a sin. This sect leader actually harbors thoughts about a mere rag. Cough, cough, cough. Shangluo, all 3 major forces have arrived. Yet Qingyan Peak is the only one absent. That is simply unacceptable. It would reflect poorly on our Qixing sect. Chen Shangluo recalled the scene from his previous life when he first met Yin Fei, and Qi Qinghan, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. One was eccentric and mischievous, while the other wore a perpetual frown, as if someone owed her millions of spirit stones. He was resolute. If I say I'm not going, then I'm not going. No amount of persuasion will work. After speaking, he set down his fishing rod, preparing to rouse the sleepy man Xiaoyao and draw the 2 lottery prizes. Hey. Jianyun Shangren became anxious, his eyes darting. Wait, Shangluo, I see your room on Qingyan Peak is quite sparse and overcrowded. I happen to have a palace treasure. If you accompany me on a trip, I'll gift you this treasure. How about that? Chen Shangluo paused, weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, Qingyan Peak was currently crowded, and Lin Bufan was still residing in the study. Luo's room must be preserved, and if he were to take in more disciples, housing would truly become a dilemma. All right, I agree to accompany you, but whether it comes to fruition or not, you must first give me the palace pearl. Jianyun Shangren's expression darkened, and he lifted the teapot to drink heavily, as if attempting to reclaim some essence from the spirit tea. Chapter 108. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. Unlike Chen Shangluo's reluctance, Qi Heng appeared remarkably excited alongside Long Mo atop Qi Yunfeng. Montakia, I never anticipated that news of your rebirth of the primordial infant would spread so swiftly. It seems the 3 major factions are indeed aiming for you. Wasn't it said they desired a marital alliance? With your exceptional talent and the emergence of heavenly tribulations at the primordial infant stage, you are undoubtedly the fated child among millions. If they were aware of the happenings across the neighboring continent, they would likely be ready to proclaim that my son Long Mo possesses the bearing of an emperor. Long Mo puffed out his chest, increasingly convinced by his own reasoning. In his previous life, discussions of marriage proposals from the 2 great dynasties occurred much later. This was due to Chen Shangluo acquiring divinity within the Holy Land of Light, securing a baseline status of becoming an emperor, which incited the emperor's admiration for talent. Now that Chen Shangluo was merely at the Golden Core stage, their early visit must certainly be because of himself. He heard that Yin Fei and Qi Qinghan were both unparalleled beauties. Lost in thought, tears inadvertently slipped from the corners of Long Mo's mouth. Qi Heng's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. Montakia, I have warned you before solidifying your mental state. Do not entertain obscure thoughts. Should you lose control and let the demonic energy leak, it could be fatal. However, Qi Heng quickly reconsidered, formulating another plan in his mind. If you accompany the 2 great dynasties into Zhongzhou, perhaps this will not pose a problem. In Zhongzhou, where people of all kinds intermingle, there's less aversion towards demonic cultivators compared to those sects. The 2 dynasties value balance, despite their actions against demons, most of the time. As long as the other party does not go too far, they will turn a blind eye. Yes, master, Long Mo respectfully replied, his thoughts already soaring towards Zhongzhou, even overshadowing the ominous cloud of the missing Wanhan banner. Let us proceed to the main peak. Today, the protective formation of the 7 Stars sect has been activated, and all restrictions have been lifted. Many disciples are still caught off guard. What is happening today? Why has the main peak removed all prohibitions? You are still unaware, aren't you? Did you see the summit of the main peak? The masters of each peak have gathered. Surely, a distinguished guest is arriving. At this moment, the news among us servant disciples is far more reliable than that of your 7 peaks. I have heard that representatives from the 2 great dynasties are here, along with a mighty clan, known for their exceptional craftsmanship. Elder Sun had long since issued orders to extend the highest standard of spiritual fruits and delicacies for their reception. It seems the occasion is quite significant. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their astonishment. Although this servant disciple lacked strength, he was considered an elder among them and thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. In a moment of excitement, I inadvertently let slip a secretive remark. I heard from Elder Sun that it seems someone is targeting a disciple from our 7-star sect, purportedly with intentions of a union. Gasp! While it is termed a union, it is more akin to a forcible abduction of talent. But who possesses such exceptional gifts that 3 factions vie for them? Could it be Brother Long Mo? As the eldest brother of our generation, with unparalleled talent, he even managed to reformulate his shattered nascent soul. Surely a person of great fortune. Other than him, I truly cannot conceive of anyone else. Yet, one must not overlook someone else. Chief Chen. Let us be realistic. Chief Chen is notoriously idle. I've heard he has recently created a pond on Qingyan Peak, spending his days fishing. During the last grand competition, it was solely due to that black staff in his possession, an artifact likely bequeathed by Uncle Luo before his ascension. Without it, how could he possibly have triumphed over Brother Long Mo? You seem to have a point there. Elder Son, witnessing the idle chatter of the disciples, was filled with ire. Here I am, burdened and unable to ascend the peak to behold the majesty of our sovereign, while you all take the opportunity to laze about. Lu Qing, get over here. Take the junior disciples and deliver the spiritual fruits to the peak. The idle disciples immediately shrank back like mice before a cat. Hurrying up the mountain, Gu Mubai gazed at the summit, momentarily lost in thought. In his past life, when the two sovereigns visited the seven-star sect, he had the fortune to stand on that very peak alongside Master Chen. How long ago it was since he reached a height unattainable by ordinary disciples. Gu Mubai, have you lost your wits? Get over here now. Lu Qing, reprimanded by Elder Son, sought to reclaim his dignity, and the dazed Gu Mubai became an easy target. With a forceful kick, Gu Mubai nearly lost his balance. Lu Qing, do not push your luck. After all, I'm also a disciple of Qingyan Peak. Little did he know, Lu Qing not only persisted, but increased his force. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Gu Mubai's nape. Oh, look at you, a pitiful sight. Did you think you were a privileged disciple of Qingyan Peak? Let me enlighten you. You have no hope in this lifetime. Do you believe you could restore your shattered nascent soul like Brother Long Mo? Do not indulge in such fantasies. Being a mere servant disciple might ensure you a meal. Should you be cast down the mountain, prepare to meet an untimely demise on the streets. Gu Mubai felt his molars nearly shatter. Remaining in the seven-star sect might offer a chance for Brother Long Mo to find compassion or perhaps encounter Master Chen, who might remember their past bond and lend assistance. If he were to lose control and leave the seven-star sect, he would undoubtedly become an ordinary citizen, enduring humiliation for the sake of future glory. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Smack! I'll show you 30. At the summit of the main peak, everyone had gathered, with only the figures of Jianyun and Chen Shangluo still absent. The atmosphere was palpable with anxiety, akin to ants on a hot pan. What could be delaying the sect master? Qi Hing stepped forward, clearing his throat as if he were the main character in this unfolding drama, proclaiming, "Fear not, for the sect master may be held up by unforeseen matters. Even in his absence, we must extend our hospitality to the guests from Zhongzhou." The crowd merely cast a fleeting glance at him, barely registering his words before resuming their discussions, while Xin Yurong deliberately distanced herself from Qi Hung, subtly increasing the space between them. "You all," she huffed. "Forget it. I shan't stoop to your level. Once Mo gains the favor of the dynasty, you will all come crawling back." Just then, the sect master arrived, soaring through the sky on his sword, tracing a long arc above. Everyone respectfully turned their gaze upward. "Welcome, sect master." However, the sect master seemed to glide through the air with an unusual sluggishness today. It appeared he was accompanied by another figure. "Hey, old sect master, slow down. There are countless paths, but safety is paramount, you know." Chapter 109. The Two Great Dynasties. Jianyun's expression darkened as he landed steadily at the peak. Chen Shangluo sighed. "It seems I must acquire a flying artifact. Wielding a sword like the sect master is quite taxing. Rain or snow in winter, scorching sun in summer. This one do." The sect master, as Chen Shangluo dismounted from his flying sword, he locked eyes with Long Mo. Both men were momentarily taken aback. What the? Has he risen from the dead? Wasn't Long Mo reduced to ashes by the Buddha beads just yesterday? Thank goodness he is not a ghost. Once ISNT enough, let's do it multiple times. Long Mo could no longer contain himself. The demonic markings on Chen Shangluo's back were invisible to others, but he could see them all too clearly. "How dare you? In the seven-star sect, aside from you, Chen Shangluo, who else would dare covet what belongs to Long Mo?" After the initial fury subsided, Long Mo managed to regain his composure, pondering the situation. "You wish to take my 10,000 souls banner? I fear your appetite may be too grand, leading to your own demise." He extended his consciousness, discerning that aside from the exceedingly concealed demonic markings, Chen Shangluo bore no trace of demonic energy. It seemed that Chen had not yet been foolish enough to carry the 10,000 souls banner with him. Best not to be discovered. otherwise long Mo suddenly realized that if Chen Shangluo possessed the 10,000 souls banner, it could turn out to be a fortuitous development. Should the need arise, a mere accusation of Chen being a demonic cultivator would transform the banner into a ticking time bomb, capable of obliterating him at any moment. At that point, even the sect master's protection would be of no use. As old foes locked eyes, their animosity palpable, the attention of the crowd was diverted elsewhere. From the distant skies, a sudden chorus of beastly roars erupted. Caw, caw, caw. This time, Yin Wu and Qi Chongwei opted not to ride in the sedan chair. For that contraption, aside from its ostentation, is not particularly swift. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complexity. Yin Pifu, who would have thought that all along you bore the demeanor of a brute? Yet now, it seems you possess quite the cunning. Yin Wu's brow twitched, his expression enigmatic. He wished to articulate something, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Cunning, you say? And what of you? In your eagerness to outpace me, you two have forsaken the sedan. Both of their mounts were colossal avian creatures. However, Yin Wu's was a vibrant crimson, while Qi Chongwei's was far more subdued, emanating a reserved greenish-blue flame, easily discernible to onlookers. What? The Qing Luan and the Hofeng? The two majesties have arrived. Everyone bowed respectfully, except for the immortal of the stream and Chen Shangluo, who remained unmoved. The immortal of the stream, being a quasi-emperor, naturally did not need to pay respects to the two, who were also quasi-emperors, albeit of slightly lesser standing. As for Chen Shangluo, having learned of the love-hate entanglements of these two in his previous life, he could not muster any feelings of reverence. After all, what were they? Even those two transformed divine beasts were rather unserious, rumored to have originated from the same nest. Yes, the kind that consists of one male and one female. Chen Shangluo felt somewhat relieved that they had not brought along Yin Fei'er and Qi Qinghan this time. He secretly sighed in relief, but soon after, a voice from halfway up the mountain shattered his illusions. Father, father, I am here. Yin Fei'er squeezed through the crowd, making her way directly to the summit. Qi Qinghan, on the other hand, was far more composed, arriving leisurely just as the divine beast descended. Faya, mind your manners. You truly give me no peace of mind. Yin Fei'er pouted, standing behind Yin Wu, babbling about something incomprehensible. Qi Qinghan clasped her hands respectfully. Mother. She then took her place behind Qi Chongwei. Your Majesties, your presence at the Seven Stars sect truly graces us. Please, allow me to invite you inside. Our sect has prepared some spiritual fruits and delicacies for your enjoyment. Oh, the sect master of the immortal stream has other distinguished guests? Qi Qinghan was clearly displeased. On the Tianyuan continent, aside from the Alchemist Guild, who else could stand on equal footing with the two great dynasties? He. The immortal of the stream chuckled lightly, though the smile was insincere, as he relished the prospect of further chaos. The more people vied for attention, the better chance he had to keep Chen Shangluo amidst the turmoil. At that moment, he could simply declare, the conditions proposed by all are quite enticing. My seven-star sect must deliberate further. He could send everyone away, prolonging matters by another day, and then pass on the position of sect master to Chen Shangluo. Who would dare to challenge him then? The patriarch of the Strength clan was also en route, though the journey from the far southern lands was quite distant, so he might arrive later. Upon hearing it was the Strength clan, Qi Qinghan paused, immediately sensing a twinge of crisis. While the two great dynasties may possess numerous exceptional resources when it comes to magical artifacts and weaponry, they cannot rival the profound heritage of the Hercules clan. The Hercules clan? Have they not long since withdrawn from worldly affairs? What purpose do they have in re-emerging now? However, as she glanced towards Qi Qinghan, her confidence surged. The Hercules clan is renowned for their physical prowess, unlike my daughter, who is breathtakingly beautiful. Surely, Chen Shangluo, if not blind, would know how to make the right choice. Yet, an additional power vying for dominance surely spells trouble. With this thought, her brows furrowed, the Empress exuding a commanding presence without uttering a word. We are both sovereigns. It seems rather inappropriate for the Lord of the Jiangyun sect to act in such a manner. With guests arriving from afar, is it not unreasonable to disregard them? The Lord of Jiangyun found himself in a quandary. He reluctantly allowed Xin Yurong to remain and await the clan leader of the Hercules, while he escorted the two into the inner hall. Qi Qinghan and Yin Fei'er followed closely behind, sensing a gaze filled with ill intent. Yin Fei'er exclaimed, "Keep staring. and I shall pluck out your eyes. Qi Qing Han was equally unyielding, tightening her grip on the long sword she held. Montakia. Qi Hung tugged at Long Mo's sleeve, and only then did the latter snap back to reality, ceasing his previous expression of deep contemplation. He silently lamented, "Goodness, is the after effect of demonic cultivation really this severe? This is disastrous. My impression must have plummeted." Long Mo remained oblivious to his own rudeness. Fortunately, the two sovereigns intervened. "Faya, Qing'an, do not be disrespectful." "Yes, father." "Yes, mother." Long Mo stood alongside Chen Shangluo, while the two sovereigns, following the direction of their gaze, assumed it was Chen Shangluo's nonchalant demeanor that had incited their daughter's ire. Little did they know, such a misunderstanding bolstered Qi Heng's confidence. He leaned closer to Long Mo's ear, whispering, "Did you see that? The sovereigns are on your side. Remember to perform well later." "Yes, master." Chapter 110. Clan Leader of the Ancient Hercules. Upon entering the inner hall, the Lord of Zhangyun could not help but engage in pleasantries. "Your Majesties, please take a seat. We shall discuss matters after savoring some tea and indulging in spiritual fruits." At that moment, it was the season for the abundant spiritual fruits of Kaiyun Peak. A flower viewing event was to be held soon, but coincidentally, you both arrived early. Sabortea. Lord Zhangyun, I did not come here merely for tea. I have made my intentions very clear through sound transmission. I am curious about the seven-star sex dance. Qi Changwei recognized this old fox's attempt to divert the conversation. Let's first enjoy the tea. It is of the highest quality. Your Majesty, matters cannot be rushed. While the Lord of Zhangyun claimed urgency was unwarranted, his eyes continually darted outside, his pacing revealing his anxiety. It was evident he was waiting for the Hercules clan. Qi Changwei lifted her teacup, thinking to herself, "Once we finish this tea, we shall see what excuses you still have, old man." Unintentionally, she cast a glance at Yan Wu beside her, a surge of frustration welling up within her. As a sovereign of the realm, how could he be so feeble? This is not merely my affair. Why does he remain silent? Yan Wu lifted his teacup, feeling Qi Changwei's gaze upon him, instinctively shifting his posture as if oblivious to the situation. Chen Shangluo, observing the subtle exchange between the two, couldn't help but chuckle. Just like in a past life, Yan Wu was a formidable presence in the Tianqing dynasty, one whom none dared to defy. Yet, in the presence of Qi Changwei, he transformed into a different person, even lowering his voice. Since their encounter on the battlefield centuries ago, where they initially regarded each other merely as opposing generals, a fondness had unexpectedly blossomed. Sadly, upon discovering that both were heirs to their respective dynasties, any union was rendered impossible. Yan Wu likely remains unaware that Qi Changwei has preserved her chastity for him, while Qi Qing Han is merely a ruse she spun, claiming the child as her own. Perhaps it is best not to shatter this delicate facade. Chen Shangluo reminisced about their past life, when they reconciled and retired, spreading affection wherever they went, stirring a tumult within him. At that time, the Tianyuan continent was permeated with the scent of romance. The two remained oblivious to the flicker of Chen Shangluo's gaze, merely sipping from their cups. What tea does our Tianyin dynasty lack? How foolish of this old man, Zhangyun, to be so enigmatic. Hiss. The tea leaves were rather mediocre. Compared to the millennium-old agarwood within my dynasty, they fell short. Wait, this is spiritual liquid. Yan Wu and Qi Changwei froze simultaneously, realizing that even the mightiest of dynasties would not serve guest tea made from spiritual liquid. Surely, only our cups contain such a rarity. This Zhangyun truly is a cunning old fox. This thought occurred to them both. Qi Changwei glanced around, sensing something amiss. No, it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone, even the ordinary disciples, had spiritual liquid in their teacups. Even the massive teapots on the table exuded steam intertwined with Taoist essence. All of it. When did the seven-star sect become so profoundly affluent? This spiritual liquid, though possessing mixed attributes, contained more spiritual energy than ordinary varieties. Is this a case of putting on a facade of grandeur? It seems Zhangyun intends for us to retreat in trepidation. Yet when she looked at the others, she was taken aback. The other peak masters, aside from Qi Hung and Long Mo, who sat upright to maintain a good impression, like two stones awaiting their husbands, had not even lifted their teacups. The other peak masters were buzzing with chatter, but the level of astonishment was far from overwhelming. One must admit, the tea brewed by the miscellaneous disciples pales in comparison to that of the sect master. Isn't that obvious? The finest tea leaves have been hoarded by the sect master. With his shrewdness, would he ever serve them? Shoo, lower your voice. If his majesty hears, he might think our seven-star sect is stingy. When they first witnessed the sect leader brewing tea with the waters of the bitter sea, they were indeed taken aback. However, after frequent visits to the main peak, they soon grew accustomed to it. What did I just hear? This tea is not even the highest standard of hospitality? Chi Chongwei expressed disbelief and embarrassment. She had initially thought that others were putting on a facade, only to realize the jester was herself. Sect leader of the Jianyan sect. Your tea. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the main peak. Boom! Crack! Creak! The crowd, filled with astonishment, gazed outside the grand hall. A colossal sailing ship, resembling a steel beast, floated gracefully and anchored firmly in the open space. Patriarch, is this the entrance to the human realm? How quaint! Exclaimed the twin-tailed beauty, flexing her robust biceps and gesturing with her palm against her forehead. The trees here were scarcely taller than her, and the crops from the southernmost lands grew to such heights. Xiaoyu, the patriarch admonished. You are a lady and must learn the decorum of humanity. Do you understand? You are to become the matriarch of my mighty clan, and must not act inappropriately. Xiaoyu pouted and lowered her hand. Amidst their movements, Xin Yurong and Liuli, standing nearby, could feel a rush of wind approaching. If it were solely based on physical strength, I reckon that in a mere 10 exchanges, I would falter against the young girl of the mighty clan. Xin Yurong swallowed hard, but quickly replaced her anxiety with a warm smile. You must be the patriarch of the mighty clan. The sect leader has been awaiting you for quite some time. Indeed, the mighty clan, as patriarch, spoke little, striding directly into the grand hall. The presence of the mighty clan's leader and the use of the celestial voyager, Chi Chongwei's expression turned serious. All major powers were aware that the celestial voyager was an ancient relic. In terms of defense and speed, no artifact in existence could rival it. Clearly, the mighty clan placed great importance on this meeting. One could only wonder who their target was. The mighty clan has always been reclusive, rarely engaging in transactions beyond weapons and artifacts, and seldom venturing beyond the icy plains. Ah, Kui Shongwei, Yanu, you are also present. The patriarch addressed them directly. Yet the two sovereigns bore no displeasure. After all, the mighty clan does not fall under human jurisdiction and has preserved its ancient bloodline. Guam Li, your mighty clan has traditionally refrained from involving itself in human disputes. What brings you to the Seven Stars sect? Chi Chongwei inquired. Chapter 111. The Betrothal Gift. The patriarch Gu Li turned his gaze toward the transcendent figure on the high platform, his demeanor entirely transformed. What a jest. This could very well be Xiao Yu's elder in the future, thus necessitating a more courteous approach. He clasped his hands and performed a rather awkward bow. I have come to the Seven Stars sect, of course, to propose marriage to the sect leader of Jianyan. Cough, cough, cough. Yenwu nearly spewed his tea. Chief Gully, Donotiest, you are proposing to the Seven Star sect? When has the Strength clan ever sought to intermarry with the human race? This is sheer nonsense. The members of the Strength clan often tower at 3 to 5 meters. Even the newly matured women stand over 2 meters tall. Who could endure such a thing? Your Majesty Yin, your words are rather biased. Consider that our Strength clan's first ancestral king was indeed of the human race. There are no clan rules forbidding intermarriage with humans. Yin Wu's face flushed, knowing full well the reasons he could not disclose. Very well, very well. If you wish to fool around, then so be it. I cannot interfere, but you shall regret it in due time. The master of the stream, Cloud, remained silent, pondering that the more chaotic the situation became, the better. Ideally, everyone would part on unfavorable terms. Master of the stream, Cloud, do not feign ignorance. You must say something. Now, with the Strength clan joining us, we are 3 factions. Surely you have something to contribute? The master of the stream, Cloud, awkwardly chuckled. My friends, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. Our 7-star sect traditionally does not meddle in the personal affairs of our disciples. However, if you wish to unite in marriage, the parties involved must consent, do they not? As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Shangluo, who casually reclined behind his chair. There was no way he would consent. He needed to recruit more disciples to enhance his power, eliminate long MO, and strive for ascension without the burden of marital concerns. Better to leave it to the master of the stream, Cloud, who surely would not offer him up. Chi Chongwei, under the impression that the old man was merely bargaining, interjected. My daughter, Chi Qinghan, reached the nascent soul stage at the age of 20. Surely she is more than a match for your 9 generations disciples of the 7-star sect? Moreover, at the time of marriage, I shall offer 2 pseudo-divine ranks. 54th grade pills, 25th grade pills, 5 6th grade pills, and 1 7th grade pill as betrothal gifts. Gasp! Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply. A 20-year-old at the nascent soul stage left even the elders feeling a bit rattled. They were witnessing what true genius looked like. What does this imply? As long as she does not meet an untimely end, her ascension to emperor seems all but guaranteed. The 4 from Yunmiao hung their heads in shame. They were in their 30s and had only just reached the nascent soul stage, thanks to the pills, techniques, and spiritual liquids sent by junior brother Chen. Few among the 9 generations disciples, perhaps only brother Long Mo and junior brother Shangluo could hope to reach such heights. He glanced at the 2, suddenly struck by a realization. Could it be that these 3 were aiming for them? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He truly envied the pair. Though he was uncertain which of them Her Majesty referred to, what a cause for envy. If it were me, I would likely wake from dreams filled with joy. Qi Han, with her stunning beauty and remarkable talents, has so many resources at her disposal. Alas, what a remarkable situation. If this were to happen to someone else, it would be a source of joy. Yet Chen Shangluo remains utterly unmoved. Yin Yuan cast a glance at Yun Miao, her expression betraying her disdain. Hey, senior brother, control your drool. It's quite evident. With a start, Yun Miao wiped away the saliva. My daughter Yin Feier is no less impressive. At the tender age of 20, she too has broken through to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, I can sweeten the deal with an additional pseudo-divine essence. A collective gasp echoed as the onlookers' cheeks twitched in disbelief. 3 pseudo-divine essences. Such resources could potentially forge 3 quasi-emperors. It has long been rumored that the 2 great dynasties possess profound legacies, concealing numerous quasi-emperors. It appears those whispers bear truth. Alas, it is regrettable that those who come to power through divine essences cannot ascend to the imperial realm. What do you know? For old souls like us, who see no hope of advancement and are nearing the end of our lifespans, achieving the status of quasi-emperor is a significant feat, even if we cannot attain the imperial throne. Indeed, the sect leader implored, we beseech you to agree. Our lives rest firmly in your hands. The allure of extending our lifespans by 1,000 years after becoming quasi-emperors is irresistible. Qi Changwei shot a glare at Yin Wu, yet he remained undaunted for the sake of the dynasty. Yin Wu, you wretch. Once, in service to the dynasty, you cast me aside, and now you dare to compete with me for talent. Bride price. It seems the master of the streams has discerned an underlying intent. Are you implying that, should you marry, you would require us to return to the dynasty? Qi Changwei responded, naturally, having offered such a substantial bride price. I must ensure that your 7-star sect births 2 quasi-emperors, securing your sect's prominence for a millennium. Naturally, I must take the person with me. The master of the streams stroked his beard, contemplating that for anyone else, such resources would be an automatic agreement. However, not Chen Shangluo. It simply cannot be. Setting aside the spiritual liquids, elixirs, and celestial-level techniques he has concocted, his unparalleled comprehension of sword intent alone forbids him from letting Chen Shangluo depart. What a shrewd calculation. I initially thought that a princess marrying into the 7-star sect might be negotiable, yet it appears they aim to uproot the entire establishment. Contemplating this, he firmly voiced his refusal. No, I cannot agree. Your intentions are indeed a slap to my face. I categorically refuse to allow you to take him away. Chen Shangluo squinted one eye, observing the elder of the streams puffing up in indignation, thinking to himself that this was a solid victory. He shifted his posture and resumed his leisurely nap. Yin Wu and Qi Changwei exchanged glances, having anticipated that the master of the streams would demand more. But they were unprepared for such a resolute stance, which did not appear to be feigned in the slightest. Their acquaintance with the elder Jianyun has spanned quite some time, and they possess a certain understanding of this elderly figure. However, his sudden outburst has left them momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Qi Hong, feeling a surge of urgency, realized that the path he had meticulously charted for Long Mo must not be jeopardized by elder Jianyun's whims. Thus, he rose to his feet, bowing respectfully in an effort to project an air of sophistication. Elder Jianyun, I believe your words are rather hasty. Did you not just mention that it ultimately depends on the child's wishes? Perhaps the young one desires to venture towards the dynasty. Would it not be a grave mistake to thwart their lifelong aspirations? This stance diverges somewhat from the intentions of our Qixing sect. After speaking, he cast a glance at Long Mo. My child, for your future, I am prepared to risk offending the sect leader. You must strive to excel. He subtly gestured to Long Mo. In response, Long Mo also stood, ready to express his agreement to journey to the dynasty. Chapter 112. Another arrival. Elder Jianyun, already burdened with worry, was further incensed by Qi Heng's defiance. Before Long Mo could voice his thoughts, Jianyun unleashed his fury. How dare you, Qi Yanfeng? When my master bequeathed the position of sect leader to me, your discontent was palpable. Do you now aspire to reclaim that title? The overwhelming might of his presence rendered Long Mo mute. It was the first time the assembly witnessed the sect leader's wrath, causing even Chen Shangluo to sit up straighter. Qi Heng, startled, found his words faltering, yet for the sake of Long Mo's future, he summoned his courage and replied, There is no need to leverage your position against me. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. I implore the sect leader to reconsider. Qi Heng, who had been searching for an opportunity, found the Qixing sect embroiled in conflict, inadvertently providing her with the chance she sought. Sect leader Jianyun, I believe head Qi's perspective holds merit. Why not grant the youth an opportunity? Elder Jianyun shot a glare at Qi Heng, but, in the presence of the two emperors, endeavored to maintain a semblance of cordiality. After all, his ascension one day was inevitable, and the Qixing sect's foundation paled in comparison to the dynasties. Your Majesty, since you have expressed such sentiments, I have little to add. If the young one consents, I shall permit him to descend the mountain. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced towards Chen Shangluo, silently urging, Do not falter at this critical juncture, young lad. I have not been unkind to your Qingyan Peak. Aside from the incident involving the elder's spatial ring and the unintentional acquisition of several barrels of spirit liquid, he could not recall any other grievances. Ah yes, there was that fishing rod he had taken a look at last time, but had forgotten to return. The more Elder Jianyun pondered, the more his confidence waned. Long Mo, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, adopted a serious demeanor and stepped forward. Elder Jianyun's mind was filled with questions. What does this youth intend to do? Could it be? He was thwarted before he could respond, and Long Mo deeply bowed. The young man, Long Mo, aged 28, has already achieved the nascent soul stage, and upon his recent breakthrough, he has reached the second level of this realm. It was indeed he who triggered the tribulation. Grateful for the benevolence of your majesties, I am quite eager to serve the human race in any capacity. What is happening? Now, it was the turn of the two sovereigns to be bewildered. Where did this fellow emerge from? Isn't he the one who was knocked off the stage by Chen Shangluo in the illusionary stone? Yin Fei'er and Qi Qinghan wore expressions as if they had just ingested a fly. Previously, they had fallen prey to misunderstandings, believing the external rumors that Chen Shangluo was a man devoid of talent. However, after the grand competition, their perceptions had utterly transformed, especially the gaze Long Mo directed at them, which exuded an unsettling aura. Puffed. Yun Miao spat out his tea, and the four turned away, their shoulders trembling violently. Are these two masters and disciples truly this bold? Did they misinterpret the situation? I recall the two sovereigns mentioning that it should be Shanglu's junior brother. Who knows where Qi Yunfeng derives his confidence? Yin Yuan, brothers, cease your laughter. Do you not see the seriousness of the gathering? Yin Chang, who is laughing? I assure you, I am not. We have undergone professional training. The four turned back, their faces flushed to a deep shade of crimson. Yet they attempted to maintain an air of nonchalance, which was truly a feat equally flushed with a revered master of the stream, who was equally perplexed. He could hardly believe his ears. Grasping Yun Miao's collar, he lowered his voice, striving to keep the anomaly from being noticed. Yun Miao, what message have you conveyed? Did you say something? Yun Miao's expression soured. Master, I said nothing. The matter was urgent. I had no time for idle chatter, not even with my own peak. Perhaps Long Mo's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage summoned the tribulation, leading him to believe these individuals were here for him. That would make sense. The master of the stream released his grip, glaring at him fiercely. It better be so. Yin Miao felt on the verge of tears. The eldest brother of the main peak was indeed not boasting. Every beating over the years was well-deserved. Shi Changwei's countenance was noticeably awkward. Yet as the empress, she had to maintain her composure. The atmosphere could not remain stagnant. Long Mo, is it? A nascent soul at 28. having attracted a tribulation, is indeed a promising talent. If you wish to serve the human race, you may proceed to the hidden star platform. We shall discuss this matter further another time. With this statement, her stance was clear, and she afforded Long Mo due respect. Promising talent? Hidden star platform? Even Long Mo, despite his lack of wit, understood the Empress's intentions. My goodness, is this not an attempt to win him over? Aside from me, who else could there be? Surely, it cannot be Chen Shangluo, can it? To triumph over me in the grand competition, relying merely on some lowly tactics. Fortunately, this thought remained confined to his mind. Had the patriarch of the Strength clan overheard, he would likely be reduced to a mere pulp. What a jest! To inscribe runes with blood. You dare to label this as a lowly tactic? Perhaps you are eager for a swift demise. No, this cannot be. If I were to descend from this position, I would become the laughingstock of the Seven Stars sect. At present, as a second-tier nascent soul, none among the ninth-generation disciples can possibly surpass me. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of confidence, and thus, clasping his hands, inquired, "Your Majesty, please illuminate who it is that you are seeking to recruit." Shi Chongwei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, sensing that this youth was indeed quite impertinent. Despite the gravity of the situation, he remained undeterred. She gestured toward the squinting Chen Shangluo. "Both our great dynasties are naturally here for him." "What? This is impossible. He, Chen Shangluo, is merely a golden core, despite possessing various techniques. They cannot conceal the truth of his golden core status. In the Tianyuan continent, power is paramount. Even if he comprehends sword intent and employs seemingly underhanded rune-drawing methods, they can be effortlessly shattered in the face of true mastery." Long Mo's voice was soft, yet everyone present could hear him. "Humph, ignorant child." Shi Chongwei merely snorted coldly, casting not another glance at this arrogant individual. To the average person, the significance of sword intent and domains may be lost, for since ancient times, no one has comprehended them beyond the fourth tier. Yet the two great dynasties possess countless records from antiquity. Once sword intent reaches the fifth tier and domains attain the third, a qualitative transformation occurs. Hiss, Chen Shangluo. Both monarchs are indeed here for Chen Shangluo. The other peak masters were equally astonished. Just as Long Mo pondered his predicament, a fragrant aroma wafted through the main peak. A gust of wind swept by, refreshing the spirit. "Jian Yun, you are quite dull. Such a grand assembly, and yet you did not invite me." Yan Jinxing. Chapter 1:13 No way. Yan Jinxing. The voice arrived before the person, and merely hearing the name left everyone in shock. Yan Jinxing, a name etched in the minds of countless generations, rendered even the likes of Jian Yun as mere juniors in comparison. It is regrettable that his lifespan has been excessively prolonged. During the tenure of the Grand Elder, Yan Jinxing was already renowned as the singular master alchemist across the continent. Even Shi Chongwei and Yin Wu rose to their feet. What could his esteemed elder be doing here? Was he not said to be striving for the rank of a ninth-tier alchemist? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a rugged man burst into the inner hall. This individual, with a bushy beard and a muscular physique, would hardly be associated with an alchemist were it not for the unique long robe of the alchemist guild draped over him, along with the glaring emblem of a master alchemist. Xiaoyu had never ventured into the icy expanse, and naturally, she was unfamiliar with its reputation. She leaned closer to the chief of the Gully tribe and whispered, "Chief, who is this Yan Jinxing? Are you certain he is not one of our lost kin?" Silence. The chief interjected sharply, his expression darkening. The relationship between those who forged weapons and those who concocted elixirs had been fraught since antiquity. Xiaoyu's audacity could easily be used against her. Although Yin, the president, could scarcely recall his own age, the elixirs he consumed kept his senses sharp, and he certainly overheard her words. "Ha ha, little girl, you are quite amusing. Far more entertaining than your stuffy elders." Xiaoyu pouted, feeling indignant. She straightened her chest, crossed her arms, and displayed her well-defined muscles. "Humph. Small? Where am I small? Tell me, in what way am I lacking?" The person from a Jianyun sect awkwardly clasped his hands, addressing Yin. "President Yin, what brings you here? I heard you were researching the crafting of ninth-grade elixirs. I did not wish to intrude." Though he said this, Jianyun felt quite frustrated. What was with everyone's sudden urgency? Was it my fault for not notifying you? I only received word myself not long ago. Yin rubbed his beard and produced a jade vial. This vial contains an 8th grade avoiding calamity pill, which I had originally intended to gift you." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the two monarchs. It appeared now that you would not be needing it. The three of them widened their eyes in unison, particularly Jianyun, who could not resist inching closer to the jade vial. That was the avoiding calamity pill, an elixir that approached the 9th grade. Apart from Yin Jinqing, no one else on the continent could concoct it. This pill had no other use but to diminish the intensity of heavenly tribulations during the ascension to the imperial throne, safeguarding one's spirit from being ensnared by inner demons. Compared to the divine essences in the royal treasury of the two monarchs, it was hardly comparable. A blatant display of extravagance. The preciousness of the avoiding calamity pill could not possibly be measured against divine essences. Qi Changwei could not help but scoff inwardly. Why not offer you all the divine essences from my treasury in exchange for this vial of avoiding calamity pill? Jianyun disregarded the dignity of his sect leader and stepped forward to Yin, trembling hands reaching for the vial. This was precisely what he lacked. In the past, he had been stingy, merely to accumulate some wealth to invite Yin to refine elixirs for him upon attaining his imperial status. Now that it was being presented to him, how could he remain reserved? President Yin, Senior Yin, Master Yin, what are you saying? Not to mention, it is an 8th grade divine pill. Even if it were merely crafted by your hands, it would already be immensely valuable. Chen Shangluo turned his head away. The current appearance of the Master of Jianyun was truly unworthy of sight. I had intended to restore the visage of the God-Slayer and set aside a portion for your use. Have you, old man, truly been bought off so easily? In the art of flattery, I cannot hope to rival you in 3 lifetimes. Just as the Master of Jianyun was about to make contact with the jade vial, President Yin swiftly retracted his hand. Master Jianyun, please do not be hasty. This escape pill is indeed a gift for you. He shifted his tone. However, I must request something from you. Might you be willing to part with it? Request something? The Master of Jianyun furrowed his brows. What is it? A heavenly grade technique? President Yin had no use for it. After all these years, he had never revealed his true strength, likely peaking at the integration stage or the great ascension. A sword intent tablet? He has immersed himself in the alchemical arts for countless years, never pursuing power or rank. What use has he for a sword intent tablet? Slap. The Master of Jianyun struck his own face. How could I have hesitated? Faced with an entire vial of escape pills, I actually hesitated. As long as my integrity remains unblemished, what could I possibly refuse? Even if it requires bending the rules, I must demand a higher price. The Master of Jianyun cleared his throat twice. Ahem. President Yin, if you continue with such talk, I shall become displeased. Speak freely about your desires. Consider the 7-star sect as your own home. To suggest otherwise is rather distant. Hee. President Yin turned his gaze towards Chen Shangluo on the high platform, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. He had been stuck at the 9th grade pill level for over 1,000 years. Originally, he was frustrated with no outlet for his anger, especially since the old Qin Ruhai had vanished without a trace. When he finally located Qin Ruhai in the Joyous City, he learned the full story. Chen Shangluo had refined the pristine spirit liquid. Moreover, it was achieved under exceedingly rudimentary conditions. Qin Ruhai praised the refining technique as nothing short of miraculous. Upon learning this news, Yin Jinqing could no longer sit idly. He possessed all the necessary ingredients for refining 9th grade pills, including the recipe and the alchemical furnace. All that was lacking was this pristine spirit liquid. According to Qin Ruhai's description, Chen Shangluo did not merely stumble upon the pristine spirit liquid. He was assured in his ability to produce it consistently. Given Yin Jinqing's relentless pursuit of alchemical mastery, he would gladly trade an entire guild of alchemists for a single vial of escape pills. The Master Jianyun, Yin Wu, Qi Changwei, and Guli followed Yin Jinqing's gaze, growing increasingly uneasy. No way. Another one interested in Chen Shangluo? Absolutely not. Almost in unison, the 4 shouted no, 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 no. Their collective outcry startled even Yin Jinqing. Chapter 114. Alchemy? Just a modicum of understanding. Hey, why are you all shouting at this old man? Even if your forebears were still present, such a ruckus would not ensue. Do you truly believe that your impending ascension grants you the right to treat me with disrespect? Aside from Guli, the others appear flustered. The revered Jianyun possesses the highest cultivation level, nearing the status of a great emperor, and his ascension is undoubtedly assured. Yet in a century's time, Yin Wu and Qi Changwei will still have grounds for contention. The avoidance pill is currently only within the capable hands of President Yin. What shall we do after offending him? ascending through tribulation with a corporeal body? What a jest! The supreme physical cultivation techniques have long been lost to antiquity. Attempting to transcend tribulation with one's physical form is akin to seeking death in utter nakedness. How could this be possible? President Yin, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Qi Changwei hastily expressed her contrition. Yes, I too feel the same. Yen Wu quickly echoed. Yen Jinxing turned his gaze towards Jianyan. Do you have any objections? The latter wore a sullen expression, his mind wrestling with conflicting thoughts. The avoidance pill, which path to choose? At that moment, his face flushed crimson, as if he had been constipated for weeks. No, he took 2 resolute steps back, his stance unusually firm. If it is permissible for others, it is not for him. He continually brainwashed himself, his left hand firmly suppressing the right hand that reached for the jade vial. What folly! Could I forsake the future of our sect for my own selfish desires? No, I am not such a selfish soul. Qi Changwei raised her hand in another gesture of respect, addressing Yin Jinxing. Although this individual possesses commendable abilities, the path of alchemy heavily relies on innate talent. Forcibly redirecting him toward alchemy would squander a promising prospect and tarnish your reputation as a grand alchemist. Within our hidden star pavilion, we are not lacking in individuals with alchemical talent. You may select at your leisure. Yin Wu again chimed in. Yes. My Xianxia pavilion also boasts numerous individuals gifted in alchemy, and you may choose from them as well. Sensing Qi Changwei's piercing glare, Yin Wu's voice dwindled, leaving the elderly attendant beside him utterly astonished, raising his ample sleeves to shield his eyes. TSK. The old servant knows far too much. I cannot see. President Yin turned away, his gaze sweeping across the group, finally grasping the situation. This is no grand event of the Seven Stars sect. It appears that all are here solely for Chen Shangluo. He pointed to Chen Shangluo, reclining in a chair, half his face obscured by the table. Are the 3 of you here at the Seven Stars sect specifically for him? The trio nodded and exchanged glances with Gully, their eyes reflecting a mix of certainty and confusion. How could this lad possibly be entwined with both forging and alchemy? Boom! The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Now everyone understood that this grand spectacle was merely for the sake of Chen Shangluo alone. Qi Heng's face flushed with embarrassment, while Long Yemo slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. Why can I not surpass him? Even with the presence of the fortune-telling method, the ring infused with boundless magical treasures and the blood of a demon saint, everyone's attention remained fixated upon him. No, I refuse to accept this. And the wand of 10,000 souls. Ha! Chen Shangluo, seizing my wand of 10,000 souls will be your gravest mistake. This blunder will surely lead to your utter ruin. Oof. Very well. I shall watch you ascend higher, only to fall harder. Of course. No one noticed the ruthless glint in Long Mo's eyes, nor did anyone care about his thoughts. Qi Changwei inwardly mused. This lad possesses that unique otherworldly flame, which has attracted the attention of President Yin and clan leader Gu. Surely, the rarity of such flames has not escalated to this extent. To others, the otherworldly flame may be a treasure, but for these 2 factions, it has been a plaything since time immemorial, hardly scarce to this degree. Resolutely, she made a decision. President Yin, I observe that Chen Shangluo lacks alchemical talent, possessing merely an otherworldly flame. Thus, I propose that my Tianyin Empire and Tianxing Dynasty each present a portion of otherworldly flame to you and clan leader Gu, in hopes that you 2 will withdraw from the competition. What? Yin Wu was utterly bewildered. How could you, Qi Changwei, make such a decision for my Tianxing Dynasty? Am I not the sovereign of my realm? Though I owe you a debt, that is a private matter between us. How could you jest with the dignity of the dynasty? You are unwilling, Tianxing Dynasty? Qi Changwei inquired. Yin Wu glanced around, relieved that aside from the seemingly lifeless eunuch, no one else from the dynasty was present. Indeed, I feel the same. The old eunuch quaked at the glance from his sovereign, his legs trembling, nearly soiling his garments. My time is short. Upon hearing their exchange, the master Jianyun gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Oh dear, as long as I remain silent, who would suspect Chen Shangluo of possessing alchemical talent? Today has truly been a misstep. I thought I could play the elder role in front of 3, only to find someone even older. Regardless, do not question me. If you do, I shall feign ignorance. Yin Jinxing's countenance darkened, as if capable of dripping water. In moments of utter speechlessness, laughter becomes the sole means of relief. Ha ha! Within President Yan's laughter lay a torrent of suppressed fury. You claim he lacks alchemical talent? He can extract pure spirit liquid and concoct 7th-grade foundational pills. And you dare assert he has no such talent? Otherworldly flames? Do the two great dynasties intend to humiliate me with otherworldly flames? Do you truly believe those flames are mere ordinary flames? It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the only successor worthy of inheriting my legacy. The crowd was left in disarray. What? A 7th-grade foundational pill? What have I just heard? He has concocted a 7th-grade foundational pill before the age of 20? When President Yan is capable of refining, he must be well over 200 years old, right? Is this lad truly so formidable? Master Jianyun turned to Chen Shangluo, noticing the glistening liquid still lingering at the corner of his mouth, and his irritation surged. I have engaged in a battle of wits here, and you, instead, are chatting with the Duke of Zhou. Chen Shangluo. At this bellow, Chen Shangluo stumbled, almost tumbling beneath the table. What is the matter? Old master, is it over? Let us call a day. Let us call a day. With that, he prepared to rise and depart. Master Jianyun flashed in front of Chen Shangluo, his features contorted in such a way that his nose, eyes, and mouth nearly fused together. In a hushed tone, he enunciated each word from his nostrils. Just how many secrets are you concealing from me? Of all the individuals to provoke, you chose the president of the Alchemist Guild. Yin, speak swiftly. What level have you attained in the art of alchemy? Chen Shangluo scratched the back of his head, his thumb and index finger touching the tip of his nose. Alchemy? A mere acquaintance, just a slight understanding. Chapter 115. Master, I have a matter to report. Who in the world would believe you? A mere understanding has summoned such a formidable figure. Yan Jinxing has never taken a disciple in his lifetime. His standards are exceedingly high. Oh dear, I will not involve myself any longer. You must declare your stance. Stay or leave. It is entirely up to you. Though he spoke thus, Master Jianyun felt a lack of confidence. The four individuals appeared resolute, especially upon learning that Chen Shangluo could refine the 7th-grade foundation establishment pill. They would likely raise their stakes. He calculated internally. The spatial rings and medicinal techniques left by the two elders of the Sword Intent Monument. Even the female disciples of Colorful Cloud Peak seemed of lesser value compared to those of the two great dynasties. The pills and techniques were still provided by Chen Shangluo. It was indeed disheartening. Initially, he believed he could contend against two, as the two dynasties would never dare to engage directly. Later, it became 1 against 3, and in facing the Strength Clan, he could rely on his seniority to assert his influence. Now, with Yan Jinxing's arrival, all plans fell apart. This old man is reckless. He might genuinely dare to snatch someone away, adhering to the principle of joining forces when unable to win. He could only contemplate his own resources. Should Chen Shangluo show even the slightest inclination, he would have to stake everything. However, the 7-star sect is not like a dynasty, guild, or family where all resources are centralized. Each peak has its own hidden treasures, resulting in the main peak possessing very little to offer. Seeing Master Jianyun finally relent, the others became even more fervent. Qi Changwei declared, Chen Shangluo, if you can become the prince consort of our Tianyin dynasty, you may choose anything from our treasury. Yan Wu chimed in, our Tianxing dynasty. The same applies, Yan's Hanking. Should you choose to become my disciple, the vast wealth of the Alchemist Guild will be yours. Upon my demise, you shall inherit the 5 rare flames I have meticulously gathered. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The riches of the Alchemist Guild were indeed astronomical. There exists not a cultivator who does not partake in elixirs, and even the two great dynasties predominantly rely on the Alchemist Guild for their supply of potions. It is likely that even the royal treasury pales in comparison to the riches of the Alchemist Guild. And those 5 rare flames, such treasures cannot be purchased with mere wealth. Observing Yan Hanking's demeanor, he appeared thoroughly confident. The conditions he had laid out would provide Chen Shangluo with more than enough resources to indulge for a lifetime. Aside from the power he would gain, after a prolonged silence, the leader of the Guli clan, Guli, stepped forward, pulling along the young Lady Xiaoyu. This action effectively obstructed the view of the two sovereigns and President Yan behind them, rendering Chen Shangluo's expression completely invisible. Hey, Guli, you big blockhead, move aside. With the two of you standing there like a wall, I can see nothing. It was clear to all that Guli was not targeting Xianxia, but there was little that could be done. The Guli clan possessed an innate advantage, making any attempts to snatch someone from them futile. Do you believe I could block the door completely? Chen Guli stumbled over his words, having long secluded himself in the icy plains and rarely interacting with the human race. Unsure how to address Chen Shangluo, he hesitated. To call him by his name would be disrespectful, especially since he might soon become their leader. After much stammering, he managed to utter, Chief Chen, should you decide to join the Guli clan, we would gladly acknowledge you as our lord. Our clan possesses 2 ancient heirlooms and holds rare flames of the same caliber as those in your possession, all of which would be at your disposal. He glanced at the 2 princesses and ultimately decided to sacrifice a bit of Xiaoyou's dignity. He gently pulled her forward, allowing Chen Shangluo a clearer view. This is our clan's most beautiful maiden, Xiaoyu, and she has been prepared as your future consort. Xiaoyou's petite face flushed a deep crimson. She harbored no aversion towards Chen Shangluo, and even felt a flicker of anticipation. Chen Shangluo's expression finally shifted, a subtle change that Xiaoyu immediately noticed. She straightened her posture, instantly filled with confidence. Hee, I knew Chief Chen would appreciate my long legs. That princess is clearly too short and frail. Yet, it was not merely Xiaoyou's beauty that captivated Chen Shangluo. His gaze penetrated through her delicate features, fixating on the celestial vessel beyond, where he sensed the faint aura of heavenly iron. Although it was a damaged version, its essence was still discernible. It must have been compromised, as heavenly iron is scarce. However, it should suffice for the restoration of the Godslayer's visage. Would Guli, upon discovering that his ancestral treasures were being considered for the smelting of heavenly iron, be incensed enough to storm away in anger? Chen Shangluo descended from the high platform, and upon seeing him approach, Xiaoyu felt her heart race, as though it were lodged in her throat. Please make way. He forcefully pushed past Xiaoyu, gesturing towards the celestial vessel outside. Chief Guli, might you consider transferring this flying artifact? Guli felt a surge of delight. It was not the desire to acquire that he feared, but rather the possibility of rejection. Chief Chen, you jest. This is one of our clan's ancient treasures, the celestial vessel. When not in use, it can transform into a sphere and be stored within a spatial ring. On the day you wed Xiaoyu, it shall undoubtedly serve as part of your dowry. How could one speak of transfer? Chen Shangluo glanced at his own petite frame, and then at Xiaoyu, resembling a wooden door, and thought it prudent to proceed with caution. Noticing Chen Shangluo's wavering interest, the other 4 grew anxious. Yan Wu finally asserted the authority befitting a sovereign, striking the table with force. Chief Guli, what is the meaning of this? President Yan has claimed that his alchemical talents remain to be validated. You cannot possibly suggest he possesses the talent for artifact forging as well. With his physique, can he even wield your clan's famed forging hammer? Guli turned his head away, coldly retorting, that is of no concern to your majesty. He would never divulge the secrets of runes and the essence of otherworldly flames so easily. Goodness, thought the transcendent of the stream, feeling exasperated. What value is there to measure now? Guli has staked his entire clan on this. The wealth of the Strength clan in forging weapons and artifacts could scarcely be rivaled by the Alchemist Association, not to mention their possession of 2 ancient treasures. This was a clear case of dimensional suppression. The 5 became ensnared in an endless bickering. The transcendent of the stream declared, no, I refuse to relent. After all, Chen Shangluo is a disciple of our 7-star sect. You all desire him. I cannot simply divide him. Yan Jinqing added, I too shall not yield. His alchemical talent is unparalleled. I must reclaim him. Guli shot back. Then you should present your ancient treasures. Qi Changwei exclaimed in frustration. Yan Wu echoed, I feel the same. Amidst their heated disputes, Chen Shangluo gently rubbed his forehead, preparing to retreat. Long Mo glared menacingly at Chen Shangluo. You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself now, aren't you? You should never have taken the soul banner. Such a malevolent artifact that devours souls is utterly intolerable in this world. If I were to reveal the secrets of the soul banner in your possession, even with your exceptional gifts, none would dare risk the world's ire to ally with you. Not even the sect master would hesitate to cast you aside. Reflecting on this, Long Mo stepped forward, exclaiming, Sect master, I have something to report. Chapter 116. Chen Shangluo is a traitor of the demon clan. Sect master? Sect master? I said I have something to report. Long Mo called out several times, but no one paid him any heed. Having been repeatedly disregarded, his face burned with indignation. Sect master. He finally mustered the courage to shout. The air fell silent for a brief moment, only to be met with the simultaneous reprimands of 5 voices. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Long Mo stood there, utterly bewildered. What have I done to provoke such public outrage? Chen Shangluo has slept through your reactions without a word. The person from a Jiangyan sect shot him a glare. Let's discuss matters later. Is there anything more pressing than the current situation? Yan Jinxing interjected, indeed. You are being exceedingly rude. Do you not see the elders engaged in serious discussion? We shall address any issues once we clarify matters concerning Chen Shangluo. It was fortunate for Yan Jinxing that he possessed a thick skin. Otherwise, the word discussion would have been too bold for most to utter. Had there not been so many people present, a brawl would likely have ensued. Observing the 5 dismiss him entirely, as they huddled together, sleeves rolled up, faces flushed with fervor, Long Mo could no longer contain himself. What I wish to convey pertains to Chen Shangluo. Upon hearing the name, the 5 halted, their gazes fixated on Long Mo. Chen Shangluo, no longer in a hurry to flee, paused to see what scheme Long Mo was concocting. The Jiangyan elder inquired, Chen Shangluo, what do you know? Speak. Habitually, he anticipated explosive revelations regarding Chen Shangluo. Yet, after consideration, the consensus about his cultivation was already well known, the 9th level of the Golden Core. Aside from artifact forging and alchemy, what more could there be? His prowess, along with mastery in forging and alchemy, seemed to encompass all. Surely, one could not claim he was the reincarnation of a demon emperor, could they? Then again, given the assembly of major forces, predominantly consisting of demon and devil clans, what more could possibly be revealed? Long Mo exhaled deeply at last. He had an opportunity to speak. Respected sect leader, your majesties, Chairman Yin, Chief Gully, what I must assert is that Chen Shangluo is utterly unworthy of your contention. The brows of the assembly furrowed, nearly merging into a straight line. Recognizing that if he did not voice his thoughts soon, he would lose his chance to interject. Long Mo hastily continued, Chen Shangluo is a spy for the demon clan. He possesses a sacred artifact of the demon clan. At this revelation, the entire inner hall fell into a hushed silence. How could this be linked to the demon clan once more? Yet, observing Long Mo's confident demeanor, it did not appear to be a fabrication. Qi Chongwei spoke with gravity. Are you certain it is a sacred artifact of the demon clan, rather than merely a magical treasure? She sought to defend Chen Shangluo. If it were merely a magical treasure, even a formidable imperial weapon would only warrant a warning and confiscation. They could easily declare Chen Shangluo had erred in judgment, avoiding any repercussions. For any faction present could effortlessly suppress the matter. Long Mo replied, I am certain. I am absolutely certain. This item may very well be the personal magical artifact of the demon saint. The sacred artifact of the demon saint. The gravity of the situation began to dawn upon the crowd. These individuals belonged to the pinnacle powers of the continent, and were acutely aware that the demon saint possessed 2 primary artifacts. One was the soul-devouring banner, a device that had been deployed numerous times and was thus recognizable. It was exceedingly malevolent, capable of forcibly tearing apart souls for its own purposes. There was an instance when the demon saint utilized it to refine the soul of a powerful sect member, subsequently controlling that soul to annihilate the entire sect. Such a brutal act of soul domination, leading to the eradication of one's own sect, sent shivers down the spine of those who heard of it. However, the second artifact was shrouded in mystery. People only knew its name, Echo of Annihilation. This object was said to be used for the refining of flesh and blood. Yet all who had witnessed it were deceased, leaving no one to recount its true form. Upon hearing his emphatic tone, the elder of the streams clenched his fists. While others may be unaware of the demon saint's whereabouts, he could not be ignorant. The 7-star sect claimed to distance itself from conflicts, establishing itself in the northwest. But in truth, it was leveraging the 7 Peaks dragon vein to suppress the demon saint. If Chen Shangluo had indeed acquired the soul-devouring banner, it would only serve to confirm that the demon saint's hidden pawns were already in motion. Regardless of whether he grasped the truth, he had already become a pawn in this game. Impossible. Sister Luo's insight was astute. Before his passing, our master had stated that all matters should align with Sister Luo's intentions. Had she not resolutely declined the position of sect leader, it would have rightfully fallen to me. After a fierce internal struggle, the elder of the streams spoke with an icy tone. This matter is of utmost significance. Do you comprehend the consequences if you are deceiving us? Long Mo felt a chilling wave wash over him, but the circumstances had reached a critical juncture. There was no turning back except to thoroughly expose Chen Shangluo. He turned his gaze toward Chen Shangluo just in time to catch a glimpse of his silhouette, where a skeletal, demonic pattern re-emerged. The demonic pattern remains. The avatar shares a unique connection with the soul-devouring banner. There is no mistaking it. This pattern is visible only to me and must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Surely, such a sacred object must be carried within your spatial ring. Am I correct? With a flicker of thought, he resolved to employ the most straightforward method of evidence. Esteemed sect leader, I have not lied. If you wish to ascertain the truth, why not have Chen Shangluo reveal the contents of his spatial ring? A glance will suffice. Chen Shangluo was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a considerable time, Long Mo's unwavering demeanor instilled a flicker of self-doubt within him. A demonic treasure? The demon saint's primary artifact? How was I unaware of possessing such an extraordinary item? Observing the solemn expressions of those below, the atmosphere felt overwhelmingly serious, and the weight of so many gazes made him somewhat uncomfortable. Ahem. Everyone, please take your seats. It's rather embarrassing to have you all standing. I want to run away, right? As for you, Long Mo, this spatial ring is a deeply private possession for cultivators. It cannot be simply inspected at your whim. He extended his right hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together contemplatively. If my spatial ring does not contain the magical artifact you mentioned, do you not think you should pay a price? I find your treasured gourd from Chiyun Peak quite commendable. It serves well for preserving food. Long Mo's cheeks twitched in irritation. How dare you suggest that my Chiyun Peak's treasured gourd be used merely for preservation? That is a precious item capable of protecting spiritual herbs and elixirs for millennia. Very well, I acquiesce. Should your spatial ring fail to yield a magical item, I shall compensate you with the treasured gourd. Chapter 117. The treasured gourd gone? Chi hung. He reached forward, almost wishing to seal Long Mo's lips, but to his astonishment, the latter produced the treasured gourd and placed it upon the table. Exuding an air of unwavering confidence, he whispered in a barely audible tone, Emoer, do you have assurance? Otherwise, if it backfires, Chiyun Peak will truly be finished. Long Mo gestured reassuringly. Master, fret not. I assure you, they will not detect any anomalies on my end. The magical artifacts and elixirs have had their magical essence absorbed by the Wanhun banner, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary treasures. Now that the gourd has been revealed, should you not present your spatial ring as well? Chen Shangluo swallowed hard, utterly perplexed. What audacity these people possess, willing to invest so much just to frame another. Observing the serious expressions of those around him, Guli secretly reveled in delight. He cared not for the matters of the magical clan. Chen Shangluo was their acknowledged leader, capable of restoring the glory of the Strength clan. Indeed, if our leader belongs to the magical clan, we shall simply pivot our endeavors to specialize in magical artifacts. What? You ask if I fear the righteous path's pursuit? Then you shall enjoy a delightful day in the icy plains. There even the spiritual essence freezes, and cultivators below the ascension stage can freeze their own snot bubbles. If all else fails, I shall relocate my ancestral home to the headquarters of the magical clan. With these thoughts, he stepped forward, using his sturdy frame to shield Chen Shangluo. I care not for magical clans or their sacred beings. Should anyone wish to inspect Master Chen's spatial ring, they must first pass through me. I must admit, despite the Strength clan's somewhat dull-witted nature, their loyalty is truly commendable. Long Mo gazed at the mountain-like Guli, craning his neck to finally catch a glimpse of Chen Shangluo through the gap of his armpit. Are you afraid? The person from Jingguan cast a questioning glance at Chen Shangluo, who merely shook his head, much to the former's relief. Ah, Guli, since he wishes to see, let us oblige him. Guli then took 2 steps aside, yet his fierce, wide-eyed glare still made Long Mo feel a twinge of trepidation. Chen Shangluo removed the ring and handed it to Yun Yao. Brother Yun Yao, please take care of this. It would spare me the accusations of employing some trick to conceal it. Yun Yao accepted the ring, and after receiving the consent of the person from Jingguan, he proceeded to empty the contents of the ring. Clink, clink. The first item to emerge was a black rod. With keen eyes, Guli widened his gaze in astonishment. What? Is this crafted from Starfire Qinsha? The master is truly remarkable. An entire rod composed of Starfire Qinsha. One can only wonder how he managed to fuse it without any auxiliary materials. Who would dare claim he lacks talent in weapon forging? With such a skill, he could be deemed the foremost weaponsmith of our time. Gu Li's eyes sparkled with admiration completely enamored. One could surmise that if Chen Shangluo were to merely pass gas, he would analyze it with fervor. Clink, clank, clink. Then came the second, third, and fourth rods. Gurgles of swallowed saliva echoed below. Yun Miao furrowed his brow, sensing the chaotic array of items within the spatial ring. They were a haphazard mix, ready to be unleashed. Crackle, crackle. As various items appeared, the crowd's throats grew increasingly constricted. Goodness, is that a heap of fifth-grade spirit plants? It's spirit leak. This can be used for alchemy or consumed directly, and its effects. The speaker's face flushed, unable to continue, for those in the know understood well enough. It was rumored that the potency of alchemical concoctions could even regenerate severed roots. Hadn't this been lost since antiquity? The old eunuch behind Yin Wu's eyes gleamed at the mention. Regeneration? Ahem. It seems I must cultivate a closer relationship with young Master Chen. I am privy to too many of His Majesty's secrets. It is time to make alternative plans and retreat to the mountains. What a calamity! Whose spirit plants resemble mere piles of rotten vegetable leaves. Chen Shangluo expressed his exasperation. He had unwittingly brought this spirit plant back from the secret realm. Little did he know, once planted in the spirit field and watered with the bitter sea's water, it produced an unending yield. And there's more. Each of those pills exceeds 5th grade. Shen Yurong interjected. By the way, Shangluo, if you lack a jade vial, why not request one from Cayenne Peak? Each of these pills would lose efficacy if simply stored in the spatial ring. She seemed to grasp why Chen Shangluo desired the precious gourd. Laziness. Purely lazy. Storing these items within the precious gourd would at least prevent waste. Subsequently, as the heavenly grade techniques and treasures appeared, the crowd began to grow numb. Some recalled the barren wasteland of the secret realm. So that's why nothing was found in the secret realm. It was all swept up by Brother Shangluo. Finally, as scattered garments drifted down, the spatial ring was completely emptied. Yun Miao first sighed in relief, having found no traces of demonic energy, only to flush a moment later, as if he had glimpsed something inappropriate. Yin Yuan also blushed. Ladies' robes. How could there be women's robes in Brother Shangluo's spatial ring? Chen Shangluo also sensed that something was amiss. He hastily gathered the disheveled garments into a bundle, desperately shoving the undergarments towards the center. He chuckled to himself, initially believing that the looming dark clouds signaled impending rain. Thus he had stored away the disciples' clothing, forgetting to retrieve them. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? The crowd nodded in an almost supernatural agreement. As long as no magical artifact was discovered, everything could be deemed reasonable for the time being. Chen Shangluo straightened his posture, masking the undeniable embarrassment, and strode purposefully towards Long Mo. Bring it here, he commanded, swiftly drawing forth the precious gourd with lightning speed. At that moment, Qi Heng's frustration was palpable. It truly felt as if he had sent a delivery across 1,000 miles, with the gift being of little emotional significance. Long Mo. staggered back, as if stricken by madness. No, it cannot be. The soul-collecting banner is undoubtedly in your possession. Chen Shangluo, what trickery have you employed? He glanced at Chen Shangluo's back, noticing the skeletal mark gradually dimming at a sluggish pace. Cold sweat unconsciously beginning to beat upon his forehead. What had gone awry? Could it be that someone possessed such a treasure without carrying it on their person? I understand now. You must have left it at Cayenne Peak, right? Ha ha ha. You anticipated my anticipation, didn't you? But I too have foreseen your anticipation of my anticipation. Chen Shangluo, with a look of pity, shook his head, only to have his body freeze in shock. Wait, what? He suddenly recalled the tattered banner he had scavenged from the false Long Mo. Could that rag, used merely for drying hands, be the legendary soul-collecting banner? In the previous encounter, Chen Shangluo had focused solely on the banner pole, seemingly neglecting to inspect the fabric, treating one as a fishing rod and the other as a handkerchief. A perfect match. In retrospect, that cloth did possess a faint aura of magic, albeit minimal. It shouldn't be connected to the soul-collecting banner, right? With that dazed expression, Long Mo. seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. I knew it. I knew it. Have I struck at your Achilles' heel? He cackled. The teeth of the Elder of the Cloud Stream were grinding audibly. Had he not recalled the warnings of his late master, he might have unjustly accused Chen Shangluo today. Damn Long Mo, you nearly cost me a valuable subordinate. His fury had reached a boiling point, and he coldly declared, Long Mo, are you still intent on causing further chaos? You claimed you wished to inspect the storage ring, and Chen Shangluo has been exceedingly cooperative. Should you persist in this folly, I shall have no choice but to confine you to the law enforcement hall. At this juncture, Long Mo had completely lost his rationality. The successive loss of the soul-collecting banner and the precious gourd had intensified his hatred beyond measure. He audaciously ignored the words of the sect leader. Chen Shangluo, I ask you, do you dare? If you dare not act, it merely demonstrates that you, Qingyun Peak, are harboring the sacred artifact of the demon clan. Tomorrow, this news will spread like wildfire, and your Qingyun Peak will be doomed. Long Mo believed he had executed a masterstroke. If Chen Shangluo remained silent, rumors would flourish unchecked. And once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they would inevitably sprout one day. Should Chen Shangluo concede, it would be even better. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the fading demonic patterns, he was certain that the Wanhun banner could only be found at Qingyun Peak at this moment. Chen Shangluo shrugged, his eyes filled with disdain. I would quite like to agree with you, but you have nothing to offer as compensation. He gestured at the scattered treasures on the ground. Cultivation techniques, pills, and magical artifacts, none of which he lacked. Could you possibly present something that rivals the treasure gourd? Since you cannot, why would I willingly invite trouble upon myself? You. Long Mo was left speechless. He truly had nothing of greater value to present. Yet, witnessing the fading demonic patterns, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Who knows when he would next have the chance to seize Chen Shangluo's weakness? His expression darkened, revealing his inner turmoil, as if he had made a monumental decision. Very well, Chen Shangluo, have you not always sought to dominate me? Now I offer you this chance. If you cannot find the sacred artifact of the demon clan at Qingyun Peak, I shall sever my own arms on the spot. Sever my own arms. The crowd gasped in shock, and Qi Hung cursed inwardly. Fool. Long Mo, what madness has possessed you today? To utter such words as severing one's own arms? Do you not comprehend that after reaching the nascent soul stage, as long as the nascent soul endures, the physical body can be restored, albeit at a considerable cost of spiritual energy that would affect one's foundation, below the great ascension stage? The restoration of the body not only requires an extensive amount of time, but also various rare treasures. Otherwise, the old man would have already rejuvenated. Qi Hung grabbed Long Mo's arm. Mo, do not act rashly. Long Mo shrugged off his hand. He and Chen Shangluo could not both survive. Chen Shangluo raised his index finger and shook it. You are mistaken in one regard. It is not that I wish to dominate you. Rather, you are simply unworthy of my regard. You think far too highly of yourself. Long Mo gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding echoing in his mouth. Chen Shangluo then shifted his tone. However, since you wish to become an armless elder, I can certainly accommodate you. All right. Long Mo eagerly dashed towards Qingyun Peak. Following closely behind was the Jinggu Cloudmaster, as well as Qi Chongwei and Yin Wu, all eager to uncover the truth. As the crowd gathered at Qingyun Peak, Long Mo laughed triumphantly and shouted, Ha! Chen Shangluo, will you open the door yourself, or shall I simply barge in? Chen Shangluo, by heavens! As everyone gathered, they inexplicably forgot the main character. Where on earth is Chen Shangluo? Long Mo felt his mind clouded, as if deprived of oxygen. Such unexpected actions often stoke the flames of anger. Luli remarked, when we came this way, it seemed Brother Shangluo was leading the Guli clan elder down the mountain on foot. Long Mo howled 3 times, nearly choking on his frustration. Luli teased, could it be that Brother Long Mo has lost his sanity? Long Mo. The crowd instinctively shifted aside, creating a space for Qi Hung and his disciple, fearing that the beastly Long Mo might unleash his wrath. Thus, they all anxiously awaited on the mountain path until the figures of the 3 finally appeared. Long Mo held his breath, pinching his own philtrum. Chen Shangluo, are you doing this on purpose? The corner of Chen Shangluo's mouth lifted. Whether it was intentional was truly hard to discern. Lost in a haze of dreams, stealing a fleeting moment of leisure. Truly, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I invited you here. The old eunuch. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Getting upset will only harm your health. Clap, clap, clap. Luli, on tiptoe, her eyes sparkling, applauded, lost in a haze of dreams. Stealing a fleeting moment of leisure. What a beautiful poem. Chen Shangluo raised his hand to calm the crowd. A little knowledge, a little knowledge. The pinnacle of poetry is not merely to recite a fine poem, but to evoke a tapestry of verses. Long Mo could scarcely contain himself. What the hell? Is this the crux of the matter? Have you forgotten why we are here? Is this a time for spring outings and poetry appreciation? Will you ever finish? Hurry and open the door to let us in. Knowing that banter was not his forte, he had to get straight to the point. Chen Shangluo sensed it was about time, for with Qi Hung present, it was not easy to eliminate Long Mo, but driving him to fury came without consequence. He thus pushed through the crowd and opened the wooden door. What a rich aura of spiritual energy. This energy must surpass that of the main peak. As everyone entered, they were taken aback, except for Shun Yurong and Jian Yunshang, who were accustomed to it. Woof, woof, woof. Big Yellow, seeing an unexpected group of people, immediately exhibited a fierce demeanor and dashed towards the entrance. Who dares trespass on my Qingyan Peak? Just wait until this demon king sinks his teeth into you. The last time the door was broken, I received quite the beating. Just recalling it sent a shiver through him when it spotted Chen Shangluo at the forefront. Its four paws clawed the ground as it came to a screeching halt. It barely managed to stop before Chen Shangluo. Its gaze softened, tail wagging, transforming the dog king into a devoted admirer. How? Luli rubbed her eyes. Am I seeing things? Just a moment ago, I felt that this dog was even stronger than I am. Chapter 119. The Transformation of the Soul Banner. Hu Yaoyao, Lin Bufan, Tianqiu, and Man Xiaoyao emerged in response to the commotion. Master, what is happening? The four of them cast wary glances at the others, with Tianqiu already gripping the sword case tightly in his hand. It's nothing at all. Just a few guests visiting my Qingyan Peak. You may return to your duties. Upon seeing that the sect leader was among them, the four relaxed and clasped their hands in respect. Hu Yaoyao, feeling bashful, traced circles on the ground with her toes. Master, this morning while preparing for our bath, we discovered that the clothes we had hung outside were missing. Was it you? Chen Shangluo suddenly smacked his forehead, hastily returning their garments. I completely forgot about that. No wonder the courtyard was filled with steam. It turns out you were boiling water to bathe. The steam he referred to was, in fact, the vapor produced from the use of bitter sea water, which, when evaporated, created a mist that enveloped the courtyard, making the spiritual energy seem extraordinarily dense. Hu Yaoyao blushed and stowed her oversized robe into her storage ring. Man Xiaoyao glanced at Long Mo, her cheeks puffed out as if she had stuffed them with bulbs, and murmured a few words among her fellow disciples. They each returned to their respective quarters, but refrained from entering, opting instead to sit beneath the eaves, their eyes occasionally darting towards the group, ready to spring into action should anyone threaten their master. Tianqiu opened the sword case, summoning the 13th sword, which he incessantly caressed along its blade. Long Mo, preoccupied, scanned the area upon entering, pondering, Chen Shangluo, you are quite the schemer. Do you truly believe that these spiritual energies can mask the malevolent aura of the soul-collecting banner? How naive of you. Long Mo felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if he had unraveled all mysteries. Why was Chen Shangluo so fixated on the precious gourd? He lacked the ability to conceal the sinister energy of the soul-collecting banner, but the gourd could obscure any leakage of spiritual energy, including that of malevolence. Everything suddenly made sense. Little did he know, Chen Shangluo was wrongfully accused. He merely intended to use the gourd as an insulated container. Long Mo sniffed the air. Logically, the malevolent energy from the soul-collecting banner should have been apparent to me by now, yet the only scents present are those of medicinal herbs, mingled with a hint of canine musk, nothing more. Canine musk. Suddenly realizing, he glanced towards the pond, where the Huang was scratching its leg beneath the old locust tree, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water. Ha. I see now. Utilizing the scent of canine musk as a cover. How clever of you. Chen Shangluo. Startled by Long Mo's maniacal laughter, the Huang shivered and looked up, finding all eyes upon it, forcing it to swiftly turn off the valve. Damn it. I am truly a dog. You're certainly not human. Does this demon king not care for his dignity? To be surrounded by so many while relieving myself. If this gets out, how shall I ever survive? The Huang bared his teeth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Long Mo, who remained blissfully unaware. By chance, he caught sight of the black cloth beside the locust tree, adorned with white patterns that strikingly resembled the lost wand of souls. Ha! I have found it. Everyone, follow me. At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Should this farce conclude in such a manner, then Chen Shangluo would be in grave peril, and even the immortal of the stream could not save him. Suddenly, Long Mo felt his calves betray him. refusing to move another step forward. He turned around to find a Huang gripping his leg, a warning evident in his breath. How dare you spy on this demon king while he relieves himself, an attempt to encroach upon his hunting grounds. Such audacity is truly shameless. The myriad spiritual items that Chen Shangluo had fished from the sea of suffering were carelessly discarded on the shore. This territory had long been claimed by De Huang as his feeding ground. Get lost, you wretched mutt. With a forceful flick, Long Mo sent De Huang tumbling several meters away, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Woof, woof, woof. The Demon King's instinct for battle was still intact, and he executed a somersault, lunging at Long Mo once more. Chen Shangluo sholte, De Huang. Come back. This is not excrement. Why are you risking your life, you dog? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, though it was unclear who initiated it, leading to a collective reaction. Several peak masters, for the sake of the 7 Stars' sex reputation, felt an unbearable discomfort. Was this not a blatant insult to Long Mo, equating him to filth? Alas, there was no way to refute such a claim. Long Mo dismissed their jeers and continued toward the black cloth. A chill and itchiness crept up his thigh as he approached the black cloth and observed its unique texture and the familiar tassels surrounding it. Long Mo felt his heartbeat quicken. Ha ha! It truly is the wand of souls. Chen Shangluo, let us see how you will wriggle out of this one. After 2 lifetimes of enmity, I, Long Mo, shall finally exact my revenge. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. But, can anyone tell me where the banner pole went? It seems irrelevant now. As long as I can vanquish Chen Shangluo, I need not concern myself with such details. He brushed aside the prayer beads that lay upon the cloth, and an electric shock surged through his entire being. Hey, Long Mo, did you just touch the electric switch? Why the shivering? Fortunately, this electric sensation lasted but a moment. The originally vibrant 18 prayer beads now appeared dull and lifeless. He shot a glare at Chen Shangluo, truly ignorant of the situation. Struggling in vain at the brink of death, he grasped the crumpled cloth, ravaged by Chen Shangluo, and raised it triumphantly above his head, embodying the stance of a victor. Behold the sacred artifact of the demon race. Chen Shangluo, what further excuses do you have? The figure of the sage of Jianyun, alongside Yin Jinxing and 2 other sovereigns, materialized beside Long Mo. 5 hands simultaneously reached for the banner cloth, yet they were outpaced by the sage of Jianyun. He seized the somewhat familiar banner, his expression grave. Long Mo, are you certain this is the demon clan's treasured artifact, the banner of 10,000 souls? Long Mo, brimming with pride, felt all his previous anxieties dissipate. Master Zong, let's not linger on words. If you unfurl it, all will be revealed. The sage of Jianyun shook it, fully unveiling the banner. Boom, cling. Instantly, a golden light soared skyward, akin to a colossal golden dragon roaring through the heavens. Subsequently, the gold transformed into shimmering starlight, dissipating into the air. Om. The resonant sounds of 18 distinct Buddhist chants echoed. With the recitation of the mantras, the beads began to shatter, turning into wisps of dust, vanishing into the atmosphere. The 18 high monk apparitions once again dove into the banner. The onlookers gazed skyward, their spirits momentarily enlightened. The disciples of the 7 Stars sect beheld these solemn manifestations. Buddha, is that not a being confined to legend? Could it be that the Buddhist realm descends upon us once more? The demon saint, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, also lifted his gaze towards the forbidden grounds, his eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through the constraints of this place. Buddha, do you truly understand the essence of Buddha? With a sigh, he lowered his head once more, his thoughts veiled in mystery. As the sacred sounds subsided, many began to comprehend, and even some less experienced disciples sat upon the ground, feeling a slight loosening of their shackles. A treasure of the demon clan? When did the demon clan start embracing baldness that is unmistakably of Buddhist origin? Chen Shangluo himself appeared bewildered. What was once a simple handkerchief had now transformed into a resplendent beacon of gold. Quite the predicament. Your Majesties, President Yin, what are your thoughts? Yin Wu, Chief Changwei, Yin Jinxing. What do you think? How else could I perceive this? Your tone seems less like an inquiry and more like a boast. You are remarkable. You are exalted. The 7 Star sect has revealed the legendary sacred relic of Buddhism. Oh, how splendid. Chi Changwei cleared her throat twice and remarked, I told you, Chen Shangluo could not possibly be a spy for the demon clan. Fortunately, I remained steadfast in my stance. I too. The sage of Jianyun cast a sidelong glance at the others. Is it possible to alter one's testimony here? It appears that aside from the clan leader Gully, you all have merely been bystanders, offering no opinions. Not wishing to dwell on this any longer, he turned, clutching the banner, his head ablaze with fury, yet his tone remained icy. Long Mo. What more is there to discuss? Impossible. How could the banner of 10,000 souls undergo such a transformation? Long Mo continued to retreat, his expression akin to that of a ghostly encounter. Plop. Unbeknownst to him, he stumbled upon something, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. A foul stench wafting through the air. De Huang retracted his neck slightly, pondering, I've been indulging a bit too much lately. My digestion is somewhat compromised. Is that not reasonable? Absolutely not. The crux of the matter lies with the banner pole. Master, trust me, the pole must still be at Qingyun Peak. Just grant me a little more time, and I shall surely locate it. Oomph. The person from Jianyun scoffed coldly. The tale of the wolf has its variations. But there must not be a third version. No one wishes to heed your words any longer. Brother Long Mo, cease your stubbornness. While Brother Shangluo has yet to unleash his wrath, hasten to admit your fault. Indeed, Nephew Long Mo, the situation is abundantly clear. Any further distortion is utterly pointless. Though the Buddha had vanished for countless ages, the essence of Buddhist culture has persisted through time. Whether it is demonic or divine, we ought to tread carefully. Each word pierced Long Mo's heart like a needle. Observing Long Mo's unrepentant demeanor, the Jianyun individual resolved to show no mercy. This artifact has emerged, resonating with the dragons across the realms, its name echoing through the skies, unmistakably akin to the legendary Buddhist sacred relic, the Banner of Deliverance. What pole? Even if it is damaged, it remains a sacred item of the Buddha. The Banner of Deliverance alleviates worldly suffering. It embodies the faith of those who believe in the Buddha. Since you have already negotiated terms with Shangluo, how this matter is resolved is contingent upon his disposition. A surge of panic gripped Qi Hung. If Chen Shangluo remained obstinate, Long Mo's hands would truly be forfeit. Channeling a stream of spiritual energy towards Long Mo, he commanded, kneel before me. Completely incapacitated, Long Mo lacked the strength to resist and collapsed to his knees. Qi Hung clasped his hands respectfully towards Jianyun, saying, Brother Jianyun, I implore you to show mercy. Long Mo attained the second level of the Yuan Ying at merely 20, a true prodigy of our 7-star sect. To cripple his hands would require years of painstaking effort for restoration, which would inevitably compromise his foundation. Jianyun turned aside, his demeanor exceedingly indifferent. I have already stated that this matter is entirely at Shangluo's discretion. Refrain from further discourse. Qi Hung gritted his teeth, apologizing to a junior disciple for the first time in his life. Yet, for the sake of Long Mo's future, he felt compelled to do so. Nephew Shangluo, I apologize on behalf of Long Mo. As fellow disciples, I ask you to consider our camaraderie and spare him this time, if you would. With a heavy nasal tone, Qi Hung's eyes glinted with a hint of malice, clearly laden with a threat. Chen Shangluo leaned back against Jianyun, straightening his posture. This old fool, utterly shameless, attempting to bully the weak? Do you not see those standing beside me? Even if you were to take my hands, you would still be outmatched. Camaraderie among disciples? Long Mo has sought my demise at every turn. Has he ever considered such bonds? He thought this but deemed it unnecessary to voice. For a corner dog may leap over the wall. Qi Fengzhu, we, the younger generation, are merely jesting. There is no need for you elders to intercede. Qi Hung noticed Chen Shangluo softening, and his eyes involuntarily lifted in amusement. However, unexpectedly, Chen Shangluo shifted his tone. But a true man, born of heaven and earth, stands by his words. The severing of one's own arms was a proposition made by Long Mo himself. Can words once spoken be retracted? Qi Huan's cheeks twitched. You rascal are playing me. Dare not. Merely addressing the matter at hand. He wished to take action, but under the oppressive aura of Jianyun Shangren, his clenched fists had no choice but to relax. Before he could finish his sentence, a mad laughter echoed from behind, Long Mo's manic cackling. Ha ha! Accompanied by the laughter, his countenance darkened like ink, shoulders trembling incessantly. What is he transforming into a demon? Alas, constrained by his blood essence, Long Mo did not undergo demonization. Today, he had already lost face, so he decided to cast aside all pretenses. Ha! Chen Shangluo. I did mention severing my hands, but I never stated that I could not reattach severed limbs, did I? Qi Heng quickly grasped the implication. While regrowing lost limbs is indeed a formidable challenge, as long as the hands remain intact, restoration could merely require a few months of recuperation. With this thought, he positioned himself in front of Chen Shangluo. As long as the severed limbs were not taken from him, everything would be manageable. At most, he would merely bear the reputation of being deceitful, which was far better than losing his foundation. Chapter 121. De Huang has done well. Shameless. Truly shameless. The upper beams are not straight, and the lower beams are crooked. Chen Shangluo's nose almost crinkled with anger, and Jianyun Shangren felt equally humiliated. What a disgrace. How can my seven-star sect produce such a scoundrel? Is this still a game? In front of so many outsiders, is this not simply adding to the ridicule? Yet he felt powerless. He could not personally intervene against Long Mo. That would only add another instance of the sect leader using his authority to oppress a ninth-generation disciple. He could already foresee what would be trending in the celestial realm tomorrow. Chen Shangluo gradually calmed himself, discreetly nudging De Huang with his foot. I have raised you for so long. It is your turn to step up. Upon seeing Chen Shangluo's agitation, a flicker of delight appeared on Long Mo's face. He spread his arms and bellowed. Sever them for me. One must admit, the control over his body at the nascent soul stage is quite commendable. Two severed stumps appeared on Long Mo's shoulders, blood spraying copiously. Chen Shangluo, I have done what I promised. We shall meet again amidst the rivers and mountains. Master, we shall depart. Sooner or later, I shall reclaim what I have lost. Qi Heng could no longer bear to remain there. Eager to return to Qian Peak, upon turning around, he was utterly bewildered. What? Where are the severed limbs? Aside from a pool of blood, the ground lay barren. How? By the bitter sea, an old yellow dog proudly clutched two still writhing arms, as if boasting of its prowess. Snatching a meaty bone? This canine, a professional among demon kings, scoffed at the thought. You have unwittingly crossed paths with me. Crossed paths? How could I utter such words? Surely, I have been influenced by Chen Shangluo's peculiar phrases. As a large yellow dog prepared to toss the severed limbs into the bitter sea, Qi Heng and Long Mo let out a heart-wrenching roar. No. The large yellow dog, of course, would not grant Qi Heng any time to react. With a stylish toss of its head, the arms transformed into a magnificent parabola, soaring towards the bitter sea. Roar. From the mist, a colossal creature, resembling both a dragon and a serpent, burst forth from the water, devouring the remnants whole before plunging back into the depths, vanishing without a trace. The Paw Patrol has made a significant contribution. Was that a dragon? Such a ferocious beast dwells upon Qingyun Peak. Should this creature undergo a metamorphosis a millennium hence, the demon race may gain yet another formidable entity. There remains a distinction between the demon race and demon beasts. One is akin to the hidden clan of the power warriors, while the other is naught but a beast devoid of intellect. After fishing for so long, Chen Shangluo discovered for the first time that the bitter sea harbored such ferocity. No wonder the system claimed that the bitter sea held everything. Sigh indeed, I have been mistaken all along, believing that the mere presence of a causal line sufficed for fishing. How could one succeed without bait? Yet, that seems not to be the crux of the matter. He glanced at Qi Heng and Long Mo, who now resembled deflated balloons. The severed limbs were undoubtedly lost, and alternative methods would need to be devised. Qi Heng staunched Long Mo's bleeding, casting a resentful glance at Chen Shangluo before breaking through the crowd, heading towards Qingyun Peak. Chen Shangluo gazed at Long Mo's forlorn and incomplete figure, incessantly stroking his chin. He had heard tales of applying itching powder onto the back of an armless elder. Perhaps he could indeed test what that sensation might be like. Chen Shangluo. Qi Changwei hesitated to speak. She understood that this time, the greatest beneficiary would likely be the Power Warrior clan. After all, when faced with skepticism, the ancient clan leader had made his stance quite clear. Chen Shangluo was well aware of the thoughts harbored by the two great dynasties. To avoid embroiling himself in epic troubles, as in his past life, he resolved to engage in dialogue. Fear not, Your Majesties, President Yin, Sect Master, Clan Leader Gu Li, please step inside. He prepared to propose solutions tailored to their respective objectives. If troubles remained unresolved, they would surely multiply. Master, what shall we do? Liu Ling Kidat. Observing that Shun Yurong showed no intention of departing, Go. Why not go? Shangluo is my dear disciple. As she spoke, she cast a scrutinizing glance at Liu Li, her confidence swelling as she compared her to the young warrior of the Li Shi clan. Yet, for the sake of the future of Cayenne Peak, she could only impose upon Liu Li. Liu Li's face flushed a rosy hue, her mind swirling with thoughts. How could she claim to be wronged? With a senior brother who was both handsome and skilled in martial and literary arts, how could she feel aggrieved? Oh dear, what was she thinking? Upon entering the room, the petite Mian Xiaoyao navigated with ease, preparing tea for everyone. When Chen Shangluo noticed that Master Shun had also entered, she deemed it inconsequential for her to be aware, sparing herself the incessant thoughts of matchmaking. The room fell into a profound silence, each person concealing their thoughts behind the guise of sipping tea, awaiting the others to speak. Chen Shangluo lifted her gaze, revealing a wry smile. Today's events could only be attributed to Long Mo's unreasonable antics, and in such circumstances, no one should take offense. The grace. Yen Wu responded swiftly. Chief Chen, may I inquire your opinion of my daughter? He tugged at Yin Feier, altering his address to Chen Shangluo. Having seen her today, it was evident that this individual would be remarkable in the future. It was no longer fitting to refer to him as a mere boy. Chen Shangluo rubbed her temples. How else could she perceive it? In her previous life, she had covertly infiltrated Cayenne Peak, masquerading as one among thousands of disciples, nearly causing chaos. Had she not been discovered in advance, she might have become a part of the rebirth herself. She then glanced at Qi Qinghan, who stood behind Qi Changwei. She was no simple character either, naturally aloof, her words and actions requiring careful interpretation, speaking not a word more than necessary. Your Majesties, I am aware of your intentions. You wish to leverage my connections to obtain a guiding token from Cayenne Peak. Am I correct? With two individuals having already ascended to the celestial realm from Cayenne Peak, it was understandable why they coveted such a token, as it would grant the next generation the protection of the immortals exclusive to this lineage. Noticing that Chen Shangluo's tone harbored no anger, merely recounting a commonplace matter, the two nodded in quiet affirmation. Well, if I may say, this matter is easily resolved. Chapter 122, The Void Spirit Body, the God of War Body. What insights do you possess, Chief Chen? Both inquired. Chen Shangluo set down her teacup and regarded the two individuals behind them. No profound insights here. Just ensure that chaos does not ensue within Cayenne Peak. The Eye of Breaking Illusions. Yin Feier, first stage of the nascent soul. Special physique, void spirit body. This body possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to laws. Upon reaching the great completion, it can discern illusory laws, directly targeting the essence of those laws, unraveling all deceptions. Favorability, 5, goodness. No wonder the protective formation of the peak could not contain her in her previous life. It is truly a miraculous artifact of human form. Glancing towards the cold-faced Qi Qinghan, one notes her attributes. Qi Qinghan, first stage of nascent soul, special constitution, God of War body, inherent warrior spirit. Seeking breakthroughs through extreme combat. Favorability, 7. It is no wonder that their personalities diverge so greatly. One is insatiably curious, eager to dismantle and explore, while the other is consumed solely by the pursuit of battle. Your Majesties, I propose to accept both as named disciples, allowing them a year of study at my Cayenne Peak. After a year, their decision to stay or leave shall rest solely with them. Regardless, I shall provide 2 guiding tokens, a gesture for my lineage at Cayenne Peak. What say you? Chen Shangluo contemplated this. Given the unique natures of the two, it seemed prudent to accept them as named disciples. This would prevent any entanglement, and within a year, I could likely elevate their favorability to 100. Yin Wu exchanged glances with Qi Changwei, sharing an unspoken sentiment of having gained an advantage. They need not sacrifice their daughter and yet would receive the guiding tokens. Chen Peak Master, it seems you are at a disadvantage. Chen Shangluo, however, had his own designs. He was destined to ascend to the celestial realm, rendering the guiding tokens of little significance. What appeared as a sacrifice was, in truth, a strategy for gain. Of course, I have conditions, he stated. Chen Peak Master, feel free to articulate your conditions, whether they pertain to divine rank or rare treasures. Qi Changwei promptly responded, though her voice wavered slightly at the mention of rare materials. Reflecting on the earlier events in the Grand Hall and the abundant spiritual energy of Cayenne Peak, she recalled the formidable beasts lurking in the sea of suffering. A flood dragon is still a dragon, and she could boast of having seen one. She could hardly fathom what Chen Shangluo might require. Exotic fire. I require all the exotic fire from your treasury, whatever quantity you possess. The absorption of exotic fire essence proved to be quite challenging. Hu Yaoyao's progress in absorbing the essence was rather slow, and a faster absorption of exotic fire would significantly enhance her cultivation speed in the early stages. Exotic fire. Qi Changwei pondered. This was even rarer than divine rank. The total number of exotic fires available was limited to a mere 100 across the entire Tianyuan continent. Very well. I can offer an additional 2, totaling 4 exotic fires. Qi Changwei gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Chen Shangluo observed her with a knowing smile, teasingly. I meant whatever quantity you have. Qi Changwei felt entirely exposed, a bit embarrassed. Chen Peak Master, perhaps you could provide a specific number? I was waiting for this query. Chen Shangluo replied, 8, no less. He spoke almost instinctively, fully aware of how many exotic fires resided within the Tianyin dynasty. Qi Changwei's expression soured. This represented the accumulated reserves of her dynasty's emperors throughout the generations. Additionally, it was her bargaining chip for exchanging pills with President Yan, who had little interest in other matters. Yan Wu could not help but laugh aloud. Master Chen truly possesses an exceptional eye for talent. Witnessing Qi Changwei's misfortune, he reveled in her plight. Finally, someone could put her in her place. After all, this woman has been insufferably arrogant, always making me feel her disdain whenever we meet. Am I not a sovereign of a great nation? Do I not deserve some respect? Qi Changwei glared furiously, contemplating her options. President Yan had mentioned that Chen Shangluo could currently refine a 7th-grade foundational elixir. Leveraging this connection might prove advantageous. Perhaps even more so than seeking Yan Jinxing directly for the rare fire. What are you laughing at? Very well. I can present 8 rare fires. However, the 9 from the Tianqing dynasty must also be put forth. Cough, cough, cough. The smile on Yan Wu's face vanished abruptly, and he nearly choked on his own saliva. How ruthless could she be? Indeed, lacking rare fire was not an issue, but Yan Wu could not afford to be without it either. Chen Shangluo shrugged. Requiring no further persuasion, she had resorted to self-destructive tactics. How fierce! Inflicting 800 damage on oneself while harming the enemy by 799 is simply unthinkable. Yan Wu ground his teeth in frustration. Yet looking at Chen Shangluo, she had stated her terms clearly. No further arguments would hold any merit. Yes, she's right. 9 rare fires, I shall offer. However, the rare fires are stored in the treasury. Thus, you shall accompany me back to the palace today. Once I retrieve the rare fires, you may come to Qingyuan Peak to study under me. Yan Faya mumbled. Study under you? A golden core practitioner teaching me. A nascent soul genius? What did you say? Yan Wu's expression darkened. No, father, I said I understand. Chen Shangluo merely smiled, not pressing the matter further, and then turned his gaze toward Yan Jinxing. President Yan. Yan Jinxing trembled, feeling as exposed as a maiden before Chen Shangluo. It was unavoidable. He possessed a plethora of rare fires. Even the combined might of 2 great dynasties might not equal his collection. Yet, those fires were the foundation of his existence. Without them, how could he concoct his elixirs? Let me clarify. Old man here wishes you to refrain from making any designs on my rare fires until I am no longer alive. Although Yan Jinxing appeared to Chen Shangluo as a living embodiment of rare fire, he understood that extracting them from him would be far more challenging than taking his life. However, President Yan, you seek the method for extracting the pristine spirit liquid, do you not? Yan Jinxing did not shy away from the inquiry. Indeed, such a method of inheritance must have a master-student relationship attached to it. In his understanding, either Chen Shangluo would become his disciple, or he would become Chen Shangluo's disciple. Otherwise, acquiring the complete method for extracting the pristine spirit liquid was impossible. Becoming Chen Shangluo's disciple was certainly out of the question. Little did he know, this matter held little significance in Chen Shangluo's mind. Having already committed to providing the extraction method to Steward Qin, he would naturally offer the complete version. President Yan is merely an unexpected windfall that has come knocking at my door. Rest assured, I do not desire your coffin funds. Upon hearing this, Yan Jinxing breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of tea to calm his nerves. Chapter 123, Master Chow. Regarding the matter of apprenticeship, Yan Jinxing appeared somewhat apprehensive. Apprenticeship? What I learn? Alchemy is merely a side endeavor. Chen Shangluo replied, let us abandon the notion of apprenticeship then. Yan Jinqing sighed, realizing that today's affair was precarious. No apprenticeship is fine, but what about the furnace? The elixirs? The spiritual herbs? The formulas? As long as you can articulate it, I can provide. Chen Shangluo shook his head. He possessed all these items already, and, as the treasure pavilion flourished, these would become even more abundant. However, since President Yin had presented such an opportunity, how could one not take full advantage? In light of the treasure pavilion, Chen Shangluo finally discerned what he truly desired. In the future, he would need to rely on the treasure pavilion to gather materials. Moreover, the whereabouts of those traitorous disciples must be addressed. After all, it is best to delete contacts thoroughly. Thus, President Yin, I have a friend who operates a treasure pavilion in the city of joyful living. I hope he can grant her exclusive rights to sell all the elixirs of the guild. What? Everyone present wore a bewildered expression. Is that all? You do not treat my two great dynasties in such a manner. Even President Yin could scarcely believe it. Is this lad playing tricks? He agrees verbally, but will surely deliver a truncated version later. Are you certain you do not wish to ask for more? Yan Jinqing inquired. Chen Shangluo shot him a look, astonished to encounter someone so audaciously attempting to raise the price. Fear not. I assure you it will be the complete version. However, I will require 2 days to compile it before delivering. Upon hearing the phrase compile, Xianxia, who stood nearby, felt a stir in his DNA, his cheeks involuntarily twitching. Man Xiaoyao nudged him with her elbow and whispered, Brother Xianxia, I've told you repeatedly, you ought to smile more often. Look, your face is beyond your control. Master says this condition is called facial paralysis. Xianxia, Yan Jinqing, receiving Chen Shangluo's affirmative response, was filled with joy, his countenance radiant. Excellent. I shall await you at the treasure pavilion. Do not mention just the rights to sell elixirs. All spiritual medicines, beast bones, and demon cores shall also belong to the treasure pavilion. Without further ado, I shall attend to this matter immediately. Farewell. In his eyes, everything aside from alchemy was trivial. As for what others desired, he had no inclination to continue listening. The mind is meant for storing formulas, not for indulging in gossip. Yan Jinqing rose to depart. Yen Wu murmured, Hey, this President Yin is truly a whirlwind of energy. As President Yin pushed open the door and stepped outside, he abruptly withdrew his leg. You lot, remember this. Refrain from prolonged discourse, for it may hinder Chen Xiaoyou's efforts in compiling the tome. Beware, I might add an ingredient to your elixirs. Indeed. After Yan Jinqing's departure, Qi Changwei engaged in casual conversation with Yen Wu, concurrently consenting to the establishment of a branch of the treasure pavilion within the realm of the dynasty, much to their delight. They then took their leave, expressing, Master Chen, we shall rely on your care for my daughter. We will return shortly, and on a chosen day, we shall come to Qingyun Peak to pay our respects. Yen Wu echoed, likewise indeed. Yet, as Yen Wu departed, the elderly eunuch behind him appeared as though his legs were leaden. Observing his awkward demeanor, Chen Shangluo inquired, Eunuch Chao, do you have any further matters to discuss? Eunuch Chao, hesitantly approaching, replied, I have a request for young Master Chen, and I hope you can oblige. Oh, pray, speak, Chen Shangluo urged, perplexed as to why a formidable figure like Eunuch Chao would seek assistance from a mere Golden Core practitioner. Young Master Chen, your vast knowledge should inform you that after reaching the nascent soul stage, the physical body can be reborn. However, there's a particular aspect that has eluded us since my youth, rendering rebirth unattainable. Yet the spirit chives in your possession. Chen Shangluo cast a peculiar glance at Eunuch Chao's lower half. So this old fellow desires to rejuvenate. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Shangluo conjured a handful of spirit chives. So, Eunuch Chao, this is your wish. Eunuch Chao hastily pushed his hands away, displaying a bashfulness akin to a coy maiden. You see, this matter lacks dignity. If young Master Chen could conveniently refine it into an elixir, would it not be a splendid outcome? Chen Shangluo felt an internal struggle brewing. Very well, since Eunuch Chao wishes to keep this discreet, I shall refine it for you. In a few days, you may collect it from the treasure pavilion. Excellent. In the end, Eunuch Chao presented Chen Shangluo with a pseudo-divine fragment before skipping away, matching Yen Wu's pace. Chen Shangluo shook his head and returned to the tea table, where Gu Li and Xiao Yu stood like sentinels behind him, silent and withholding their requests, evidently waiting for the opportune moment. He then turned to Shen Yurong. Uncle Master Shun, do you have any matters to discuss? The latter intended to broach the subject of Lioli, yet was repeatedly deterred. Senior brother Shangluo has disregarded both princesses. How could he ever take notice of me? Alas, it is truly vexing. Ultimately, Shun Yurong, with a glint in her eye, remarked, Nephew Shangluo, you must not be partial. Enough, enough. This refrain again. It seems that apart from my master, Luo, this lineage has grown accustomed to frugality. The Sect S approach is one of wastefulness, while Uncle Master Shin frequently accuses me of favoritism. The underlying principle remains. One must pluck the feathers from the passing goose. Sigh. Chen Shangluo retrieved a seed from his storage ring. Perhaps it was too small. At the time, no one took notice. This is the 8th rank spirit tree, the tree of enlightenment. My Qingyan peak is rather modest, making cultivation quite challenging. Please take it back and plant it on the Kaiyun peak, the tree of enlightenment. Upon hearing this, the elder of Jianyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is not the tree itself that is remarkable, but rather the leaves it bears. Consuming tea brewed from them over time significantly enhances one's comprehension. Excellent, excellent. I have always said that Master Shangluo is undoubtedly our lineage's fortunate star. Indeed, he brings with him a rain of blessings. Once Shin Yurong had departed, Chen Shangluo extended his hand toward the elder of Jianyun. Bring it forth, if you please. The elder's face flushed with embarrassment as he reluctantly retrieved the dewy banner from his bosom and placed it in Chen Shangluo's hands. Cut it out. Even a piece of cloth must be hoarded. He casually set it aside, his outstretched hand remaining unwithdrawn. That is not what I meant. Old man, do not tell me you have forgotten. Huh? The elder of Jianyun felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that my coveting of the elder's storage ring has been discovered? Chapter 124, Sovereign. What talk of storage rings is this? In his old age, he had grown increasingly erratic. I speak of the Palace Pearl. Look at my Qingyan Peak, which has but 4 or 5 houses, now nearly all occupied. When Yin Fei and the others return, there will be no room left. Huh? Oh, so that is what you meant. He chuckled, indeed. Here, take it. Although the elder verbally agreed to surrender it, his hands stubbornly clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. Chen Shangluo exerted immense effort to pry it free. While the Palace Pearl may not enhance combat prowess significantly, it remains a top-tier treasure, akin to the celestial vessel of the Strength Clan, serving a similar purpose. Alas, I truly wonder what I did to deserve this in my past life. The old man has it hard. After saying this, he hastily departed, making his way towards Kaiyun Peak. These two old folks really do seem to be a match made in heaven. Chen Shangluo turned his attention to the chief of the Guli clan. He was well aware of the other individual's desires, yet his understanding of the Strength Clan was rather limited. Guli clan chief. Before he could finish his sentence, Guli knelt down with a thud, one knee on the ground. Master Chen, please lead our Strength Clan to glory once more. Chen Shangluo intended to assist him to his feet, but the man was so tall and robust that even kneeling placed him at a height above Chen Shangluo. It was rather awkward. So he tactically stepped back a couple of paces and inquired, "They're correct. I indeed lack any talent in weapon forging. I wonder, Chief Guli, how does the process of forging compare to alchemy? Forging demands more experience and strength control, and above all, it is time-consuming. The creation of a single weapon can easily take over half a month, which hardly seems worthwhile. The art of crafting divine weapons may indeed pose a challenge, especially for one as inexperienced as he. Master Chen, you must not underestimate yourself. Are you aware of the reason why my celestial vessel, as well as the Palace Pearl in your possession, can undergo transformations in size? Master Chen had not contemplated this matter. He merely assumed that they shrink when not in use and expand when needed. It is indeed quite marvelous. The expression on Chief Guli's face clearly reflected a sense of melancholy as he elucidated. The ancient technique of inscribing runes has long been lost to the ages on this continent, which is why my clan has remained secluded in the icy plains, detached from worldly affairs. It is not out of pride that the Warriors clan holds itself aloof. Rather, without the enhancement of runes, we could never forge treasures of celestial caliber again. During the great competition, when I witnessed Master Chen inscribing runes upon weapons, I knew you were the person we had been awaiting. Oh, only then did Chen realize. You mean to say that you wish for me to teach you the art of rune drawing? Upon hearing this, Guli lowered his head even further, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. I dare not. Our Warriors clan may possess immense strength, yet we are incapable of grasping such intricate arts. It must be said that Guli has a remarkably clear understanding of his own lineage. He then produced the orb transform from the celestial vessel and the eyepiece of the mysterious light mirror. These two artifacts represent not only the treasures of my clan, but also the token of your leadership. I ask that you accept them, as we pledge our loyalty to you. Should you find the life in the IC planes unsuitable, you may also reside within the 7 Stars sect. Please keep Xiaoyu by your side. If any artifacts require your rune inscriptions, I shall send someone to deliver them. Chun swallowed hard, surprised at the unwavering dedication of the Warriors clan. Gaining the loyalty of such a tribe was undoubtedly advantageous. However, the notion of keeping Xiaoyu close was entirely unnecessary. Chief Gully, you declare me your leader. Yet is there truly no dissent within the Warriors clan? Gully reassured him, you need not worry. Our first leader was indeed of the human race, and they harbor no ulterior motives. So that is how it is. I shall gladly accept these items. And the matter of inscribing runes for you shall be arranged. I will instruct the Treasure Pavilion to establish a long-term partnership with you, setting up a branch in the IC planes. For any artifacts requiring attention, you may send them back to Happy City, and I will visit periodically. This arrangement will certainly facilitate matters. However, I observe that Xiaoyu may find life in the sect rather inconvenient. Let her oversee the transportation between the two locations. Gully clasped his hands together, his fists as large as sandbags, and declared, yes, my lord. Xiaoyu also bowed respectfully. Having felt the curious gazes of the 7 Stars sect disciples upon her during their journey, which was rather disconcerting. My lord, we shall take our leave now. Very well. Go forth. Speak with the owner of the Treasure Pavilion, Ji Yao. She will understand the situation. Certainly. As they descended the mountain, both individuals made their way directly to the Treasure Pavilion. Uncle Fu and Ji Yao were exceedingly occupied. Heaven knows what kind of award this is. First, it was President Yin of the Alchemist Association, discussing matters of exclusive supply for medicinal pills. Shortly thereafter, 2 monarchs arrived to discuss the establishment of a branch pavilion. The manpower was simply insufficient. In a moment of desperation, and given President Yan's lingering grievances towards Steward Qin, he was hastily assigned the role of a greeter. Suddenly, a shadow fell upon the counter. Without lifting his head, Steward Qin wearily called out, "Welcome to our establishment. We offer everything from weapons and magical treasures to spiritual materials and medicinal herbs." Observing the increasingly elongated silhouette, Steward Qin swallowed his words. The 2 individuals ducked into the Treasure Pavilion, nearly bumping their heads against the ceiling, forced to stoop low. Is Miss Ji Yao present? Maintaining his upward gaze, Steward Qin nodded woodenly and pointed upstairs. Yes, she's up there. Immediately, the narrow corridor echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps. The floor of the 2nd floor trembled, and dust from the ceiling cascaded down upon Steward Qin's face. What on earth is happening today? Is the ancestral grave of the Ji family smoking? President Yin and the 2 princes, could they be the fabled warriors of the Strength Clan? How peculiar, how peculiar. At this moment, all parties had gathered, merely shifting their discussion locale to the Treasure Pavilion. As the principal party, Ji Yao was now grinning broadly. Truly, young Master Chun did not boast. Within a month at most, the Treasure Pavilion would undoubtedly rise to prominence. According to the law of conservation of quality, where there are beneficiaries, there must also be victims. Meanwhile, the 2 victims had already returned to Chiyun Peak. Lu Xianxia and the others exchanged glances. Like the willows of March, blooming anew each day. In this lifetime, the encounters with Long Mo had been few and far between, each appearance markedly different. This time, he had suffered the grievous loss of his forelimbs. No, his arms. Chapter 125, Remnants of Ancient Powers. Chu Qiluo was astonished. Could it be that the law of death within me has intensified? Surely not. I am a pawn of the Demon Lord. Is there any spy that has fared so poorly? He was overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. Chi Hung coldly snorted, "You lot, get lost. Don't linger here as an eyesore." With that, he took Long Mo back to the room and helped him into a chair. "Mo, how could you be so impulsive? You insisted on claiming that Chen Shangluo is a spy of the Demon Clan. And now look, I've not only lost treasures, but also 2 arms." Long Mo was furious. It was better not to mention the treasures at all. The moment they did, he was reminded of the Wanhun banner. Even the Demon Lord himself could not have anticipated that the Wanhun banner would transform into a sacred relic of Buddhism. How could it be named the Dewey banner? Originally burdened by inner turmoil, compounded by the incessant mutterings of his esteemed master, Long Mo found himself overwhelmed. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Oh dear, I shall say no more. My intentions are for your benefit. Long Mo rose abruptly, slamming his hand upon the table, though it made no sound, as he seemed to have forgotten his lack of arms. I feel utterly despondent. The rage consumes me. I shall take vengeance upon Chen Shangluo, yet without hands. How could he enact his wrath? Should he resort to biting? Qi Hung pondered deeply, his brow furrowed, before finally speaking. Emoer, do not be hasty. Have you heard of the remnants of ancient powers? Remnants of ancient powers? You mean those found within the Holy Land of Light? Qi Hung nodded affirmatively. Indeed, such artifacts are exceedingly rare, particularly complete remnants. The downside is that one cannot ascertain the original owner's identity. Some of those with formidable grudges may even erode one's will. Hope suddenly ignited in Long Mo's eyes. How could I have overlooked this? If my own restoration may take an eternity, I could seek the remnants instead. The Holy Land of Light is soon to open. I must search. Yet, glancing at his empty sleeves, he felt deflated. But in my current state, with the beasts rampaging through the Holy Land and spiritual energy running rampant, finding remnants will be nigh impossible, let alone surviving. Purchasing one would likely exhaust the entire wealth of Qi Yunfeng. At this thought, Qi Hung felt a swell of discontent. The wealth of Qi Yunfeng? Surely you jest. To aid your cultivation of demonic arts, we spared no expense on elixirs and treasures, evading both divine retribution and the scrutiny of our sect leader. And you lost the precious gourd in a gamble, a treasure that rivals the remnants of ancient powers in worth. However, recalling that it was the child of himself, and by Yueguang Mo Ing, he suppressed his boiling anger. Cough, cough. Actually, I do possess an ancient powers arm, acquired from the Holy Land, but before he could finish, Long Mo swiftly closed the distance, nearly touching noses with Qi Hung. This is rather awkward, he thought. Without hands to support him, unexpected situations arose. Long Mo, undeterred, widened his eyes and shouted desperately. If you possess it, give it to me now. I need to attach the arm immediately. I shall seek vengeance on Chen Shangluo. Qi Hung seized the collar of Long Mo's garment, unable to contain himself any longer. Oomph. Calm yourself. For goodness sake, you panic at every turn. Look at you. Where do you resemble my offspring? This arm possesses an enigmatic attribute, and you must prepare yourself mentally. Furthermore, I can provide it to you, but you must agree to one condition. Long Mo, striving to restrain his excitement, responded eagerly. All right, whatever the condition, I shall comply. Qi Hung insisted. Promise me that from this day forth, you shall no longer provoke Chen Shangluo. Can you commit to this? He was truly at his wit's end. This was the last resort he had, and should today's events reoccur, he would be left with nothing. Long Mo clenched his teeth, his words betraying his heart. Fine. I promise you. Can you get to me now? Qi Hung produced a robust severed limb, its exquisite quality igniting a spark of hope in Long Mo's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a fitting match. Emoer, endure for a moment. I shall use my spiritual energy to reconnect your meridians. If you sense any backlash, you must maintain your composure. Understood. Qi Hung meticulously worked to reattach it until the late hours of the night, his forehead drenched in sweat. In contrast, Long Mo wore an expression of exhilaration and ecstasy, seemingly oblivious to any pain. With a sigh of relief, Qi Hung declared at last, it is complete. Montakia, try to move. Long Mo exerted himself to lift his right hand, and at last, his arm regained a semblance of sensation. Ha ha ha, the heavens do not abandon me. Long Mo, the heavens do not abandon me. However, in that fleeting moment of unguarded joy, dark threads surged forth from his arm, akin to a parasitic worm burrowing beneath his skin, wandering restlessly, as wisps of black mist began to seep from his pores. This is dire. Emoer, the backlash has commenced. Quickly stabilize your mind. Hearing this, Long Mo channeled his spiritual energy to suppress the swelling mass. Qi Hung, though anxious, was powerless to assist. This was a trial he must face alone. Long Mo was cultivating a dark art, and the Holy Land of Light served as an ancient battlefield, a portal for humanity. Should a powerful figure haunted by deep resentment emerge, the outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic. Long Mo, overwhelmed and struggling to cope, ultimately revealed a weakness. The swelling mass breached his arm, burrowing into his body. Once it fully spread, Long Mo's consciousness would be ensnared, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. At that moment, however, The blood concealed within his body erupted fiercely. Upon contact with the blood, the swelling seemed to recoil in fear, dispersing and seeping from Long Mo's orifices. Hiss! It is demonic energy. My son is indeed blessed with great fortune. I never anticipated, truly never anticipated, that remnants of the demon race could be found within the holy land of light. Long Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him, his arm now fully mobile. The sculpted lines of his muscles were markedly enhanced in both explosive power and resilience. It was no wonder such remnants bore side effects. People were drawn to the remains of ancient powers. Yet, why did this arm feel so peculiar? It is well known that when one raises their right hand, palm open and facing upwards, the thumb should naturally point outward. However, in the case of Long Mo, the thumb is oriented inward. Alas! Long Mo, Chapter 126. The plague god, Chu Qiulo. Oh dear, what shall I do now? Qi Hung felt a wave of apprehension. As Long Mo flexed his fingers, everything seemed manageable. But when he attempted to move his little finger, his thumb caused quite the commotion, rendering him unable to grasp the hilt of his sword. Montakia, shall we make do with this? Make do? I refuse to compromise with your seventh uncle. If I step outside like this, I would become the subject of ridicule. Master, please think of a solution. How am I to face others? Face others? One must admit, Long Mo was overthinking. Given his performance at Qinyan Peak today, how could he have the audacity to face anyone? Alas, Qi Hung let out a deep sigh. Damn it, I should never have returned to the sect. Whether it was the timing of his return or some other factor, not a single matter had gone smoothly. All the preparations made for Long Mo over the past decades had evaporated into thin air. The more one strives, the more chaotic life becomes. Given the circumstances, the only option left is to sever it and reattach it anew. Fortunately, the resentment within seems to have dissipated, and there should be no significant danger. Long Mo's head buzzed as he realized that after a night of frantic effort, everything had returned to square one. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, let us proceed. After all, it cannot get any worse than this. He extended his left hand, closing his eyes in anticipation of Qi Hung severing it. Come on, Qi Hang unsheathed his sword. Montakia. Bear with me. The meridians have only just been reconnected, and there is no way to repair them further. We can only move it down by 3 inches. What? 3 inches? Good heavens. Is this a matter of choice? Adjusting the trajectory or shortening it by 3 inches? The decision lies with you. 3 inches shorter it is then. After all, this demon's arm is slightly longer and sturdier than that of an ordinary person. It shouldn't appear too out of place. Come on. Aim carefully, and don't cut too much. Qi Hung measured and measured again, yet he hesitated to act. Normally ruthless in his quest for treasures, he found himself reluctant in the presence of his own flesh and blood. That is Mo Ying's child. I have only ever loved one person in my life. Wait, let me calm my emotions. Long Mo. Chu Qiulo sat on the bed, unable to concentrate on meditation. Alas, what has truly transpired with Long Mo? He retrieved the demon pearl, examining it closely. Originally, there was but a single red dot flickering, but now it had transformed into 2. The soul-devouring demon lord stated that my mission is to protect the bloodline of the demon saint. When the time is right, I may reveal their identity. One of the light points has finally been located, and that is Lu Xianxia. At the moment when Long Mo broke through to the nascent soul stage, an intense reaction coursed through him. It must be him. However, today's appearance was rather lackluster. After much contemplation, Chu Qiulo decided to investigate further. Stepping outside his room, the magic orb flickered with a crimson glow as he passed by Lu Xianxia's chamber. As he distanced himself, the flashing red dot gradually dimmed, while another red dot pulsated with increasing intensity. This was the place. It was evident that Long Mo possessed the bloodline of the demon saint. Ha. Who dares to claim that my law of death is a curse? Step forward. My master bears the bloodline of the demon saint, and my senior sister does as well. In the demon realm, we shall reign supreme. Without Chen Shangluo siphoning off fortune, my luck has undeniably improved. The light in Long Mo's room remained aglow, and even from outside, 2 figures were discernible. Judging by their shadows, it was clear that Long Mo had already grown back an arm. Indeed, he was blessed with great fortune. In just one night, he restored an entire limb. The 2 figures stood facing each other, creating a heartwarming scene reminiscent of a benevolent master and devoted disciple. I should also inform the demon lord and clarify the situation here. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed movement within the room. accompanied by Qi Hang's resolute voice. Montakia, I am truly sorry. As he spoke, the shadow raised a long sword, poised in midair. Chu Qiluo's heart raced. Long Mo was the key to rescuing the demon saint. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, but now the sword was drawn against him. Were they about to settle scores? No, Qi Hang must not ruin my grand ambitions for the demon sect. With this thought in mind, Chu Qiluo rushed into the room, drawing his sword and shouting, "Old thief Qi Hang, cease this at once." Long Mo turned around, and, simultaneously, Qi Hang's sword descended. With a sickening thud, blood gushed forth, splattering Chu Qiluo's face. Long Mo felt a sharp pain in his arm. Both were taken aback, astonished that someone had intruded at such a critical moment. Long Mo was at a loss, feeling as though he could cry without tears. The sword had come perilously close to his arm, just a mere millimeter away. However, in a quarter of an incense stick's time, the male owner of that arm would be utterly enraged, for at that moment, an unexpected calamity had burst forth. I swear, though I have experienced countless instances of anger in my life, this time I believe to be the most furious. Qi Hang was equally bewildered. He had intended only to shorten the strike by 3 inches, but due to Long Mo's turn, it had veered several inches off course, nearly severing to the elbow. Indeed, it was because Long Mo had turned. Qi Hang certainly could not admit that his hand had trembled. Zhu, Xiao, Luo, I am here. Chu Qiluo positioned his sword defensively before Qi Hang, his furious gaze locking on a Qi Hang's, yet he felt an inexplicable prickle at his back, unsure of its origin. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. Old thief Qi Hang, how could you be so ruthless? You are, after all, the esteemed master of my master. Even if he has made countless mistakes, you must not resort to such harsh measures. Master, rest assured as long as I am here, he cannot harm you. The demon pearl not only discerns the bloodline of the demon saint, but more importantly, once shattered, it will unleash a formidable surge of demonic energy, potent enough to facilitate an escape for both parties. This is his source of confidence. Indeed, the more just and righteous Chu Qiluo spoke, the more infuriated Long Mo became. If only his hands were still functional, he would have eagerly throttled the other. Master, you must leave first. It is best that we abandon Qi Yin Peak. Master, why are you still standing there motionless? Master, why does your complexion appear so pallid? It's all right. It must be due to excessive blood loss. Zhu, yes, I am here. I am at your service. Get lost. Do you not see that we are in the midst of reattaching an arm? You had better vanish from my sight immediately. Right now at once. I will settle scores with you once I have reattached my arm. The copious blood pouring forth has sapped his strength to continue the struggle. If this drags on, he might very well be the first nascent soul to bleed to death. Is that so? Chapter 127, The Complete Remains. Chu Qiluo glanced at the expressions of the two, and then at the severed arm on the ground. Ancient mighty beings' remnants? In that moment, he seemed to realize he had landed himself in trouble. Please, continue with your business. I was too forward. Qi Hang's brow furrowed, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening, which did not escape Long Mo's notice. Hurry and leave. Yes. Witnessing Long Mo's intent to let him go, Qi Hang felt more confusion than anger. Chu Qiluo fled like the wind, hastily shutting the door behind him. Once he had departed, Qi Hang first assisted Long Mo in staunching the bleeding. Then he pointed to the severed arm on the ground. What shall we do now? Should we reattach the right one? Or, Long Mo, appearing despondent, gritted his teeth and resolved, let it be the left one. It may be shorter, but at least it is functional. Reattaching the right hand might look better, but it would obstruct the flow of vital energy significantly. There is no other option now. We can only wait for the Holy Land of Light to open and then devise a plan to replace it. Qi Hang nodded, seemingly resigned to this course of action. While reattaching Long Mo's arm, he inquired, why did you not allow me to kill him earlier? Long Mo shook his head. He too was left with no choice. He cannot be killed just yet. While utilizing the method of fortune, I detected a faint trace of demonic energy within him. He is likely a spy from the demon clan. Currently, as I practice demonic arts, I risk exposure at any moment. Keeping him close may provide us with more avenues of retreat in the future. Furthermore, Lu Qianxi and Yi Bingshan's fortunes had already been extracted from them once. For the time being, they could only be drawn from his essence. Upon mentioning the brevity of time, he involuntarily glanced at his arm, gritted his teeth, turned his head away, and displayed a visage of anguish. Qi Heng could not help but silently scoff. What sort of fortune extraction technique is this? It seems to become increasingly unsatisfactory with each attempt. He always harbored a desire to flee from Qian Peak. This mess, whoever wishes to tidy it up may do so. Fortunately, no further complications arose, and matters proceeded rather smoothly. Long Mo stood up, flexing his fingers. Everything felt fluid, albeit somewhat lacking in length, almost reminiscent of dwarfism. No matter, a cloak can easily conceal it, and others would remain oblivious. Moreover, possessing this arm would indeed augment his strength. That said, Long Mo draped a cloak over himself, tugging at the shoulder fabric with vigor. While others donned garments to mask their flaws, he did so to obscure his inadequacies. Thus, he simultaneously bore a robust left arm and a sense of inferiority. Chu Qiluo glanced back thrice to ensure she was not being pursued before slipping into an uninhabited forest. She retrieved a unique communication talisman of the demon race to relay the situation here to the soul-devouring demon lord. To minimize the risk of detection, both parties opted for one-way designated communication. The soul-devouring demon lord, seated at a stone table, perused a roster, tallying the remaining population of the demon race. Fortunately, since Chu Qiluo's departure, the population had not diminished further. Otherwise, with the opening of the abyssal demon realm, they would have been at a disadvantage against the demon lord Xianxia. It appeared that sending Chu Qiluo into the enemy camp was indeed a splendid decision. The entrance to the ancient battlefield had opened, and naturally, the demon race possessed its own entrance, while the human race referred to theirs as the Holy Land of Light. In the demon realm, called theirs the Abyssal Demon Realm, it was said that there existed a connection between the two entrances, yet throughout the years, none had discovered it. Moreover, as humans and demons are irreconcilable, perhaps it was for the best that it remained undiscovered. Otherwise, it would surely lead to a bloodbath. At that moment, Chu Qiluo's communication stone vibrated, startling him. 2 demon saints of bloodline? Ha 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 ha. What splendid news. The return of the demon saint appears imminent. Not merely a possibility, but a certainty. Long Mo has lost both arms? How could this be? Thankfully, he has secured remnants of an ancient powerhouse. Alas, Chu Qiluo has finally accomplished something noteworthy. How did she acquire such detailed intelligence? Has she interrupted the reattachment of severed limbs? Seeking assistance? The soul-devouring demon lord felt his heart tremble. Gripped by an ominous premonition, he has pledged himself to Long Mo. What the hell? Seeking help from you, of all people? Does he not possess even a modicum of self-awareness regarding his own attributes? I urged you to approach the bloodline of the demon saint, but not to get so close. The soul-devouring demon lord exhaled a breath of exasperation. It should be fine. The bloodline of the demon saint is a force capable of transcending the laws of existence, and there is absolutely no cause for concern. Yet, after much contemplation, he still felt a twinge of unease. He retrieved a more exquisite storage ring from his pouch, gently caressing it. It seems I must expend some of my resources. From this delicate ring, the soul-eating demon lord produced yet another storage ring, reminiscent of a grandmother hoarding her savings, layer upon layer. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, and a flash of light illuminated the space. A headless corpse materialized, the remains of a demon god. This skeleton, though lacking a head, was otherwise remarkably intact, with explosive muscles that attested to the formidable strength it possessed in life. With such a complete set of remains, it should be secure now, right? Watch you, Fenglong. You too. Guoming. Upon receiving the command, the 2 demon subordinates entered the cave. My lord, why have you summoned us? You too, skilled in concealing your presence. Assist me in transporting this corpse to Qian Peak. In due time, Chu Qiluo will naturally be there to receive you. The moment they heard that the one responsible for the pickup was Chu Qiluo, even the most seasoned infiltrators felt a chill creep up their spines. My lord, as you know, we 2 brothers have not yet held the funerals for our 7 aunts and 8 uncles. We are preparing to observe 3 years of mourning. Perhaps you could dispatch others instead? The mention of Chu Qiluo is quite terrifying. Their proximity to him had led to some old demons meeting untimely ends, and they could not dismiss the cautionary tales passed down from previous generations. Nonsense. You wretched fools. Fine, you need not observe 3 years of mourning. I shall bury you together. Watch you and Fenglong were quick to respond, clearly distinguishing between those who had died and those who were about to. My lord, rest assured, we shall not fail in our mission. With that, The two nonchalantly retrieved the remains and strode out of the cave, their demeanor as though it were not they who were meant to observe mourning, standing amidst the trees. Chen Shangluo grew increasingly anxious as he had not received any communication for a long while. Could it be that the soul-eating demon lord had abandoned the task? Just then, the communication stone finally stirred with activity. Ha ha ha! A complete set of remains? Excellent, excellent. At last, there is something to report. Chapter 128. A kind of anger named Long Mo. As night fell, the air was cool and refreshing. Xian Peak had undergone a magnificent transformation. As Chen Shangluo positioned the palace pearl behind the original courtyard, this palace was indeed grandiose, significantly larger than the previous courtyard by several tens of times. The old man Jianyun certainly knew how to indulge in comfort. However, the former residence remained unchanged, merely having been cleared out by Xianxia and others. They even fashioned a cozy nest for the Great Yellow, and the group labored until the late hours of the night. I'm so tired. I must return to sleep. Indeed, fatigue was contagious, particularly for the young and lively man Xiaoyao, who, unable to cultivate, was impervious to any attempts to rouse her from sleep. At this moment, the other disciples were generally engaged in meditation, with the exception of Xian Peak. The master had asserted that nothing could rival the importance of eating, drinking, relieving oneself, and sleeping. De Huang feigned sleep, closing his eyes, and once everyone had returned to their quarters, his eyes gleamed with mischief as he burrowed into a thicket. When he re-emerged, he held a black stick in his mouth. Ha ha! You all sleep on. I shall also indulge in a spot of fishing. Self-sufficiency is the path to becoming the finest of dogs. He tossed the fishing line into the water with a flourish. Plop! The hook sank, sending ripples across the surface. As time ticked by, Da Huang's eyelids grew heavy, yet the fishing rod remained utterly still. What a doggone situation. Does this rod recognize people? If it weren't for the dragon that emerged during the day, I would have jumped into the water myself to see what lay beneath. He decided to wait a bit longer. He recalled hearing a fisherman from the valley say that a lack of activity indicated the presence of larger fish. Just a little longer, perhaps just a bit more. And as he waited, he succumbed to sleep. If Long Mo were to discover that the flagpole he had painstakingly sought out was hidden away by this dog, he would surely be incensed, to the point of spitting blood. The next morning, Chen Shangluo rose early, habitually preparing to sit by the bitter sea with a cup of tea. He chanced upon De Huang lounging by the bitter sea, the fishing rod still clutched in his mouth. In an instant, he grasped the situation. Da Huang, you rascal. Have you learned to guard your own theft? I mean, where's my fishing rod gone? So it was you who hoarded it. That was the perfect rod I had finally found. With a start, Da Huang felt a chill creep up his spine, and with a leap, he dove into his doghouse. Oomph. Consider yourself fortunate to escape. Chen Shangluo, too lazy to dwell on it, leisurely brewed a pot of tea and cast the fishing rod into the water. Xianxia was the first to rise, standing before the sword intense steel to practice his swordplay. This was a promise made by the sect master, who had placed the steel on Xian Peak. Xianxia discovered that the sword intents within the steel were quite varied, unlike those derived from a single practitioner. Practicing against the sword intent steel felt akin to receiving guidance from an esteemed predecessor, allowing him to deepen his understanding of the sword quickly. On the main peak, the immortal of the stream stood, routinely probing the spiritual veins of each peak with his divine sense. The underground dragon vein had become quite unsettled since the last disturbance caused by the demon saint. Shangluo, you must hasten your comprehension of the supreme sword intent. The dragon vein cannot hold out much longer. He paused, musing, perhaps I could reinforce the seal with the Dewey banner, but alas. Lacking the flagpole would significantly diminish its efficacy. Just the thought of Chen Shangluo compelled him to extend his divine sense into Xian Peak. In the presence of Luo, he had naturally refrained from doing so. But now that he peered in, it ignited a furious response within him. Just moments ago, there was great hope. Yet now one observed Chen Shangluo idly fishing. Furthermore, that unfortunate fellow named Xianxia is truly pitiable. How could he have encountered such a master who fails to impart any knowledge on the proper utilization of the sword intent steel? His reckless hacking is a blatant waste of potential. Look at the others who grasp the sword intent. None have achieved it without profound contemplation. Who among them has the luxury of his carefree approach? No, something feels amiss. He can clearly sense that with each swing of Xianxia's sword, there appears to be a subtle growth in sword intent. The master Jianyun begins to doubt himself, Is this indeed the correct method for utilizing the sword intent steel? What then have my years of arduous contemplation amounted to? What is the significance of my fourth level of sword intent? How utterly humiliating. This realization has rendered the master of Jianyun introspective. Yun Miao approaches, clasping his hands respectfully. Master, the younger disciples await your guidance in the main hall. Please, Master. Proceed to address them. This has been a long-standing custom of the main peak. Every month, the master would deliver a discourse to instruct a few on their cultivation. Jianyun gazes at his disciples, then casts his eyes toward the distant Xingyun peak, feeling a profound frustration welling within. A discourse? What nonsense! I have delivered instruction for years. It seems Chen Shangluo's indifference bears more fruit. What disgrace! Must everything depend on the master? Without me, do you truly believe you would cease your cultivation? From this day forth, the discourse is hereby cancelled. Huh! Yun Miao stands in stunned silence. Alas, Master, wasn't delivering discourses your steadfast principle? How has this blame shifted to us? Is your temper so flared this early in the day? Just yesterday, you clearly visited Kaiyun Peak. Ahem. Did you not mention that it harbors the finest fire-quencher herb? Have you forgotten to partake of it? Yet, he only dares to ponder this, bitterness etched upon his countenance. Yes, Master, I shall disperse the younger disciples immediately. Get lost. Do not disturb my appreciation of the scenery. Indeed, he isn't merely enjoying the view. He is observing how Chen Shangluo instructs his disciples, perhaps learning a thing or two himself. Yet, the more he watches, the more incensed he becomes, and the more he wishes to continue watching. Of course, in addition to Jianyun's ire, there exists another form of anger embodied by Long Mo. If anger were to be ranked by realms, Long Mo could very well ascend to new heights. Go, summon Chu Qiluo to me. Chapter 129, Lu Tianqi's Resentment. Upon hearing that Long Mo was seeking him, a wave of dread surged within him, accompanied by a tinge of anxiety. Is it a blessing or a curse? One cannot escape misfortune. Despite having stirred such trouble, I still possess a trump card. TSK, with the complete remains in my possession. Long Mo will surely acknowledge my contributions once he rescues the demon saint. Stealing his courage, Chu Qiluo pushes open the door to Long Mo's chamber. Before he can step inside, he trips and kneels on the ground. It must be done this way. Otherwise, it is likely that I would not even have the chance to speak before being struck down by Long Mo. Master, please forgive my transgressions. I have discovered a means to atone for my mistakes. I implore you to spare my life. Long Mo's cheek twitched. He had witnessed many displays of cowardice, but none as abject as this. If I intended to kill you, I would have done so last night. After a prolonged silence, Chu Qiluo finally mustered the courage to meet Long Mo's gaze. Aside from the slight darkening of his brow and a rather pallid complexion, he appeared much the same as ever. However, when his eyes fell upon Long Mo's short yet formidable arms, it became a struggle to maintain his composure. Long Mo's expression darkened further. Do you find this amusing? Chu Qiluo bowed his head deeply, mentally revisiting all his sorrows. Had it not been for the numerous deaths occurring around him in the demon realm, coupled with the throbbing pain in his head, he might have truly burst into laughter. I dare not. Moreover, I have devised a way to reattach your arms, even enhancing your strength in the process. Long Mo's expression betrayed skepticism. Why did he seem so incredulous? His pitiful father could not even procure a second arm. How could Chu Qiluo possibly succeed? You had best not deceive me. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Chu Qiluo exhaled in relief, leaning close to whisper in Long Mo's ear, careful not to be overheard. The more Long Mo listened, the more exhilarated he became, realizing that the blood left to him by his mother bore the lineage of the demon god. This was far superior to what his father had. His eyes sparkled as he slammed his hand on the table. Excellent, excellent. Though he was thrilled, he had not lost his senses. Life had granted him too many hopes, only to snatch them away mercilessly. Truly remarkable. Chu Qiluo, if this is indeed true, I may consider sparing you. However, at the utterance of this pivotal word, Chu Qiluo began to regret not having fled the previous night. Yet, before the remnants of your past arrive, you must pay the price. Until one has tasted the fruits of life, all is mere fantasy. Yet the setbacks I endured last night were all too real. Should I remain silent now? Do I intend to let life constrict my throat? Shall I perish from suffocation? As he spoke, Long Mo produced a rope. This item, known as the sealing spirit rope, was one of the few treasures remaining in Qiyun Peak and was considered quite valuable. Its function was simple. It could seal the spiritual power of cultivators below the nascent soul stage, rendering them as powerless as mere mortals. Before he could react, Chu Qiluo found himself securely bound. Not to be outdone, he had prepared the demon pearl. Should Long Mo harbor any murderous intent, he would use it to escape. Fortunately, Long Mo had no intention of taking his life. Instead, he hoisted him up and hung him from a branch in the courtyard. Crack, crack, crack. In quick succession, the whip descended upon Chu Qiluo's back. Though the pain is intense, it poses no threat to life. The courtyard reverberates with the anguished wails of Chu Qiluo and the furious curses of Long Mo. Chen Shangluo, you wretched scoundrel. Crack, I shall surely kill you one day. Crack, my precious treasure, my hands, shall make you pay double. Crack, Chen Shangluo. Chu Qiluo's heart cries out in despair. You strike me with a whip. Yet your thoughts linger on another man. That is rather disrespectful. Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin, hearing the commotion, stepped out of the room. Witnessing Long Mo's sweat-drenched arms, they could not muster a hint of mockery. Instead, they felt a profound sense of sorrow, as if their own teeth were in peril. Lu Tianqi, did we err in placing our trust in Long Mo back then? Lu Tianqi pondered. During their time at Qiyun Peak, their concerns were limited to what to eat for lunch and dinner, leaving no room for other thoughts. Now, at Qiyun Peak, not only are resources scarce, but they must also remain vigilant against Long Mo. Their own fortune must be expended to sustain him. What difference is there from being in a cauldron? If their fortunes are absorbed, the master could utilize them to obtain necessary resources, which would be mutually beneficial. Yet, it is clear that the fortunes of the three have been drained, and upon each return, they find themselves missing vital pieces. Such a life is truly precarious. Alas, there is no need to ponder excessively. Long Mo would not allow us to leave now. I find myself somewhat envious of Gumu Bai, at least as a servant disciple. Though resources are scant, one can at least live without worry. After a prolonged silence, Yi Bingxin finally spoke. If we were to go to Qiyun Peak and apologize to Chen Shangluo, would he forgive us? After all, we are his most cherished disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi fell into deep contemplation. Is it too late to apologize now? After all, if it were not for us in the previous life, he would not have failed to ascend to the throne. Master Luo would not have self-destructed either. No, Lu Tianqi, I believe you have mistaken something. In our past life, we were ensnared by Long Mo's seductions, and we must clarify this to Chen Shangluo. As a master, should he not extend some understanding to his disciples? Furthermore, this life has begun anew. Master Luo has ascended, and Chen Shangluo is living well now, is he not? Regardless, I believe we should give a try. It is far better than remaining here, suffering under Long Mo's torment. Do you not realize? Even with the techniques from our past lives, our cultivation still lags behind. The two mass disciples that Chen Shangluo recently took in have already acquired the strength to rival us in no time. It is better not to mention Lu Tianfang. The mere thought of him stirs a profound imbalance within Lu Tianqi. It is evident that all of this should belong to her. How dare that useless Lu Tianfang take it away? Very well, we shall seek an opportunity. Humans, at times, are inclined to heed only what they wish to hear. Little do they realize that if Chen Shangluo were so easily persuaded, why would he expend such effort to elevate Jinbao Pavilion? Does he truly believe that possessing the Dui banner obliges him to alleviate all worldly suffering? The two of them, indifferent to the unfolding events, retreated to their respective chambers. Long Mo continued to lash out until words failed him, finally ceasing his relentless whipping. You shall remain here, suspended, until the promised items arrive. Only then will I release you. After venting his frustrations, Long Mo returned to his room, sinking once more into solitude. Meanwhile, atop Qiyun Peak, Chen Shangluo reclined in a rocking chair, feigning slumber until the presence of the Jiangyun people withdrew their consciousness. Then he opened his eyes. Ha, old man, what are you peeping at? You're wasting my time for the lottery. Straightening his posture, he summoned the little disciple, Man Xiao Yao. Come here for a moment. Yes, master. Chapter 130, The 9 Emperor Pills. In recent days, Man Xiao Yao continued her routine, preparing tea for Chen Shangluo in advance. She also took care of the courtyard's cleanliness. After completing these tasks, she would sit on the steps, observing her senior brothers and sisters in their training for hours on end, lost in her thoughts. Sigh. If only I could cultivate as well. Lu Tianqi and the others are truly despicable. If I could cultivate, I would certainly make them regret it. Only upon hearing her master's call did she snap back to reality. Master, did you call for me? Is there not enough hot water? She turned to leave. Chen Shangluo shook his head, saying no, do not rush off just yet. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. The ordinary lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine bow of terror. Item name, Terror. An ancient weapon forged by a powerful being. The being, an ancient saint unable to wield spiritual power, crafted this bow from celestial gold and dragon tendons. On ancient battlefields, this bow was used to slay foes from 1,000 miles away. However, once the arrows were exhausted, the being perished in melee combat, depleting their strength on the ancient battlefield. A rustic longbow materialized in Chen Shangluo's hands, though it had lost its luster. It radiated a disquieting power. Man Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled. Before joining Xinyan Peak, she had relied on hunting wild beasts, developing a unique bond with bows. In disbelief, she pointed at her own nose. Master, is this for me? Chen Shangluo nodded. Since Man Xiao Yao could not wield spiritual power, this bow was indeed fitting for her. Simultaneously, he pondered a question. In his past life, lottery outcomes were random. Now, the system's lotteries seemed remarkably targeted. In the past, despite the lottery of thousands of disciples, no suitable weapon for the young warrior, Man Xiaoyao, had ever emerged. Although she kept her thoughts to herself, her eyes betrayed a sense of melancholy as she observed her senior brothers and sisters training. Well, you cannot cultivate, and this item does not require spiritual energy to operate, making it quite suitable for you. I shall forge some arrows for you to use in the meantime, and once we descend the mountain, I will have Chief Gully craft a proper weapon for you. Yes, master. He. I now possess a weapon. Brother Tianxiu, I have a weapon. Sister Yao Yao, I have a weapon. With excitement, Man Xiaoyao proudly showcased her new possession, and everyone genuinely rejoiced for her. However, Chen Shangluo gazed at the empty teapot with a bittersweet smile. Just moments ago, he had been offering to pour tea for his master. Yet now he was swept away by the fervor of the moment. Haha, she still possesses the heart of a child. Nonetheless, let her revel in her joy for now. Let's see what the special lottery yields. System, commence the special lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the legendary 9 Emperors Pill. 9 Emperors Pill. Ranked 7th in the ancient divine pill hierarchy. Only 9 can be produced in a single batch, resonating with the cosmic order. This pill is not an ordinary aid for those at the Imperial Realm. It allows the user to temporarily condense a pseudo-divine essence, enabling them to ignore the constraints of the heavenly laws for a century, directly reaching the threshold of the Imperial Realm. This pseudo-divine essence will serve to resist the forces of the heavenly laws upon achieving the Imperial throne, thus preventing the confinement of the cultivator's innate talents and averting any competition for the Imperial position. What? Such an extraordinary pill? Chen Shangluo comprehended the implications. He had heard tales of the Imperial Realm. Before the ancient division of the 4 realms, ascension was unheard of. Humans, demons, and devils coexisted in one place. And at that time, all above the Imperial Realm were collectively known as the Royal Realm. The pseudo-divine essence referred to in the 9 Emperors Pill was fundamentally different from that spoken of by the 2 Emperors. The pseudo-divine essence in the Imperial Treasury was extracted from the minds of formidable beings in the Holy Land of Light. Once used, one's strength could never surpass that of the original. Yet, the 9 Emperors Pill was distinct. It would condense a divine essence through its medicinal power, requiring continual cultivation to enhance until reaching the Imperial Realm, at which point one could transform the pseudo into the true essence and forge their own divine essence. The original pseudo-divine essence would then be utilized to resist the forces of the laws. In other words, there would be no need to vie for the Imperial throne any longer. With a flicker of thought, Chen Shangluo hastily extracted the item from the system. Suddenly, he felt a new object in his hand, yet it was clearly not the so-called 9 Emperors Pill. What the hell? A swindler. He stared at the thick booklet in his hand, utterly bewildered. I specifically asked for a pill, and you present me with an instruction manual? How shameless can you be? Chen Shangluo's cheeks twitched as he glanced back at the system panel. Following the bold characters of the 9 Emperors Pill were a few smaller letters, hardly larger than a mosquito's leg. Recipe. What the hell? System, you despicable thing. Is this a case of false advertising? His mind felt like it was about to explode. He had anticipated a windfall, only to be met with a harsh reprimand from the system. Remaining calm is essential. Anger will only lead to illness with no one to remedy it. Chen Shangluo took a deep breath, steadying his thoughts. The alchemical formula is quite promising. Can a living person truly be driven to despair? It's merely a matter of gathering materials. What could be so difficult? He opened the tome. The 8th grade Icefield Snow Lotus poses no challenge. The Strength Clan has it. The 9th grade Twin Blossoms is also attainable. Yin Wu and Qi Chongwei fell out over this very matter. Had he known, he would have coaxed this one as well. A veritable array of heavenly treasures, which may seem insurmountable to others, is hardly daunting for Chen Shangluo. Epical Cataclysm Ash? Primal True Blood. Are you jesting with me? Where am I to procure such items? Epical Cataclysm Ash is a product of the moment of every epic's annihilation, aside from the eternal Tao, who possesses such a treasure. And this primal true blood, a drop of blood from a sovereign-level expert. Is this even a reasonable request? This is the essence of those above the imperial realm. Not to mention whether any sovereigns still walk the human realm, even if he encountered one. Approaching them with a request for a blood sample would likely result in immediate demise. Contemplating these matters, Chen Shangluo wore a mournful expression, devoid of the desire to sip tea. Alas, it is what it is. I must descend the mountain anyway. Perhaps I can inquire with President Yan about the whereabouts of these two materials, as he has lived through countless ages and may possess some knowledge. Rubbing his temples, he cleared the tea table and retreated to his study. There remains much to prepare for this descent. First, he would forge some arrows for Xiaoyao. The fishing rod made from starfire sand was of little use now and could be melted down. The extraction method for pure spirit liquid. The marketing strategies from the treasure pavilion. These must all be documented. The visage of the God Slayer. He still requires some meteorite iron from beyond the heavens. Indeed, matters have accumulated significantly. Chapter 131. Has Lin Bufan learned to fly? By the time Chen Shangluo completed these tasks, the hour had passed midday. However, for one on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, these tasks were hardly exhausting. Just as he stepped outside, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the 4th level of sword intent, surging unexpectedly, far exceeding his usual returns. Could be Xianxia, but that doesn't seem right. He glanced at Xianxia, who remained at the 3rd level of sword intent, progressing slowly. Why has that sensation vanished? Chen Shangluo dismissed the notion of an illusion and decided not to dwell on it. At that moment, he noticed the small figure of man, Xiaoyao, beside Xianxia. She was mimicking Xianxia's stance, holding a longbow and gesturing before the sword intent steel. The bow, nearly her height, combined with her earnest demeanor, rendered the scene somewhat incongruous, even amusing. He chuckled softly. "Little Yao, come here for a moment." "Yes, master." She wiped the sweat from her forehead and hurried to Chen Shangluo's side. "Little Yao, why have you begun to learn sword intent from Tianxiu?" The modest little Yao appeared somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. I noticed that senior brother Tianxiu's swordsmanship is quite formidable, so I want to learn a thing or two. I can't emulate sister Yao Yao or brother Bufan, but I'm just too slow-witted. I can't seem to grasp it no matter how hard I try. She bit her lip, seemingly resolute. "Once I master it, I will seek out Lu Tianxi and the others to avenge you, master." Chen Shangluo burst in a hearty laughter. "You wield a bow, not a sword. How could you possibly learn his sword intent? Here, this is a set of arrows I have crafted for you. The wooden ones are standard arrows, while the metallic ones are forged from starfire and morning sand, enhanced with lightweight and spirit-sealing runes." Since little Yao could not utilize a spatial ring, Chen Shangluo specially crafted a backpack for her, embedding it with weight-reducing runes, ensuring it would not burden her. "Thank you, master." Little Yao exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the arrows, her tiny hands caressing them, reluctant to put them away. "All right, go call your sisters. Today we shall descend the mountain." "Yes, master." The typically focused Tianxiu paused mid-swing, gazing at little Yao's retreating figure for a prolonged moment, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Just now, when little Yao swung her arm, I felt a faint disturbance. Chen Shangluo moved to the open space in front of the courtyard, releasing the skyward vessel and adjusting it to a suitable size for the group. Upon hearing that they were going down the mountain, little Yao and Hu Yao Yao were brimming with excitement. Everything was a novelty to them. Little Yao even took the opportunity to lead De Huang along. Over the past few days, while others were preoccupied, it was only little Yao who, out of boredom, engaged with him, forging a bond in the process. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tianxiu decided to put away his sword, choosing not to dwell on the confusion for the time being. Only the scholarly Lin Bufan displayed a face of reluctance. "Sigh, I was in the midst of reading." Can you not disturb me with your ruckus? Wong wong wong. Upon hearing the scholar's voice, De Huang's dormant memories suddenly stirred to life. He bared his teeth at Lin Bufan. The scholar typically secluded himself in the study, their encounters rare, and with Chen Shangluo often present, he dared not act out. Now that Chen Shangluo had stepped outside, De Huang felt compelled to assert his dominance. Hey, you mutt, don't even think about me. If I hadn't relented back then, you would have been reduced to jerky by now. Let me tell you, I'm quite formidable now. Runes, do you understand? A chi condensation expert, do you comprehend? Lin Bufan puffed out his chest, holding a judge's pen in his left hand and a black stone in his right. The fear of dogs is an innate instinct, particularly in the midst of peril. Had it not been for the intervention of the two adversaries, he would have met his untimely end. This illustrates the profound psychological impact he endured. Recently, De Huang has indulged in a plethora of fine sustenance, thereby significantly enhancing his prowess. Lo and behold, he has even reached the level of a chi refinement expert. Since when has chi refinement been equated with true strength? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the canine lord. Contemplating this, De Huang charged towards Lin Bufan. You better not come any closer, or I shall strike you down. Lin Bufan stammered, preparing to resort to the most primitive means of defense. Upon sighting the black stone, De Huang felt a flicker of trepidation. What in the world is this? Lin Bufan, elated, waved the black stone in the air. It appears this object holds some utility. It had deterred the wolf pack before, and now it seems to have the same effect on this yellow dog. Could it be that this item is specifically designed to counteract dogs? Lin Bufan began to swell with pride, tossing the stone into the air and catching it repeatedly. Are you frightened now? De Huang circled Lin Bufan, his gaze locked onto him with predatory intent. The little girl, Man Xiaoyao, grew anxious. De Huang, come back. That's senior brother Lin Bufan. Yet, De Huang paid her no heed. Lin Bufan? The canine lord has set his sights on Lin Bufan. I have no interest in anyone else. Hu Yaoyao, aware of their tumultuous past, stifled her laughter, doubled over in mirth. Tianqiu, seemingly oblivious, strode purposefully towards the courtyard exit. Indeed, coolness is but an attitude. Man Xiaoyao pouted, her cheeks puffed in frustration as she approached De Huang, gripping her longbow tightly. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as De Huang felt a heavy blow to his head, causing the world to spin around him. Grandma said feeling dizzy is normal. This is what happens when you disobey. If you don't come along, I'll take you next time. With a series of yelps, Man Xiaoyao struck De Huang's head with her longbow, seizing the soft flesh at his neck and leaping onto his back. Oh, my ancestors! Have you mistaken me for a steed? I am unparalleled in both heaven and earth. Just then, the voice of Chen Shangluo could be heard from outside. Hey, you lot, what is going on? We need to set off. Upon hearing Chen Shangluo's voice, De Huang immediately ceased his rebellious demeanor, having been thoroughly intimidated by the recent altercations. Very well, if I must be a steed, so be it. It is preferable to being beaten. De Huang trotted outside with Man Xiaoyao on his back, glancing back at Lin Bufan with every few steps. Let you revel in your arrogance for now. Lin Bufan continued to foolishly wave the black stone, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he taunted, Ha, what do you think? Are you awed by my strength? Little one, can I not handle you? He clutched the stone, following closely behind De Huang, careful not to venture too far ahead, lest he fall victim to De Huang's wrath. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he sensed an intense heat emanating from the stone in his hand. A tremendous force surged through Lin Bufan's hands, as if the black stone was being pulled by some unseen force, hurtling swiftly towards the exit. Panic gripped Lin Bufan's heart. He felt like an ornament, helplessly caught in the chaos. The crowd stood in bewilderment. When had Lin Bufan acquired the ability to fly? Chapter 132. The Celestial Iron Meteor. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Whoosh! Lin Bufan shot out like a cannonball, his flesh contorted by the rushing air. Hey, someone think of a solution. Hu Yaoyao instinctively stepped aside, while De Huang, carrying the small Meow, also retreated. What a joke. Save him? With what? Just look at how fast you're flying. It's a disaster waiting to happen. Tianqiu remained relatively calm, and upon hearing the commotion behind him, summoned Shursan. Shursan! Buzz! Shursan appeared, charging directly towards Lin Bufan. What the hell? Lin Bufan swallowed hard, his pupils widening at the sight of the flying sword. Was this an attempt to save him or a plot to murder? Brother Tianqiu, I have done nothing to wrong you. De Huang squinted his eyes. Hey, I may have a grudge against Lin Bufan, but I never wished for his death. Xianxia was truly ruthless. Upon reaching Lin Bufan, San trembled, becoming as limp as a noodle, blocking him at the waist. With San's restraint, Lin Bufan finally came to a halt. Oh my goodness, that scared me to death. Everyone exhaled in relief, surprised that San could be utilized in such a manner. Lin Bufan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, preparing to express his gratitude to Xianxia. But before he could utter a word, San began to tremble uncontrollably, seemingly struggling with the effort. Bang! Ultimately, San could not maintain a hold and released Lin Bufan. Standing humanely in midair, the sword tip slightly bent, its body quivering as if gasping for breath. Xianxia's brows furrowed, and the sword box sprang open, revealing 12 long swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His control over the swords was nothing short of exquisite. It was known that the people of Jinyu were on the verge of ascension, yet they had only comprehended the 4th level of sword intent. The flying swords soared towards the heavens, aligning sequentially along Lin Bufan's trajectory, like soldiers poised for battle. The long swords tilted sideways, their broad blades poised to block Lin Bufan. However, these swords were unlike San. They could not alter their hardness. Bang! Lin Bufan's body collided with the steel-like barrier, his head buzzing. Bang! 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 After several consecutive impacts, Lin Bufan's speed significantly diminished, yet he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His chest tightened, and he fell on the verge of fainting. Brother Xianxia, withdraw your divine power. Let me soar through the skies instead. Your method of saving me seems utterly unnecessary. Bang! The rhythmic sound of relentless tapping finally captured Chen Shangluo's attention. He looked up to see Lin Bufan continuously striking his head against the long sword. What on earth? Is he seeking death? How deep must their enmity run? Xianxia, cease this at once. 13, return. Xianxia sheathed the long sword. Now, freed from the constraints of the sword wall, Lin Bufan became a wild stallion, hurtling straight towards Chen Shangluo. Surely, the prospect of descending the mountain couldn't incite such exhilaration. Realizing something was amiss, Chen Shangluo lightly adjusted his footing, grasping Lin Bufan's waist. They halted, yet due to an inexplicable force, Lin Bufan remained poised in a forward flight stance. Thank you, Master, for your rescue. It was merely an accident. Before he could finish speaking, a chilling sensation crept up his tailbone. His trousers were slipping, revealing a scant 3 inches of fabric underneath. Master, could you perhaps adjust your grip a little higher? This is rather awkward. Chen Shangluo cast him an exasperated glance, shifting his attention to Lin Bufan's right hand. In his Ultraman transformation pose, it was evident that the force emanated from his right hand, directing towards the celestial vessel. Could it be? A realization dawned upon Chen Shangluo. The celestial vessel was damaged, yet the treasure possessed a spirit. It was highly probable that Lin Bufan had acquired components from the celestial vessel, resulting in this unforeseen attraction and his subsequent loss of control. Celestial vessel, return. With a thought, the celestial vessel transformed back into a bead and flew into his hand. Lin Bufan felt a sudden lightness and plummeted from the air. The first thing he did was adjust his trousers. Master, what is happening? Chen Shangluo rubbed his hands together and inquired, Is there something on you that the celestial vessel finds alluring? Lin Bufan then opened his numb right hand. Are you referring to this? It's a black stone I obtained in the secret realm, though it appears rather ordinary. I usually just use it as a paperweight. What? Chen Shangluo felt utterly bewildered. You consider this a paperweight? Isn't this celestial iron from beyond the heavens? I've been pondering it daily. And it turns out it was right here on Qingyan Peak. Rubbing his chin, Chen Shangluo was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Lin Bufan, a mere mortal who stumbled into the secret realm and emerged unscathed, occasionally uncovering treasures, well-versed in many texts yet lacking in intellect. Suited to the role of a cunning underdog. His earlier life had been filled with unfulfilled aspirations. Could it be that he is the true protagonist? What then is my role? Aside from being somewhat handsome, what else do I possess? Master! Lin Bufan waved his hand in front of Chen Shangluo, bringing him back to his senses. Master, this thing. He was still reeling from shock, his mind echoing with the crisp tapping sounds. The dark stone in his hand resembled a ticking time bomb. If it proved useless, he would simply discard it. Stop. Chen Shangluo hastily stowed it away. How could it be useless? It holds tremendous value. Coughing lightly, he added, "Allow me to safeguard it for you." Nonchalantly, Chen Shangluo placed it into the treasure gourd and summoned the celestial voyager. Internally, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He finally grasped the joy of the old man from the valley. The group boarded the celestial voyager, which ascended gently into the sky. As steady as if traversing flat ground, under the sun's radiant glow, a colossal shadow loomed over the seven-star sect's grounds, compelling onlookers to pause and gaze upward. What is that? A flying artifact? Such a grand flying artifact. The disciples, unaware of the events in the main hall, could not suppress their curiosity. Yet, there existed a certain group, often overlooked, who were unparalleled in their awareness of news. The disciples of the miscellaneous peak. Now was their moment to shine. Oh, you don't know? Just yesterday in the hall their chatter grew increasingly alarming. Gumu Bai, caught in the crowd, clenched his teeth, feeling an unsettling heaviness in his chest. Especially upon seeing Chen Shangluo standing confidently at the ship's bow, flanked by 4 particularly striking disciples. Has he truly accepted that little girl as his apprentice? Am I not worthy as well? Different thoughts began to stir within Gumu Bai. Chapter 133. Is there a person there? The celestial voyager ascended to the mid-air, and the 7 peaks had already sensed the anomaly. Yin Miao recognized it was Chen Shangluo and chose to disregard it. The master had been in a foul mood these past 2 days. Reporting this incident would only invite another scolding. Better to avoid trouble, he mused. The disciples of Qiyun Peak, filled with envy, pointed and whispered at the sight above. Just as Long Mo, who had mustered the courage to step outside, witnessed Chen Shangluo flaunting his success, frustration welled up within him. What are you staring at? Get back. The disciples of Qiyun Peak had long harbored discontent. Their recent requests for resources from the Peak Master had been flatly denied, leaving them feeling like a mere burden. Once the wealthiest peak among the 7, Qiyun Peak now showed signs of decline. Yet, under Long Mo's oppressive presence, they had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce. Enough. How disheartening. Sensing the growing dissatisfaction, Long Mo felt compelled to lash out at Chu Chiuyao again. Em utterly exasperated. Long Mo, you can't keep shearing the same sheep. If this continues, I shall be enraged. I, Chu Chiuyao, am a demonic offspring under the soul, devouring demon lord. Must I lose face? He lamented internally. What sins did I commit in my past life to end up at Qiyun Peak? Though resentment lingered in his heart, he dared not voice it and could only feign indifference to safeguard himself. It must be said, the effect was rather satisfactory. Noticing the lack of response, Long Mo soon found the situation devoid of interest and retreated to his chamber. Chu Chiuyao remained blissfully unaware of the fact that he had already attracted unwanted attention. Master, look over there. Could it be a person? The curious man Xiaoyao surveyed the 7 peaks and inadvertently caught sight of an individual hanging from a branch in Long Mo's courtyard, reminiscent of a desolate fish. Compassion welled up within her. Following her gaze, Chen Shangluo also took notice. However, the figure was smeared in blood, rendering their features unrecognizable. He shook his head with a sigh. It seems Long Mo remains unrepentant, even after losing both arms, still exuding an air of authority. Yet, regardless of who it may be, it no longer concerns me. Suddenly, Chen Shangluo was startled by a cacophony of rummaging nearby. Glancing over, he saw that man Xiaoyao had leaped down from De Huang, armed with a quiver and an arrow, drawing her bow with intent. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Man Xiaoyao was unusually serious, closing one eye while squinting the other, aiming at Long Mo's courtyard. Master, that senior brother appears so pitiful. Under this blazing sun, what if he gets scorched? If I can just sever the rope, he will regain his freedom. Wang. De Huang also leaned over the railing, seemingly cheering her on. Lin Bufan and Hu Yaoyao raised their thumbs in encouragement, bestowing her with ample support. Though Tian Cho did not speak. As the beloved of Qiyun Peak, he nodded in affirmation. Chen Shangluo's expression darkened. Are you all jesting? Shouldn't we first ascertain what you're doing? It was understandable that everyone indulged Xiaoyao, who could not cultivate, but such blind enthusiasm was unwarranted. From the height of the patrol vessel, those below appeared no larger than flies, and Xiaoyao, lacking training, could hardly shoot accurately. Rubbing his forehead, Chen Shangluo thought, since everyone wished to be the good guys, he could not assume the role of the villain. Adhering to the principle of joining forces when unable to fight back, he cleared his throat and adjusted his mindset. Cough. Since you're so determined, then give it a try. However, remember to use ordinary arrows to avoid harming the innocent. Long Mo's courtyard is not solely occupied by him and a few rebellious disciples. There are others present, including some disciples dispatched from the servant peak. Wounding them would not bode well for Elder Sunday, understood. Master. With that, she released the arrow with a whoosh, tracing a graceful arc through the air, regardless of precision. The force of this shot surpassed that of most Foundation establishment practitioners. Hobari! Lin Bufan was the first to applaud, eliciting puzzled looks from the others, their foreheads adorned with lines of confusion. This performance seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? As the arrow was released, and before it even reached Qian Peak, the applause began. This was rather awkward. Chu Chua suddenly felt a shiver run through her body, a chill in the sweltering heat. The weather at Qian Peak is as capricious as Long Mo's countenance. A sharp sound echoed as the arrow struck flesh. A sudden, searing pain surged through her, as if struck by thunder. My kidney, she exclaimed. Are you some kind of sadist, Long Mo? Even in this state, you still resort to ambushes? With a flicker of thought, she contemplated retrieving the magic orb to make a hasty escape, but then reconsidered and abandoned the notion. This arrow bore no murderous intent. He likely did not wish for her demise. No, she could not surrender so easily. If she gave in now, all her previous suffering would be in vain. She decided to feign death, to continue her charade until he lost interest and ceased his assault. Once the remnants of the magic body were within her grasp, she could turn her fortunes around. Suppressing the agony, she maintained her pretense, even managing to sway her body in a manner that mimicked the breeze, demonstrating a masterclass in acting. A misfire? Mon Xiaoyao pouted, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. After years of hardship, she had finally discovered a path to cultivation. Although she could not attain spiritual prowess, at least she had found a direction to enhance her strength. She was unwilling to relinquish it so readily. Chen Shangluo gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. It's all right. You haven't undergone training yet. It's a normal occurrence. I will assist you in finding archery techniques. He possessed numerous archery manuals, yet all were meant for enhancing cultivation by converting spiritual energy into arrows. However, as Mon Xiaoyao could not cultivate spiritual energy, these were unsuitable for her. It seemed that only ancient techniques would suffice, for that era had produced many physical cultivators. Yes, Liu Yao, don't be disheartened. Perseverance is key. 1 stroke leaves a mark. 100 strokes reveal the soul. The scholar began to lecture with fervor. Indeed, Senior Brother Lin is correct. 1 stroke leaves a mark. 100 strokes reveal the soul. I refuse to be defeated today. With that, little Yao began to draw her bow once more. Chen Shangluo massaged his temples. Lin Bufan, when you wax eloquent, could you not be a tad more straightforward? Are you not aware of little Yao's constitution? She has retained the mentality of a young girl. Are you certain her reading comprehension is adequate? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows were unleashed in rapid succession. Chu Chua gritted her teeth, stifling groans that emanated from her nostrils. The final arrow seemed distinct from the preceding ones. Mon Xiaoyao felt the quiver at her side and suddenly pouted. Master, I think I may have caused a mishap. One of the special arrows you crafted has accidentally been used. Chapter 134. The Changes of the Treasure Pavilion. She had become so exhilarated that she exhausted her supply of ordinary arrows and accidentally utilized a cinnabar arrow instead. Although Xiao Yao could not discern the material used, having followed Chen Shangluo for so long had sharpened her perception. She was acutely aware that the metallic arrow was crafted from exceptionally precious material and adorned with runes. Chen Shangluo paused for a moment, contemplating. Xiao Yao, is this truly the crux of the matter? We have plenty of starlight cinnabar. If it's used up, so be it. The runes are worthless, so there's no need to lament. However, he mused, the hanging disciple truly seemed to be on the verge of demise. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from further attempts. Indeed, upon observing the twitching of his master's eye, Xiao Yao felt a tightening in her chest, her cheeks puffing up even more. I shall never again employ such special arrows, she vowed. Chen Shangluo hastily reassured her, it's fine. However, it grows late. Let us descend the mountain. He instructed them to use the communication talismans to inform Master Yun Miao about Long Mo's abuse of power. His voice grew increasingly feeble, and he lacked confidence when uttering the words abuse of power. Turning back, he noticed Hu Yao Yao and the others exchanging glances, some picking at their nails, others staring at the sky or their toes. No one produced a communication talisman. Informing the law enforcement team at the main peak? Don't be absurd. What about the injuries? How do we explain the arrows embedded in our bodies? He sighed, Forget it, forget it. Let's not concern ourselves with this matter. Descending the mountain is paramount. The sky-watching vessel swept swiftly over Chiyun Peak, descending at a significantly faster pace than before. Chu Qiulo was in despair, blood soaking his body, arrows protruding from his back like a porcupine. Long Mo, curse you. He longed to escape. When Long Mo employed the spirit-binding rope, he had deliberately concentrated his spiritual energy at the base of his tailbone, so even if Long Mo struck with lethal intent, he could use that residue of energy to activate the magic orb and flee. Now, however, that scant spiritual energy had been scattered, rendering the magic orb dim and lifeless. Can you please let me down first? Without pausing, Chen Shangluo and the others swiftly arrived outside the Joyous City, stowing away the sky-watching vessel and entering the city. In recent days, President Yin had been stationed at the Treasure Pavilion, while Steward Qin had faced setbacks. Transitioning from a guild steward to a mere lackey of the Treasure Pavilion, tasked with welcoming guests at the entrance. "Welcome to our establishment," he repeated in a weary tone. Upon spotting Chen Shangluo approaching from afar, his eyes lit up with excitement. Young Master Chen has arrived." The reason was simple. With Chen Shangluo's arrival, Yin Jinqing would surely devise a method to return to Zhongzhou. "What? My brother has come?" Ji Wuming dashed out as well. Chen Shangluo regarded these two jesters with an expression of exasperation. Entering the Treasure Pavilion, he noted that in the days he had been away, it had acquired several neighboring shops. After the thoroughfare was opened, it expanded several-fold compared to before, with a steady flow of people traversing without any signs of congestion. The number of staff had also significantly increased, with dedicated attendance at every counter. Master Fu was busily engaged in his duties, yet upon seeing Chen Shangluo, he promptly paused his work and bowed in greeting. After all, Chen Shangluo was one of the esteemed proprietors of the Treasure Pavilion, and such courtesies were essential. "Master Chen, you have arrived." Master Fu, please continue your work. Do not mind me. With Ji Wuming present, there is no need for special attention on my behalf. Understood. Master Chen, those who could afford to patronize the Treasure Pavilion were among the wealthiest and most prestigious in the city, with some even traveling from Zhongzhou to seek their fortune. The presence of both sovereigns and President Yin at the Treasure Pavilion had become common knowledge. Many had even rushed over overnight, hoping for a stroke of luck and perhaps to become acquainted with a few influential figures. Consequently, Master Fu's status had risen considerably. No one dared to behave recklessly within the pavilion. Now, seeing Master Fu show such deference to a young man sparked whispers among the onlookers. Who is that young man? If Master Fu is so respectful, he must be of considerable significance. Look at the insignia on his robe. He is a 9th-generation disciple of the 7-Star sect. Oh, could he be Long Mo of Chiyun Peak? I have heard that among the 9th-generation disciples, he is the most likely candidate to succeed the sect leader, surpassing even the 4 major disciples of the main peak in strength. Indeed, that makes sense. Nonsense. What do you know? I just heard Master Fu address him as Master Chen. Clearly, he does not bear the surname Long. When did the 7-Star sect produce anyone by the name of Chen? Ye Wuming escorted Chen Shangluo upstairs. Chief Gully had left Xiao Yu at the Treasure Pavilion while he returned to the Ice Plains yesterday. With the Xianguang mirror, communication was convenient. Bang! Upon seeing Chen Shangluo, Xiao Yu immediately knelt on one knee. "My lord." The floor of the loft trembled slightly. "Rise. There is no need for such formalities from now on." "Yes, my lord." "Oh, by the way, it is fortuitous that you are here." Chen Shangluo glanced around and inquired of Ji Wuming. "Is Jia not present?" Ji Wuming's gaze flickered, but quickly masked his expression. "Oh, my elder sister has returned. She is not planning to establish a branch. After all, both construction and procurement require funds. So she has gone home to seek financial support from our father." "Seek financial support? What kind of family dynamic is that? Asking one's own father for money is akin to begging. It seems that the elder Ji has frequently been taken advantage of by the two of you. Brother, do you require her for something? I can send her a message. She left early this morning and should not have gone far." Chen Shangluo pondered for a moment. Given Ji Yao's comings and goings, it would likely be evening by the time she returned. Thus he remarked, "Forget it. I have no pressing matters at hand. The establishment of the intelligence network can wait." He then produced a storage ring and handed it to Ji Wuming. "This contains items for your sister and Lord Chao. I would appreciate your assistance in delivering them when the time comes. As for that mask, it may require some time." He certainly cannot say that he only gathered the materials just before departure and now lacks the time to refine it. Ji Wuming shook his head vigorously. Ever since he witnessed Chen Shangluo's connections, he felt that his own ambitions were rather limited. No worries, no worries. I will have my sister convey a message to our father. Coincidentally, the treasure pavilion is short-staffed, so I shall remain in the city of pleasure and not return. Xiaoyu and President Yin exchanged knowing glances at him. Such pleasant words. Yet who could be unaware of his ulterior motives? President Yin, upon hearing that Chen Shangluo was summoning him, Yin Jinqing's spirits lifted. Chapter 135. The Fate of the Materials. President Yin, here's some insights I have gathered regarding alchemy. However, compared to your experience, these are merely trivialities and are for reference only. Regardless of their significance, the ability to concoct the pure spirit liquid is what truly matters. Yin Jinqing took the book and, after a cursory glance, found a few simple lines of introduction that enlightened him profoundly. Master Chen's extraordinary talent. Indeed, how did I not think of this? All the elixirs refined over the past few millennia have ended up in the bellies of dogs. Da Huang. Ufi, ufi, ufi. Old man, please mind your wording. Yin Jinqing closed the book, and before he could begin to bid farewell, his feet moved of their own accord, eager to find a place to verify his thoughts. Wait, Chen Shangluo's face grew grim, and he hastily called out to him. President Yin, please hold on. I have something else to ask you. Yin Jinqing's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing his lapse in composure. Yet he felt as though he were sitting on thorns and simply could not remain still. However, upon hearing Chen Shangluo's next words, his anxiety was quelled. Yi Wuming, you first take Tianxiu and the others down to have a look. Ji Wuming, being astute, recognized that their conversation might delve into some secrets. All right, brother, rest assured, your disciple is my nephew, and I will certainly ensure they have a splendid time. Once they departed, Chen Shangluo inquired, have you ever heard of Epic Calamity Ash and Primordial True Blood? Epic Calamity Ash, Primordial True Blood? Master Chen, why do you ask about these two items? At the mention of these, Yin Jinqing swallowed hard. Chen Shangluo felt a surge of joy, realizing he had indeed approached the right person. I possess a recipe that requires both of these materials. If President Yin knows their whereabouts, I would be most grateful for your guidance. A recipe? Could it be an ancient one? Chen Shangluo remained non-committal, while other matters could be shared. Revealing this recipe would undoubtedly cause a stir. President Yin gripped the armrests tightly, the wooden chair crafted from gung metal bearing the imprint of his grasp. He remained silent for quite some time. To say he was not curious would be untrue, yet he understood Chen Shangluo's concerns. Thank you for your trust, young Master Chen. Rest assured, I shall not speak of this matter lightly. I merely hope that when the time comes for your refinement, you might notify me, allowing me to observe. Chen Shangluo nodded slightly. No matter what, Yin Jinqing possessed far more experience than he, and having him nearby undoubtedly provided an added layer of assurance. Yin, the president, jested. With your assistance, it is indeed a boon. Rising to his feet, the furrow of concern on Yin Jinqing's face dissipated. I ought not to speak of such matters, as they pertain to the secrets of the Tianyuan continent. However, Master Chen, your extraordinary talent may well lead you to such knowledge in a millennium, or even a mere century. The Tianyuan continent has endured 9 epochs of calamity, which should imply the existence of 9 remnants of epical calamity ash. Do you know why such a substance is unheard of in the Tianyuan continent? Chen Shangluo furrowed his brow. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered the epical calamity ash, and had it not been for the annotations in the alchemical formula, he would have never considered it. 9 remnants is no trivial number. While ordinary individuals may never touch upon it, it should be known, at least in whispers, among the pinnacle of human strength. Yin Jinqing paused momentarily. The site of the calamity does not lie within the Tianyuan continent, but rather the ancient battlefield, whether referred to as the ancient battlefield, the primordial battlefield, or by other names, they all signify but one location, the passage to the holy land of light. At each temporal juncture, be it human, demon, or monster, they rush in as if possessed, yet none have ever emerged unscathed. Even those who reach the threshold suddenly perish. What transpires within remains an enigma. Some speculate that it is a fierce struggle for the hope of calamity, where the 3 factions engage in a violent clash. The Tianyuan continent merely serves as a product of the calamity, existing solely within this epoch. Hence, the epical calamity ash can only be found within the ancient battlefield. Chen Shangluo felt a chill run down his spine. It resembled the process of raising piglets, where they must be culled at a certain time. When will the ancient battlefield be opened? Yin Jinqing shook his head, the weight of his earlier expression lifting. Currently, the entrance is open at intervals. Known here as the Holy Land of Light for humans and the Dark Demon Land for demons. It is said that the Xianxia Fox clan has another entrance situated between the two realms. However, for many years, there has been no news from them, rendering the demon clan suppressed and weakened. They likely do not even know how to enter. As for the time of opening, it remains uncertain. Whether it will be in a millennium or 10 millennia, who can say for certain? Furthermore, during this epoch, the immortals, demons, and monsters have all initiated their ascension paths. Whether they will be influenced by the ancient battlefield remains to be seen. Nonetheless, with the Holy Land of Light poised to open, you might take a chance. Perhaps you could discover the remains of those who escaped the battlefield, which may contain some remnants of calamity ash. Chen Shangluo's expression darkened. Locating the remains of ancient powerhouses was already a formidable task. Relying solely on the calamity ash they bore would necessitate an abundance of remains. This contraption appears to have no other purpose. Surely no one would exert themselves to gather it on the ancient battlefield. As for the ancient True Blood, you might inquire with your sect leader. He may possess some knowledge on the matter. Speaking of which, he specifically instructed me to remind you. Do not disclose that I informed you. Otherwise, he will accuse me of being a blabbermouth. Chen Shangluo's eyes twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that the seemingly errant old man, Jianyun, harbored so many secrets within his heart. I knew it would not be easy to gather the medicinal ingredients listed in this elixir recipe, but fortunately, there are some leads now. Well, thank you for the information. President Yin. After conveying this, President Yin could hardly contain himself. Does Chief Chen have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall return to Xianxia. Observing his urgency, Chen Shangluo did not prolong the farewell. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he watched as President Yin directly open the window and leapt out. Surely, there was no need to rush down the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. The rapid footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Steward Qin rushed up, and upon seeing only Chen Shangluo, he grew anxious. Where is President Yin? Chen Shangluo pointed to the still swaying window, and Steward Qin instantly comprehended. He smacked his thigh in frustration, his face contorted in dismay. That shameless fellow. If it weren't for me, would you have encountered young Master Chen? Now he wishes to hoard it all for himself. Does he not fear the consequences of begetting a son without an orifice? While cursing, he removed his long robe from the treasure pavilion and thrust it into Chen Shangluo's hands. Young Master Chen, I apologize. With that, he too leapt down in pursuit of President Yin. Chen Shangluo swallowed hard. The mode of travel employed by the Alchemist Guild is rather unique. Chapter 136, Nascent Soul. As dusk descended, Chen Shangluo inquired of Uncle Fu. Ji Wuming and the others had yet to return. Young Master Chen, there is a night market in the lively city today. They have likely lost track of time. Would you like me to send a message to young Master Ji? Chen Shangluo chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need. Since the opportunity has presented itself, let them enjoy themselves thoroughly. It would not be good to be cooped up on a mountain for too long. Uncle Fu clasped his hands in admiration. Young Master Chen is indeed a rare and commendable mentor, unlike other cultivators at this age, who is not confined at home to arduous training. Alas, the young lady is fortunate, but the young master is burdened. My lord has always kept him close, training at every moment. Chen Shangluo forced a smile. Haha, if he were truly a good mentor, how could he have faced betrayal in his previous life? Oh, by the way, your lord must be a significant figure in Zhongzhou. I noticed that the Ji siblings hold an extraordinary status. He recalled that Ji Yao was a holy body of the demonic path. Chen Shangluo had never encountered the demon race, and having perused numerous novels before his transmigration, he held no particular prejudice against them. The central continent exhibited a notable degree of tolerance towards demons, neither committing acts of malice nor excessively interfering. It was only those who prided themselves on being righteous that would cry for bloodshed upon sighting a demon. If his father were a prominent figure in the central continent, then Ji Yao's demonic holy body would indeed be explicable. Fubo deftly shifted the topic. You should inquire about these matters with the young lady or the young master. As a mere servant, I dare not presume to comment. After exchanging a few idle remarks, Chen Shangluo soon found himself bored and began to survey his surroundings. The joyful city was particularly lively today, adorned with lanterns everywhere. Ji Wuming and Lin Bufan strolled through the night market like two adults accompanied by a group of children. Of course, there was also a child with twin ponytails. Quite the eye-catcher. I want this purse. Wow, how beautiful, Hu Yaoyao exclaimed. Lin Buffon's expression darkened. We already possess spatial rings. Why would we need a purse? He found it incomprehensible, yet he was willing to indulge. He pulled out some silver coins, remnants from a butcher's change, after purchasing dog meat. Hee. It truly felt like a dream from yesterday. Observing the mundane possessions on his person, he couldn't help but reflect. Had he not been rescued by Hu Yaoyao and the others, or if his master had been unwilling to take him as a disciple, it would have been an entirely different tale. Little Yao, feel free to express your desires. I still have some silver left. Little Yao, Little Yao. Wan Shao stared into the distance, momentarily entranced. The scent of a celestial maiden? She caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of that which enveloped the celestial maiden before. Yet upon turning, she saw nothing. Surely, I cannot be mistaken. Having roamed the dense forest since childhood, her sense of smell had evolved to an exceptionally keen degree. Alas, with so many people here, it is likely just a similar spice. Hearing Lin Buffon's call, she snapped back to reality. I lack for nothing. Wong wong wong. De Huang barked at a roadside barbecue stall where succulent roasted duck hung enticingly, making his mouth water. Lin Buffon's face darkened, reluctantly handing over his remaining silver to the vendor. Thank you, esteemed guest. Would you like it sliced? Lin Buffon waved his hand dismissively. Can you not see how this dog is drooling? Do you think I have time for you to slice it? He directly took the roasted duck and presented it to De Huang. Hee, you wretched dog. This silver was earned because of you, and now it departs because of you as well. How marvelous! I am ready to bid farewell to that impoverished scholar of old. You must no longer cling to this karmic thread. How about that? Wong wong wong. What do you say it is? This demon king has not eaten all day, and my teeth are positively itching. Seeing De Huang's impatient demeanor, Lin Buffon tossed the entire roasted duck over without hesitation. You remain silent, and I shall take it as your agreement. A few could not help but chuckle. Lin Buffon's tongue was indeed mischievous. After all, he was just a rustic dog. How could it speak? Would it require a thumbs-up gesture from the Bodhisattva during prayers? Yet, the ensuing scene rendered their laughter impotent. Jaws agape as they beheld Lin Buffon. Though he maintained a semblance of a smile, an imposing aura surged forth from him. Chi refinement 6th layer. Chi refinement 7th layer. Chi refinement 8th layer. Unlike others, Lin Buffon's breakthrough was silent. Not even the mortals nearby, nor the dog, perceived it. Were it not for Ji Wuming and his companions' unwavering gaze upon him, they might have remained oblivious. A moment of enlightenment surpassed years of arduous cultivation. Truly, Lin Buffon was extraordinary. While meandering through the shop, Chen Shangluo suddenly felt a stirring. Ding! Lin Buffon had ascended to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and the system detected the host on the brink of a Yuan Ing breakthrough. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough now? Wait. Disable the cultivation return. Ding! The cultivation return has been disabled. The cultivation is stored within the system and can be activated at any time. Chen Shangluo breathed a sigh of relief. Breaking through to Yuan Ing here would surely cause a tumult in the treasure pavilion. His startled demeanor startled the female clerk before him. This was a figure whom even Fu Bo treated with reverence. If he inadvertently displeased her, he might risk his livelihood. Fu Bo, if Ji Wuming returns, tell them I've stepped out for a moment and to wait for my return. Urge them not to search for me. Fu Bo regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Having witnessed Chen Gongzi staring at the new female clerk for an extended period, causing her to blush profusely. Very well, Chen Gongzi, do not worry. This lively city has plenty of entertainments to offer. Ignoring the implications of Fu Bo's words, Chen Shangluo hurriedly dashed toward the outskirts of the city. Fu Bo shook his head as he watched his hurried departure. Hee, men, I too was young once. Fear not, I shall keep my lips sealed, merely informing them that you went in search of materials. Upon reaching a somewhat secluded spot outside the city, Chen Shangluo commanded the system, initiate Yuan Ing breakthrough. Boom! A surge of immense spiritual power enveloped him, shattering his golden core, which transformed into specks of starlight within his sea of consciousness. These luminous points began to rotate in a rhythmic fashion, gradually coalescing into a miniature version of Chen Shangluo. Crackling. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds forming, and arcs of lightning appeared. The townsfolk assumed rain was imminent, hastily unfurling their oiled paper coverings as vendors prepared to retreat. Alas, what fine day! And now rain threatens once more? Chen Shangluo's expression hardened. Damn the tribulation lightning. Chapter 137. I wish to try as well. If it were on Qingyan Peak, he would have embraced it, allowing the thunder tribulation to temper his flesh. However, this was on the outskirts of the bustling city, where a myriad of beings mingled. If struck by the thunder, it would surely draw a crowd. The celestial void Wu Ding. With a flicker of thought, the celestial void Wu Ding emerged in his consciousness, hovering above his head. Sensing his reluctance, the celestial void Wu Ding did not merely shield him from the heavenly lightning this time. Instead, it unleashed a tremendous suction force. Crackle! As the arcane electric laws formed in the air, they were swiftly absorbed into the Ding, flickering within. Can it truly be done this way? If the celestial void Wu Ding can absorb the thunder tribulation, then would it not allow for a delightful thunder bath in the future? Imagining that sensation, indeed, it would be splendid. Celestial void Wu Ding absorb. Responding to his command, the Ding no longer hesitated, voraciously drawing in the remaining thunderclouds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the first level of the nascent soul realm. Observing the tightly closed eyes of the nascent soul within his sea of consciousness, Chen Shangluo exhaled in relief. Although this was not his first time, he still regarded it with significant importance. After all, an additional nascent soul was akin to acquiring another life. At last, the nascent soul realm. This rate of breakthrough surpasses even that of my previous life. Listening to his murmurs, one could hardly imagine the difficulties he faced to achieve this. After absorbing the thunder tribulation, the celestial void Wu Ding returned to the sea of consciousness. The nascent soul and the celestial void Wu Ding coexisted harmoniously. As arcs of electricity continuously emitted from the Ding, striking the nascent soul, eliciting a tingling sensation within Chen Shangluo. It was quite exhilarating. Since the thunder tribulation could temper the flesh, it must also refine the nascent soul, right? He boldly placed the nascent soul within the Ding, and the tantalizing sensation intensified. Chen Shangluo's cheeks twitched, revealing an expression of enjoyment. After a considerable time, he finally acclimated to the sensation. All done. Tian Chou and the others should have returned to the treasure pavilion by now. Before long, Chen Shangluo arrived at the treasure pavilion, and, as he expected, Ji Wuming and the others had already returned. Man Xiao Yao and Hu Yao Yao seemed not yet satisfied with their play. Their cheeks puffed in displeasure. The weather is so fickle. Just as we were having fun, the vendors have already packed up and gone home. As soon as they left, the dark clouds dispersed. Hearing their words, Chen Shangluo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wasn't he the cause of their grievances? Fu Bo and Ji Wuming were whispering to one another, their expressions revealing that it was certainly not a matter of any seriousness. Ahem! Upon hearing Chen Shangluo's cough, Fu Bo immediately concealed his smile. Adopting a stern demeanor once again, Ji Wuming stepped out from behind the counter and rushed to Chen Shangluo. Hey, brother, you're back. How do you feel? Quickly, tell your younger brother. Chen Shangluo initially paused, visibly taken aback, casting a disapproving glance at Uncle Fu before swiftly grasping the situation. Despite his seemingly benign demeanor, Uncle Fu was, in truth, a formidable figure. With his vast experience, distinguishing between ordinary thunderclouds and calamity clouds was a trivial task. Hadn't it been stated that he was the most discreet among them? Yet, he had inadvertently divulged matters to Ji Wuming. It appeared that the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage could no longer be concealed. What sensations accompany such a transformation? Just a tingling numbness. With gradual acclimatization, it becomes manageable. Ji Wuming exclaimed, Aha! No wonder they say it feels somewhat exhilarating. Perhaps I too should give it a try. Chen Shangluo glanced at Ji Wuming, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. How could he be on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage at such a young age? Such is the privilege of those from prominent families. Their descendants seem to advance in cultivation as if they possess an unfair advantage. Well, attempting it is certainly an option. After all, you will need to take that step eventually. However, it would be prudent to have Uncle Fu supervise. He possesses considerable experience. Uncle Fu coughed, nearly choking on his own saliva. Young Master Chen, are you truly engaging in such extraordinary pursuits? If young Master Ji wishes to experiment, it is hardly appropriate for an old servant to merely observe. If the master were to learn of this, I would surely be minced and fed to the dogs. He chuckled nervously. Young Master Chen is jesting. The young master's prodigious talent surely requires no guidance from an old servant. If young Master Chen finds the time, I would implore you to offer young Master Ji some advice. Of course, Chen Shangluo replied. Oh dear, Ji Wuming felt a chill run down his spine. How could both Uncle Fu and young Master Chen be so bizarre? They were conversing as if in secret, disregarding the presence of a child. Was this a descent into moral decay or a distortion of humanity? His expression reflected a sense of despair. There is no need for your concerns. I can manage this matter myself. Uncle Fu sensed the inappropriateness of the conversation and promptly shifted the topic. Young Master Chen, the hour is quite late. Why not spend the night at the Treasure Pavilion? The second floor has been expanded, now featuring a tea room and several guest rooms. This was initially envisioned by Ji Yao during the expansion. Chen Shangluo assessed the time. Returning now would indeed be impractical. It was the dead of night, and the disciples of the Seven Stars sect had begun their meditation. Navigating the celestial vessel at such an hour would undoubtedly incite unrest. Very well. We shall stay the night and set off early tomorrow. Hu Yao and the others were quite thrilled, oblivious to the fact that some individuals preferred to act under the cover of darkness. Lu Tianxi and Yi Bingxin stood stealthily in front of the Qingyun Peak courtyard, moving furtively as if they were thieves. Yi Bingxin, we are here to apologize, not to steal anything. Why are you so apprehensive? Aren't you scared? If you're not afraid, then go ahead and knock. Have you forgotten how Gu Mubai was bitten last time? Lu Tianxi puffed out his chest defiantly. Humph. I shall knock if I wish to. Did he intend to retreat to Qiyun Peak, like Chu Qiluo? Chu Qiluo had been hanging from the tree all day. Devoid of spiritual energy, her appearance deteriorating under the sun's harsh rays. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Tianxi knocked several times, yet there was no response from within. It seemed empty. Tentatively, she peered through the crack in the door. Indeed, there was no one inside. Even the dog appeared to be gone, and there was no light. Presumably, they had descended the mountain. Lu Tianxi felt a twinge of disappointment. Having mustered her courage, it was unfortunate that Chen Shangluo was absent. What a twist of fate. Yi Bingxin's eyes darted around. Not a home? Lu Tianxi paused. Don't entertain any ill thoughts. If we get caught this time, returning to Qingyun Peak will be impossible. Yi Bingxin seized Lu Tianxi's arm. Haven't you heard Gu Mubai mention that Qingyun Peak now has a spiritual field filled with at least 6th-grade spiritual herbs? They are unlikely to return anytime soon. Just as Lu Tianxi hesitated, the formidable generals of the soul, devouring Demon Lord, Wuchou and Feng Long, had also arrived. However, they were lost at the outskirts of the Seven Stars sect. Wuchou, aren't you full of clever ideas? Now that Chu Qiluo's communication stone has ceased to respond. Which of these two mountains is actually Qiyun Peak? Feng Long pointed to Qiyun Peak and Qingyun Peak, both close together, yet Chu Qiluo had sealed her spiritual energy, rendering any vibrations from the communication stone useless. Even she, who had long since fainted, could not perceive any sounds from the outside world. Chapter 138. How lonely is invincibility? The night is always a blend of silence and unrest. Wuchou and Feng Long stood in the shadows, searching for a glimmer of hope for the demon clan. Feng Long exclaimed, After all this fuss, have we found anything yet? Wuchou, holding a low-grade demon bead, shook it in the air for what felt like an eternity. Heaven knows what Chu Qiluo is up to. Here we are, risking our lives to venture into the Seven Stars sect, and he has gone completely silent. Chu Qiluo, too, found herself in a helpless situation. Long Mo, having been provoked during the day, had activated a soundproof barrier in his room, rendering Chu Qiluo's feeble voice utterly unnoticed. As for the others, Lu Tianxi and Yi Bingxin had stealthily slipped away while Long Mo was distracted, leaving only a few disciples occupied with menial tasks. Who dared not approach Chu Qiluo? Who can help me? Help me pull out the arrow lodged in my backside. It was disheartening to think that he was merely an arrow away from the legendary remnants of the demon body. No, if this continues, the Demon Lord's men will return without finding me. Who knows what twisted methods Long Mo will devise to torment me. In the meantime, gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and held his breath. His face flushed crimson as a tearing sensation coursed through his lower abdomen. Darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted. Hiss. Oh no. Damn it. Long Mo, your words carry a weight of frustration. The situation is dire, indeed. I shall not dwell on it any longer. The pain has intensified, and even the slightest movement brings excruciating discomfort. Feng Long inquires about the reliability of the Demon Pearl. Wu Chao casts him a sidelong glance, questioning the notion of unreliability. The Demon Soul Pearl in Chu Qiluo's possession is of the same essence as this Demon General Pearl. With a mere flicker of spiritual energy, one can sense the presence of the other. In times of battle, such a pearl is a privilege reserved for the demon generals, a testament to the demon lord's esteem for my two brothers. Feng Long remained skeptical. Esteemed? Does the demon lord not recognize Chu Qiluo's attributes? I believe he merely intends for us to meet our demise. You may search at your leisure. I shall take a brief respite. If matters do not improve by dawn, we shall return to report. Surely, the demon lord will not hold us accountable for a lack of support. With that, Feng Long finds a clean spot and reclines. The demon lord's promises are abundant, enough to satiate him, allowing for a moment of slumber. Alas, once again, I bear the weight of the name Wu Chao alone. Were it not for our kinship, even a mere dog tethered to him would earn the demon lord's favor. Wu Chao sighs, choosing to ignore Feng Long as he diligently searches for signals. The latter gazes at the darkening sky, his eyes growing heavy with fatigue. Suddenly, an idea strikes Wu Chao. He gives Feng Long a gentle kick. Rise quickly. I have conceived a plan. Feng Long, startled by the pain, sits upright. When Wu Chao speaks in such a manner, a solution is surely at hand. As for its success, that remains uncertain. What plan? Is it truly worthy of such excitement? Wu Chao appears quite animated. The demon's soul pearl can indeed sense the presence of the demon saint's bloodline. Can it not? The demon general pearl possesses the same ability, albeit with a slightly reduced range. Feng Long's expression is one of disillusionment. This is your proposed solution? A mere slight reduction? You dare call that a minor adjustment? The detection range of the demon general pearl is only 200 meters. Its functionality is nearly non-existent. At such a distance, any observer with sight can perceive it without the need for laborious searching. We must approach, yet each peak of the 7 stars sect possesses its own treasures. With our current prowess, we are hardly fit to serve as cannon fodder. Wu Chao scratches the back of his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. I had thought I was the only one aware of this. Feng Long responds, have you considered that our esteemed demon lord is not one to keep secrets? Perhaps we should return and inform the demon lord of our circumstances. Besides, I have no desire to engage with Chu Qiluo, for one never knows when disaster may strike. Wu Chue pondered for a moment, puffed out his chest. He was certainly unlike Feng Long, who aspired to be a mere idle fish. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Alas, I must say, were it not for me, you would never rise again in your lifetime. Feng Long's cheeks twitched. Well, Wu Hui, I have long known you look down upon me. You say you can do it, then come forth and show me. I am eager to see what you could devise. Wu Chue, shaking his head with a sage-like demeanor, only served to infuriate Feng Long. He pointed to the 2 mountain peaks. Look, the demon lord has stated that Qiyun Peak is near the periphery, and the closest to us are these 2 peaks. Is it not so? Yes, and what of it? Good. Think again. The demon lord also mentioned that Qiyun Peak is the wealthiest among the 7 peaks. Is it not? Yes, but what does this have to do with finding Chu Qiluo? Slap. Wu Chue suddenly smacked Feng Long's forehead. You fool. It is so obvious. Yet you still fail to see? Look at that peak, resplendent and rich in spiritual energy, though a dilapidated courtyard lies before it. Such trivial distractions cannot escape the keen eye of Wu Chue. From any angle, it is undoubtedly Qiyun Peak. We need only stealthily ascend and use the Demon General Pearl for a subtle probe from the outside. If the Demon General Pearl can detect the bloodline of the Demon Saint, would that not validate my assertion? Even if, for argument's sake, it cannot detect the bloodline, that would still indicate something at the other peak, and we would have ample time. Upon hearing Wu Chue's explanation, Feng Long suddenly slapped himself across the face. Slap. Brother. You truly deserve your title as brother. Only you could conceive such a plan. I spoke too loudly just now. Please do not take it to heart. If we can unravel this deadlock, then surely we brothers shall achieve great merit. He envisioned returning to report to the Demon Lord, claiming that Chu Qiluo had been negligent and had slept soundly through the night, neglecting to assist the 2. Would the Demon Lord not extol the virtues of the 2 brothers? Perhaps we could even become the 2 chief strategists by the Demon Lord's side. Wu Chue gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, relishing the sound of being called brother. In the tranquil woods, a mysterious melody seemed to resonate. Invincible, how lonely it is. To be invincible is, how very lonely. Chapter 139, A Brother Scheme. Why is Wu Chue so fixated on being called brother? This is because the 2 were born in the same year, on the same day, at the same hour. Both sets of parents were perplexed, unsure who was elder and who was younger. During festive occasions, This would invariably lead to disputes. Wei, you are the elder brother. How can you bully Fenglong? No, Fenglong, you are the elder brother. You should yield to Wei. Over the years, this topic has been debated for decades. Now, that Fenglong calls him brother, it is a delightful sensation from the tips of his toes to the crown of his head. Brother, can we refrain from standing so high? The matter at hand is of utmost importance. It dawned on Wei that his toes were no longer touching the ground. He was floating, and if he continued to do so, he would surely be discovered. Let us not concern ourselves with such trivialities. We must ascend the mountain. Just as they crouched and began their ascent, Xianxia and his companion could not resist the urge to intrude. Xianxia, have you noticed that Qingyun Peak is markedly different from before? Xianxia replied, both of us have been reborn with the skills of our previous lives. Chen Shangluo likely possesses even more knowledge, coupled with some information from our past. He must have acquired a considerable number of treasures. Yi Bingxin gazed at the dramatically transformed Qingyun Peak, her heart a tumult of emotions. It must be said, Chen Shangluo is indeed a nostalgic individual. Having obtained the Palace Pearl, he has not forgotten to preserve the old courtyards from before. Upon hearing the word nostalgic, Xianxia began to regret their reckless intrusion. Bingxin, perhaps we should retreat. If we're discovered by Master or Chen Shangluo, we will have no room for negotiation. Since he is so sentimental, it implies that we still have a chance to return to Qingyun Peak. At that time, we can devise a plan to eliminate the demonic markings upon us. Yi Bingxin felt a twinge of hesitation, but after a moment's contemplation, her resolve solidified. What is there to fear? Since he cherishes his past life so dearly, as his chief disciple, he would not mind if we took a few things. At worst, we could act charmingly as we did before, and all would be forgiven. Really? You assure me? Rest assured, I promise. You head to the old study, while I will search Chen Shangluo's bedroom. He most favors storing his belongings in these two locations. Very well. The two parted ways. Yi Bingxin made her way to Chen Shangluo's bedroom. Although there were traces of his life present, after rummaging for quite some time, she found no items of value. What is going on? How can it be so tidy? In his previous life, Chen Shangluo indeed had a penchant for carelessly discarding items. But that was due to an overabundance of possessions with no place to store them. Now, with the generous sponsorship of the Longmo father and son, everything could be accommodated. Added to this was Hu Yaoyao and Man Xiaoyao's meticulous management. Disorder was simply not an option. Frustrated, she dashed into the study. Xianxia, have you made any discoveries here? Xianxia shook his head. Strange. The study used to be filled with treasures, yet now, apart from some paintings, books, and a few peculiar symbols, there is nothing of note. Holding a book inscribed with the title The Dream of the Red Chamber, she flipped through it, finding it to be merely a tedious tale. Just then, Xianxia inadvertently caught sight of a corner. Their 2 green pills had rolled away. There are 2 pills here, Xianxia exclaimed, picking them up. Under the faint moonlight, their radiance was enchanting, a vivid green that stirred unease in the heart. What a potent aura. These must be pills of at least 6th rank or higher. Xianxia, do not entertain any thoughts of hoarding this for yourself. Everyone who witnesses must partake. Otherwise, I shall expose you. Xianxia reluctantly released her grip and handed Yi Bingxin a pill to silence her. The most effective approach was to include her in the endeavor. Here, but do refrain from consuming it recklessly until you understand its properties. Do not forget the incident with the burning soul herb. Yi Bingxin paused, recalling the previous ordeal with the burning soul herb. A shiver ran through her. However, after a moment's contemplation, she calmed her nerves. Do not mention that fool Gumubai to me. Can spiritual herbs be consumed indiscriminately? Pills are entirely different. Each type of pill is crafted only when the medicinal effects are perfectly balanced. While they might not offer a significant boost, they certainly will not hinder one's cultivation. Xianxia nodded, finding her reasoning quite sound. Whether it be a magical pill or a common one, they are solely designed to enhance one's cultivation. One has never encountered a pill that could diminish it. Well then, let us consume it upon our return. Since I aspire to return to Qingyun Peak, I cannot afford to be weaker than in my past life, especially since. She could not help but recall how Tian Chou had become Chen Shangluo's foremost disciple. No matter what, she must surpass him. Just as the two were conversing, they suddenly heard a commotion outside the courtyard. Oh no! Could it be that Chen Shangluo and the others have returned? Xianxia panicked and hurried outside, only to hear footsteps approaching. It must be them. We absolutely cannot be discovered. With that, She dashed towards the nearby fence. They dared not fly, as that would undoubtedly reveal their whereabouts. As they climbed over the fence, Wu Feng and Long had already become breathless. Alas, this is truly no task for mortals. Finally, we have arrived. After so many years of not scaling mountains on foot, I find myself quite unprepared. Wu Feng produced the magic shadow pearl, which flickered with red light. See that? Your brother will always be your brother. I was right, wasn't I? How could such a grand courtyard be built in that desolate place of Qinyan Peak? This Qinyan Peak, too, has gone to great lengths to create a diversion in front, nearly allowing us to be deceived. Fotonatali, vulvas astuta. Long was equally impressed. This time, the lad had truly guessed correctly. Wu Feng, basking in pride, had lost track of his own limitations, returning the magic shadow pearl to his storage ring. Entirely oblivious to the dimming red light above, he stepped forward, preparing to push the door open. Thankfully, Long retained a shred of rationality. Hey, wait. Are you truly planning to waltz in there without a care? This is the 7-star sect Qiyun Peak. We would likely be met with a swarm of trouble the moment we step inside. I certainly did not prepare myself to be reincarnated as a pile of coal. Wu Feng swallowed hard, retracting his leg. You make a valid point, dear brother. I have acted rashly, even if I were not to be impaled. I have no desire for an intimate encounter with Chu Qiluo Long. The lingering echoes of the term virtuous brother were unmistakable. Alas, I have been outwitted by this fellow. What shall I do now? Wu glanced at the corner of the wall, a smile curling upon his lips. He chuckled. Fear not, for I possess a strategy to extricate us from this predicament. Chapter 140. The courtyard is teeming with powerful beings. Wu, spare us your cryptic musings. If we linger any longer, the dawn shall break, and we will surely be discovered. Wu cleared his throat, bringing his fingers together at his nose, inhaling deeply. A visibility technique. With a resounding boom, a cloud of black mist enveloped Wu, and he instantly transformed into the likeness of a dog. Wu, do refrain from showing off, will you? Feng Long was well aware that within his uncle's household lay a remarkable skill, one that could mimic the appearance of another using the last remnants of their aura in the air. The duration of the transformation depending on the strength of the original individual. Sensing the presence of a dog within the courtyard, Wu surmised that assuming the form of a dog would grant him more time. However, upon transforming into a large yellow dog, he quickly realized the situation was far from what he expected. What kind of dog is this, possessing such formidable strength? It can't sustain this form for even half a stick of incense. Feng Long, wait outside for me. I shall return shortly. He crouched low, wriggling through the dog hole. After sniffing the air, he detected no signs of activity, allowing him to fully emerge. Feng Long admired Wu's resourcefulness, pondering that had it not been for him, the mission might very well have failed. Wu shook his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. No wonder it is said that a dog's vision is limited. Indeed, he could not discern colors and had to look up to see anything slightly elevated. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and as he could not catch a whiff of Chu Qiluo's scent, he resolved to take shelter in the adjacent doghouse. Where on earth had Chu Qiluo vanished? Perhaps it would be wise to hide here temporarily, leaving a note for him to find upon his return. With that thought, he dashed towards the doghouse, revealing the spatial ring on his paw, which unveiled a headless corpse lying in the middle. To ensure safety, he used his paw to push aside the dry grass, digging into the loose soil to cover it, before neatly replacing the dried grass. The demonic body carries a concealed aura. This should prevent detection. Once these tasks were accomplished, he felt the urge to revert to his original form, hastily scurrying back to the dog hole. At the last moment, he successfully emerged from the hole. With a resounding boom, the black mist enveloped him once more, and he returned to his previous appearance. Shaking off the dust from his body, he adopted an air of haughty assurance that proclaimed, "Everything is under my control." Wu, have you completed it so swiftly? Wu's expression darkened. Men loathe to hear others speak of their swiftness. Do you think I desired this? Heaven knows why this yellow dog possesses such strength. And yet Chu Qiluo is absent from the courtyard. However, before his younger brother, he could not admit to any blunders, so he resorted to fabricating an elaborate tale. In the courtyard, the formidable powers gathered like clouds. Had it not been for my brother's extraordinary might, we would have been discovered long ago. At this moment, Feng Long truly felt a sense of respect. Qiyun Peak is no ordinary place. It is the strongest mountain of the 7-star sect, aside from the main peak. To think that Wu could enter without a scratch, infiltrating the depths of this realm undetected. Wuchou, my brother, is indeed a true man. I shall bask in your glory this time. Upon returning to the demon sect, the demon lord will surely bestow rewards upon us, elevating our status to new heights. Wuchou straightened his posture, descending the peak amidst Feng Long's praises. Yet, he did not forget the purpose of his journey. In the blind spot of Feng Long's gaze, he inscribed a few words, leaving them within the demon general pearl, so that when Chu Chuo would examine it, the message would be revealed. I have placed the item in the doghouse. Remember to retrieve it upon your return, lest it be discovered over time. Due to his efforts to evade Feng Long's sight, he failed to notice that the red dot flickering on the demon general pearl had long since vanished. Having accomplished his task, his steps grew lighter as he hastened toward the demon sect, moving even more swiftly than before. His foremost desire was to seek commendation before the demon lord. Shortly after their departure, Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin returned to Qiyun Peak. Chu Chuo still hung from the branch, swaying with the wind. The two chose to ignore him and return to their quarters. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bingxin consumed the elixir and then sat cross-legged to refine its potency. Lu Tianqi hesitated. The color of the potion seemed daunting to swallow. However, recalling the suspended Chu Chuo, she steeled her resolve and swallowed it down despite her discomfort. Strengthening one's power is the only path forward. As the elixir entered her mouth, a potent flavor choked her, causing her to cough. Cough, cough, cough. This taste, it resembles the dumplings my mother made, particularly the pork and chive filling. Yet soon, a surge of profound spiritual energy coursed through her, erasing any concern for the flavor. Splendid. This must be a 6th grade elixir. Its potent effects will surely result in a dramatic surge in power before the sacred site opens. She suppressed her excitement and began to refine the elixir's energy, fantasizing about a brighter future ahead. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Long Mo seized the opportunity to step out of his room, taking advantage of the absence of others. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the neighboring rooms, a smile finally graced his lips. Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin, it seems, are in need of a lesson. Are they not diligently cultivating now? Such ingrates. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Chu Chuo, the smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. Is Chu Chuo truly so detestable? In just a day, has he been transformed into a porcupine? Observing the large pool of blood on the ground, nearly dried, he realized the gravity of the situation. He slapped his thigh in alarm. Chu Chuo may have been somewhat reckless, yet he cannot perish at this moment. What will become of the remnants of his demonic form? He leaped forward and lifted the emaciated Chu Chuo. At this point, his breaths were shallow and labored. No, he cannot succumb to death so easily. Long Mo produced a pill, wincing at the pain in his heart as he forced it into Chu Chuo's mouth. One by one, he extracted the arrows lodged within him. Who was the scoundrel responsible for this? After removing several arrows, Chu Chuo remained entirely unresponsive, until Long Mo reached for the last, rather awkward arrow. The surge of spiritual energy nearly elicited a groan from Chu Chuo. Ouch! Long Mo grimaced, exerting a forceful tug. With a splatter, blood erupted, and the air fell silent for an entire second. Chapter 141. The Demon Lord is in trouble. Roar. Finally, there was a reaction, and Long Mo exhaled in relief. Chu Chuo slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, Long Mo appeared as a beacon, illuminating his entire world. Long Mo cradled his neck, their gazes locked. Given the inadequacy of his arms, their faces drew uncomfortably close. The scene was undeniably intimate. Long Mo hastily released his grip, wiping his hands on his robe, feeling as though he had become tainted. What has happened to you? Chu Chuo murmured weakly. Isn't this you're doing? The disciples of Qiyun Peak bore no past grievances or recent enmities. Who among them would shoot arrows from the shadows? Long Mo furrowed his brow. Are you blaming me? Chu Chuo suppressed the pain and knelt down. I dare not. Though he spoke those words, his heart was laced with curses. How could one be subjected to such treatment, yet remain silent? Master stands tall and resolute. How could he? Enough. No need for flattery. Quickly inquire where the remnants of the demonic form are. Long Mo glanced at his own hands, wishing he could sever them immediately. Yes. Chu Chuo retrieved the soul pearl, channeling his spiritual energy into it, and a line of text appeared within. I have placed the item in the doghouse. Once you return, Remember to retrieve it, lest it be discovered over time. A doghouse? Luo scanned his surroundings, finding no sign of a dog in the courtyard. These two fools. Couldn't they have been clearer? And upon returning, I never even left, for heaven's sake. At the mention of the doghouse, Long Mo's face twitched. With so many disciples at Qian Peak, who knows which doghouse it could be? Master, I understand your urgency, but please do not fret. This pearl allows for communication. Let me inquire. Upon hearing this, Long Mo's expression improved somewhat. For some inexplicable reason, whenever Long Mo's demeanor shifted, Chuchuo felt a vague ache in a certain part of his being. Chuchuo retrieved the magic shadow pearl, infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy. Wei and Feng Long were traversing the road, filled with delightful aspiration for the future, galloping forth. Suddenly, Wei sensed a tremor from the magic pearl and quickly took it out. Hey, this scoundrel Chuchuo finally remembers to reach out. He too infused the pearl with a surge of spiritual energy, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Master Demon, you have finally thought of me. I must inform you. I have placed the demonic body in a doghouse. Chuchuo interjected, What dog? Wushui replied, Nothing. This is merely what I ought to do. To speak a few flattering words on my behalf before the Demon Lord when the time comes. Chuchuo pressed, I am asking. Wushui responded, No need to ask. The Demon Lord instructed that you should contact him less if you have matters to discuss. He added, furthermore, Chuchuo found himself unable to interject even a single word, his anger turning his face a shade of green. Observing Long Mo's darkening expression, which seemed capable of dripping water, Chuchuo forced an awkward smile and turned away. You two, be silent and allow me to speak. Where exactly is the demonic body hidden? Wei, keep an eye on things. Bang, buzz, crack, crack. In response, they were met with the piercing screams of Feng Long. What are you two doing? Hey, answer me. Accompanied by the sound of something shattering, Chuchuo was left bewildered. Long Mo was furious. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly continue the communication. Chuchuo trembled uncontrollably, incessantly pouring spiritual energy into the magic pearl. Equally bewildered were Wei and Feng Long. Who on earth was so malicious? In an otherwise serene forest outside the city, where did this iron wall come from? Wei rubbed his forehead, his eyes filled with stars. The impact from earlier nearly knocked him senseless, and the magic pearl in his hand had shattered into pieces. What was it that Chuchuo had asked just now? Feng Long had also been thrown about like a rag doll, his head buzzing, scarcely recalling what Chuchuo had said. It must have been some words of thanks, perhaps. Wei waved his hand dismissively. Well, that is of no concern now. Let us head back and report to the Demon Lord. What should we do about this? Feng Long pointed at the rather lifeless horses on the ground. Wei swallowed hard. This is truly bizarre. Has Chuchuo's misfortune had such a significant impact? What ill fate? All for a mere conversation. We nearly lost our lives. Remembering his numerous relatives, Feng Long couldn't help but shudder. Perhaps we should run back. At least it would be safer. The notion of a sudden appearance of an iron wall in the woods does indeed bear some merit. The roads and waterways are rendered even more perilous. Even the Demon Clan seems to have succumbed to this malevolent belief. After a brief deliberation, the two fled the forest, striving to reach a more populated area, which afforded them a modicum of reassurance. Master, did something just collide with the boat? Chen Shangluo emerged from the cabin, standing at the railing and surveying the surroundings. Yet discerned nothing amiss. It's nothing at all. Likely just some small creatures from the forest. Let us depart for Qingyun Peak now. Yes, master. At the border of the northwest and central state lies a lawless expanse, where the Demon Clan, now weakened, can only conceal themselves in narrow crevices. The two monarchs of central state turn a blind eye, and with the presence of these individuals, a natural barrier for the nation is formed. As long as the Demon Clan remains inactive and the four Demon Lords do not unite, they pose no threat. In the light of day, shadows must exist to provide contrast. Without these demons, how could the common folk find contentment in their current circumstances? Among the four Demon Lords exists one such character, who indulges in revelry, yet disturbs no one, occasionally mingling amongst the human populace. He decreed that none of his demon subordinates may forcibly seize the belongings of the commoners. If they desire something, they must procure it with their own coin. He is reputed to be the most courteous lineage of demons, and it is even rumored that he is a doting father. Indeed, with his children away, his countenance, far from exhibiting any signs of despair or worry, radiates an appreciation for the pleasures of life. Reclining on a stone seat, surrounded by several young women from the human realm, he is pampered with fruits. Below, a group of scantily clad maidens dances joyfully. My lord, partake of mine, I have peeled it for you. No, my lord, indulge in mine. This one is plump and juicy. Ah, enjoy them all. There is no need to quarrel. With a hearty laugh, Demon Lord Xianxia opened his mouth wide and swallowed 2 peeled grapes in one go. Just then, someone rushed over, exclaiming, "It's terrible, it's terrible. My lord, something is amiss. What's truly amiss is your own state." "I am perfectly well." A young demon swallowed hard. "It's the young lady. The young lady has returned." Upon hearing this, Xianxia instantly straightened up, nearly choking on the grapes. "Cough, cough. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly, clear the table. Bestow gold and silver upon these human women and send them back." The 2 women beside him pouted. "My lord, we wish not to leave. We desire only to serve you." "Oh dear, my sweet little hearts." Xianxia lamented, reluctant to part with them. "Behave yourselves and be obedient. Once my little cotton-padded jacket departs, I shall send someone to fetch you." His face was etched with affection, yet upon the thought of his daughter, he signaled his subordinates to separate them. After the area was cleared, he retrieved a book from the side, feigning a serious demeanor. At that moment, a woman clad in a black qipao entered. She glanced at the embroidered shoes beneath the demon lord's chair and instantly comprehended everything. Ahem! The demon lord Xianxia cleared his throat, awkwardly nudging the shoes with his foot to conceal them. "Aha, ye ypsilonao. After all this time, you finally remember your old father?" Ji Yao replied with a frosty expression. "It seems that without my presence at home, you've been living rather lavishly." Feigning anger, Xianxia retorted, "What do you mean by such words? Although your mother is of a human race, I have never wronged her. At most, it was merely a pretense." The more he spoke, the more guilt gnawed at him, forcing him to fixate on the book in his hands, oblivious to his thoughts. Ji Yao, unfazed, took a seat, curious to see how long her father, the demon lord, could maintain his facade. As moments ticked by, Xianxia, who usually preferred lounging, began to feel increasingly restless, fidgeting and squirming, akin to a child under the watchful eyes of their parents while doing homework. The book he held featured melodies he had learned in his youth, and he wondered if his father had developed an interest in nursery rhymes. Glancing at the cover, he saw it was titled Introduction to Children's Melodies, and even a book was upside down. Calmly, he set the book aside and shifted the topic. "Has your brother also gone to stay with you? You two are remarkably alike. Is it that life in the demon cave is not to your liking? One after another, I cannot keep you here." The demon lord appeared quite troubled, as neither his son nor daughter wished to inherit his title, having inherited their mother's inclination to associate closely with humans. It was crucial to recognize that being a demon in the outside world was perilous. Noticing his daughter's silence, he continued, Well, thankfully, I take good care of myself. I shan't have any issues for a millennium. So do as you please. Pray tell, how long do you intend to stay this time?" Ji Yao, without further ado, knelt on one knee. "Father Emperor, I have a request." Caught off guard, Xianxia instinctively stood and took 2 steps back. This was exceedingly unusual. It was a good sign that she did not strike him, but calling him Father Emperor sent shivers down his spine. Since her childhood, she had never referred to him in such a manner. "Why you? Please rise. Let's discuss this calmly. Has your brother caused a great calamity? Or do I suffer from some terminal illness that you have concealed from me?" Ji Yao shot him a withering glance, exasperated at his lack of maturity despite his age. "Your Majesty, I truly have a request." As Ji Yao observed that Xianxia, the demon lord, refrained from resorting to violence, he patted his chest. "Very well. It is splendid that you have a matter to discuss. Speak, what is it? As long as I can fulfill it. Even if you wish to ascend as the demon lord, I could relinquish my position to you tomorrow. Nay, this very moment." Ye Ypsilonao replied, "I require a substantial amount of gold and silver." "No." Xianxia, the demon lord, rejected with utmost decisiveness, without a moment's hesitation. Ji Yao lifted her gaze, casting a disdainful glance at her father, causing a chill to wash over Xianxia's heart. "Oh dear, my beloved daughter, that is not what I meant. What need do we, as practitioners of the demonic arts, have for the mundane wealth of humanity? I can provide you with heavenly-grade weapons, celestial magical techniques, and demonic pills of the 4th rank and above. Those trivial possessions you desire, I truly do not possess." Ji Yao rose, her brow furrowing. "Father, My treasure pavilion requires a significant amount of gold and silver for expansion. While others may lack such mundane items, surely you must have some? Ever since she could remember, she had been acutely aware of her father's nature. He may lack many things, but his fondness for human trinkets was notorious. Cockfighting, indulging in flower wine, gambling, it was a veritable concoction of vices. The artifacts of the demon realm are ineffectual before mortals. So he has sought every means to convert treasures from the demon lair into wealth. After all these years, he must have amassed quite a fortune. Now that the treasure pavilion requires a vast sum for expansion, she simply cannot afford to waste time converting demonic treasures into currency. The most pragmatic solution, therefore, was to seek her father's assistance. Xianxia scratched his head, feeling an awkwardness as if he had been seen through. You mischievous girl, how did you come to know this? Speak, how much do you require? Yao approached the demon lord, taking hold of his arm. A wave of guilt surged within the demon lord. With both parents having departed early, they had lacked the nurturing love of a father and mother. And the child had endured much hardship throughout the years. Let her do as she wishes. Feeling the warmth of her hand, the demon lord was nearly moved to tears. After all, a daughter is always a father's darling. However, this warmth did not last long. Yao raised Xianxia's hand. Her gaze fixated on the 5 rings adorning it. This one is for mana, this one for miscellaneous items, and this one for demonic artifacts. She quickly identified her target, and before Xianxia could react, the most ostentatious ring on his middle finger had vanished without a trace. Hey, how did you know? Xianxia suddenly slapped his forehead, as if recalling something. Oh dear, I meant to say that when you left home, something was missing from the ring. I thought you had drunkenly given it away to those wayward women. Lo and behold, guarding against outsiders is easy, but guarding against one's own is a challenge. A smile finally graced Yao's face. Thank you, father. With that, he strode away. Xianxia muttered to himself, what a heartless individual. Taking away my hard work and leaving without so much as a thank you? His face contorted with pain, but once he confirmed Yao had exited, a sly expression replaced it. Experience prevails. My dear Yao, you are still too young. The demon lord Xianxia turned around and rummaged through the bookshelf, finally uncovering a tome significantly thicker than the average. Its cover was crafted from sturdy paper. He opened the book and discovered a hollowed-out compartment in the center, just large enough to conceal a spatial ring. The most perilous place is often the safest. Before he could revel in his triumph, he felt a chilling presence behind him. Chapter 143, Chaos Unleashed. Father, what are you searching for? The demon lord Xianxia was taken aback. Had she not just departed? How had she returned? Turning around, he found Yao gazing at him with a knowing smile. It's nothing at all. I was merely bored and thought to peruse some literature. Oh, is that so? Yao snatched the tome from his hands. Perfect. I also wish to borrow a few books. Before Xianxia could react, she placed the book into her spatial ring. Hey. Xianxia felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Right, father, I also intend to take someone with me. Xianxia was stricken with despair, waving his hand dismissively. Go ahead, take whoever you wish. The strongest of my subordinates is already in your possession. What's one more? After all, within the 4 great demon lairs, Xianxia's stronghold did not rise to prominence through sheer force, but rather through a formidable intelligence network, gathering various talents. The significance of information was equally rare among the demon race, allowing Xianxia's lair to maintain neutrality, unhindered by the other 3. In fact, it appeared to be subtly outpacing the other demon lords. With that thought, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Wait, please don't tell me. You intend to take Xiao with you. That won't do. What will happen to my lair if she leaves? The entire intelligence organization relies on her. Yao was well aware that her father often drifted through life in a daze, yet he possessed a talent for recognizing capable individuals. Xiao was one such individual. She patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Rest assured, father, I will only take her to my treasure pavilion to assist for a maximum of 6 months. After that, I will return her to you in full. I promise. Xianxia sank into a stone chair, utterly dispirited. Do as you wish. Whatever you desire. Just proceed. All right, father, I shall take my leave now. When I have the time, I will return to see you. Xianxia merely waved his hand, feeling too weary to utter another word. No, do try to return as little as possible. As Yao exited the cave, she was accompanied by another person. After Ji Xiao arrived at the Pleasure City, I entrusted her with a monumental task. I require an extensive intelligence network, even grander than the current one. Growing up in the Xianxia demon cave, she understands that the disparity in information is perpetually the most valuable asset. At her treasure pavilion, not only will she sell spiritual artifacts and elixirs, but also information. Indeed, my holy maiden, Ji Xiao, with her serious demeanor akin to a wooden post, is not one for frivolity. Ji Yao chuckled, covering her mouth. All right. Sister Ji Xiao, you need not pretend before me. From now on, at the treasure pavilion, simply call me Miss instead of holy maiden. Xianxia sat on the stone seat for a long while before slowly raising his head. He lifted his hand, pinching at the corner of the stone table, sending a cloud of powder into the air. Amidst the powder, a spatial ring shimmered brilliantly. Ha. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How wise I am. He then adorned his empty middle finger with the ring, secretly admiring it. Oh dear. Without something on my middle finger, my hand feels rather bare. With a resolute aura, the previous despondency faded away. This was the demeanor befitting a demon lord. Jibuair, come here. He called out into the void, and a surge of demonic energy coalesced beside him, gradually forming a humanoid figure. My lord, should we summon those women back? Xianxia's expression darkened. Summon them back? To resume their music and dance? I have no inclination for such merriment. With Fu Bogan and Ji Xiao following suit, the weight of this vast demon cave now rests solely upon my shoulders. Such misfortune. In the end, I am left to clean up the mess. Never mind. Send them all back. This demon lord intends to devote himself to his duties for half a year. Yes, my lord. Jibuair was perplexed, sensing a transformation in the demon lord, yet dared not inquire further. Come, let's attend to the cleanup. No, let's inspect. Yes. At the 7-star sect, Qi Yunfeng sat motionless in his chamber, fists clenched, his entire being trembling as if he had received a tremendous shock. This way. Tear down that doghouse and dig 3 feet down. Understood. Hearing the commotion outside, he resolutely erected a barrier to isolate the noise. Out of sight. Out of mind. This is driving me to madness. Long Mo, you scoundrel. Were it not for Mo Ying's sake, I would personally clean house. Since returning from the grand competition, his days had worsened by the hour. Qi Yunfeng's elixirs and treasures were nearly depleted. Today, this rebellious offspring seemed to be up to some mischief, recklessly constructing amidst the chaos of the doghouse. One would think he was treasure hunting. Witnessing this, Qi Heng felt as if years of mental blockage had finally cleared. Is my return posture incorrect? Perhaps I should descend the mountain under the cover of night. Outside, Chu Chuo is fervently engaged, accompanied by several disciples, relentlessly pursuing every stray dog and unearthing every den. There is no alternative. I have contacted the soul-devouring demon lord, but he too is unable to reach the slumbering phoenix dragon. Long Mo looms behind him, his predatory gaze compelling him to exert himself. Gradually, the dog dens atop Qi Yun Peak dwindled, leaving the dogs homeless, scurrying chaotically through the woods. Rumors began to circulate down the mountain, growing increasingly absurd. Have you heard? It seems Long Mo of Qi Yun Peak harbors a bias against dogs, driving them all down the mountain. No. I heard that senior brother Long Mo has taken a liking to eating dog meat. You are mistaken. I heard that senior brother Long Mo has developed a canine affliction. Want to bite every dog he sees. Regardless of the reason, it poses a threat to dog lovers, especially for the female disciples of Kai Yun Peak, who often keep small animals out of boredom. Now, upon seeing anyone from Qi Yun Peak, they were expressions of wariness, with chaos reigning at Qi Yun Peak. Aside from Qi Heng, who has sequestered himself in his room, 2 individuals remain oblivious to the turmoil outside. They are Lu Tianqi and Yi Bingxin. Lu Tianqi, with her eyes tightly shut, feels the surge of energy within her, elated at heart. She has only absorbed 1/5 of the elixir's potency, yet has already ascended a small realm. If she can fully refine the medicinal pill before the sacred ground opens, she might even reach the golden core stage. The efficacy is indeed remarkable. She glanced at her shoulders, sensing her attire becoming a tad constrictive. Could this elixir also possess the effect of refining essence and marrow? It seems she has grown noticeably sturdier. Yet why do my lips feel so itchy? Chapter 144. Return to Qi Yun Peak. Lu Tianqi touched her lips, feeling a soft fuzz that was surprisingly pleasant. Wait, the same peculiar sensation is present on her calves. She rolled up her pant leg, her earlier excitement completely supplanted by dread. On her formerly smooth and delicate calves, fine hairs began to sprout from her pores. How could this happen? For cultivators, upon reaching the chi refining stage, their physiques are enhanced, with vitality flourishing, causing any superfluous hair to recede. Particularly for women, to maintain their appearance. Hair typically does not grow below the neck. She stumbled from her bed to the vanity, gazing into the mirror. Her complexion shifted from fair to dark, her pupils dilating in shock. What has happened to me? Have I been possessed? She stared at her reflection, noticing fine hairs emerging around her lips, something she had only ever seen on her father's face. A beard. How could I be growing a beard? Is it possible she suddenly contemplated a possibility? That green pill. Xianxia, disregarding the implications, hastily wrapped a piece of cloth around his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. Creak. The door swung open as Xianxia peered around cautiously. The courtyard was deserted. The others had been summoned away by Long Mo to assist in the search for that wretched doghouse, and they had yet to return. Xianxia dashed into Yi Bingxin's room, startling her as she leaped up, her sword grasped tightly in hand. Who dares to intrude? Brazen enough to invade Qiyun Peak in broad daylight? Stop. It's me, Xianxia. Xianxia. Yi Bingxin was momentarily taken aback. What are you sneaking around for? Alas. Xianxia sighed and pulled down the cloth from his head. The stubble on his lips appeared particularly conspicuous, causing Yi Bingxin to freeze momentarily before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha. Xianxia, have you suffered from hormonal imbalances? Why are you growing a beard? I must say, you ought to find a senior brother to help you with that. However, in your current state, I doubt anyone would give you a second glance. Ha 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 ha. In the face of Yi Bingxin's mockery, Xianxia surprisingly refrained from retorting. Something unusual is afoot. Amidst the laughter, an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept over Yi Bingxin. Yi Bingxin, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror? If you can still laugh after that, I'll concede you are truly formidable. Yi Bingxin rushed to the mirror, gazing at her reflection in disbelief, rubbing her face in astonishment. Xianxia was not mistaken. She could no longer muster a smile. The pill. It must be that pill. There is something amiss with that pill. Xianxia, you have a heart of stone. To deceive me into taking that pill. You even put yourself at risk. Speak quickly, where is the antidote? She seized Xianxia by the collar, shaking him furiously, despite her usual facade of indifference. Her pride surpassed even Xianxia's. With her temperament, how could she tolerate becoming such a sight? Whack! Xianxia forcefully brushed her hand away. Yi Bingxin, you surely think too highly of yourself. If I wish to harm you, would I need to risk myself? Besides, you were the one who insisted on taking the pill despite my warnings against it. I'm not holding you accountable, which should be seen as a kindness. I came to discuss whether this pill might transform us into men. Is there any means to expel its effect from our bodies? Yi Bingxin's eyes widened at the mention of the word men, causing her hands to instinctively lower. Fortunately, it was merely an idea, and no unwelcome changes had manifested. She exhaled a deep breath. Expel the effects? Why would one want to do that? It's just a bit of hair. Can't we just shave it off? You know how potent this pill is. Wouldn't it be a waste to discard it? With strength at hand, why should we fear that Chen Shangluo will not take us as his disciples once more? He surely possesses the antidote. When the time comes, what is his will indeed belong to us. Xianxia was suddenly enlightened, and the more he pondered, the more sense it made. And what of it? Yi Bingxin nodded emphatically. Indeed, a series of indescribable sounds echoed through the room. At that moment, Chen Shangluo had returned to Qiyun Peak. He retrieved the Xuantian boat and stepped into the courtyard. How comforting it is to be home. Stretching his limbs, he felt a lingering unease after spending too long away from his abode. Here is where his roots lie. You may attend to your own affairs. I shall take a moment to rest. Yes. Hu Yao and Lin Bufan clasped their hands in respect and returned to their respective quarters. Tian Cho made his way to the corner, standing before the sword-intent steel, preparing to practice his heavenly slash technique. Chen Shangluo proceeded to the edge of the bitter sea, retrieved a recliner, and sank into its embrace. Plop! The fishing rod plunged into the water as he resumed his angling. Alas, what will this bitter sea yield? So far, only a string of prayer beads, and of inferior quality at that. Ever since Long Mo's visit to Qiyun Peak, the beads had mysteriously vanished. Memories of Long Mo stirred once more in his mind. Yes, the bait. Last time, Long Mo's arms plunged into the bitter sea, causing a stir among its creatures. Could it be that the beings within are fond of flesh and blood? It seems I must venture into the forbidden grounds to procure supplies. He set aside the fishing rod and departed without hesitation, while the young girl, Man Xiaoyao, holding a freshly brewed pot of tea, observed her master's retreating figure. Hee. Where's master off to in such a hurry? She placed the teapot down and dashed toward Tian Shou, mimicking his stance with a longbow. Try her best to emulate his form. De Huang sniffed the air, sensing an unfamiliar presence in the courtyard, though the scent was faint. Has my nose failed me? There is undoubtedly a peculiar aroma. Yet upon closer inspection, it seems akin to my own. Paying it little mind, during their stay at the treasure pavilion, he had stealthily slipped away while everyone else was asleep. The reason? The roasted duck bestowed by the scholar had awakened his palate. And throughout the night, he searched the market for opportunities. After reveling in the joys of being a stray dog, weariness now settled in. Upon returning to his doghouse, he curled up in the hay, his eyelids growing heavy. Who has disturbed my doghouse? The earth has been loosened, the bedding thickened. Yet, truth be told, it is much more comfortable. Perhaps those from the main peak, bored from idling about, decided to renovate my doghouse. Not bad at all. Once Doggy regains his strength, lost in thought, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. Chapter 145, Memories of the Demon Saint. Chen Shangluo traversed the barrier of the Forbidden Zone, as smooth as ever. He chuckled to himself. The old man Jianyun had not yet discovered this entrance. Today, his disciples were in for a treat. Unlike before, he did not linger at the periphery, but ventured deeper. Having broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage, he deemed the low-tier beasts lurking outside beneath his notice. The higher the grade of flesh, the better the catch should be. Those who have fished know that employing more expensive bait often yields a more bountiful haul. This is a phenomenon known among common folk as the cognitive bias of fishermen. Such biases are not exclusive to mortals. Even cultivators are not immune. He pressed further to test his luck against beasts at the mid-nascent soul stage and beyond. Just as Chen Shangluo advanced, the Grand Elder and Elder Jiang Huai simultaneously opened their eyes. Someone has entered. Elder Jiang Huai exclaimed. Master, please check if it is Chen Shangluo. The Grand Elder nodded and cautiously retrieved a small orb. This orb was not a treasure, scarcely worth a few spirit stones. Yet the glint in their eyes revealed their deep reverence for it, fearful of damaging it. They had labored extensively to procure this from the young Jianyun. The orb served but one purpose, to project images akin to the effects of a memory stone, but with real-time monitoring. The Jianyun master had scattered numerous concealed monitoring stones throughout the Forbidden Zone to prevent Chen Shangluo from recklessly wandering. Through the orb, they could observe his movements at any moment. Within the Forbidden Zone lurked countless ferocious beasts, and the Jianyun elder feared that Chen Shangluo might encounter an insurmountable, necessitating the intervention of the two elders for his protection. Little did they know, the two elders had entirely misinterpreted the situation. In this endless, sunless expanse of the Forbidden Zone, even if the demon saint had not stirred for eons, they could discuss him for days without a hint of awkwardness. Now presented with a new source of amusement, how could they resist? Ultimately, the Jianyun master, with tears in his eyes, relinquished 2 storage rings, reserving the projection orb originally intended for the 2 elders. Alas, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Chen Shangluo, like a fortuitous star, had not intended to ascend. Yet someone collided with fate. The Grand Elder infused a trace of spiritual energy into the projection orb, and Chen Shangluo's image materialized. It indeed bears a picture. It truly does. Elder Jiang Huai leaned closer. Hey, incredible. Simply marvelous. Smack. The Grand Elder struck him lightly on the back of the head. Come on. You're overacting a bit. Have you never seen a projection orb? What a wonder indeed. If the demon saint were to witness this, he might think us lacking in experience. Jiang Huai yelped in pain, the old man's hand lacking any sense of restraint. Ouch. Master, I am not referring to the magical nature of the projection orb, but rather to Chen Shangluo himself. Upon entering the inner sanctum, one is inevitably subjected to the corrupting influence of the demon saint's aura. How is it that this young man remains entirely unaffected? The purity of the demon saint's energy is such that most individuals are oblivious to its presence. Otherwise, given Longmo's strength, he would have undoubtedly revealed his identity as a demon cultivator, had it not been for that single drop of the demon saint's blood. The leaking demonic energy is pervasive within the confines of this forbidden zone. With minor exposure, leading to diminished intelligence, as exemplified by the two elders. In more severe cases, it can disturb one's state of mind, giving rise to inner demons. The Grand Elder scrutinized Chen Shangluo and found it to be as he had stated. The demon saint's aura seemed to vanish without a trace, while Chen Shangluo's mental state remained utterly undisturbed. No, something must be amiss with the banner in his possession. The further Chen Shangluo ventured, the more he felt an unsettling chill, as if a certain gas permeated the air, obscuring his vision. For a nascent soul cultivated, the distinction between day and night is negligible. Yet here, he still found it difficult to see clearly. What was the name of that banner again? Oh, the Crossing Misfortune banner, of which I have always been unaware of its purpose. However, it gleams with golden light, making it ideal for illumination. He retrieved the Crossing Misfortune banner, found a stick, and, like a town crier, lifted the banner to illuminate the path ahead. Just as he imagined, the area illuminated by the banner revealed a vast expanse. It was only after the surroundings became more spacious that Chen Shangluo noticed numerous pairs of eyes lurking in shadows, glaring at him with malice. Away with you! A mere early-stage, nascent soul beast dares to bare its fangs at me. I am not here to seek you out today, should you wish for death. I would not hesitate to collect some demon cores for Xianxia as cultivation. With that, a blade of sword energy materialized before him. The sky-severing technique. The Grand Elder and Jiang Huai observed as Chen Shangluo unleashed his sword energy, the scene flickering before them. Jiang Huai tapped the projection orb. Bang, bang, bang. This scoundrel, Jian Yun, is truly miserly. Can he not utilize better materials for crafting? What a disgrace. Slap. Jiang Huai felt a sudden pain at the back of his head. Master, why do you keep hitting me? Jiang Huai, why are you recklessly tapping away? What if you break the projection orb? We have nothing to exchange with Jian Yun for a replacement. Jiang Huai, realizing his impetuousness, felt somewhat embarrassed. I do not know why. Upon seeing the flickering image, I felt compelled to give it a few taps. Hey, look, is it not functioning properly now? Indeed, as Jiang Huai had predicted, the image returned to normal. The demon saint, thoroughly exasperated by the bickering of these two elders, squinted his eyes slightly, reminiscing about an era long past, before it was even called the Tianyuan continent, when there were far fewer cultivators, and he himself was but a young boy. At the village's edge, a group of elders, much like Jiang Huai, sat transfixed before a cubic box. The name of that peculiar object had long escaped the heavenly palace's demon sage. Whenever something resembling snowflakes appeared, the old men would erupt into a cacophony of chatter, only to quiet down after a couple of slaps to the table. He had always thought he would age gracefully alongside the others, eventually standing at the village entrance, awaiting death just as they did. However, one fateful day, a persistent fever engulfed him. In their desperation, his parents summoned a doctor, who merely shook his head and departed. That night, his parents wept inconsolably. Yet seeking medical help in the city required both time and money. Even if they rushed to the city, the likelihood of succumbing en route was high. Just then, a resonant chant echoed, Amit Ba. The monk declared he had a means to save the boy, but upon recovery, the child would have to follow him for a century of cultivation. Will they consent? Chapter 146. A gift from heaven. How can it be wasted? At that moment, it seemed his parents had no other choice but to agree to let the monk take their child. Yet, how much joy could a child find away from his parents? The heavenly palace's demon sage pondered, his face a mask of disdain and mockery. Buddha, just a bunch of hypocrites rotten to the core. He scoffed. Kill. Eradicate all the heavenly gods and Buddhas of this world. The elder's brow furrowed. Sensing the shift in the demon sage's demeanor, he turned to look. All he saw was the demon sage with his head bowed, motionless. Was it a fleeting glimpse of murderous intent, or did I misinterpret it? With lingering doubts, he glanced back at the projection orb. At that moment, Jiang Huai had retrieved some jerky from his storage ring, munching contentedly as he watched. The elder's eyes twitched. We are here to guard the demon sage, not to appear as if we are on holiday. Just as the elder was about to express his frustration, Jiang Huai waved his hand. Look, this little rascal is on the move again. Behold, this is my secret stash of jerky from a peak transformation beast, infused with various spiritual herbs for flavor. Absolutely delectable. The elder's expression softened, feigning indifference as he took a piece in hand. Knowing how to share is commendable. With a satisfying crunch, he bit off a large chunk and resumed watching the projection. There, Chen Shangluo wielded the Crossing Calamity banner, advancing steadily. surrounded by the corpses of countless Yuanying beasts. Hiss, just how many has this lad concealed? Jiang Huai recalled that the last time Chen Shangluo had entered, he could only defeat golden core beasts. It had only been a month, yet now he dispatched Yuanying beasts with such ease. With a single strike, he vanquished a dozen Yuanying beasts. Jiang Huai, what do you believe his current strength to be? Jiang Huai mumbled, his speech slightly slurred by the delicious beast jerky. Heavens no, did you not also enjoy playing the role of a cunning fox in your youth? Was it not through such guile that you captured Master Ant? And what of your incessant murmurs? The Grand Elder, with a swift motion, thrust a large chunk of beast flesh into Jiang Huai's mouth, rendering him speechless. Jiang Huai could only feel exasperation. Was it not you who initiated this conversation? Now you bemoan my verbosity. The demon saint squinted, contemplating the triviality of the two elderly men. To him, they appeared as mere novices in comparison. Boredom enveloped the elders, and the demon saint found himself increasingly restless. He endeavored to suppress his murderous intent, peering curiously at the projection orb. Upon witnessing the Duwu banner before Chen Shangluo, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. He chuckled softly. This lad possesses a certain charm. The sacred artifact, sought by all yet possessed by none, was in his hands as if it were mere tattered cloth. How I wish my essence were embodied within him. The thought of Long Mo, the ungrateful one, caused even the ageless demon saint to feel a pang of frustration. Ever since he merged his essence and forged his nascent soul, there had been no word from him, as if he had vanished from existence. Not even a trace of fortune's power could be felt. What on earth is he up to? This cannot stand. I must devise a way to signal the four great demon lords. The demon sealing altar is in its most vulnerable state, with just a modicum of assistance. I could once again bask in the light of day. He raised his gaze to the heavens, then lowered his head in contemplation. The Buddhist sect, the demon race. The Strength Clan, the Dragon Clan. Surely they have begun to make their moves? How could this matter proceed without my kin from the Demon Clan? Observing the demon saint's unusual silence, the two elders focused intently on the projection, munching as they watched, which could be deemed a grand event within this forbidden domain. Master Uncle, what do you think this lad is searching for? One elder pondered aloud. Having ventured so far, he shows no signs of halting. If he continues this slaughter, will it not diminish the creatures of the Forbidden Zone? These beasts are specially nurtured. If the altar were to weaken to the point of no longer restraining the demon saint, the entire Forbidden Land would be sacrificed to impose control. The Grand Elder suddenly smacked his thigh. How could I have forgotten this? He must not be allowed to approach any closer. If he nears the altar, he may discover its secrets just as Luo did. Luo was once swayed by the demon saint, incessantly clamoring for the altar's removal. Had it not been for a few of us elderly men threatening our lives, humanity would have faced a cataclysm. The mere recollection sent shivers down his spine. Quickly, did Yin not mention that this lad is adept at alchemy? He must be seeking spiritual herbs. I know you have hoarded quite a collection. Bring them forth. Jiang Huai was rendered speechless. Even at this critical juncture, Master Uncle was fixated on his meager stash. Stop dawdling. Hurry. Jiang Huai felt a pang in his heart as he produced a spatial ring, gritting his teeth before handing it over to the Grand Elder. Master, to use it sparingly. I truly have nothing left. The Supreme Elder shot him a glance, retrieving several high-quality spiritual herbs from the ring. 5th grade, 6th grade spiritual herbs? You, my boy, have quite a stash hidden away. The Qixing sect had no alchemists, and thus consumed few spiritual herbs. Given that the Forbidden Land had existed for countless ages, there were numerous high-grade herbs within, and occasionally a conscious probe could reveal one or two. The Supreme Elder channeled his spiritual energy to envelop the herbs. Contemplating for a moment, to be cautious, he also retrieved a few 4th-grade herbs. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual herbs ascended slowly, soaring towards the altar. The demon saint merely cast a glance without any intention of interference. Let these two old fellows do as they please. As long as they didn't keep a relentless watch over him. These old men, unable to sit idle, would scrutinize him, dictating when to sleep, when awake, and even when to relieve himself, discussing for days on end the nuances of his matters. Such a decline in moral standards. As Chen Shangluo walked, he suddenly sensed something unusual above him and instinctively took a few steps back. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of colorful plants descended from the sky, leaning on the Dewey banner. He moved closer for a better look. What? Dropped from a height? Or perhaps high-grade spiritual herbs? He gazed upward, where towering trees loomed overhead, obscured by demonic energy, hindering his view. Most likely, the strange birds resting in the trees had dropped these. Chen Shangluo, unperturbed, stepped forward. There were plenty of these herbs in the spiritual fields. If they were above 7th grade, he might consider taking a proper look. Otherwise, bringing them back would merely occupy space in the spiritual fields. After a few steps, he hesitated and returned. It was best not to squander gifts from the heavens, if they were of no use. He could simply hand them over to the old man Jianyan, as he seemed to want everything. Chapter 147. Finally, he was sent away. Chen Shangluo's actions left both old men stunned. Hey, master, why do I feel like that kid Shangluo seems a bit disdainful? The Supreme Elder's face flushed slightly. Though whether from embarrassment or anger was unclear. Wasn't he obvious? Disdainful? I think that kid looks down on us entirely. He pondered for a moment, his brows twitching as if making an important decision. Then, the Supreme Elder's hand gestured, and 2 8th-grade spiritual herbs appeared. Jiang Huai's eyes sparkled as he swallowed hard. 8th grade spiritual herbs? Master, so your daily complaints about being poor are merely for show. I don't care. Last time, the demon saint went a full year without relief, and your promised wager has yet to be fulfilled. As a dignified Supreme Elder, you cannot renege on your word. The Supreme Elder retracted the ring slightly. What do you know? Everything else has gone to that brat Jianyan. These 2 precious herbs were deliberately preserved by me, awaiting the day when we vanquish the demon saint. We, the old men, must have something to secure our existence, mustn't we? Jiang Huai found himself at a loss for words. Everyone was acutely aware of the arduousness of escaping this forbidden realm. Yet one must harbor a glimmer of hope while alive. He suspected that the elder was merely relying on his seniority, yet lacked any proof. Observing Jiang Huai's silence, the elder grew ever more animated. Moreover, that year, the mundane calendar had indeed included an extra month, thus it should rightly be considered my victory. Jiang Huai, his face flushed with indignation, bellowed, "Rascal, you are utterly being unreasonable." The demon saint turned away dismissively, unable to bear the sight. As the air was thick with the stench of the 2 elderly men, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. You may argue all you wish, but do refrain from dragging my name into this. I, the illustrious lord of 10,000 demons, shall not allow you to dissect my character. The elder paid him no heed and directly presented the 2 herbs, leaving the question of any hidden treasures unknown. Just after Chen Shangluo took a few steps, a sharp intuition compelled him to gaze at the sky. More coming? With a rustling sound, 2 more spiritual herbs descended. Chen Shangluo leaned in for a closer inspection, and his expression transformed entirely. The earlier disdain melted away, replaced by sheer delight. The reason was simple. Both herbs were essential materials for the 9 sovereign pills, the 8th-rank Heavenly Heartgrass and the 8th-rank Qilin Leaves, including the 8th-rank Icefield Snow Lotus from the Strength Clan and the 9th-rank Twin Lotus from the 2 Great Empires. The rarity of these materials far surpassed the others, making their collection merely a matter of time. The epic cataclysm Ash might yield news within the sacred land of light. Ancient true blood, once we escape, I must seek out the old man Jianyan. Fortune has truly rained down upon me. This stroke of luck is indeed extraordinary. Were it not for the clear system interface, I might even question the veracity of Longmo's words from my previous life. There is indeed a suspicion of absorbing the luck of disciples. The 2 elders, witnessing Chen Shangluo's evident change, breathed a sigh of relief. Young lad, does this elder still not have you in check? With just a little manipulation, you obediently retreat? Jiang Huai muttered in discontent. Oh, please, a little manipulation? It seems you nearly stripped down to your undergarments. What did you say? The elder shot him a murderous glare. Having bled profusely, was he not allowed a moment of pride? Nothing. I merely said that my esteemed uncle is exceedingly wise. Now, that is more like it. The elder turned back, nearly dropping his eyes to the ground in shock. What was the matter with Chen Shangluo? Did he not understand the virtue of knowing when to quit? Uncle, is it possible that he did not come seeking the herbs? Impossible. Within this forbidden land, aside from the spiritual herbs, only the monstrous beasts remained, or perhaps not. Suddenly, a spark of enlightenment illuminated the mind of the Grand Elder. Indeed, there were also the beasts. If they were not here in search of the spiritual herbs, then they must surely be in pursuit of the beasts. He cast his gaze towards the dried meat in Jiang Huai's hand. Master, what are you doing? Jiang Huai stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine under the elder's intense scrutiny. I truly have nothing left. How long have I been in this forbidden area? This is all I possess. The Grand Elder remained silent, but extended his hand. Jiang Huai instinctively shrank back, realizing the elder was fixated on the meat he held. With a resigned sigh, he closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and reluctantly handed it over, as if parting with his very life. Here, take it. At this moment, you still think of eating? He lamented. Make it last, or there'll be none left. Those seasonings took me ages to gather. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp thud on the back of his head. Hurry up. This lad is certainly here for the beasts. Tears welled up in Jiang Huai's eyes. Can't we speak civilly? Must you resort to violence? I am not a petty person. He retrieved a hind leg of a formidable beast, a pinnacle of the transformation stage. Its massive form reminiscent of a colossal bull. Just one leg weighed as much as an adult. And more. Bring it all. Jiang Huai took a couple of steps back as the Grand Elder raised his hand once again. Jiang Huai habitually rubbed the back of his head. No more slapping. Just take it, all of it. In a fit of exasperation, he tossed the ring towards the elder, who, upon inspection, found that apart from a substantial portion of the bull, there was indeed nothing left. Go. The Grand Elder waved his hand, and the bull's carcass shot into the forest like a cannonball. With a resounding boom, Chen Shangluo felt as though his eardrums might burst. Gazing at the corpse of the bull, which was even larger than himself, he felt an unexpected rush of joy. It makes sense that a bull of the transformation stage could fly. However, he wondered why the scent seemed so familiar. Leaning in, he took a whiff. It was evident that it had already been cured. Suddenly, Chen Shangluo glanced around, and a realization dawned upon him. No wonder my vision was so poor. I had wandered off in the wrong direction, heading towards the altar. He had initially thought his lower prowess was causing him to be susceptible to the malign energy of the Forbidden Land, but it turned out he was merely approaching the altar. In his previous life, he had ascended to the position of the sect leader of the Seven-Star sect and was well aware of the Grand Elder's formidable reputation. A thought flickered through his mind, and he deduced the situation. They must be attempting to prevent me from nearing the altar, he mused. Well, that works in my favor. It saves me the trouble of searching aimlessly. He stored the bull into his treasure gourd and nonchalantly strolled toward the exit. The Grand Elder and Jiang Huai, both exhausted, sank down in defeat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At last, he has been sent away. Chapter 148, The Art of Mechanisms. Upon returning to Qingyan Peak, Chen Shangluo took out the Magnia beast. Qianxia, please assist in dismembering this. Then little Yao, you and Hu Yaoyao worked together to prepare it for tonight's feast. Yes, master. Absolutely. Qianxia produced his sword box, summoning 13 blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 13 swords hovered in the air, clearly reluctant to exert themselves. What a joke. He is a king. If word got out that a regal imperial weapon was used to slice beef, he would be the subject of ridicule. The 12 swords danced gracefully, and in a mere moment, the Magnia beast was reduced to countless tiny pieces. Collect. With a swift motion, the flying swords returned to the sword box. Qianxia grasped the 13th sword and resumed his sword practice. For him, comprehending the essence of the sword was the true endeavor. Hu Yaoyao and the little one were quite exhilarated, as it was likely only Hu Yaoyao's unique fire essence that could be employed to cook such a formidable beast. Meanwhile, the scholar Lin Bufan seemed preoccupied with some tinkering in his room. Chen Shangluo pondered thoughtfully. Qingyan Peak does not accommodate idlers. I must find something for Lin Bufan to engage in, lest he become utterly constrained. Suddenly, he recalled his promise to inscribe runes on the treasures for the Strength Clan. Lin Bufan, Lin Bufan. Hey, master. Lin Bufan burst from his study, fiddling with a small contraption in his hands. It was a Lubon lock, a trivial creation that Chen Shangluo had crafted out of boredom. Initially, Lin Bufan did not notice, but upon realizing it was hollow in the middle, he was instantly captivated by the brilliance of this intricate wooden mechanism. Before the comprehension of other chapters in the Wuxin Holy Body, the all-knowing Chaos Codex seemed constrained, revealing no additional content, with the majority of the pages left blank. Master, I have a question for you. Such exquisite mechanism techniques. Why are there no records of them in the texts of the Tianyuan continent? Chen Shangluo was momentarily taken aback. This Lubon lock, back on Blue Star, was merely a child's toy, far simpler than the cubes in the study. So how could it be deemed exquisite? Well, here's the deal. I have a task for you. Complete it, and I shall impart to you a wealth of knowledge regarding mechanisms. What say you? Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan was filled with excitement, rubbing his hands together. He. Master, please tell me. As long as I can accomplish it, I shall not hesitate. Chen Shangluo nodded. I have promised the Strength Clan that future treasures will be transported by Xiaoyu to the treasure pavilion. At that time, you can find a moment to coordinate with her. From now on, the task of inscribing runes will be entrusted to you. As he spoke, he sensed something amiss. He noticed Lin Bufon's left toe tilting toward his right foot, his upper body swaying involuntarily. Extraordinary. Why is your face flushed? And no. How could I be blushing? It must be the wind, right? Chen Shangluo glanced at the immobile leaves, a hint of doubt flickering in his heart. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. Suddenly, an idea struck him, since Lin Bufon was capable of unlocking the talisman chapter. Perhaps it was not impossible for him to comprehend mechanisms as well. With this thought in mind, he resolved to impart some knowledge from Blue Star to him, uncertain of its potential impact. All right, come with me to the study. Yes, master. Lin Bufon followed closely behind him. Strangely, compared to other days, his gait seemed somewhat altered today. Upon entering the study, Chen Shangluo retrieved a thick stack of blueprints from the shelf, blowing off the dust atop them, and simultaneously brought over a colorful cube from the table. This is called a Rubik's Cube. The objective is to align the colors on each side without damaging the small squares. Lin Bufon picked up the cube, inspecting it from various angles. He understood every word his master uttered, yet the entirety left him utterly perplexed. Chen Shangluo shot him an exasperated glance and took the cube from his hands. His fingers moved with such rapidity that they nearly left a blur. In mere seconds, the colors on all sides transformed into uniformity. Goodness, is it truly that magical? Lin Bufon's eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The ordinary trinket he had always perceived suddenly revealed its enchanting nature. Chen Shangluo scrambled the cube once more and handed it back to Lin Bufon. Emulating his master, Lin Bufon's hands trembled with anxiety. Gazing at the now even more chaotic colors of the cube, he scratched his head. The disciple is foolish and utterly incapable of grasping the essence. Chen Shangluo shook his head. The inhabitants of Tianyuan continent had never encountered such an object. Even mechanisms were typically designed for combat. If Lin Bufon could master it on his first attempt, it would indeed be a miracle. If he could comprehend it within 2 months, that would already be a testament to his abilities. No waities. Aside from this, I have more to share with you. He spread open the blueprints in his hands, the illustrations partially obscured by dust. With a feather duster, he gently brushed away the grime. Bufon, this is a mechanism I devised during my leisure hours. Study it thoroughly and see if you can bring it to fruition. These were blueprints Chen Shangluo had sketched based on his memories of Blue Star. He had attempted numerous times, but only scratched the surface. His greatest interest remained in alchemy. Since Lin Bufon expressed curiosity, he felt compelled to share. Lin Bufon leaned in closer, examining the designs in awe. Setting aside other thoughts, the gear-like devices alone left him utterly astonished. Oh my, master! The design of this contraption is simply ingenious. Did you create all of this? Chen Shangluo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Even if I mention names like Zhang Heng, White, or Newton, would he truly comprehend their significance? Regardless of who the designer may be, should you wish to learn, then keep it. Once you have mastered it, if it proves insufficient, I shall draw for you again. Lin Bufon raised an eyebrow, his master's image towering even more in his heart. Truly, his master is remarkably humble. Despite being the creator of such exquisite mechanisms, he stubbornly refuses to acknowledge it. Such intricate contraptions, unheard of and unseen, could they possibly originate from anyone but him? Observing Lin Bufon's evident misunderstanding, Chen Shangluo felt an unsettling dissonance. At the peak of the 7-star sect, the master of the stream cloud twitched his nose, catching a faint fragrance wafting through the air from afar. What is this aroma? Following the scent's trail, he made his way to the summit, gazing in the direction of the azure cloud peak. That young lad is truly living the life of leisure. I must see what mischief he is up to. With a flourish of his long sleeves, the master of the stream cloud vanished from his spot, reappearing within the courtyard of Azure Cloud Peak. Chapter 149. The sect leader delivered to the door. Observing the transformation of Azure Cloud Peak, which had once been in disarray, now adorned with pavilions and terraces, the master of the stream cloud felt his heart bleed. The Palace Pearl had cost him numerous rare treasures, and he had intended to traverse the realms with it before his tribulation. However, Chen Shangluo always seemed to attract endless trouble, causing his plans to be indefinitely postponed. Now, the palace pearl had changed hands, and he had no idea how he had endured the past month. "Master, it's time for dinner," cried the little girl, oblivious to the presence of an additional individual. Chen Shangluo emerged from the study, and upon his first glance, spotted the master of the stream cloud, instinctively covering his storage ring. This small gesture did not escape the keen eyes of the ancient man, who, with a twitch of his cheek, reprimanded, "Young lad Shangluo, what do you mean by this?" Chen Shangluo chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Upon seeing you, I was merely pondering what I could offer to honor you. Yet, after much contemplation, it would not be proper for me, a junior, to impose upon you. What do you think of the beauties from the Strength Clan? I could have the clan leader set up an introduction for you. Perhaps before your ascension, a late blessing of offspring wouldn't be out of the question." The master of the stream cloud's expression darkened, and he spat out a single word through gritted teeth. "Get lost. In my youth, I too was quite the dashing figure. If it weren't for—" "Never mind, it's futile to elaborate. You wouldn't understand." He feigned a casual glance around. "I heard from Yun Miao that you descended the mountain yesterday. I thought you were still away, hence my visit." "Ah!" Chen Shangluo couldn't help but scoff inwardly. "You, a pinnacle of quasi-empire, poised for ascension, need to personally conduct inspections?" Noticing the bobbing of his Adam's apple, Chen Shangluo, knowing the master of the stream cloud well, understood this was merely a sign of hunger. "Master, since you are here, why not sit down and share a meal before you depart? I have brought back some beast meat from the mountains." The immortal of the stream cloud was momentarily taken aback. Chen Shangluo had actually addressed him as master. An impulse to flee surged within him. Yet his mind commanded his legs, which refused to obey. Ahem. As cultivators, we ought not to indulge in our appetites. But as a sign of filial piety from a junior, it would be impolite to decline. Just don't prepare too many dishes. My appetite is modest. Chen Shangluo chuckled and said nothing further, merely instructing Man Xiaoyao to bring out the dishes. After 200 years of companionship with Chen Shangluo, Man Xiaoyao's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. Just a single wild bull beast was transformed into over 10 delectable variations: braised, stewed, grilled, and more. The immortal of the stream cloud sat upright, eyes shut, peeking with one eye at the table. "Did I not ask you to prepare less? We cultivators should not be preoccupied with our appetites." Chen Shangluo nodded. "I will be mindful next time," observing that the immortal showed no intention of picking up his chopsticks. He took it upon himself to serve the braised meat into his disciples' bowls, deliberately pausing at the edge of the immortal's bowl, stirring up his impatience. After a round, the immortal's bowl remained empty, while his disciples' bowls overflowed, unable to resist the trembling pieces of braised meat any longer. The immortal finally picked up his chopsticks and took a piece for himself. The melt-in-your-mouth texture, the harmonious blend of sweet and salty flavors, complemented by the fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs, was utterly tantalizing. "Delicious, delicious." He gestured at Chen Shangluo, his words muffled. "You rascal, next time, remember to include this old man. With so many dishes, you lot cannot possibly finish them all. What a waste." "Wong, wong, wong." The large yellow hound protested vehemently. With its presence, how could there be any waste? As the master's pace of eating quickened, a sense of urgency arose among the disciples, and they abandoned their poise in front of their master, desperately shoveling food into their bowls. Especially Man Xiaoyao, whose bowl was piled high like a small mountain, nearly obscuring her head. Even after the meal concluded, Man Xiaoyao was still puffed up with indignation. Due to her constitution, she had always had a hearty appetite and could not fast, leading to her larger consumption. She could not help but think, "Old man, we agreed not to indulge in our appetites. Yet, it seems you have eaten the most." Under the gaze of Man Xiaoyao's reproachful eyes, even the immortal of the stream cloud, with a face thicker than a city wall, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could only lean back in his chair and gaze skyward. He too wished to leave, but if his round belly were to be seen by the disciples, how much more embarrassing would that be? "Arg, arg, arg." "Oh!" The large yellow hound howled in frustration. He did not manage to eat even a morsel, and the old man had devoured the bones more cleanly than he could. It would bring tears to the eyes of any dog. Chen Shangluo deliberately sent away a few resentful children. "Xiaoyao, please return to the kitchen and fetch some meat to feed Huang." He was unperturbed by the possibility of a few failing to refine it. The two elders had already taken care to neutralize the rampant demonic energy with various spiritual herbs, transforming it into a more absorbable spiritual essence. Yes, master. Once the group had departed, the expression of the venerable Jianyun softened, and upon hearing there was meat, he began to contemplate. Unexpectedly, Chen Shangluo suddenly rose, bowing respectfully. Master's own. Before he could finish, Jianyun was taken aback, leaning back and falling onto the ground. Oh dear. He struggled to rise, rubbing his aching back. Shangluo, you mustn't frighten me. Let us discuss matters civilly. There is no need for such formalities. The more respectful Chen Shangluo became, the more apprehensive Jianyun felt. Is it that I, the old man, have contracted some incurable ailment that Luo and the others are concealing from me? Or could it be that you, Chen Shangluo, have been possessed? Chen Shangluo shot him a glance and changed his tone. Old man, as the leader of the sect, can you not maintain a semblance of decorum? Jianyun let out a sigh of relief. Now, that is more like it. Next time, spare me the theatrics. Speak plainly. Chen Shangluo stated directly. Do you know the whereabouts of the ancient Trueblood? Jianyun visibly froze, making an effort to suppress his expression. He hastily grabbed a pair of chopsticks, only to find his bowl empty, and awkwardly set them down. Instead, he picked up a teacup, lifting it to his lips to mask his fluster. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? The ancient Trueblood? Such a grand name. Chen Shangluo, uninterested in his evasions, cut to the chase. You certainly know of the ancient Trueblood. As for where my information comes from, that is not your concern. I possess a recipe for a long-lost divine elixir from antiquity, which may hold immense significance for your ascension and that of the disciples at Qingyun Peak. It requires two rare spiritual herbs, the epic calamity ash and the ancient Trueblood. Hearing it was related to ascension, Jianyun pondered for a long while. May I know what effects this elixir possesses? Chapter 150. A word is a promise. Jianyun weighed the risks in his mind, considering whether it was worth the gamble. The last time he had disclosed a secret to Luo, it nearly allowed the demon sovereign to escape. To avoid repeating that mistake, he resolved to keep this matter close to his heart, even from the next sect leader. Chen Shangluo had no intention of withholding information. He still trusted Jianyun. Although he had a penchant for food, lust, and greed, he was otherwise quite dependable, especially when it came to the future of the Seven Stars sect. He would even be willing to sacrifice his life. Thus he spoke. The elixir described in this formula is an ancient relic, known as the Nine Sovereigns Pill. True to its name, it can elevate 9 individuals to imperial thrones, harmoniously coexisting without conflict or subjugation by the grand principles of the universe. It even possesses the potential to solidify a pseudo-divine status, aiding its user in transcending all preceding realms without undermining their foundational essence. Hiss! The celestial cloud elder gasped in astonishment. He had heard tales of the profound mastery of alchemy in ancient times, where remarkable practitioners could attain enlightenment through pills, wielding power that eclipsed many ordinary great beings. Unlike this mundane era of cultivation, where such potions merely served auxiliary functions. Yet, hearing of such a wondrous elixir firsthand left him momentarily speechless. The Nine Sovereigns Pill, a potion capable of resisting the heavenly laws. This time, the celestial cloud elder remained unusually silent, and Chen Shangluo refrained from disturbing him. As seconds trickled by, the struggle on the elder's face became increasingly apparent. After a prolonged silence, as if a revelation dawned upon him, he slowly spoke. Since you are already aware of my knowledge regarding the whereabouts of the ancient Trueblood, you must also understand that the epic calamity ashes can only be gathered within the sacred land of light, correct? He subtly inferred who might have divulged these secrets to Chen Shangluo. The latter nodded. Collecting from the ancient remains may be slow, yet certainly holds promise. Indeed, the celestial cloud elder responded with a soft affirmation. Therefore, once you have gathered the epic calamity ashes, I shall provide you with the ancient Trueblood. Chen Shangluo was taken aback. It was that simple? He had anticipated the elder to propose conditions. Master, do you have nothing further to say? The celestial cloud elder replied. What more would you have me say? Chen Shangluo rubbed his hands together. Elder, your straightforwardness leaves me quite unsettled. Perhaps you could propose some conditions? For instance, regarding cultivation techniques or elixirs, I would not refuse. The elder's expression darkened further at his words. Nonsense. Am I such a greedy person? Have I not been generous to you all? Do you think I covet your trivial possessions? I am on the verge of ascension. How could I stoop to the level of your youthful antics? If you possess the means to aid me in resisting the heavenly tribulation or elevate my sword intent to its utmost pinnacle, I would not only offer the ancient Trueblood, but could even procure the ancient sacred body for you. Chen Shangluo paused, setting aside other matters. He indeed had something that could resist the heavenly tribulation. It is a promise, then. The celestial cloud elder chuckled, his mood lightening. Don't mention just a single glance. If you can manage it, I'll accept as many as you can provide. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and vanished from Chen Shangluo's sight. Hey, this elder has a surprisingly humorous side. I have no interest in your affairs. Chen Shangluo shook his head. Xianxia, Hu Yao Yao, bring me the masks. I shall refine them anew. Yes, master. Yes, master. Chen Shangluo returned to his chamber, clutching a mask, and toiled for quite some time. The mere smelting of the celestial iron from the heavens proved to be a formidable task. Were it not for the synergy between the Void Wu cauldron and the essence of otherworldly flames, even the mightiest of the Strength Clan would require several months to complete this endeavor. Crack! Hiss! He furrowed his brow and gazed at the sky. The incessant tribulation of thunder was indeed omnipresent. At that moment, the Void Wu cauldron was engaged in restoring the form of the gods, with both objects capable of resisting the heavenly tribulation rendered unusable. For the time being, he could only rely on runes for protection. Just as Chen Shangluo was about to inscribe runes in the air, he suddenly felt his nascent soul trembling incessantly, seemingly yearning for the heavenly lightning. Indeed, I can utilize the thunder to temper both my body and nascent soul, while there exists a risk that my body may not withstand the heavenly lightning. Sharing the burden with my nascent soul should mitigate the danger. I possess ample means to safeguard my life. If it becomes unbearable, I shall simply address it then. Originally intending to carve protective runes, he instead decided to inscribe an illusionary rune, rendering the Qingyun Peak as though it were merely undergoing a typical weather change. Once these preparations were complete, the heavenly tribulation descended as anticipated. Crack! The first bolt of lightning struck. Chen Shangluo felt a tingling sensation coursing from his flesh to his very soul. Arcs of electricity flickered around his nascent soul, and fissures began to form, only to rapidly heal once more. With successive bolts of heavenly lightning striking down, both Chen Shangluo's, his physical form and his nascent soul, absorbed them entirely. Crack, crack! Throughout that night, the area surrounding Qingyun Peak was engulfed in a tempest of thunder and lightning. Yet aided by the illusionary rune, it appeared to be merely an ordinary shift in weather. Jian Yun, seated quietly in his chamber, had confined himself there since returning from Qingyun Peak, denying even the entry of Yun Miao and others. Ascend, demon saint of ancient true blood. Ascend, demon saint of ancient true blood. He muttered incessantly, seemingly compelled to select one, indifferent to the raging thunder outside. As for Qingyun Peak, all were tirelessly laboring to excavate a doghouse, having not rested for a day and a night. Their spiritual energy was operating in overdrive, and they were eager to recuperate. This bout of heavenly tribulation persisted for over an hour, and as dawn began to break, the thunderclouds slowly dispersed. Chen Shangluo rose, surveying his own physique. The definition of his muscles had become increasingly pronounced, brimming with explosive energy, yet not to the exaggerated extent of the Strength Clan. Perhaps it was due to the expulsion of impurities, for his skin had taken on a lustrous, translucent quality that would evoke envy in any woman who beheld it. As for his nascent soul, apart from being more solidified and crackling with intermittent arcs of electricity, no significant changes were discernible. He lifted his gaze to the horizon. There was still ample time. He might as well refine some elixirs. Elixirs below the 8th grade posed little challenge to Chen Shangluo, yet they would prove immensely beneficial to several disciples. Calculating the time, Yin Fei'er and Qi Qin Han should be returning to Qingyun Peak with the otherworldly flames soon. Contemplating these two individuals, one exuberantly capable of dismantling the Qingyun Peak, while the other is so reserved that she perpetually wears an expression akin to a lifeless fish. It is indeed a daunting task to elevate their mutual affinity. Just as he continued his alchemical pursuits, a figure re-emerged at the confluence of heaven and earth. Unlike the previous countenance devoid of sorrow or joy, this time, a faint trace of ire flitted across their brow. The Seven Stars Sect? Once again, the Seven Stars Sect? Oof. How dare they clandestinely absorb the heavenly thunder under my watch? Chapter 151. The Xianxia Fox Clan. This figure is not human, but rather an incarnation of the heavenly Tao. It has been countless years since it last descended into the mortal realm. Yet the repeated losses of heavenly thunder in the human world have compelled it to take heed. Such acts are a blatant disregard for the laws of heaven and earth. 7-star sect. Do not presume that your ancestors' alliance with my true form to subdue the demon saint grants you the liberty to act with impunity beneath the heavenly Tao. You are merely my instruments. With deliberate strides, he advanced, appearing to move slowly, yet the distant 7-star sect was but a few paces away. Suddenly, he halted. With a flourish of his sleeve, a striking figure clad in white robes emerged. This individual, slender and tall with cascading hair reaching her waist, bore a long sword. Just as she was about to turn, the illusion dissipated. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was taken aback, its expression shifting from mild anger to a sinister glare. Who is this woman? How could she possibly evade the oversight of the heavenly Tao? She cannot be allowed to remain. The last being to escape the heavenly Tao was the demon saint imprisoned within the 7-star sect. This audacious individual harbored ambitions to reconstruct the heavenly Tao and establish her own celestial palace, wreaking havoc across the mortal realm in a bid to hasten the end of the era. Only when the true form of the heavenly Tao descended, alongside several formidable beings, was she subdued upon the altar. The 7-star sect was established to uphold the altar through generations, seeking those capable of vanquishing the corporeal form of the demon saint. Now, another such individual has appeared. As a ruler of the mortal realm, the heavenly Tao cannot allow her to persist. She must be eradicated in her infancy. With this thought, he cast a glance at the 7-star sect, deeming it prudent to set aside for the time being. Before vanishing into the ether with a swift motion, at the foot of the 7-star sect, Yun Miao was patrolling the mountains when he suddenly spotted a woman standing dazedly at the mountain gate. Adorned in white robes, emblazoned with 7 shining stars, she emanated an enigmatic mist, as if she were intangible and elusive. Could she be a disciple sent on a mission? Yun Miao hastened towards the mountain gate. This was not the first occurrence of such a phenomenon. Many 9th and 10th generation disciples, upon venturing out on missions, would often become disoriented after their initial encounters with ferocious beasts, with some even succumbing to hysteria. "Hey, which peak do you belong to, junior sister?" he inquired. The white-robed woman, upon hearing this, was about to respond, but her heart raced, and an inexplicable sense of dread welled within her. This fear did not emanate from Yun Miao, but rather from the heavens above. "No, my instincts tell me I cannot remain here." As the woman turned, she quietly departed. Yun Miao rubbed his eyes, realizing that such a method of instantaneous movement was not something an ordinary disciple could possess. Surely, he must be experiencing hallucinations due to a lack of rest over the past few days. It was time to return and catch up on sleep, perhaps asking Yin Yuan to take his place. Just as he turned to leave, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao descended, standing where the woman had just lingered. Oomph. She certainly fled quite swiftly. However, this realm of mortals lies firmly within my grasp. How could she possibly escape? No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished. In an instant, he triggered a response from the demon saint of the celestial palace within the forbidden grounds. He slightly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao? When did it become so timid? Has it been frightened by me? All of this transpired in a heartbeat, causing no stir within the 7-star sect. Chen Shangluo stepped out of his room, stretching lazily. Ah, how exhausting. System. Initiate the prompt. This had become a habit for Chen Shangluo. Every time he refined pills or made breakthroughs, he would silence the alert. Ding. The return of cultivation begins. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. So soon? He glanced around the rooms. Apart from Man Xiao Yao tinkering in the kitchen, even the usually industrious Xianxia had yet to emerge. It seemed the meat of the great ascension stage beast from yesterday was the cause. Chen Shangluo tried not to disturb them and made his way to the shores of the bitter sea, with the great ascension stage beast's flesh as bait. He wondered if he might catch something extraordinary. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, De Huang came running over, knowing that whenever Chen Shangluo went fishing, it meant a feast for him. Chen Shangluo patted the dog's head. "You are indeed a curious creature. After consuming so much beast meat, you can still eat? Oh, woo. Creature, please mind your words. The flesh of this demon king is incomparable to those mere little beings. Nevertheless, if I am to be deemed a creature, so be it. A true man can adapt and endure. When the time comes, I shall surely astonish the world." Perhaps inspired by the scholar's enlightenment, he found himself capable of uttering a few eloquent phrases. Get lost, dead dog. Do not disturb my master. Man Xiao Yao brought tea and snacks, scolding to Huang. The latter snorted, instinctively retreating a few steps. Compared to flesh, he seemed to fall somewhat short against Man Xiao Yao. Moreover, every time she approached, he felt as if he were stricken by weakness, utterly constrained. Cool me. I'll take you out for a stroll. Awoo. Man Xiao Yao grasped the soft flesh around Huang's neck, and that familiar feeling of helplessness surged back, prompting him to howl in distress. Chen Shangluo chuckled softly, shaking his head. Sometimes it would be delightful to be carefree like the little demon, unburdened by the weight of cultivation. However, from the moment he was bound to the system, from the very second of his rebirth, he was destined to be estranged from such a carefree existence. He shook his head, momentarily casting aside these thoughts. His current focus was solely on elevating his strength before the light, sacred land opened. Within the Seven-Star sect, he might find himself unable to take action, but once he entered the light, sacred land, even the most talented could face downfall. At that time, taking a few lives would likely go unnoticed. He attached a piece of beast flesh to his fishing hook and cast it into the sea of suffering. Plop! As the hook plunged into the water, the tranquil surface rippled with concentric circles. In a hidden corner of the Tianyuan continent, or perhaps this place did not belong to the Tianyuan continent at all, the majority of the inhabitants bore fox ears reminiscent of Hu Yao Yao. Yet, their tails had not entirely regressed. Some retained a single tail, while others possessed several. The Xianxia fox clan, a race that existed only in legends. Were it not for the presence of beings like Hu Yao Yao, who possessed a faint bloodline, this clan would likely have long been forgotten. Upon the throne sat a stunningly beautiful woman, her eyes filled with a serene yet lonely gaze, suddenly stirred by a dark surge. What could possibly pierce through the barrier of Xianxia? After so many years, might the Xianxia fox clan finally find salvation? Chapter 152, The Anomaly of the Barrier. Gulme, fetch the seer for me. The small fox demon beside her bowed, yet did not move an inch. My lord, the seer has been waiting outside for quite some time. The woman, referred to as my lord, furrowed her brow and rose to her feet. Exiting the cave, a man stood atop a mound, gazing unmoving at the barrier above, his white robe billowing in the chaotic wind. Unlike the other Xianxia clansmen, he bore no fox ears or fluffy tail, standing out among the crowd like a crane amidst chickens. The lord approached him, halting beside him, and inquired, Seer, what have you discerned? Upon hearing her voice, the man in white stirred, his expression shifting from solemnity to jest. Ah, little fox, you've come. I told you to call me by my name, Lin Shirling, or even a nickname. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Stop. That was just a joke. Do you take me seriously? The lord narrowed her eyes. As the sovereign of the Xianxia fox clan, she could not tolerate his playful banter. Speak. What is truly happening? She looked skyward, where faint cracks began to appear, as if something was striking against the barrier. The world was in turmoil, as if a divine entity sought to connect the threads of fate. Speak plainly. She, belonging to the demon clan, harbored a profound aversion towards guessing games. Yet the human before her delighted in complicating simple inquiries, often indulging in pedantic verbosity that was quite irksome. Ironically, this individual was neither aging nor mortal, and by some twist of fate, found themselves confined together with her. Lin Shirling offered an awkward smile, altering her tone, unbeknownst to the source. Someone was bombarding the barrier with causative energy. If her intuition served her correctly, cracks would soon emerge. Upon hearing this, the revered leader's beautiful eyes glimmered with joy, though she endeavored to suppress the tremors of her body. Are you suggesting that my Xianxia fox clan, imprisoned for an entire epoch, is finally poised to see the light of day? Lin Shirling shook her head, letting out a sigh. She had initially intended to feign but upon witnessing the leader's expression, she spoke up. I have just calculated that this occurrence is not a deliberate act. It is not yet time for your Xianxia fox clan to manifest in the world. The specifics regarding how many may escape will require a brief wait. Despite her caustic tongue, every word Lin Shirling uttered was met with profound trust from the leader. Long before this epoch, he had been renowned for his unparalleled foresight and had once presided over the human realm's most clandestine force, the Tianji Pavilion. If he stated they needed to wait, it was certain that they would. Seizing the moment, the leader scrutinized Lin Shirling and posed the question that had lingered in her mind for many years. You are well versed in the enigmatic arts and possess life akin to the heavens. Was your entry into Xianxia truly an inadvertent misstep, resulting in your confinement with my Fox clan? Lin Shirling had maintained this narrative, yet she had never genuinely believed it. Responding to the leader's inquiry, she sighed. In truth, I am here to await someone. Oh, at last, a different answer. The leader's lips curled slightly. Whom do you await? A sudden shiver coursed through Lin Shirling as she inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. She had nearly fallen for the leader's clever ruse. Huh! How audacious of you to employ charm to extract my words. With a serious demeanor, she bowed to the leader, stating, I am, of course, awaiting you, Lord Junli. Consider it. Only your boundless lifespan and enchanting beauty are worthy of my talents. As the saying goes, a graceful lady is the ideal match for a gentleman. For you, I would endure a millennium of solitude without hesitation. As Lin Shirling's words became increasingly absurd, the leader's expression darkened further. Are you implying that I am aged? The peculiar reasoning of women was indeed baffling. Is the focus truly on age? I meant to say you retain your allure, not that you are old. They are not synonymous. Retaining allure? Is that not a veiled suggestion of my age? Would it not be more accurate to say my charm has faded? The leader's frustration grew, her cheeks twitching as she delivered a swift punch to Lin Shirling's eye. Bang! Lin Shirling instantly emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Ouch! How could you, a woman, strike so fiercely? Are you unaware of my lack of spiritual power? Oof! It is precisely you I am striking. For your mouth runs wild with nonsense. Lin Shirling touched the darkened circles under his eyes, trembling at the mere contact due to the pain. You should listen to my defense, or rather, allow me to explain. Silence. Junli retorted dismissively, raising her right hand once more. Lin Shirling instinctively recoiled, retreating 2 steps. He certainly wished to avoid another strike, and thus sealed his lips tightly. At that moment, a sudden beam of golden light pierced the sky, crashing into the barrier like a comet. Junli furrowed her brow, distinctly sensing no fluctuations of spiritual or array power. Lin Shirling, can this light truly penetrate the barrier? He whimpered, pointing to his mouth and shrugging his shoulders, clearly indicating, did you not just tell me to be quiet? Junli shot him an exasperated glance. What a dull trick. Now I permit you to speak. Lin Shirling exhaled in relief and remarked, I calculated that this force of causality can undoubtedly breach the barrier. But it will only last for a brief moment. In other words, you can send 2 individuals out as the fissure forms. Upon hearing this, Junli began to examine herself. Oh dear, why didn't you mention this sooner? I haven't even prepared myself, and have no idea what the outside world is like. I haven't even glimpsed this new era. Even the proudest and most aloof sovereign, upon realizing there was hope for escape, shed all pretense and became as flustered as any ordinary person. Yet at such a crucial moment, still thinking about her appearance seemed rather trivial. Lin Shirling inwardly scoffed women. If they were predictable, they wouldn't be women. Allow me to douse your enthusiasm with cold water. You may send others out, but do you truly understand your own strength? He cautioned. Whether the new continent can sustain your power is uncertain. Even if it can, attracting those bald monks would surely lead to your demise. Junli's earlier excitement was immediately extinguished, her teeth grinding in frustration. Could you not just say everything in one go? You've ruined my moment of joy. Wait, I have another idea. She suddenly whimpered towards the sky. Instantly, the trees swayed, and countless foxes rushed in, forming a circle, as white mist rose and swiftly transformed into human forms. She raised the Dominion decree high, and all the creatures knelt, even the untransformed foxes prostrating themselves fully. Where the 6 lords? Upon hearing their sovereign's call, 6 Fox clan members emerged. A mix of men and women, the men tall and graceful, and the women breathtakingly beautiful, an undeniable advantage of the Fox clan. Your subordinate is here. They responded in unison. Junli nodded, and Lin Shirling understood she was about to select those who would venture out. He desperately pointed at his face, gesturing wildly. Yundi final ignorance. Acutely aware of the perilous circumstances outside, an individual as powerless as he would only court death by venturing forth. Today, the barrier was undergoing a transformation. Soon to manifest a fissure, and one companion was urgently needed to breach this confinement. What? The assembly of demons gasped in astonishment. In this shadowy realm of Xianxia, where light was a distant memory, the prospect of escape ignited a fervent glimmer in everyone's eyes. Li Xiling hastily interschichtel, Yunli. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. You truly cannot go out. Your power would disrupt the barrier. Not just you. but it is highly probable that none would be able to escape. Junli cast him a sidelong glance. Mind your own business. I have my own means. Xuan Mei. The weakest among the 6 ministers was beckoned forward. Yes, Xian Mei, who typically managed the internal affairs and attended to the Lord's daily needs, was indeed the weakest among the 6, even overshadowed by some newly appointed elders. Yet, she now found herself as the unlikely hope for breaching the barrier, which was nothing short of fortuitous. The remaining 5 ministers shall stay behind in Xianxia. I will leave the divine core here. You must guard it well. Only when I arrive in person or bear the Fox Clan's dominion decree may it be utilized. That will be the moment when the Xianxia Fox Clan reclaims its place in the world. My lord, this is unwise. The 6 ministers collectively knelt once more. The leading minister, adorned with 7 fox tails, visibly the strongest among them, spoke with grave concern. This cannot be. You, our esteemed lord, represent the hope of our Fox Clan. This course of action is indeed perilous. Please reconsider. Each of us could seal the demon core to ascertain your path forward. Sealing the divine core was an exceedingly reckless endeavor, for not only would it diminish their power drastically, but whoever obtained the core would effectively hold Junli's fate in their hands, thus controlling the entire Fox Clan. Yet, for the glimmer of hope after countless years, she felt compelled to proceed. Junli gazed at the encroaching golden light, the power of causality palpable even through the barrier. There was no time for second thoughts. Do as I command. This is not a negotiation, but an order. The 6 ministers exchanged glances, but the Lord's command was absolute. Yes, my lord. We vow to protect your divine core with our lives. Junli closed her eyes, the fiery emblem on her forehead gradually dissipating into a crimson orb. Drifting toward the 6 ministers, Xian Mei stepped forth, positioning herself beside Junli, awaiting the moment when the power of causality would breach the barrier. Lin Shirling was suddenly alarmed. How could he be excluded from such an opportunity? With a quick flicker of inspiration, he exclaimed, Wait, Yunli, this time, you must take me with you. What prompts this declaration? Junli, aware of his unreliability, recognized he was not one to speak without reason. Lin Shirling asserted, Take me with you. I can deduce the source of this causal power, which is likely intricately linked to your escape from the Xianxia Fox Clan. Yunli fell silent. At that moment, a golden stream of light pierced through the barrier, without the anticipated explosion, and the barrier offered no resistance. The light seamlessly entered the realm of Xianxia, causing the barrier to ripple like the surface of water. Was it truly this effortless? Yet, why did its shape appear so peculiar? A colossal anchor breached the barrier, tethered to a golden rope, suspended in midair, as bizarre as one could imagine. Time was of the essence, Lin Shirling reminded, urging, What are you still contemplating? Do you wish for Xianxia to be sealed for another epoch? Yunli remained hesitant. Yet upon hearing Lin Shirling's words, gritted her teeth and resolved, Very well. I shall take you out, but if we perish outside, do not blame me. Scheiding mysteriously leaned closer to Yunli, ceasing. Oh, are you expressing concern for me? As the saying goes, good deeds do not lead to longevity, while calamities linger for a millennium. Just keep your worries buried deep within. You shall be fine. With that, he extended his hand, falling naturally at a 90-degree angle before Junli. What are you doing? Yunli inquired. Hey, I can't fly on my own. If you don't pull me up, do you expect me to leap onto it? Junli expressed her disdain while grasping Lin Shirling's hand, who wore an expression of delight. The two ascended into the air under the watchful eyes of the surrounding demons. Just as they were midway, the anchor quivered twice, and Junli felt an immense force drawing her towards it, compelling her to soar towards the anchor at an extraordinary speed without even needing to exert her demonic power. What is happening? Lin Shirling casually glanced at the command token in Junli's hand, his tone remarkably relaxed, as if he had anticipated this all along. Causality, dear friend, is predicated on cause and effect. Our ability to escape is the effect, and the cause is the command token in your grasp. Are you suggesting that the target of this causal power is the command token? Lin Shirling nodded nonchalantly. Correct. Correct my foot. Can you not articulate everything in one go in the future? Lin Shirling shrugged helplessly. Did you not also fail to inquire? Yunli bit her lip, wishing she could blacken the other eye of her companion if her hands were not restrained. Thus, relying on the command token, they swiftly approached the hooked end. Lin Shirling lightly tapped it with his finger, remarking, This object increasingly resembles a gigantic fishhook. Junli rolled her eyes in exasperation. Is your fishhook truly this large? Before Lin Shirling could engage in further banter, an overwhelming force yanked them, propelling them through the barrier at great speed alongside the anchor. The barrier returned to its tranquil state, as if it had never been breached. Junli clutched the command token tightly, yet it clung obstinately to the anchor. No matter how much force she exerted, it would not detach. Now, Lin Shirling was in a predicament. The wind pressure whipped against his face, causing his flesh to twitch erratically. Hey, must you not let go? If you keep holding on like this, we might not die, but we'll certainly be turned into dried husks. As Lin Shirling concluded his words, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. He sensed a subtle attempt from Junli to withdraw her hand. Hey, can you comprehend what I'm saying? I meant for you to release the command order, not to let go of me.